The delivery brought a priceless longsure variety of imperial green Pichio handpiece, accompanied by a bank notification of a deposit amounting to 200 million. However, Yi Qingxi felt no exhilaration from this unexpected fortune, as it was a call for help from his master. In pursuit of vengeance, he resolutely ventured into the city of gambling stones, for the enmities forged through the realm of stone gambling must be resolved through the same medium. Yet, gambling stones have always been a double-edged sword, capable of elevating one to paradise or plunging them into hell. The stones themselves are honest, it is the people who deceive. Within the gambling stone community, human hearts are as treacherous as a haunted domain. Each stone conceals the intricate machinations of human rivalry, blood, and tears. Chapter 1. An unexpected fortune of 200 million. In Kyoto, at the Panduan antique market, although antiquities are the primary goods sold, a dozen gambling stone shops have opened at the street's end, with Shituzhai being the largest among them. By morning, even before 8 o'clock, Shituzhai was already teeming with a bustling crowd, the air filled with lively chatter. Most tourists visiting Kyoto would come to Panjiayuan to hunt for treasures. Although everyone is aware that 99% of the antiques sold at stalls are counterfeit, there is always that one genuine item to be found. Compared to the pretense of knowledge while sifting through the stalls for antiquities, gambling stones provide a quicker and more direct route to wealth. With a single cut, one can instantly discern whether it is a stone or jade. Yet, few realize that the depths of this trade are far more profound than the ocean. Only true gambling stone enthusiasts comprehend the terror of a single cut leading to either paradise or hell. The shop is modest, approximately 200 square meters in size, with the entrance showcasing rows of wooden shelves displaying hundreds of jade rough stones in an orderly fashion. However, these rough stones are not large, weighing at most 10 kilograms. They comprise all gambling materials from various markets, and whether one strikes it rich with a single cut depends solely on one's insight and luck. Yi Qing stood at the staircase, observing the throngs of gambling stone aficionados, each deeply focused on selecting their stones, a satisfied smile creeping across his face as he turned to ascend the stairs. "Boss, your delivery," exclaimed the beautiful store manager, clad in a sleek black suit and sporting an elegant ponytail. Upon noticing Yi Qing's departure, she swiftly handed him a cardboard box. Yi Qing cradled the shoebox-sized parcel in his hands, expressing his gratitude with a smile, while the lovely manager cast him a flirtatious glance as she watched him ascend to the second floor. With a hint of melancholy, the beautiful manager sighed, amusing herself with the thought that she was indeed a woman captivated by charm, yet she could not deny that this young man possessed an allure that could enchant any girl. Standing at 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned physique, a fair complexion, defined features, and deep, captivating eyes, every aspect of his countenance exuded nobility and elegance. More impressively, he had built the Shituzhai from scratch, amassing a fortune worth billions in just 3 years without relying on familial connections. Oblivious to the store manager's musings, Yi Qing recalled an old saying, "Familiarity breeds contempt." The spacious second floor was partitioned into 4 sections: a reception area, a workspace, storage, and a bedroom. Yet, his sole responsibility was to identify the rough stones most likely to yield jade. Yi Qing placed the delivery box on his desk, extracting layers of thick plastic bubble wrap before revealing a small sandalwood box. Upon lifting the lid, his eyes were drawn to a vibrant shade of green, the longsure variety of imperial green Pichio. This was a treasured item his master had cherished for decades, never parting with it. Yi Qing retrieved a powerful flashlight to examine it closely. The longsure variety Pichio bore no cotton fibers or impurities. It was as smooth and delicate as silk, exuding an extraordinary warmth and brilliance, as if the water within were about to overflow. Held in his hand, a warm current coursed through his arm, dispelling the chill of Kyoto's early spring. This jade possessed a unique quality of warmth in winter and coolness in summer. This legendary jade also bore an imposing name, Shinelnjhng, signifying that it is as elusive and precious as a divine dragon. Moreover, this particular longsure variety Pichio originated from the Qing dynasty's imperial workshop, a cherished gift bestowed by Empress Cixi upon the governor of Yunnan and Guizhou. It was said that every rough stone procured by this governor could yield valuable jade without exception. Yi Qing's master was a descendant of this very governor. If this longsure variety Pichio were to be auctioned, its value would undoubtedly reach tens of millions, if not surpassing 100 million. Had this old man lost his senses, daring to have such a priceless treasure delivered? Yi Qing, filled with suspicion, scrutinized the longshore variety Pishio. Its form, reminiscent of a tiger or leopard, bore the head and tail of a dragon, with shoulders adorned by wings that could not unfurl, and its head crowned with a single horn. Tilted back, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship beyond reproach. Ding. The phone in his pocket emitted a soft chime, followed by an electronic voice. You have received a text message. Would you like to read or dismiss it? Read. Your account ending in 9567 has received a deposit of 200 million yuan. Your balance is 20,356,000 yuan. Holy SHD Yi Qing was genuinely taken aback, struggling to believe the astonishing news. With his right hand clutching the longshore variety Pishio and his left hand swiftly retrieving his phone from his pocket, he deftly unlocked it and opened the message. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion, 200 million had truly been deposited had he reached the pinnacle of his life. Yi Qing stared blankly at the text message when suddenly a notification chimed on WeChat, indicating an incoming video call. I brought her in as my wife, and she gradually became corrupt. Once the money enters the pocket, it won't come out again. Sweet words fill a bag, claiming only wealthy men turn bad, the premarital darling. The beautiful store manager, having entered the room, burst into laughter upon hearing the humorous lyrics, collapsing to the ground in fits of giggles as she exclaimed, "Boss, what ringtone is that? Stop daydreaming and answer the call." Lu Yu lightly patted her chest, feigning annoyance as she shot him a glare. "I genuinely wish you would do something about me. Let me be your darling before marriage and your lady." After, Yi Qing reached out to help Lu Yu up, offering a wry smile. "If your father hears that, he'll surely tear me apart." This strikingly beautiful and spirited manager was indeed a true gem of Kyoto, a high-achieving student from Tsinghua University's business administration program. More importantly, her father was not only a childhood friend of his father, but also her own childhood companion. Though they were not related by blood, their bond was akin to that of siblings. It was precisely because of this deep-rooted familiarity that Yi Qing entrusted the management of Shituzhai to her, allowing him to focus on honing his skills in the art of uncovering jade from rough stones. "You have such little courage." Lu Yu, still amused by the quirky lyrics, bit her lip to stifle her laughter and chided him. "Hurry up and answer the call. How long are you going to let it ring?" "Let it ring. That old man is probably regretting it." Yi Qing was in no rush to answer the call, having inexplicably received the longshore variety Pishio and an unexpected fortune of 200 million. 200 mil Iona, sum that countless individuals would struggle a lifetime to earn, had come to him so effortlessly. Chapter 2. The blood-sucking dragonstone variety of the imperial green Pishio. Lu Yu remarked, "Only children make choices. I want both." Yi Qing pondered with malicious intent. "Old man." "Who?" "Your father." Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "No, he is my master, the one from Jiegao." Yi Qing chuckled. Lu Yu held no affection for Yi Qing's master and disdainfully retorted, "Your master is not only stingy, but also petty. Last year, when I delayed my payment for just 3 days on 5 tons of raw stone, he withheld the goods, showing a lack of trust even towards his own disciple. Moreover, the last batch he sent was mixed with many fake stones. Today, I sought you out for 2 reasons. First, I have already transferred yesterday's sales revenue to your account. You will receive a bank notification shortly, so please check. Second, I would like to discuss the possibility of changing suppliers." Yi Qing smiled and shook his head. "Although you have become the manager of the stone jai, you do not understand the gambling stone industry. While both gambling and stone betting involve risk, gambling is illegal and explicitly forbidden, whereas stone betting is a legitimate endeavor that the police do not interfere with. You must remember that in a casino, there are no familial ties. Accounts are settled clearly. If you do not make a payment, no goods will be shipped. That is the rule." Lu Yu pouted defiantly. "Are we to abandon the most basic trust between people? Especially since you are his disciple?" Yi Qing laughed. "Let me give you an analogy. If you and I jointly bet on a stone and your funds have not arrived, even if that stone reveals jade worth 100 million, I would not give you a penny. This is the nature of stone betting. Transactions are cash-based. With no credit extended, empty promises and handshakes will not work." Lu Yu scoffed, "Betrayal. You only see the potential for profit. What if the bet fails?" Yi Qing replied earnestly, "A raw stone that could produce jade worth over 100 million is still valued in the millions. If you refuse to acknowledge a loss, I would be left lamenting at that grave." Suddenly, a notification pinged. "You have an unread message. Read or cancel." "Read." Yi Qing responded without hesitation. "You have received a deposit of 5,330,000 yuan in account 9567. Your balance is now 20,886,000 yuan." Lu Yu counted her fingers, astonished. How much is this? 208 million. Boss, did you rob a bank? Yet, instead of reveling in joy, Yi Qing felt a surge of vigilance. He opened WeChat, revealing a large glass wall inscribed with intensive care unit. No loud noise. Behind the glass, a white hospital bed held an elderly man with graying hair. The once rosy fox-like face was now pale and haggard, eyes tightly shut, and lips ashen, seemingly trembling even in unconsciousness. Surrounding him were various medical instruments monitoring his heart and blood pressure, with several nurses bustling nearby. The scene abruptly shifted to reveal a strikingly beautiful woman, her mesmerizing yet imposing eyes exuding an intimidating aura. Even through the phone screen, her queenly presence was palpable. Why did you not answer the phone just now? Who are you, and how did you access my master's phone? Yi Qing's voice turned icy. Please confirm your identity. Are you Yi Qing, disciple of one? The cold beauty inquired. Yes, but who are you? Yi Qing pressed. Did you receive the 200 million? She answered cryptically. My name is Shun Junyi, the lawyer hired by one. Please hurry to Rueli to handle matters concerning Wen's passing. What has happened? Yi Qing urgently questioned. But the video abruptly cut off. Damn it. Yi Qing cursed vehemently. Turning to Lu Yu, help me book a flight. I need to get to Rueli as soon as possible. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Yu quickly pulled out her phone, booking and paying for a ticket in one swift motion. There's a direct flight to Mang City at 10 o'clock. Pack your bags. I'll drive. The Mercedes sped out of Panjiayuan, racing towards the airport. You have full authority over the shop, Yi Qing instructed as he passed through security with his ticket. Heading straight to the boarding gate. Seated in the spacious leather chair of first class, Yi Qing felt a mix of urgency and anxiety. Even the jade picio in his palm pricked his skin without him noticing the pain. He held a deep admiration for his master, despite his stingy and unscrupulous nature. Over 2 decades, he built a fortune of billions in the chaotic environment of Jiegao, being more cunning than a fox and more ruthless than a wolf. Yet he had a fondness for his own disciple. For 3 years, his master had taught him uniquely to maintain reverence for stone betting, cautioning him that every raw stone is imbued with the blood of others and oneself. He should not approach stone betting with dreams of overnight wealth. Nor should he adopt a gambler's mentality of stubbornness until the very end. Regret would come too late when one finds themselves at the end of the line. Yet, Yi Qing could not fathom what calamity could have befallen his master. In his memory, his master was always calm and collected, unfazed even in the face of the myriad dangers posed by wealthy merchants and criminals. Sir, you look pale. Are you unwell? A beautiful flight attendant inquired, kneeling beside his seat with concern. I am merely in awe of flying, Yi Qing replied with a forced smile. The flight attendant smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, sir. Flying is very safe. We will take off shortly. Let me fasten your seatbelt. As Yi Qing attempted to raise his hand to decline, fatigue washed over him. The flight attendant stood and secured the seatbelt for him. He even failed to appreciate her beauty as she brushed past him. His gaze remained fixed on the picio in his palm, which now displayed a crimson hue. This jade picio was seemingly drawing his blood. No wonder he felt weak and pale, leading the beautiful flight attendant to believe he was ill. Standing upright, the flight attendant's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. She, having seen much, could tell that this young man, despite his casual attire, was likely affluent given his presence in first class and the exquisite jade picio he possessed. Even if she could not catch a wealthy suitor, making a friend would suffice. However, it was disheartening that this handsome young man seemed oblivious to her allure. Chapter 3. Refining the essence, sir. Please unbuckle your seatbelt only after the plane has stabilized. If you require any beverages, do not hesitate to ask. The picio in his palm grew increasingly red, as if it might bleed. The flight attendant bowed slightly in disappointment and left. Suddenly, the deafening roar of the engines erupted as the plane raced down the long runway, soaring into the sky. The immense force pushed Yi Qing back against his seat, and the crimson within the picio surged back towards him. A gentle yet invigorating liquid flowed from the picio's horn into his very being. As the essence coursed through his veins, his eyes began to ache, tears streaming uncontrollably. Once the plane leveled off, the overwhelming inertia subsided. Sir, what is wrong? At some point, the beautiful flight attendant had returned, delicately offering a pristine handkerchief to wipe away his tears. Thank you, Yi Qing exclaimed, embarrassed, but suddenly noticed the handkerchief was now stained with his tears. I apologize for soiling your handkerchief. How much do I owe you? The beautiful flight attendant struggled to suppress her laughter, inquiring curiously, Sir, is this your first flight? Did it frighten you so much that you cried? Yi Qing felt an inexplicable grievance, but knew that no amount of explanation would suffice. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. He retrieved his wallet and extracted 200 yuan, saying, please purchase a handkerchief for yourself once the plane lands. A mere handkerchief is not worth much. The flight attendant, noticing his reluctance to return the handkerchief, smiled gently and inquired, "Sir, you seemed quite flustered earlier. Would you like to clean yourself up in the restroom and perhaps change your attire?" It was then that Yi Qing realized that the inexplicable liquid from the Longsher Zhongpio had coursed through his veins, causing not only tears to flow but also an excessive amount of sweat to ooze from his pores, emitting a foul odor, a fact that explained the attendant's thoughtful suggestion. Yi Qing hastily unbuckled his seatbelt, grabbed his small suitcase, and awkwardly dashed into the restroom. He locked the door, turned on the faucet, stuffed the Longsher Zhongpio into his suitcase, and retrieved a fresh set of clothes. As he shed his casual attire and observed the peculiar spots on his skin, he wondered why he felt dirty despite not being so. Could it be the legendary process of refining one's essence? Perhaps I have read too many novels. Yi Qing shook his head with a wry smile, dampened a towel, and quickly cleaned himself, the odor dissipating and a sense of relief washing over him. Gazing into the mirror on the wall, he scrutinized his eyes, finding no signs of any special abilities or abnormalities. He took the Longsher Zhongpio from his suitcase and examined it closely for a while. The blood-like hue had vanished, leaving it resembling a piece of glistening jade. With a hint of suspicion, he hung the Longsher Zhongpio around his neck and donned a white sports outfit. After tidying up, he opened the door to find the beautiful flight attendant squatting 10 meters away, engaged in a hushed conversation with a passenger. Her slender back formed an elegant curve, and a single broken strand of hair rested on her shoulder. When did my eyesight become this sharp? Yi Qing was taken aback. To confirm his observation, he swiftly approached her with his suitcase in tow. The lovely attendant slightly shifted her body, creating a path for him. Standing beside her, he whispered, "Thank you." She replied with a smile, "Not at all. It was my duty. There's a hair here. Let me help you with that." Without waiting for her permission, Yi Qing reached out his finger to the delicate skin of her shoulder, only to feel her skin tighten beneath her clothing. "Young man, what do you think you are doing, taking advantage of the flight attendant?" The middle-aged passenger who had been conversing with her interjected, his tone laced with envy. Yi Qing shot him a cold glance, presenting the strand of hair he had grasped to the flight attendant. "Sir, that's not the case. It's impolite for our flight attendants to have loose hair, and I must thank this gentleman for helping me remove it," she explained, her cheeks flushed. However, the middle-aged man ignored her and stood up abruptly, glaring at Yi Qing. "What are you staring at, as if I would be afraid of a fight? Why not settle this after we disembark?" Yi Qing retorted, his gaze growing even more menacing. "Gentlemen, this is all a misunderstanding," the flight attendant interjected, smiling. "After all, we are civilized individuals, and fighting will not resolve anything. It is not worth the trouble." With a bright smile, the beautiful attendant offered Yi Qing a drink and softly inquired, "Are you feeling all right now?" "I am fine, thank you," Yi Qing replied with a smile. Glancing at her name tag, Qin Mingyue, Qin Mingyue smiled warmly, stating, "It is perfectly normal to feel anxious on your first flight. You will become accustomed to it after a few more." Being mistaken for a novice flyer who had been frightened to tears was quite amusing for Yi Qing. Yet he found himself at a loss to explain the bizarre events that had transpired earlier, offering only a wry smile in response. Noticing Yi Qing's lack of interest in engaging further, the attendant smiled faintly and walked away, leaving him to feign sleep. Meanwhile, the passenger behind him, Wang Liang, was relentless. "Are you heading to Ruel for gambling? Be careful not to lose even your underwear." Yi Qing kept his eyes shut, chuckling. "You seem to be quite the seasoned gambler." "You." Wang Liang gritted his teeth in frustration, unwilling to provoke further misfortune, as gamblers are often wary of curses leading to losses. Yi Qing merely smiled, knowing that those involved in gambling must maintain composure. This fellow was easily rattled and bound to fall victim to deception. After 5 hours of flight, the plane finally descended at MNGSH Airport. Upon exiting, Yi Qing spotted his master's old Bentley. Chapter 4, The Priceless Bid. Yi Qing hastened toward the car and tapped on the window. The window descended silently, revealing a strikingly cold beauty at the wheel, who glanced at him with a frosty demeanor. "Yi Qing, Shen Junyi." They both recognized each other simultaneously. Yi Qing exclaimed, "How did you know I was on this flight?" Shen Junyi replied matter-of-factly, "I checked the flights from JNGD to MNGSH. This was the only one that could get me to Ruel the fastest. If you hadn't come, I would have handled matters alone. My master has passed away." A sudden tightening in Yi Qing's chest brought tears to his eyes. Shen Junyi, seeing his genuine emotion, continued, "Wen Lao suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage but has since stabilized after emergency treatment. He remains under observation in the intensive care unit, and the doctors cannot guarantee when he will awaken." Yi Qing opened the car door, placed his suitcase in the back seat, and took his seat. "To the hospital. It is futile at this hour. Visiting hours have ended." Shen Junyi glanced at him through the rearview mirror, emphasizing, "The immediate concern is resolving his debt issues." "Debt? How could my master have debts?" Yi Qing asked in disbelief. "His establishment, Longrui Gambling Stone House and Longrui Jade Tower generates tens of millions daily. Shen Junyi sighed. In your line of work, what can I say? Yi Qing was taken aback, exclaiming, did my master gamble again? Shen Junyi nodded gently. Before the new year, Wen Lao accepted an order from the old Guang Tianlu Jewelry Company. By mid-May, he was expected to provide high-quality jadeite worth 200 million. And Tianlu Jewelry had already transferred the payment of 200 million to Wen Lao's account. This behavior aligned with his master's typical style. He would not act without assurance. Realizing that his master's life was no longer in danger, Yi Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. This is the largest distribution center for raw stones. Longrui Gambling Stone House frequently offers high-quality products. If necessary, we can source materials from other gambling stone establishments without rushing. Shen Junyi let out a scoff. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have urgently summoned you. Yi Qing asked in surprise, is there some unforeseen complication? Even if he lost a bet on a stone, it's not as if he cannot afford it. Patience is key. Today is only the 2nd of March. We have 2 months, plenty of time. Shen Junyi started the car and drove down the main road. But the situation is peculiar here. After the new year, those from the Jadeite Association have been frantically purchasing high-quality jadeite. Wen Lao hasn't received any high-quality goods in 2 months and has been compelled to gamble on stones himself. One hand on the steering wheel. She handed Wen Lao's phone to Yi Qing, stating, the password is the last 4 digits of your account number. Old fox. Yi Qing shook his head with a wry smile, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Having never imagined his master would use his own account's last 4 digits as a password. Quickly unlocking the phone and opening the album, a large, dark stone appeared on the screen, prompting his astonishment. Mo Wanji's black clay from the auction 10 years ago. The price king of the public auction. My master actually gambled on this? Shen Junyi asked in surprise, is this stone well known? Of course. This 380-kilogram stone was contested by all jewelry companies at the auction. Ultimately, a mysterious buyer acquired it for 20 million euros, which, when converted to renminbi, amounts to approximately 150 million, and after taxes, it reaches around 170 million. A month ago, this stone unexpectedly emerged in Rueli. Your master spent 1 billion to acquire it. Shen Junyi's tone was calm, yet it sent a heavy chill through Yi Qing's heart. 1 billion in cash was simply unattainable for his master. Nevertheless, he understood the madness behind his master's actions. The materials from Mo Wanji's old quarry had been extinct for over 20 years. What was available on the market were all rare collectibles. Raw stones hidden in safes by buyers, treasures that were nearly impossible to find, a stroke of luck to even encounter. His master possessed 500 million and had received 200 million in payments from a Guangdong businessman, mortgaging both the Longrui Gambling Stone Workshop and the Tsuyu building to the bank for a loan of 300 million. While the weather in Rueli was sweltering, Shen Junyi's voice bore an icy edge. Yi Qing, however, paid no heed to her tone, engrossed in examining the gambling stone. His master had once spoken of this stone and had shown him photographs of it. This stone originated as a complete gambling material, but a piece was chipped off during transport, revealing jade flesh within, abundant with green glass quality. This triggered fierce bidding from jewelry companies worldwide, sparing no expense for it. From the photos on his phone, this Mo Wanji black sandstone resembled a massive sweet potato. The surface was relatively smooth, with uniform sand, indicating minimal risk of mutations. The stone's surface exhibited fine fly wings, and jade is composed of crystalline structures. Generally, a stone's outer shell does not deceive. The delicate texture of the fly wings suggests that the jade flesh concealed beneath the skin is unlikely to undergo significant changes. Faintly visible on the surface of the stone was a wrapped python, nearly enveloping the entire stone. Where there is a dragon, water must be present. The quality of the water is reliable. The moss near the python was tightly packed, while the lichen appeared somewhat loose, indicating it had not been consumed. As long as the lichen had not been ingested, high color could be expected. Yi Qing flipped to the second photograph, which showed a strong flashlight illuminating the fracture. The light revealed a long moisture head, further confirming the speculation of a complete material. The third photograph showed that the stone's surface had evidently been doused with water, and cracks were faintly visible, aligning clearly with the stone's patterns. Yi Qing could not help but shudder. This stone was substantial, and while the risk of cracks existed, the danger was considerable. You can comprehend this stone? Shen Junyi asked in astonishment. Of course, Yi Qing replied with a bitter smile. Generally speaking, Mo Wanji's materials have a 9 in 10 chance of collapsing, referred to by jade masters as a knife to heaven, a knife to hell. However, it is undeniable that the renowned glass-type imperial green jade historically emerged predominantly from this quarry. Shen Junyi inquired curiously, if this material yielded glass-type imperial green, how much could it fetch? Yi Qing shook his head with a wry smile. If it were a complete material, It could possibly reach 100 billion. Shen Junyi gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, so much. In recent years, the auction champions in Yangon have not unearthed a single piece of high color, let alone glass-type imperial green. Such jade is exceedingly rare. Yi Qing self-deprecatingly chuckled. My master, when he does gamble, does so spectacularly. Even in his old age, he still plays for high stakes, ultimately wagering his entire fortune. Shen Junyi remarked in surprise, how do you know it collapsed? Yi Qing replied solemnly, jade rough is like a woman's dress. Unless it is unveiled, one can never discern its beauty or ugliness. Shen Junyi coldly retorted, you appear quite refined, yet your speech resembles that of a rogue. Chapter 5, The Imperial Crack. Yi Qing shook his head with a bitter smile. That saying is from my master. Given his nature, if the gamble had succeeded, I would never have seen these photographs. He pondered deeply. He is truly a cunning old fox, well aware that revealing wealth can provoke greed. 100 billion could turn an honest gentleman into a robber. Would he confide in me? Only if the gamble had failed would he allow me to assist in managing the aftermath. It failed, resulting in both glass-type imperial green and imperial cracks. Shen Junyi's voice turned frigid once more. To lose everything and leave behind a mountain of debt. Debt might only compel the bank to seize the gambling stone workshop and Tsuyu building. Where is the debt? Yi Qing replied in astonishment. Moreover, if he had no money, how could he have allowed you to transfer 200 million to me? Your master's loan term was 6 months. However, after the failure of the gamble, news inexplicably leaked, prompting the bank to demand payment. At that point, the members of the Jade Association approached, offering 500 million to purchase the gambling stone workshop and Tsuyu building. Shen Junyi sighed. Would they be so kind? Yi Qing recognized that the gambling stone workshop and Tsuyu building were certainly not worth 500 million. That was a fact. Shen Junyi stated, after repaying the bank loan, only 200 million remains. However, your master still has not fulfilled the contract with Tianlu Jewelry Company. The most detestable part is that the signed contract includes an additional clause stipulating that if your master fails to deliver jade worth 200 million within the deadline, he will compensate them for 600 million in losses. Fortunately, this 600 million includes the 200 million already paid. Initially, I intended to withhold the 200 million as leverage and sue Tianlu Jewelry for fraud. After all, national law states that penalty payments cannot exceed 10%. However, your master disagreed, insisting that the gambling circle's rule is to accept losses and instructed me to transfer the 200 million to you. Yi Qing felt immense admiration for his master. He would rather swallow the meat that was within reach, even if it meant death. Aren't you the least bit concerned? Shen Junyi glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Concerned about what? Shen Junyi emphasized, you still owe them 600 million or 200 million worth of high-quality jade. I need to sort this out thoroughly. Yi Qing, now aware of the situation, lightened his tone, but first, I want to understand the nature of your relationship with my master. Shen Junyi's expression turned icy as she shot him a fierce glance. What do you think our relationship is? Yi Qing countered with a question. Where do you currently reside? In your master's villa. Yi Qing implied meaningfully. First, you know your master's phone password. Second, you know his bank password. Third, you live in your master's villa. Fourth, you drive your master's car. Shen Junyi responded in surprise. What does that prove? To him, his master's phone was a closely guarded secret, containing invaluable information about numerous major clients. Even his own number was coded in digits, making it incomprehensible even if someone hacked the phone. Yet you were able to find my WeChat and knew my account. Secondly, before you transferred the funds, the account contained 200 million. Even if you possess professional integrity, you cannot claim you were not tempted. How could such a cunning master divulge this to you? Thirdly, not just anyone can reside in his villa. Lastly, this Bentley. Men's cars are like their wives, never to be carelessly driven by others. You have said so much. What have you deduced? Yi Qing retorted. My master has another villa in Muley, where 2 old Myanmar women reside. You suspect I am his mistress. Shen Junyi slammed on the brakes. The Bentley, racing at 100 miles per hour, screeched to a halt after sliding over 20 meters. Fortunately, the road was quiet, preventing a rear-end collision, but it threw Yi Qing from the back seat, nearly causing his head to collide with the windshield. Are you insane? Yi Qing found himself wedged between the front seats, gazing down at Shen Junyi's beautiful legs beneath her fitted white dress, his frustration mounting. How could she drive while wearing such high heels? Apologize. Shen Junyi commanded coldly. You are mistaken. I am indeed his lawyer. That is impossible. Yi Qing scoffed. My master is a bona fide old fox. He trusts no one. The only reason he confides in you is that you are his mistress. Shen Junyi retorted angrily. Have you considered the age gap between me and your master? When wealth is involved, age is never a barrier. Besides, with my master's fortune, he could easily maintain a young celebrity. Your thoughts are quite sordid. As the master, so the disciple, Yi Qing remarked with a smile. If you readily admit it and present evidence that can convince me, I assure you I will not contest his inheritance with you. Shen Junyi retorted coldly. Apart from the 200 million you were given, your master possesses only a villa worth 20 million and this Bentley. What can I possibly covet compared to 600 million in debt? Zhang Wuji's mother once warned him that the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she could be. Shen Junyi, enraged, ground her teeth in frustration, wishing she could kick him out of the car. Even if I were involved with him. Why should I tell you? Yi Qing's expression grew serious and his tone deepened. In the world of gambling stones, the greatest taboo is for partners to harbor ulterior motives. Did I ever claim I would gamble stones with you? Shen Junyi snapped back. Does your master's past not serve as a warning to you? Gambling stones relies 30% on strength, 30% on luck, and 40% on financial power. Yi Qing chuckled. Your master instructed you to give me 200 million. So I can use this money to gamble stones here to repay his debts. You believe yourself to be superior to your master. Yi Qing said with profound significance. My master, although not as skilled as the king of Jadeite, is undoubtedly among the top 3 at Jiegao. Moreover, he is cautious by nature, always taking one step while considering 3 ahead. I am certain he has reserved a fallback before he gambles on this stone. Shen Junyi was unconvinced, sneering. A fallback that has led to losing all possessions. Chapter 6, Jilong Gambling Stone Workshop. Shen Junyi hesitated. Apologize to me first. I am sorry. I should not have doubted you as my master's mistress. A smirk of satisfaction appeared at the corner of Shen Junyi's lips as she slammed the accelerator, causing the Bentley to surge forward. Yi Qing was drenched in cold sweat. You mad woman, daring to speed in high heels. Slow down. I want to get out. The car's speed suddenly soared to 120. The dashboard lit up red, emitting sharp warnings, yet the speed continued to escalate. Yi Qing quickly fastened his seatbelt. With such a little courage, you dare to play with me. Shen Junyi gripped the steering wheel with both hands. Her head turned back. Look ahead. Yi Qing's voice carried a plea. He had navigated through many dangers relying on caution, only to find himself floundering in this small ditch. In an instant, the Bentley brushed past a speeding Mercedes, which veered wildly into the central green belt of the road. Shen Junyi lightly pressed the brake, maintaining a speed of 100. But she charged forward through the intersection leading to Jiegao without slowing down. Where are you taking me? Yi Qing cursed inwardly, feeling he had no ground to reason with a madwoman. The evening market at DeLong. Allow me to witness your prowess. Shen Junyi, with a cheerful smile through the rearview mirror, looked at Yi Qing's pale face. Additionally, the procurement department head of Tianlu Jewelry will also be there. My flight leaves at 10 and lands at 4. I haven't even had lunch. A meal won't kill anyone. But if the procurement head of Tianlu Jewelry does not witness your capability, she will file a lawsuit against your master tomorrow. The morning market at Jiegao and the evening market at DeLong are 2 unique scenic routes in Rueli. Here, daily dramas of wealth and poverty unfold in the Gambling Stone Saga. This is a paradise of wealth, yet also the closest place to hell. Yi Qing wished to keep the Bentley out of sight, directing Shen Junyi to stop at the farthest parking lot from DeLong's evening market. Shen Junyi, though puzzled, remarkably did not object. Why stop here? Shen Junyi did not rebuke, yet her complaints were evident. We still have to walk quite a distance. Wearing high heels is exhausting. Many people are familiar with this car. I do not wish for anyone to know that when Yuan Shan is my master. Yi Qing glanced at her. Take off your coat. What are you trying to do? Shen Junyi's pretty face instantly turned frosty. Yi Qing smirked. A Chanel suit, a Coach bag, and on your wrist, a Chanel 12 Series 0968 watch. You are signaling to others that a fat sheep has arrived for slaughter. Shen Junyi was taken aback. Initially, she regarded Yi Qing as a country bumpkin, but she had not anticipated that he recognized her ensemble of light luxury brands. Unbuttoning her white blazer, she chuckled lightly. You are increasingly impressing me. Folding her removed blazer neatly on the driver's seat, she placed her watch into the Coach bag before turning to Yi Qing, stating firmly, I must keep this bag. It holds many important items. Yi Qing nodded. Try not to attract unnecessary attention. I certainly do not wish to be seen as an easy target. Then, with a mischievous smile, he added, truth be told, you truly have substance. Shen Junyi shot him a glare. Mind your eyes. Do not look where you shouldn't. Yi Qing scrutinized her closely. The black fitted shirt accentuated her mystique, and the tiny collar drew attention to her fair neck and striking face. The high-waisted, fitted skirt extended to her knees, further accentuating her curves, while her slender waist and rounded hips were highlighted. The beige stiletto heels made her long legs appear even longer and more elegant, her exposed calves curving gracefully. As white as jade, a beauty akin to jadeite, captivating when unmarried, yet enchanting beyond measure if wed. Yi Qing hopped into the car, opening his small suitcase to retrieve a clean casual top. Handing it to Shen Junyi, he said, wrap it around your waist. I did not expect you to articulate such profound thoughts. Shen Junyi glanced at him, wrapping the casual top around her waist, tying the sleeves in a delicate knot. This transformation turned a meticulous lawyer into a natural and carefree beauty, resembling a tourist. However, I must warn you, complying with your request is merely for coordination. It does not grant you the right to dictate my actions, Shen Junyi stated seriously. Moreover, I am not your companion. Do not cross any lines. Yi Qing scoffed dismissively. A woman as beautiful as you is a rarity. I have encountered no fewer than 8,000. Jie Gao is also beyond your reach. Shen Junyi raised her elegant brows proudly. I prefer obedient women. Yi Qing chuckled, not waiting for Shen Junyi to retort. He hastily proclaimed, in unfamiliar territories. Being obedient is a form of wisdom. Shen Junyi huffed coldly, leading the way. After a few steps, she felt Yi Qing's gaze lingering on her back, a sudden warmth enveloping her, and she slowed her pace to walk alongside him. The evening market at DeLong still lingered in Yi Qing's memory. Under the vast canopy stretching for miles, endless stalls awaited. Each stall displayed jadeite accessories or raw stones, with layers of people surrounding them, the sound of bargaining incessant. The clamor of cutting machines deafening, and occasionally, heart-wrenching shouts of it's rising. This is DeLong's evening market, a magical place where wealth myths are created daily. Shen Junyi and the procurement department head of Tianlu Jewelry agreed to meet at a place called Jilong Gambling Stone Workshop, a grand venue. Her own stone studio paled in comparison, like a roadside stall. This is the true sacred ground for gambling stones, attracting gamblers from all over the country, all dreaming of overnight riches. Upon entering, they felt the vibrant atmosphere. The crowd examining stones was unending. The sound of bright lights striking stones filled the air, and a long queue formed to cut stones. A bearded boss approached to greet them. Ladies, is this your first visit to Jilong? Would you like me to recommend a couple of stones? Yi Qing smiled shyly. Boss, I am not knowledgeable about gambling stones. I am merely here to broaden my horizons. If I find suitable material, I will try my luck. If not, then that is that. The boss understood his intent. Play if the price is right, otherwise leave. And he chuckled. Friends are found everywhere in the world. Coming here is fate. I have stones from all corners. Spend more to play big, spend less to play small. Feel free to browse, and call me when you find something. Thank you, boss. Yi Qing nodded in gratitude and began to explore. The stones here were numerous and substantial, offering a wide range of choices. Chapter 7. Even the deities struggle to divide an inch of jade. Shen Junyi followed behind Yi Qing. Yet her attention was not on the jadeite raw stones. Instead, she was searching for the procurement department head of Tianlu Jewelry. Yi Qing, accompanied by her, directly disregarded the piles of kilogram stones haphazardly strewn across the ground. According to the customs of the gambling stone market, quality raw stones are typically displayed individually. He sought the materials from Mo Shisha, a renowned site known for its abundant and high-quality jade. In this era where colored jade has become increasingly rare, the price of Mo Shisha materials has skyrocketed each year. The defining characteristic of Mo Shisha raw stones is their ample water content, which, upon polishing, exhibits an extraordinary brilliance, epitomizing the crystalline clarity of colorless jade and exuding opulence. Most importantly, over the past 3 years, he had extensively cut and examined Mo Shisha materials, making him quite familiar with them. As Yi Qing circled around, his gaze was drawn to a smaller piece of Mo Shisha white salt skin material. The Mo Shisha site is stratified, with the finest layer being the white salt skin. This particular stone had a shell that was remarkably sanded down, resembling a sprinkling of salt grains on its surface. The mere appearance of the skin provided a visually pleasing experience, since the inexplicable experience of being thoroughly examined on the plane. Yi Qing's discerning eye had reached an astonishing level. Even without a strong flashlight, under the dim lighting of the store, he could discern that the texture of the skin was notably coarse. This coarseness is a crucial feature of Mo Shisha stones. Coarser skin indicates that the jade flesh within is more delicate. Yi Qing produced a powerful flashlight, crouched down, and illuminated the stone. The raw stones displayed individually should not be casually handled, as they are relatively valuable, and any damage caused by customers could lead to disputes. Thus, one can only observe, not touch. The light revealed excellent translucence and a notable sanded effect, which is also characteristic of Mo Shisha raw stones. Most stones exhibit varying degrees of sanded surfaces. However, any stone with sand skin will surely have areas where it is sanded down. A high level of transparency indicated that this was a light bulb material, reflecting a beautiful sky blue. Under ordinary circumstances, Yi Qing would have placed a bet on such a stone, but his keen eyesight had evolved significantly. Generally, even with the most powerful flashlight, one could only see into the jade flesh by about 3 millimeters, while stones of superior water content could reach 6 millimeters. Of course, this excludes glass-type jade, which is exceptionally transparent, akin to glass. Yet even in such cases, one could see no more than 10 millimeters. The true quality of the inner flesh could only be determined through gambling. This gamble relies on luck. However, Yi Qing, with his extraordinary eyesight, could glimpse deeper into the raw stone. Although he could not achieve a full X-ray vision effect, gaining an additional millimeter of insight increased his odds. He discerned that at a depth of 2 centimeters, he could see 10 millimeters more than others, revealing a myriad of cracks within that sent a chill down his spine. The owner of the Jilong gambling stone shop had been closely observing the pair. Yi Qing appeared casual in his athletic attire, which did not reveal any particular brand. Such gamblers were commonplace in Ruili. Although Shen Junyi had attempted to disguise herself, she was still holding a coach handbag. A woman casually carrying hundreds of thousands of yuan, even as a novice, was still a wealthy novice. The owner approached, crouched beside them, and remarked, "Brother, you are quite thorough in examining the stones. A seasoned player, I see." Yi Qing replied with a grin, "I learned it online." As the owner knew that Yi Qing operated a gambling stone shop, he was well aware of the common tricks of the trade. Typically, there are 2 types of shop owners who exploit customers. One type targets novices, making a small profit while leaving some room to avoid scaring them away, while the other type preys on those who understand the game, inflating the price from 5,000 to 500,000 without hesitation. They aim to extract every last drop of blood from you. Therefore, never reveal your knowledge of gambling stones. The essence of gambling lies in luck and capital. So-called experience accounts for only 30%. This aligns with what he had conveyed to Shen Junyi. 3 parts skill, 3 parts luck, and 4 parts financial capability. Without money, even the best stones remain out of reach. Wealth merely brushes past you. Luck is what allows you to encounter quality materials, while skill is determined by experience and discernment, guiding your decision to gamble or not. Currently, Yi Qing possessed 200 million yuan in his account. As long as he did not encounter an extraordinary piece, he could afford to gamble. Yet, luck is contingent upon the favor of the heavens. The likelihood of a profitable gamble had risen to 50%. The owner smiled. "This piece is quite good. From the old Mo Shisha pit, white salt sand. Under the light, it reveals a sky blue hue, making it very likely to produce glass-type jade. This stone could earn you millions." Yi Qing smirked. The owner was cunning, emphasizing the benefits while omitting the drawbacks. Why did he not mention that Mo Shisha stones are prone to emperor cracks? "How much?" "It's fate to meet for the first time. I'll give you the cost price of 200,000. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. The owner was truly ruthless. Turning to glance at Shen Junyi's handbag, he suddenly understood. Upon hearing the owner's price, Shen Junyi exclaimed in astonishment, 200,000 for a piece of stone? Why not just rob a bank?" The owner chuckled but remained silent, squinting at Yi Qing, waiting for a counteroffer. The rules of gambling stones dictate that once the owner quotes a price, the gambler must negotiate. If the price is agreeable, the deal is sealed. 200,000. And the owner likely believed that this young man could not even muster 20,000. Yi Qing turned to see Wang Liang, the man who had quarreled with him over a beautiful flight attendant on the plane. Seemingly amused by his humor, Wang Liang burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Well then, let us go all out and sing toward the north." Yi Qing smiled. "I've seen this stone online. It's called white salt sand, and the exposed surface is sky blue. At 200,000, it's certain to appreciate." With a mischievous grin, he pressed the powerful flashlight against the stone. Wang Liang's excitement surged. "It truly is a fine piece." Yi Qing grimaced. "Unfortunately, I lack the funds. Coming from Kyoto, could you lend me some?" Wang Liang burst into laughter. "Brother, do you understand what gambling stones mean? One cut can lead to riches or ruin. 200,000 is quite a sum. As a recent graduate, perhaps avoid the risk. I can gamble because I can afford the loss." Wang Liang crouched beside Yi Qing. "So, have you made up your mind? If you can't afford it, let me have it." He pulled out his flashlight, expertly illuminating the stone from various angles. Moreover, he understood the rules of gambling stones. Until Yi Qing conceded, he could neither inquire about the price nor raise it, lest the owner benefit. The owner was astonished. "Wang boss, do you know this brother?" Wang Liang replied immediately, "Not really, we just flew together. I had to teach him a lesson for getting handsy with the flight attendant. But since we're both from Kyoto, I don't want him to end up as a ghost under the overpass." Shen Junyi looked at Yi Qing with disdain, thinking, "How desperate must you be to tease a flight attendant on a plane?" The owner smirked knowingly, aware that Wang Liang had misjudged the situation. Wang Liang turned to Shen Junyi. "Oh, you're quite lucky, finding such a stunning girl again. Is she from the mainland or a Myanmar girl?" "Myanmar girls are inexpensive. Only $50 a night." Yi Qing chuckled. "That's a bit pricey. It costs 5,000 a night." With a thud, Shen Junyi threw her coach handbag at his back, turning away in anger. Wang Liang said, go chase after her. A girl like that is worth 5,000 for a night. Brother, we're both from Kyoto. Heed my advice. While women may be costly, they won't ruin you. But gambling stones can lead to total ruin and death in a foreign land. Yi Qing nodded. You gamble. I'm just here to observe. Wang Liang then turned to the owner. Boss Qi, I'll take this piece, but 200,000 is too steep. Let us negotiate a lower price. Chuckled. You are a big boss from Jingdu. For others, 200,000 is an astronomical figure, but for you, it's mere pocket change. Don't let me lose respect for you and diminish your value. Wang Liang laughed heartily. All right then, I'll take it. Let's proceed with the transfer. Yi Qing glanced at the stone, weighing 7 to 8 kilograms, and thought it was overpriced at 200,000, even more so than himself. Once the transfer was completed, Wang Liang held the stone and remarked to Yi Qing, Brother, heed my advice. Steer clear of stones. Women are cheaper, but do remember to protect yourself. Yi Qing nodded with a smile, keeping a wary eye on Qi Laoban, who was quite cunning and adept at exploiting familiarity. Although he and Wang Liang were well acquainted, Qi Laoban had failed to mention that this stone might very well be flawed. However, in the realm of stone gambling, it is often futile to reason with those who are determined to gamble, as they will not believe anything until the stone is unveiled. Moreover, Yi Qing wished to use this stone to test the accuracy of his own judgment. Since this fellow was willing to risk a loss, let him lose. Shen Junyi had not wandered far. As Yi Qing approached her, she remarked, Did you really get hands-on with the flight attendant on the plane? He even advised me to remember to be cautious if I played with you. You're the one who is sick. There isn't a good man among them. Shen Junyi glared at him, not giving him an opportunity to retort. Are you truly interested in that stone? Yi Qing replied with a mischievous smile, If I desire it. The boss can only negotiate with me. It's not up to Wang Liang. Why? That's the rule of stone gambling. With a grin, Yi Qing continued. I'm negotiating with the boss. Until I concede, he cannot make a counteroffer. Although this man was sharp-tongued, he had not broken the rules. So he was attempting to pressure me into giving up. Why should I give up? Cracks. Yi Qing lowered his voice. Shen Junyi was taken aback. You can see it. But why can't Wang Liang? That's the difference between experience and insight. Yi Qing sighed. If it weren't for the unexpected encounter on the plane, he would have certainly gambled on this stone, which was a high-quality sky blue, a guaranteed profit. Shen Junyi then shifted the subject. Was that flight attendant beautiful? Where is your focus? Yi Qing chuckled at her, noting her face flushed with embarrassment. Strikingly beautiful. Shen Junyi retorted, What are you staring at? Go find your stones. Yi Qing led Shen Junyi through the shop once more, and upon seeing a row of unremarkable black stones, he quickly approached. These stones were of the same type as the exorbitantly priced ones his master had gambled on, the black sand type. However, his master had wagered on an old stone from the Mo Wanji mine, while these were from a new source. To the average observer, black stones were deemed worthless. Furthermore, the materials from the new mine were known for their frail quality, with a gray base, and most importantly, they were prone to cracks and could yield water, making them feared by many. Thus, seasoned gamblers often avoided them. After all, the reputation of 10 failures out of 10 bets is not something everyone dares to confront. However, there was good reason for his master to gamble on Mo Wanji's black sand. This type of stone was most likely to yield imperial green. Yi Qing knew that nearly half of the imperial green stones in the gambling world originated from this mine. Among the dozens of stones here, all were black sand. The stones from Mo Wanji were categorized into waxy skins, sand skins, water skins, and oily skins. The highest risk was with the black skins, which yielded vibrant colors but had short water content. The most distinctive feature of the stones from this mine was the presence of noticeable white spots and a grayish hue. However, as long as the performance was good and the quality was high, they were bound to yield color. The chances of a successful gamble were substantial. And if combined with white python, the odds would be even greater. Yi Qing examined over a dozen stones before finally selecting one weighing around 7 to 8 kilograms. This stone was quite captivating, resembling a loaf of bread. Such a shape was most likely to yield bangles, allowing for easy identification of potential bangle placements. Shen Junyi, holding her bag, observed Yi Qing gesturing over the stone with curiosity. What are you measuring? Estimating how many bangles can be produced. Yi Qing appreciated Shen Junyi. Unlike other women, she did not chatter incessantly or interrupt while men spoke. You haven't even cut it open yet, and you're searching for bangle placements. Yi Qing squatted down, and since it was inconvenient for Shen Junyi to speak while standing, she chose to squat beside him, lifting her skirt. In stone gambling, one must not only bet on the jade within, but also on its maximum potential value. There are betting methods of 1 bangle, 2 plaques, and 3 egg shapes. But this is not entirely accurate. In fact, a piece of jade with excellent quality and color can be more valuable than a bangle. Therefore, it should be 1 egg, 2 bangles, and 3 plaques. However, That type of egg shape represents the essence of a jade stone, and to successfully gamble on it requires immense luck. Gamblers often settle for less, which is why it has evolved into 1 bangle, 2 plaques, and 3 egg shapes. Speaking of egg shapes, Yi Qing couldn't help but recall the black sandstone his master had lost, which had numerous cracks, and even if no bangles could be extracted, plaques could still be obtained. Even the most daunting imperial cracks would lead to some transformation. It is impossible for a 380-kilogram stone to be entirely wasted. Do you have high hopes for this one? Chapter 9, A Divine Prank. It's acceptable. The stone's surface is pitch black and glossy, with a rich oiliness. And there are signs of sand shedding in certain areas. Yi Qing pressed a powerful flashlight against the shedding area. See? Clear base. However, the most terrifying aspect of Mo1GS stones is their cracks. Moreover, this stone only shows a small area of shedding, and the light cannot penetrate through, making it perilous. Shen Junyi furrowed her attractive brows, distressed. I don't understand. You'll comprehend with more observation. Yi Qing smiled slightly. The effect of this stone under the light was quite apparent. It was indeed a gamble-worthy stone. This stone had a tight sand skin, with minimal issues regarding quality. Followed by color. Good color commands a high price, and now we must bet on whether there are cracks inside. You still dare to gamble on cracks? Upon hearing the word cracks, Shen Junyi involuntarily recalled the exorbitantly priced stone that Wen Laosher had lost. Yi Qing glanced at her. It's normal for jade to have cracks. A stone weathered in the wild for billions of years wouldn't be genuine jade without some cracks. Based on my experience, I dare to gamble on the quality and color of this stone. Cracks will depend on whether the heavens favor us as a pair of star-crossed lovers. Shen Junyi shot him a glance. Who are you calling star-crossed lovers? A man who flirts with flight attendants on a plane cannot be trusted. I have no financial ties to you. Moreover, if I weren't following you, wouldn't you just find a few Myanmar girls for a few dozen bucks a night? How cheap? What do women mean to you? Wine, women, and gambling can be summarized as indulgence. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Even Confucius couldn't escape the mundane, let alone a mere mortal like myself. However, I am somewhat discerning when it comes to women. Those in the pleasure quarters do not catch my eye. But your willingness to crouch down and whisper to me truly impresses me. Most importantly, you are quite affordable, just a penny for a night, cheaper than Myanmar girls. Before Shen Junyi could retort, Yi Qing called out, Boss, how much for this stone? Qi Laobin quickly approached, glanced at the stone, and asked, Brother, are you sure you want to bet on this one? Yi Qing laughed. I have a good feeling about it. Boss, please quote a price. Seeing Yi Qing's genuine intent, Qi Laobin solemnly stated, 500,000. Yi Qing chuckled. Qi Laobin, if you're looking to fleece someone, target Wang Laobin. He has plenty of flesh and blood to spare. A recent university graduate like me, traveling with his girlfriend, doesn't he have much money? Qi Laobin laughed as well. Brother, we are all discerning individuals. Your girlfriend's attire is quite valuable, so you must be from a wealthy family yourself. Should we negotiate? Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. That bag she's holding is purely for show. In our Jingdu region, high officials and wealthy merchants abound. And even if one lacks funds, they must put on a feuds. Otherwise, they wouldn't be invited to play. Besides that bag, everything else is a high imitation. This worthless stone is worth 5,000. I'll buy it for that. Yi Qing's offer shocked even Shen Junyi. Isn't that a bit harsh? You're bargaining 5,000 for a stone worth 500,000. Qi Laobin was both amused and exasperated. Typically, a counteroffer would at least bisect the price. But you're cutting it straight across. 5,000 wouldn't even cover the shipping costs. This isn't me fleecing you. It's you fleecing me. Yi Qing spoke earnestly. I do not comprehend stones. I merely find them amusing, resembling a large loaf of bread. Thus, if the owner offers a reasonable price that I can afford, I shall take it. If not, I will venture to other gambling stone establishments. Boss Qi regarded him intently, focusing on the stone, and pondered, My brother, your words are genuine, yet you do not seem like a man of substance. However, I would like to befriend you. Who knows? Perhaps one day when I visit Jingdu, I may seek your assistance. Offer me 100,000, a fair price, any lower, and you might as well refrain from playing with stones here. Choose any piece from the pile of raw stones outside. Consider it a gift from me. Yi Qing promptly took out his phone. Boss, please provide me with an account number. I shall transfer the funds to you. Boss Qi relayed the account, and without hesitation, Yi Qing completed the transaction. Boss Qi patted his shoulder. I truly did not misjudge you. My brother may not be a man of substance, but you are decisive and efficient. Just as Yi Qing was about to speak, a voice called out, It has opened. It has opened. Instantly, the gamblers observing the stones surged towards the commotion. Boss Qi glanced over. It is Wang Liang's stone. Brother, do you wish to see? Yi Qing, intrigued, followed Boss Qi, where they found Wang Liang crouched on the ground, joyfully laughing. Yi Qing remained skeptical, wondering if he had misjudged, thinking it was not the Diwan. Wang Liang cautiously pried open the stone, his expression of delight transforming into one of despair as the original stone gradually revealed its contents. Congratulations, it is a Diwan. Nearby spectators, with keen eyes, had already spotted the jade flesh and began lamenting. Wang Liang, in a fit of frustration, squatted on the ground, shining his light on the multitude of cracks in the jade flesh, tears welling in his eyes. Yi Qing smiled faintly. The sky-blue high ice, if free of cracks, could be worth millions. Alas, this particular piece bore too many fissures, rendering it utterly worthless. To gamble on a Diwan is more disheartening than unveiling a mere white stone. It is a cruel jest from the heavens, drawing you to paradise only to cast you back into hell. The immense psychological disparity is unbearable for many. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Wang Liang kicked the stone away, exclaiming, "Damn it, what bad luck." He turned to Yi Qing. "Did you see? This is the nature of gambling stones. Until the stone is cut open, you will never know what lies within." Yi Qing chuckled. "Do not take it too hard, brother from Jingdu. You still have travel expenses. Shall I lend you some? You can repay me when we meet for a duel." Shen Junyi looked at Yi Qing in astonishment, for she alone understood why he refrained from gambling on that stone. When he claimed it had cracks, it indeed opened to reveal a Diwan. With the revelation of the Diwan, the crowd's enthusiasm waned significantly, many sighing as they departed. Boss Qi observed the departing gamblers with a wry smile, remarking, "Brother, it is now up to you." Such is the nature of gambling stones. Gamblers are drawn to fortune, and when luck rises, firecrackers are set off, causing the crowd to swell and gamblers to fervently purchase stones. When luck falters, they turn and leave, leaving no one behind. Noticing some remaining to observe the stone cutting, about a dozen individuals lingered to witness the spectacle. Yi Qing handed the stone to the craftsman in charge of cutting, then turned to see Shen Junyi whispering with a young woman in a purple dress. The craftsman inquired, "Shall we cut it?" "No." Yi Qing quickly interjected. "I bought this stone simply for its resemblance to a loaf of bread. If it fails, it can serve as a travel memento." The craftsman smiled at him. "A true connoisseur." "Not at all." Yi Qing hastily shook his head. "I am merely gambling on luck. In the realm of Mo Wanji's gambling stones, few dare to take the risk. Those who do gamble on the type and color. The black sand is most likely to yield high-quality stones. However, this comes with a significant drawback, cracks, hence the need to open a window. If a window is opened and high color is revealed, there is no need to cut the stone further. One can simply find a buyer to transfer the risk." Chapter 10. Exquisite High Icy Blue. The consequence of a single cut is often disastrous. Just like Wang Liang, who gambled on high ice and high color, but also revealed a Diwan, rendering it worthless. This is precisely why the craftsman referred to him as a connoisseur. The craftsman retrieved a drill bit, preparing to open a window. Yi Qing cast a helpless glance at him, suspecting the craftsman was doing this intentionally. "Please switch to a diamond grinding head. This material is old, and a standard head cannot penetrate it. A rough cut could damage the flesh. If luck is on my side, I will reward you handsomely." The craftsman chuckled at him. "You still claim not to be a connoisseur." Boss Qi laughed while giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Brother, you truly are not modest." Yi Qing responded with laughter. "If I were to be modest, you would not be so. A single cut could sever my throat. You would bleed me dry as well. 40,000 a cut, and I would be the one who agreed to it." Boss Qi shook his head in a bittersweet smile. Yet such is the nature of gambling stones. Everyone plays their cards close to their chest, and it is merely a matter of who possesses superior skill. At that moment, Shen Junyi and the procurement manager from Tianlu Jewelry approached, quietly inquiring, "What is the significance of this?" Boss Qi exchanged a meaningful smile with the procurement manager, his gaze subtly warning Yi Qing. Following his gaze, Yi Qing noticed a group of 10 or so individuals surrounding the cutting machine, 3 or 4 of whom were well-dressed gamblers, casting wary glances at the woman in the purple dress before shifting their focus back to Yi Qing. Yi Qing's realization dawned. These suited individuals were all merchants affiliated with the Jadeite Guild. If high-quality jadeite were revealed, they would offer a premium price to purchase it. This could be advantageous for gamblers, but not necessarily for Yi Qing. Shen Junyi, standing alongside the woman in purple, engaged in light-hearted conversation, inadvertently causing the Jadeite Guild members to perceive him as a rival. Indeed, fellow tradesmen can often be adversaries. Yi Qing laughed with a carefree demeanor, but remained threefold vigilant in his heart. Yi Qing lamented, "Typically, raw stones with a tender texture can be worked with standard grinding heads. However, this particular raw stone exhibits sufficient age and quality. Using a standard head will make it difficult to penetrate. A diamond grinding head must be employed for meticulous work. The selection of grinding heads varies based on personal habits, with no fixed rules. However, Industry insiders understand. Those unfamiliar may easily fall prey to deception. A careless mistake could damage the precious flesh, and no one would compensate for that. Shen Junyi continued to inquire, how did you discern the Di Wang within that raw stone? Yi Qing quickly glanced at Boss Qi, hastily replying, let us discuss this matter later. It is not appropriate now. Shen Junyi understood, casting a glance at the woman in purple. The woman smiled brightly, but did not approach to speak. Boss Qi, however, turned and remarked, indeed a connoisseur, since you understand how to polish stones. Why not try your hand at it, to prevent my staff from damaging it? Yi Qing firmly shook his head. What a joke. A line of heaven, a crescent moon, combined with the eight-legged spider web, that is a unique skill of my master, and perhaps Boss Qi could recognize it. Once identified as a disciple of Wen Yuan Shan, I would become a prime target. To be honest, boss, I only possess a rudimentary understanding. I cannot claim mastery. If I attempt to polish it myself, I will surely ruin it, and then I would not even know where to weep. Boss Qi smiled noncommittally, already convinced that he was a clever fox masquerading as a simpleton. It was merely a curiosity how a young master had emerged in the gambling stone circle. This was Yi Qing's first formal gamble with stones. Although 100,000 was a mere trifle to him, the tension was unavoidable. Yet he also understood why his master had gone to great lengths to temper his character. The thrill of a single cut leading to either riches or poverty is truly addictive. Yi Qing clenched his fists, intently observing the craftsman polishing the stone as the window was gradually opened. The craftsman rinsed the stone with a hose, then looked up in astonishment at Yi Qing. Yi Qing, too, felt his heart race inexplicably. His breath became labored, and the dragon stone pendant hanging at his chest suddenly emanated a cool sensation, bringing him back to clarity. Yi Qing had glimpsed the color of the stone, a blue as vivid as the azure sky. The craftsman in the shop exclaimed, indeed a master. Though it did not reveal the Di Wang green, it is still a sea blue. Exquisite. Shen Junyi grasped his wrist tightly, exclaiming in excitement, we won the bet. Yi Qing nodded, holding a powerful flashlight that illuminated the most stunning shade of blue, reminiscent of a clear sky after rain, breathtakingly beautiful. The master of stone analysis chuckled. The value of this material is sure to soar. We just don't know by how much, but a substantial reward is inevitable. Boss Qi approached, peering into the light, enviously exclaiming, this high-grade sea sky blue is simply exquisite. I haven't seen such a hue in many years. Moreover, the material is quite old, entirely transparent, as if sunlight were shimmering upon the ocean. Brother, are you selling it? 1 million. Yi Qing smiled slightly, noticing that while Boss Qi praised the stone's color, texture, and quality, he subtly aimed to take advantage. However, the novice focuses on color while the expert observes texture and clarity, based on Boss Qi's assessment. What would be the price of this stone? His inquiry was merely a habit, as he never gambled on stones in Kyoto. And he was also keen to gauge the reliability of Boss Qi's valuation. Boss Qi regarded him solemnly. It's not yet at the glass level, but the quality and clarity are equivalent to high ice. There are 8 bracelet positions, each valued at 200,000, making roughly 160,000. Shen Junyi retorted angrily. Then how can you offer 1 million? Isn't that just outright taking advantage? Boss Qi replied with a grin. This is merely a window scrape. It does not guarantee full value inside. A full material would be worth that price. Brother, will you sell or not? Give me an answer. Yi Qing smiled slightly, noting that while Boss Qi mentioned the bracelet, he neglected to mention the core. The core can bear a label, with each at least worth 100,000, plus additional material allowing for some cabochons, starting at 10,000. Yet this price seemed fair, considering it was merely a window scrape, not fully revealed. Yi Qing sincerely stated, Boss Qi, you have seen, this is my first time gambling on stones. We must uncover it before discussing the price. Furthermore, a window scrape doesn't count as a rise. If the type changes inside, you would suffer a significant loss. Shen Junyi gasped, the material can change types? This is the nature of stone gambling, until it is revealed. No one can predict what changes may occur within. Yi Qing examined the material, contemplating a cut from the middle to preserve the bracelet position. Boss Qi laughed. You are quite confident, brother. If it changes type with this cut, its value could plummet by half. If cracks appear, it becomes worthless. Chapter 11. A significant surge in value. No problem. I can afford 100,000. Yi Qing understood Boss Qi's intentions. If he acquired this material, he would not cut it himself, but rather sell it to an unsuspecting buyer. Just from the quality and color revealed, he could earn 600,000. Boss Qi grimaced. Seasoned gamblers typically know when to walk away, and cutting truly requires luck. The master of stone analysis secured the material in the cutting machine and proceeded to make the cut. Everyone clenched their fists, anxiously watching as if the material belonged to them. A material valued at 1 million is considered substantial. Whether this cut yields several million or costs a car or a house, no one could determine. The thrill of cutting stones is indescribable, with the machine's harsh noise. Everyone's blood raced, and their hearts quickened. Rise, rise, rise. Low roars erupted from every throat. Even Shen Junyi was caught up in the fervor. Yi Qing attempted to maintain an air of calm, yet the allure of stone gambling exudes a unique enchantment, causing adrenaline to surge uncontrollably. This material had an initial estimate of 160,000, not including the label and cabochons. If it does not change type or color and remains flawless, it could easily gain an additional million. The cutting machine inched forward, akin to a knife determining one's fate, capable of elevating one to heaven or plunging one into hell. Boss Qi, grinning, offered a cigarette. This is quite torturous. Yi Qing accepted the cigarette, igniting it with Boss Qi's lighter, taking a deep drag. I now understand why many, despite knowing the risks of stone gambling, travel great distances to partake. This endeavor is truly addictive. Boss Qi nodded, a touch of trepidation in his expression. Indeed, it becomes an addiction. When you see a stone revealing outstanding quality, color, and clarity, the thought of not uncovering it is unbearable. But the greatest peril in stone gambling is the addiction. Many pursue this thrill only to lose everything. Yi Qing exhaled a plume of smoke, playfully asking, "Then, Boss Qi, since you enjoy excitement, why don't you gamble on stones?" Observing others unveil stones and gambling oneself are entirely different matters. I too fear addiction. Boss Qi chuckled ruefully. Thus, I sell stones and do not gamble. I wish to avoid the day when I find myself among those queuing on the rooftop. Yi Qing found himself at a loss for words, his gaze fixated on the cutting machine. The moment the stone was about to be cut open, the impending revelation would determine heaven or hell. The machine's noise finally ceased, and all eyes turned to Yi Qing. He did not rush forward to unveil the stone, but instead, reminiscent of Yu Qian, finished his cigarette in one go. This final drag made him shudder. The smoke lodged in his lungs, both uncomfortable and exhilarating. The master of stone analysis watched Yi Qing intently. This window scrape was worth 1 million, and he dared not proceed carelessly. Gamblers are often superstitious about luck, and he seemed to sense he lacked such fortune. Should misfortune strike, who would bear the consequences? All eyes were trained on Yi Qing, awaiting the unveiling. Yi Qing flicked away the cigarette, but stepped forward and gently began to peel away the stone. He understood what this meant. If the gamble succeeded, he would embark on his journey in stone gambling. Suddenly, he comprehended why his master deposited 200 million into his account. It was to empower him to gamble freely. In the next gamble, one must not only be able to win, but also afford to lose. A year of cutting stones, 2 years of unveiling, and 3 years of honing his skills had equipped him to decipher the secrets nature left in jadeite raw stones. 200 million represented his courage. Yi Qing gradually pulled apart the stone, veins in his forehead bulging, pulsing with intensity. Watching the stone being unveiled felt akin to riding a roller coaster. The immense pressure of plummeting from the sky left one drenched in sweat. Each breath was held, and everyone could hear the heartbeat resonating within them. As the stone was gradually revealed, the tension in Yi Qing's heart seemed to snap. The thrill was overwhelming. Yi Qing widened his eyes, gazing at the unveiled stone. Smooth as a mirror, without a single crack. It had risen, a substantial surge. This luck. The onlookers erupted in frenzy, jumping and cheering. Boss Qi sighed. Knowing he had no fate with this material, even if he bought it at a high price, he would not profit. Brother, I am in awe of your luck. Boss, please give me another estimate. Yi Qing glanced at several men in suits. Boss Qi grinned. The material is flawless, without cracks, has not changed type or color, and is free of impurities, a pure sky blue. There are 8 bracelet positions, and I can extract 8 labels, with a dozen cabochons as well. He did not state a price, but swept his gaze across 3 merchants affiliated with the Jadeite Guild. 5 million. A woman in a purple dress could not restrain herself from bidding. A fair-skinned, bearded young man cast a cheerful glance her way. 6 million. I'll take it. 650,000. The woman in the purple dress refused to concede. This price offered no profit, but it was high-end jadeite. 7 million. The fair-skinned young man leisurely raised the bid. This was already a sky-high figure. According to current market values, selling it would incur a loss of 50,000. The woman in the purple dress lightly bit her cherry lips, making one last bid. 750,000. The fair-skinned young man pondered briefly. 8 million. The highest bid. Yi Qing discreetly nudged Shen Junyi beside him. Shen Junyi was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized, raising her hand to call out, I bid 9 million. Boss Qi was taken aback, then revealed a peculiar smile. For the last bid, 950,000. The fair-skinned young man glanced at Shen Junyi with suspicion. Would they still purchase at a loss? Shen Junyi held firm in her belief that no one would engage in unprofitable transactions. Yi Qing called out, sell it. The beauty in the purple dress revealed an expression of disappointment on her face. She truly could not accept such a price. A young man with a fair complexion approached briskly, extending his hand with a smile. Wang Bo, director of the Jade Association, let us become friends. Yi Qing, from Jingdu, an unemployed drifter. Yi Qing replied, shaking his hand. My girlfriend lacks understanding. Brother Wang, please do not take it to heart. That 1 million does not count. The Jade Association has plenty of money, and this 1 million is not a concern. Besides, I am merely carrying out orders. Saving money is not for me. Wang Bo chuckled heartily. 1 million is worth making a lucky friend like you. Next time, when my brother bets on high-quality jade, I will certainly give you a call for high-priced purchases. Wang Bo produced a business card and presented it to Yi Qing with both hands. Certainly. Yi Qing accepted the card with both hands. One must return courtesy with respect. The upper class elevates others, while the lower class tramples on them. This is a lesson his father taught him. Chapter 12, The Immortal's Scheme. Brother, provide me with an account number, and I will transfer the funds. Give me 500,000 in cash to distribute red envelopes, to share the fortune. Before long, a notification of 9 million yuan arriving was received. Wang Bo also handed over a leather suitcase. 500,000 in cash, please count it. No need, I trust Brother Wang. Yi Qing laughed, turning to Boss Qi. Give the stone master 100,000, and the rest can be shared among everyone. Brother is generous. Boss Qi laughed heartily. Wang Yong, go set off firecrackers. It's a big win. The onlookers cheered loudly, giving the stone master 100,000, while the boss kept another 100,000, with 300,000 remaining. Each person could receive over 20,000. Here, people do not care for money, they care for luck. They had obtained the fortune of revealing a high-value ice blue jade worth 9 million. Those who received the money immediately went to select stones, and those who heard the cheers rushed in as well. Amid the throng, Yi Qing led Shen Junyi out, and even after walking a great distance, the sounds of firecrackers still echoed in the Delong night market. Shen Junyi lamented, you are quite generous, handing out 500,000 just like that. This place is treacherous. You wouldn't understand. Yi Qing replied, taking the driver's seat without daring to let Shen Junyi drive. The stones in the shop were all ordinary. Was it mere luck to reveal high-quality ice blue jade? Yi Qing shot her a glance, starting the car and speeding away. That piece of jade truly incurred a loss. Shen Junyi shot him a disdainful look. Chen Lu has invited you to meet at the Crown Restaurant. She wants to treat you to dinner. Yi Qing drove aimlessly through the streets. What scheme are you concocting now? Yi Qing chuckled ruefully. Sister, think about it. The people from the Jade Association have long set their sights on Chen Lu. If I meet her and someone sees us, forget about buying raw stones in the Delong night market. Shen Junyi quickly realized that they were not targeting Yi Qing, but rather Chen Lu, and she swiftly dialed a number. All right, she will send me the location shortly. Not bad, not too foolish. Yi Qing nodded in appreciation. Now that you have seen my capabilities, you should tell me what your relationship with my master is. Shen Junyi maintained her composure, her eyes unblinking. An employment relationship. He gave me 1 million to help him handle these matters. The one who employed me is not you. What right do you have to dismiss me? I haven't asked for a refund. Yi Qing replied coldly. This matter is no longer related to you. I will bear all the debts alone. You may leave. Shen Junyi frowned, her voice stern. What is this? A case of throwing the donkey after it has carried the load. You are the donkey. Yi Qing retorted. You are the donkey. Shen Junyi exploded. I am a lawyer, bound to uphold contracts. I will not leave until the matter concerning Mr. Wen is resolved. The night is so beautiful, yet you choose to act shamelessly with me. I will not leave. If you do not leave, then tonight you must keep me warm. Yi Qing scoffed. Isn't it all about money? If you make me comfortable, I will give you what you want. Shen Junyi shouted in anger. How can you be so shameless? This is not shamelessness. I am simply offering you a choice, and you did not choose. Yi Qing took a deep breath. In any case, you are far cleaner than those Myanmar girls. You need not worry about getting your body dirty. Shen Junyi inhaled deeply, calming herself from the tumult of emotions, and coldly asked, Tell me, why are you so intent on driving me away? Yi Qing parked the Bentley by the roadside. Turning to look at her, You are clever, but you do not understand the gambling stone circle. Staying will only ruin my plans. Shen Junyi looked at him in surprise. Explain clearly, or I will not leave. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. All right, I will tell you. Tian Lu Jewelry has secured 200 million worth of high-quality jade. And this piece of black sand has just appeared at Sister Gao's. My master cut out the emperor's crack, and before the bank's repayment date. They came to urge for repayment. The Jade Association took advantage of the situation to seize my master's shop. Do you think this is a coincidence? Shen Junyi gasped. You suspect this is an immortal scheme. My master's gambling stone workshop and Suiyu building are not even worth 500 million. Yi Qing said quietly. By my estimation, 300 million is the ceiling. The Jade Association would not take advantage of someone in trouble to acquire it at a low price, let alone spend 500 million for a sky-high purchase. Shen Junyi questioned, perhaps they are helping him out due to their relationship with your master? What kind of friendship is worth 200 million? Do you believe such people exist in this world? Yi Qing sneered. Moreover, my master has never had a good relationship with the Jade Association. Shen Junyi began to understand, asking cautiously, but if they want to harm your master, why offer 200 million more? Without tenfold profit, they would not go through such trouble to set up this scheme. Yi Qing sighed. That is why I need to conceal my relationship with my master and investigate this matter secretly. However, you have previously assisted my master with the transfer procedures for the Gambling Stone Workshop and CU building. Your identity has already been thoroughly exposed. Today at Zhilong's Gambling Stone Workshop, Boss Qi has started to suspect me. The people from the Jade Association are not fools. Thus, leaving is in your best interest. Yi Qing nodded gently. If you are not a direct relative of my master, it is unnecessary for you to wade through this murky water, lest you invite disaster. Shen Junyi gazed into his eyes. And you? Knowing there is danger, why do you stay? Yi Qing smiled. This is what you do not understand about the Gambling Stone Circle. In this circle, the status of a Jade Appraiser is very high. No one would easily harm a Jade Appraiser. Moreover, I am my master's disciple, and I have the obligation to bear all his responsibilities. Shen Junyi was baffled. In the Gambling Stone Circle, is the relationship between master and disciple like this? The character for master is the same as the character for father. My master treats me like a son, and I serve my master as a father. Even if my master has direct relatives, when he passes, I will have a share of the inheritance. Yi Qing stated solemnly, I can forego it, but my master cannot. However, with inheritance comes obligation. You have no blood relation to my master, and need not bear such risks. Chapter 13. The beautiful lawyer becomes sister disciple. Shen Junyi's bright eyes turned. Such a large transfer will surely leave a record in the bank. I can help you find out who received it in my capacity as a lawyer, and then we will know who is setting a trap against your master. Sister, do you know that there is a method called money laundering? Yi Qing replied with distress. This is fraud. Shen Junyi retorted angrily. I can sue him. Yi Qing looked at her helplessly. That is why I say you do not understand the rules of the Gambling Stone Circle. A raw stone cannot be definitively identified as jade or stone before it is cut. Gains and losses depend on fate. There is no such thing as fraud. Unless the stone is a fake, you can sue him. Yi Qing sighed. However, everyone knows this stone was the champion from back then. Shen Junyi fell silent. Yi Qing quietly observed her. Do not overthink it. I will take my revenge in my own way. And you cannot be of any help. The best choice is to leave and completely forget about this matter. Shen Junyi said earnestly. What if I have a reason not to leave? Unless you can convince me. I am of mixed blood, from Mujia. I joined this nationality for school. Shen Junyi stated earnestly. So you are your master's daughter. But why do you not share the surname one? I am not sure. Junyi let out a sigh, stating, I only arrived here when I was 10. And at that time, this was the name I used. Yi Qing inquired further, do you have any other evidence? With a sidelong glance, Shen Junyi retorted sarcastically. You asked me to provide proof that my father is indeed my father. How absurd. Yi Qing, drenched in sweat, responded, but the household registration must reflect the father's name. I registered separately. Shen Junyi swiftly retrieved her household registration book from her coach bag and handed it to Yi Qing. Upon opening it, he discovered that the head of the household was indeed Shen Junyi, with nothing recorded afterward. He gritted his teeth and muttered, this cunning old fox. What trickery is he up to now? I truly cannot comprehend the nature of your relationship with your master. Shen Junyi regarded him curiously, saying, in just half a day, I have overheard you berate my father repeatedly, yet your respect for him is genuine. Yi Qing let out a bitter laugh. You still do not understand your father. He is merely an old con artist who has painstakingly trained me, a righteous youth, into a petty trickster. So, you believe my identity now? Shen Junyi asked with a smile, you truly believe it? She was incredulous. Yi Qing pointed to himself, declaring, ever since I became his disciple, he has forbidden me from setting foot in Yunnan. Neither Jie Gao nor De Long is aware that I am a disciple of Wen Yuanshan. He often boasts that while others play chess by considering one move ahead, he thinks 10 moves ahead, leaving others unaware of how they are outmaneuvered. Yi Qing continued. As a result, this time he has gone too far, dragging both his disciple and his daughter into the fray. Are you still going to chase me away? Yi Qing solemnly stated, leave. We must, but not to Kunming. Instead, we shall go to Jingdu, where no one would dare to harm you. Shen Junyi was astonished. You are so confident. Yi Qing laughed. Do you think your father accepts just anyone as his disciple? It is a common ailment among our people to cherish their worn-out shoes, without some special connection. He would rather take his unparalleled skills to the grave than accept a disciple. Shen Junyi, with a hint of suspicion, asked, I am quite curious. Your father is from Jingdu. and my father is in Jiagao. How did they come to know each other? Yi Qing replied, that is not the main point. The two old men have never spoken of it. He continued with a smile, the crux of the matter is that you will be leaving tomorrow. I will call my brother at home to arrange for you to stay at the Nanshan nursing home to accompany my grandfather. Shen Junyi exclaimed. Your grandfather resides at the Nanshan nursing home. Even if she were unaware of the place's significance, she understood that it was certainly not an abode for ordinary people. Do not concern yourself with the details. Just follow my arrangements. Shen Junyi said gravely, what if I refuse to leave? Yi Qing replied earnestly. I have inherited my master's skills. I am unconcerned with anything else. Shen Junyi chuckled. No wonder your father trusts you so much. He called me the moment he felt unwell. Yi Qing asserted, however, I cannot leave. My master's health can withstand a transfer. I will arrange for him to go to Jingdu and find the best doctors for him. Yi Qing stated with seriousness, you need not worry about anything. You are his disciple, and you dare to take risks. As his daughter, why can't I? Because you are a girl. Yi Qing lamented. What if something unfortunate were to happen? How would I explain that? With you protecting me, what danger could there be? Do you lack even this modicum of confidence? Shen Junyi cleverly shifted the conversation. Yi Qing, frustrated, ran his fingers through his hair. It is not a lack of confidence. It is the risk of a girl being out in the world. If something goes awry, the consequences could be dire. You understand? I do not wish for you to suffer. Shen Junyi smirked. I am not easily frightened. I have seen the world, Yi Qing. She then provocatively asked, by the way, how old are you? Yi Qing retorted. You first tell me your age. Shen Junyi replied cunningly. I am 22. I am 25. All right, you are the elder sister. Yi Qing chuckled. Though you are older than me, you are still a girl. You look down on women. Shen Junyi shot him a sidelong glance. We are not discussing that. Yi Qing was utterly at a loss. A woman of high intelligence had skillfully diverted the topic. What we should be discussing is your journey to Jingdu tomorrow. I will not be leaving. Shen Junyi smiled sweetly at him. How you conceal your identity is your own concern, but do not think of chasing me away. If you are not afraid of suffering, then stay. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. What kind of suffering are we talking about? Shen Junyi inquired curiously. Chapter 14. Open and above-board high-interest loans. As my girlfriend, even if we do not share a bed, we must reside in the same room. Yi Qing frowned. Moreover, I cannot go to my master's villa. I must book a room at the Tenglong Hotel. What kind of suffering is that? As long as you do not take it seriously, it is fine. Shen Junyi raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned. If one is a wolf, they must eat meat. Yi Qing feigned fright. As a couple, romance is essential. Who knows? Perhaps one day, we will be dining on steak and sipping red wine, and then I might end up with you, gaining both wealth and companionship. I am so scared. If you have the guts, then come. Shen Junyi realized that Yi Qing was a smooth talker, but ultimately a man of integrity, which only spurred her to provoke him further. Yi Qing felt vexed. Instead of teasing him, he was being teased by a bold woman. Ding. Shen Junyi's phone emitted a soft ping. She shot him a playful glare. Don't think you can outsmart me. Opening her phone, she glanced at the message. Chen Lu has found a private restaurant and arranged for us to meet there. Yi Qing responded affirmatively and started the Bentley, driving into the underground parking lot of the long commercial building. What are you doing? Shen Junyi looked at him in surprise. Take notes. Yi Qing remained silent. Found a parking space, secured the Bentley, and exited the car. Shen Junyi, confused but not asking further questions, donned her small suit and got out as well. Yi Qing approached her, wrapped his arm around her waist, and took the elevator directly to the mall. In the evening, as the mall bustled with people, Shen Junyi found her body nearly pressed against Yi Qing's. He took the elevator straight to the 4th floor, but did not exit. Instead, he pressed the button for the 1st floor. Embracing Shen Junyi, he exited the mall's entrance and signaled for a taxi, both slipping inside. As the door closed, Shen Junyi noticed 2 men in black suits rushing out of the mall, looking around. Boss, where to? Yi Qing signaled to Shen Junyi, who smiled. To Lao Han's private restaurant. The taxi sped away as the driver pressed the accelerator. Glancing at Yi Qing in the rearview mirror, the driver remarked, Boss, it seems you owe some high-interest loans. A discerning man indeed. Today I borrowed $1 million for gambling, with an agreement to repay tomorrow. Yi Qing sighed heavily. But the gamble fell through, and now they are tailing me. The taxi driver, with a solemn expression, advised, if the boss has the money, it's best to repay quickly. If they cannot find you, they will wait at the bus station or airport. You cannot escape. I called home, but the bank is closed tonight. The money will be transferred tomorrow. The driver chuckled. In this life, the greatest fear is having money in the bank, being in paradise. Children calling someone else dad, and wives in another's bed. From your attire, you do not seem like a poor man. Losing a bit of money for peace of mind is worthwhile. You can gamble again tomorrow. Who knows, you might hit the jackpot. Shen Junyi found it both laughable and lamentable. Do the old Meons lend high-interest loans in this country? And the police do not intervene? They do, but how can they manage? The taxi driver replied dismissively. When a gambling stone enthusiast finds a stone he likes. If he lacks cash, he goes to the bank to withdraw money. By the time the cash is in hand, the stone is already gone. The only option is to approach the old Meons, who have cash on hand. If they win, they return the money. If they lose, they must still repay them. Running away only brings suffering. This is the land of jade. Having wealth at home does not equate to being wealthy. Only having cash on hand makes one a big shot. Yi Qing chuckled heartily. It must be tough for taxi drivers here. This is a gambling stone paradise. Where making money is easy. Why don't you gamble? Gambling requires both money and luck. The taxi driver replied with a smile. Someone like me, lacking both, dares not gamble. However, sometimes I help others bridge the gap for a bit of effort, which is not too bad. By the way, do you know where to find good stones? Yi Qing laughed. Help me bridge the gap. Once the money comes tomorrow, I will be wealthy. The taxi driver glanced at him and remarked, Sir, you lost $1 million today. How will you explain that to your family? Yi Qing, without batting an eye, replied, I'll tell them I lost $2 million. Impressive. You are truly remarkable. The taxi driver expressed his admiration. It seems your family must be quite wealthy, not particularly rich. Yi Qing fabricated effortlessly. They're in construction, having built a dozen or so buildings, earning a modest profit. This tall tale left Shen Junyi equally impressed. Those in construction are all big bosses. The taxi driver began to take him seriously. Please leave your phone number. I have a few old friends from Myanmar who often bring some goods over. Once they arrive, I will notify you. Yi Qing took out his phone and dialed as instructed. I'm Lu Chong. The taxi driver parked outside Lao Han's private kitchen. Sir, wait for my good news. If I find something good, I'll give you a big red envelope. Yi Qing chuckled heartily, handing the driver 100 yuan, no need for change. Thank you. The taxi driver waved his hand in gratitude and drove off. You've talked so much with him. Are you truly planning to have him help you find goods? Shen Junyi asked, adjusting her wrinkled dress and frowning. In Ruel, there are 3 groups of people who are the most well-informed. Yi Qing stated earnestly. The Jadeite Guild, the caravans, and the old Myanmar folks. These taxi drivers are their eyes and ears. If it weren't for our earlier conversation, he would have sold us out the moment he turned around. But you can't guarantee he won't sell you out now. Shen Junyi's concern deepened. That's why it requires a gamble. Yi Qing smiled. If I were to head to the airport or the station, he would notify his contacts immediately. However, since I have no intention of fleeing, and he stands to gain money, he naturally won't sell me out. Moreover, having more friends leads to more opportunities. If that stone truly comes from the Jadeite Guild, and they learn of my identity, I will need to consider acquiring goods from the old Myanmar folks. Shen Junyi nodded gently, her worry evident. But can the old Myanmar be trusted? No one in this world is entirely trustworthy. Yi Qing replied nonchalantly. They are quite honest in business. Besides, my master has many business partners from old Myanmar. Unfortunately, his contact list is indecipherable to me. Yi Qing sighed. I grew up in MG and have never ventured further. Shen Junyi sighed. In this regard, I am of no assistance to you. Yi Qing chuckled lightly. I never expected you to be. This remark stung. Shen Junyi snorted and swiftly walked to the front desk, addressing a well-dressed waitress. We are looking for a friend in box 608. Certainly, miss. The beautiful waitress beamed with a sweet smile. Please follow me. Chapter 15. Love at first sight is just a matter of attraction. Wait. Yi Qing laughed. Has box 608 already ordered? Yes, the order has been placed. We were just waiting for you both. Yi Qing's charming smile captivated the waitress, who cast an envious glance at Shen Junyi. Please settle the bill for me. Yi Qing said with a grin, handing over his bank card. How much is it in total? The waitress looked down to process the card. A total of 2,800. Thank you for your patronage. Yes, sir, that young lady has been waiting for half an hour. Yi Qing inquired playfully. You don't recognize my friend, do you? She is a star. Would you like me to get her autograph for you? The waitress appeared contemplative. That young lady is very beautiful, but I don't recall her. Is she really a star? Yi Qing replied earnestly. She acts in web dramas. She may not be famous yet, but she will surely become a sensation. The waitress burst into laughter, as did Shen Junyi, who couldn't hold back her amusement. Box 608 is just inside. Do you need me to escort you? No need. Yi Qing took Shen Junyi by the waist and led her towards the box. Shen Junyi looked puzzled. Are you really going to disparage Chen Lu? She is treating us, yet you're paying, as if she can't afford it. I want to see if she is clever enough. Yi Qing replied with a smirk, lowering his voice. Besides, one should never trust a feast that seems too generous. You suspect Chen Lu? Shen Junyi gazed at him, astonished. Is she not worthy of suspicion? Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. From what I know of her, she is not that kind of person. Shen Junyi asserted seriously. Moreover, she is just a young lady. How could she manage something so significant? How well do you know her? Yi Qing questioned, becoming alert. We were classmates in university. I studied law while she studied business management. Shen Junyi clarified. And we were roommates, living together for 4 years. I know her character very well. Wait, the more I hear, the more confused I become. Yi Qing frowned. Even if you two attended the same university, you studied law and she studied business management, how could you be roommates? She is a wealthy heiress who bought an apartment near the school at the start of the term. Afraid of living alone, she posted a rental ad online. And that is how I ended up there. Shen Junyi explained matter-of-factly. Ah, Yi Qing chuckled. What a coincidence. So are you planning to sue her? Shen Junyi shot him a glare. Do you really think I can't separate personal matters from business? Does she know your father is Wen Lao? Yi Qing asked seriously. I never mentioned it. Shen Junyi laughed. What are you scheming? This matter must never be disclosed. Yi Qing warned gravely. Furthermore, when we meet, just introduce me as Wen Lao's disciple. Yi Qing arrived at box 608 and gently knocked on the door. The door opened swiftly. And even though he had seen Chen Lu at the J.L. Ing Stone gambling house, her evening appearance astonished him. Chen Lu was evidently well prepared, dressed in a sleek black jumpsuit that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Her hair was elegantly styled, her neck long and graceful, her complexion fair and delicate, exuding a gentle tranquility. Her curves were alluring, and her waist was slender enough to be grasped with one hand, making her a rare beauty. An elegant red thread adorned her neck, with a pendant of a glass-type spinach green Methria Buddha, enhancing her skin's radiance. She wore no other accessories. Yet this single pendant overshadowed Shen Junyi's Chanel watch and Coach handbag. Chen Lu scrutinized Yi Qing in return, observing a young man dressed very plainly, standing quietly with an air of calmness. His clean and refined face bore a faint smile, and his dark, deep-set eyes met hers boldly. Chen Lu's face brightened with a sweet smile as she quickly extended her hands. I am Shen Junyi's junior, Chen Lu. Yi Qing smiled slightly. She did not mention her position at Tianlu Jewelry, but instead referred to herself as Shen Junyi's junior, subtly drawing closer to him. He gently shook her small hand. I am Yi Qing, her boyfriend. This is a way to assert dominance, Chen Lu thought with a smile as she glanced at Shen Junyi. I initially thought my conversations with my senior would be unreserved, but it seems she has kept her boyfriend a secret. Yi Qing felt a stir in his heart. She seemed to be questioning his relationship with Shen Junyi. He laughed. We fell in love at first sight. The phrase love at first sight can also imply attraction based on appearance. However, Shen Junyi possesses the charm to warrant such attention, and Mr. Yi is indeed a young talent. Today's stone appraisal has truly broadened my horizons, Chen Lu remarked meaningfully, guiding them inside. Once they were seated, she turned to Yi Qing. Originally, I intended to treat you, but it seems Mr. Yi has preemptively taken care of that. You appear to be quite wary of me. Mutual feelings. Yi Qing replied with a grin. Otherwise, Miss Chen Wuden-Ti have informed the waitress to notify you when someone else picked up the tab. Shen Junyi waved her hand in jest. All right, you two stop your subtle games and let us get the food served. I'm famished. Chen Lu gently rang the bell, and soon the waitress arrived, filling the table with dishes. After the waitress departed, Chen Lu smiled. This is my first time here. Knowing Mr. Yi arrived without a meal, I specially ordered a roasted venison leg. It's said to be a signature dish, quite famous. Just call me Yi Qing. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Miss Chun is indeed a clever person, and your eloquence makes dealings with you feel like a breath of fresh air. Please, no need to refer to me as Mr. Chun. Chen Lu cast him a reproachful glance and said, the term miss has long been trivialized by you men. Just call me Chen Lu, or you may address me as Jie if you prefer. Yi Qing chuckled and quickly clarified, the young lady of 100 billion jewelry company. Rest assured, I mean no disrespect. It's rather improper to call you by your name outright. Jie it is then. Shall I refer to you as Gigi instead? Chen Lu playfully smiled and glanced at Shen Junyi. Aren't you concerned that the senior will feel jealous? You two are simply insufferably envious. Shen Junyi pouted at this and boldly declared, call me whatever you like. If you have the capability, then snatch him away from me. I wouldn't mind at all. As long as the senior doesn't sue me, I'm fine. Chen Lu was quite adept at lightening the atmosphere, smiling sweetly. Surely, Gigi must be hungry. Have a bite first. I've brought a bottle of Romani Connie for us to savor later. You truly are generous. That wine costs over 200,000. Shen Junyi exclaimed. Why didn't you bring it out when you were welcoming me? You and I are sisters. Gigi is both a brother-in-law and a distinguished guest, and this is our first meeting. Chen Lu replied, rolling her eyes at Shen Junyi. Naturally, one must extend a warm welcome. Otherwise, I, as the younger sister, would be remiss in my manners. Chapter 16. It is not your peers who defeat you, but those from other realms. Chen Lu produced 3 crystal-clear goblets and poured the deep red liquid into them, presenting them to the two. Yi Qing was indeed hungry and did not hesitate to grab a large piece of deer meat, elegantly nibbling at it with his chopsticks. I've heard that the gentlemen of Jingdu are quite generous. Why are you so restrained today, Gigi? Chen Lu teased. Consuming voraciously in front of two beauties would be rather unbecoming. After swallowing the deer meat, Yi Qing finally spoke. Shen Junyi, watching him, felt a pang of envy and kicked him playfully, saying, "Why are you so graceful and dignified in front of Chen Lu, but so mischievous with me?" Chen Lu smiled silently. How could it be the same? You are a lawyer, sharp-tongued and assertive, while Jie is a businesswoman who values harmony and prosperity. Do eat more. There's no rush, Chen Lu said with a beaming smile. Yi Qing sighed. Alas, how can I not be anxious? My master is lying in the hospital, and I still owe you 200 million for the high-quality jadeite. If I cannot gamble it out, I will incur a loss of 600 million. Chen Lu stood up slightly and bowed her head. I feel deeply remorseful for the unfortunate consequences caused. Allow me to sincerely apologize. Please, no need for such formality. Yi Qing smiled, raising his goblet and gently swirling it. I am not here to lay blame. Rather, I wish to understand the circumstances that led to this. Chen Lu discerned that Yi Qing harbored doubts about her and, with a gentle laugh, raised her glass in a gesture of camaraderie, and the three shared a sip. She then spoke softly. If I say that I truly do not know how Mr. Wen acquired that exorbitantly priced gambling stone, would you believe me, Gigi? Yi Qing replied with a smile. With such candor from Jie, how could I not believe? Chen Lu then smiled. Thank you for your trust. It brings me much relief. The matter began when high-end jadeite continued to sell well before and after the new year, leading to an alert in our warehouse. And we had placed an order for a batch of high-quality jadeite with Mr. Wen. Initially, there was no need to rush, as the public auction in Yangwang is held in March and June each year. At that time, we could purchase a substantial amount of jadeite from the gamblers. The aim was merely to be prepared. However, unexpectedly, we received bad news from Yangwang that the auction was postponed until October. This meant our inventory would only last until the end of May, and as someone in the industry, you should understand what it signifies for a jewelry company to lack high-quality goods. Yi Qing nodded. It results in the loss of a substantial number of high-end customers. Indeed. Chen Lu sighed earnestly. Missing high-end jadeite ornaments for 5 months would lead to severe losses, even the potential collapse of a jewelry company. Yi Qing mused. This indeed clarifies matters. Shen Junyi, whose forte lay in litigation and was entirely unfamiliar with business operations, inquired, What have you deduced? Old Myanmar is the sole source of jadeite raw stones. Yi Qing explained with a smile. The postponement of the Yangwang auction has rendered jadeite raw stones scarce. Shen Junyi exclaimed in surprise. Is there not also an auction domestically? The raw stones at domestic auctions are also purchased from the Yangwang auction. They maintain strict control over the raw stones, and only those of good quality must be put up for auction. Moreover, due to overexploitation in recent years, the old mining sites have become extinct. To alleviate this situation and gather more rough materials, Yangwang has opted for a delay. Chen Lu smiled brightly yet. Precisely because of this, the domestic auctions have lost their sources. When the origin ceases to supply, the downstream naturally dries up. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Although Sihui, Jieyang, Guangzhou, and Pingzhou all have jadeite auctions, they are quite distant from Old Myanmar. Only Ruili is uniquely positioned, bordering Old Myanmar by more than 200 kilometers, with special trade zones in Muli and Jiegao, providing numerous channels. Prior to the Yangwang auction taking place, Jiegao and Dalong were the only sources for domestic jewelers. His words were veiled, yet Shen Junyi understood. The proximity to the raw stone source meant that various mine owners inevitably had some private stock, which surfaced through special channels. The Jadeite Association was the first to learn of the auction delay, prompting them to spare no expense in acquiring high-quality jadeite materials. A flicker of anger crossed Chen Lu's face. This is a matter of timing, maliciously inflating prices while jewelers are in short supply of high-end jadeite. Jewelers, unwilling to lose the high-end market, can only grit their teeth and endure the exploitation. Chen Lu turned to ask, what does this have to do with your master? My master has operated in Jiegao for many years and has mastered many channels. Yi Qing replied solemnly. If the Jadeite Association seeks to monopolize the high-end market and reap exorbitant profits, they must sever this channel to prevent old Guang jewelers from obtaining high-quality jadeite from Dalong Jiegao. Shen Junyi interjected with a smile. Without high-quality jadeite, you could still operate in the mid-range and low-end markets, as many jadeite pieces are available daily. Chen Lu replied with a bitter smile. Jewelry companies have stores in bustling areas of major cities. They must pay exorbitant rent and business taxes, which significantly inflate operational costs. Focusing solely on mid-range and low-end products would yield no profit. Take Ruili, for instance. It is a tourist city, and gambling stones are merely part of the income. However, one cannot expect that all tourists will come here to gamble. The primary income for travel agencies comes from the substantial commissions provided by the finished jadeite merchants under the Jadeite Association. But can one expect these tourists to purchase jadeite pieces worth millions? Mid-range and low-end jadeite ornaments are the best choices for tourists. In previous years, low-end jadeite ornaments with a cost of $500 could be sold for $5,000 or even $50,000, while mid-range jadeite ornaments range from $50,000 to $1 million, yielding considerable profits. No one anticipated that the rise of e-commerce would disrupt the market. They no longer needed to pay rent, and in order to sell quickly, they continuously lowered the prices of low-end jadeite. This impacted not only jewelers, but also the tourism industry in Rue Li and jade merchants, leading to a precarious situation for mid-range jadeite ornaments while low-end products became a loss. Yi Qing remarked, "It is not your peers who defeat you, but those from other realms." Indeed, Chen Lu agreed wholeheartedly. Only high-quality jadeite, due to its scarce supply, has seen its prices not only remain steady, but rise continuously. Presently, the greatest profits for jewelry companies stem from high-quality goods. Scoundrels! Shen Junyi exclaimed indignantly. You dare sell jadeite ornaments valued at $500 for $50,000, and mid-range pieces for $1 million. What do you dare charge for those high-quality jadeite? Yi Qing promptly opened his phone and conducted a search, allowing her to see for herself. Shen Junyi gasped. A glassy-type imperial green pendant weighing only 49.8 grams, and you dare price it at $42 million. A high-ice Fu Lu Shou tricolor bracelet, and you dare ask for $17 million. How many lawsuits must I file to afford a pendant or a bracelet? Scoundrels indeed. Chapter 17. The Price of Attracting Attention. Yi Qing glanced at the Mithriya Buddha pendant around Chen Lu's neck and said with a grin, this pendant, Jie, is worth at least $15 million. Should you encounter someone genuinely interested, it could even reach $20 million. Shen Junyi was taken aback and exclaimed, how can there be such a disparity? Moreover, these exquisite jadeite prices escalated at a staggering rate of 30% annually, essentially meaning that after wearing it for a year, one could not only enjoy its beauty but also earn a substantial profit. In contrast, mid-range and low-end jadeites were merely fortunate if they did not incur losses. Presently, all jade merchants had commenced a frenzied acquisition of high-quality materials. Chen Lu smiled warmly and remarked, the high-end market is teeming with affluent individuals, which has consequently led to a scarcity of premium jade, pushing prices ever higher. Yi Qing understood her intention. In the entire Rue L gambling stone market, only his master dared to defy the commands of the Jade Association, making her the one most concerned about his well-being. Noticing his silence, Chen Lu inquired with a smile. Young man, do you have any further questions? May I take a look at the contract between Tianlu Jewelry and my master? He asked. Of course. Chen Lu responded readily, pulling the contract from her bag and handing it to Yi Qing. As he perused the document, he needed to ascertain the specifics of the high-end jadeite outlined within. Although Shen Junyi was a lawyer, she was utterly ignorant of jadeite, where a single word could lead to vastly different interpretations. Fortunately, the types included only glassy, golden thread, green water, some flower green, and floating flower varieties, allowing for significant manipulation. We merchants from Chaozhou place utmost importance on credibility, Chen Lu noted as he slightly nodded, her smile radiating warmth. Moreover, Mr. Wen is also an expert. We could not possibly gain any advantage. Thank you. Yi Qing neatly folded the contract and returned it to her. In truth, you need not concern yourself with the 200 million, Chen Lu said with a charming smile. Why not consider joining Tianlu Jewelry? A yearly salary of 10 million awaits, requiring only your assistance in gambling stones, with no involvement in company operations. Should the gamble fail, the loss is on the company. If it succeeds, you receive a 10% commission. Furthermore, I can arrange for the waiving of the 200 million debt as a token of goodwill for your joining Tianlu Jewelry. What do you think? 200 million. Just like that. Shen Junyi exclaimed, astonished. Young man is worth that much. Chen Lu chuckled. Shen Junyi gaped in disbelief. Chen Lu observed Yi Qing with a smile, awaiting his response. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot work for Tianlu Jewelry. I did not expect someone to make an advance to recruit you, Chen Lu said confidently. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to voice any conditions. Our Tianlu Jewelry, valued at 100 billion, can accommodate your requests. No one is recruiting me, Yi Qing replied with a smile. It is merely due to personal reasons. I dislike constraints. Chen Lu pondered, what if we explore a different mode of collaboration? You gamble on stones, and I will purchase at the highest market price. Shen Junyi, initially dejected, was pleasantly surprised by Chen Lu's proposal, exclaiming, a clever move. Chen Lu nodded with a light laugh. Yet she was unprepared for Yi Qing's subsequent refusal. I will deliver high-quality jadeite worth 200 million or provide 600 million in compensation within the stipulated time frame. Without allowing Chen Lu and Shen Junyi to question further, he continued, thank you for the fine wine, miss. It has been a delightful conversation, but I am quite fatigued and require rest. He stood, gently pulling Qin Junyi up, nodded toward Chen Lu, and turned to leave. Chen Lu hurriedly rose, gazing at his retreating figure with a myriad of doubts. Once he was out of sight, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Old Wang. Do you happen to know a young man named Yi Qing in Kyoto? Is he a young man in his 20s, quite handsome and amiable in speech? Yes, that's him. The other party replied, sounding skeptical. How does he find himself in Ruel? I saw him at the stone studio this morning. Is he quite renowned? Chen Lu asked. Astonished. In the circles of Kyoto, he is referred to as Xiao Yi. He is indeed a Yi, but Yi in Xiao Yi refers to his grandfather. How imposing. Chen Lu remarked dismissively. Miss, you haven't offended him, have you? Old Wang asked anxiously. What? Is he formidable? Chen Lu queried, surprised. Old Wang explained seriously. He is indeed formidable. He began his entrepreneurial journey at 18 and amassed a fortune of several hundred million within 3 years, making him a legendary figure in Kyoto. Several hundred million isn't that much, Chen Lu sighed in relief. Old Wang, aware of the young lady's pride, accentuated. A young man in his 20s with several hundred million is already quite impressive. But that's not the crux. The key point is that he is Aya Nei. When the chairman came to Kyoto to develop, many sought to meet his fifth brother. Without the word from his fifth brother, Tianlu jewelry would not stand a chance in Kyoto. The Yi family in Kyoto is an esteemed lineage. The elder is in retirement in Nanshan. And although his father is not in Kyoto, he still holds sway. His elder and second brothers are civil servants, while his third and fourth brothers served in the military. Only the fifth master and this young man operate in the business realm. Such individuals can only be befriended, not provoked. Before Old Wang could finish, Chen Lu was already drenched in cold sweat. She was not an inexperienced novice but a business elite, fully aware that in domestic commerce, mere wealth is insufficient. The most inept NEI can succeed, let alone one considered a legend. The 200 million in high-quality material and 600 million in compensation seemed substantial. Yet he could effortlessly cause you far greater losses. I have not offended him. It happens daily. Indeed, several stones are revealed each day, significantly boosting the popularity of the stone studio, with nearly every jewelry company in Kyoto having buyers stationed in the shop. It is rumored that those revealed stones have all passed through this young man's hands. However, this young man has a peculiar habit of not gambling on revealed stones. Yet today he gambled and emerged with high-grade ice blue jadeite, Chen Lu lamented, only to be snatched away at a high price by those from the Jade Association. Oh, Chen Lu sighed. Moreover, he is also a disciple of Long Ruiwen. Upon hearing this, Old Wang instantly elevated his regard for Yi Qing by 3 levels, stating solemnly, Miss, it would be prudent to report this to the chairman. The NEI in Kyoto pride themselves on brotherhood and loyalty. Chapter 18. The bait set by Boss Qi. Chen Lu hung up the phone, furrowing her brow in contemplation about whether to call home. His silence only heightened Qin Junyi's anxiety, prompting her to quicken her steps and block Yi Qing's path. I apologize. Yi Qing looked surprised. Why apologize? I did not expect Chen Lu to turn out this way. Qin Junyi confessed, her face flushed with shame. I thought she was still that forthright young girl from years past. I never imagined she would attempt to use this debt to control you. Yi Qing gazed into her eyes and replied sincerely, You are my master's daughter. Thus my senior sister. There is no need for apologies. Moreover, any jewelry company would seek to recruit a master of jade. Then why did you not speak? Qin Junyi asked. Yi Qing smiled. I was contemplating whether my master had learned about the delay in the Yangon public auction before others. What does that matter? Qin Junyi inquired, astonished. Regardless of whether he learned it early or late, this is a celestial scheme. Yi Qing mused, however. Whether there is a scheme within a scheme is worth pondering. If Yangon's intent is to fleece the world, then the Ruel Jade Association aims to fleece domestic jewelers. Within this lies both crisis and opportunity. If my master wishes to seize the most substantial portion in this wool-gathering battle, he must strategize in advance. Qin Junyi regarded him skeptically. He is already in the hospital. How can you make such an absurd inference? Yi Qing reassured her in a relaxed tone, Sister, do not worry. A jadeite worth 200 million is truly not a significant matter. How can it not be significant? If the gamble fails, the compensation is 600 million renminbi. Furthermore, even if we succeed, the Jade Association will not permit you to sell it to Chen Lu. In the contract signed between Shifu and Tianlu Jewelry, the most unreasonable stipulation is that if they fail to deliver high-quality jadeite worth 200 million by the end of May, they must compensate threefold. Yi Qing chuckled, indicating that Shifu had already anticipated that the jadeite, currently valued at 200 million, would be worth at least 600 million by May. Qin Junyi was astonished, exclaiming that such calculations were indeed possible, and that was the lowest estimate. Yi Qing asserted that it might even skyrocket to 5 times its value. In essence, If he could wager on jadeite worth 40 million in the shortest time possible, he could settle the account by the end of May. Shen Junyi's previously anxious heart was instantly calmed. She remarked that wagering on jadeite worth 950,000 today and then 40 million was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in finding a reason not to sell to the Jadeite Association. Yi Qing smiled, stating that he could easily fabricate a reason, as he intended to create a complete set of jadeite jewelry for his family. He was getting married and needed a full set for the bride. Shen Junyi was taken aback, acknowledging that such reasoning was valid. In a lawful society, should anyone dare to force the issue, she would not be easily intimidated. Yi Qing smiled proudly, noting that the biggest problem now was where to find suitable gambling stones. With several hundred gambling stone shops in Jiegao and Delong, he had no fear of finding quality stones. However, Yi Qing clarified that today's gambling stone was not a matter of luck. Boss Qi was fully aware that the stone purchased by Wang Liang would undoubtedly yield an imperial crack. If this stone failed, the popularity of his shop would plummet. He needed a stone to save his business, which was why he sold it to Yi Qing for a mere 100,000. Shen Junyi understood. This meant that after they left, his shop would undoubtedly thrive. The greatest profit in gambling stone shops comes from selling the raw stones, not from cutting them. Yi Qing added that the only stone in the shop that could appreciate in value was that one. Shen Junyi's eyes widened in astonishment. This was how the stone shop in Kyoto made money. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile, stating that it was not only him. Even her father made money this way. You are all so cunning. Shen Junyi sighed. If this stone were released and appreciated significantly, he could make over 10 million tonight without any risk. Yi Qing remarked with a smile that stones do not deceive. It is humans who deceive. Since he dared to set a bait, did other gambling stone shops not do the same? Shen Junyi laughed joyfully, suggesting they head to the hotel to prepare for their upcoming triumph. Grabbing Yi Qing's wrist, she pulled him along confidently, as if she believed he could treat the gambling stone shops of Delong and Jiegao as an ATM. However, Yi Qing was not so naive. As someone who operated a gambling stone shop, he understood the intricacies involved better than anyone. Not to mention that even the carefully selected jadeite from the Yangon public auction had a failure rate of 90%. As for these gambling stone shops primarily targeting tourists, almost all were bricks that had a failure rate of 100%. Gambling stones inherently involve 3 parts luck, 3 parts skill, and 4 parts financial strength. Luck refers to encountering stones worthy of a gamble. If 3 out of 10 stones could yield jadeite, the owner of the gambling stone shop would cut them directly, leaving no opportunity for others. Even the highly paid jade appraisers hired by major jewelry companies have a success rate of less than 30%. The most striking example was last year's Yangon public auction, where a top-quality stone from Dama-Kin was highly sought after by numerous jade appraisers. Yet the Chaozhou Gambling Group acquired it for 500 million RMB, only to cut it into a low-value green jade worth less than 10 million. Chen Lu's exorbitant offers were based on her understanding of the gambling rate. Shen Junyi pulled Yi Qing directly to the Daihong Grand Hotel. Yi Qing felt a bit odd as his arm was pulled straight, his gaze wandering over her figure in a fitted short skirt that accentuated her graceful curves. She was quite tall, around 170 centimeters, with a well-proportioned figure, and as she walked briskly, her body swayed like a willow in the wind. Yi Qing teased lightly, asking if she was so eager. Shen Junyi replied that she was leaving her weight of over 100 kilograms in his care. As they approached the hotel entrance, Yi Qing sensed something strange. Standing on either side of the entrance were 6 men in tattered suits with lean physiques, scrutinizing anyone who entered. Shen Junyi noticed them, but paid no heed, linking arms with Yi Qing and heading straight for the hotel door. Yi Qing felt an ominous premonition. These individuals were clearly not locals. They appeared to be old Burmese, thin and sinewy, seemingly here to find someone. Yet, with skill comes courage, and he felt no fear. As expected, upon reaching the entrance, the 6 old Burmese formed a line, blocking their path. The leader, grinning, inquired if he was Mr. Yi Qing. Shen Junyi furrowed her brow and asked sharply who they were. The leader, unfazed, respectfully stated that they were from Mu Jie by Hu and had been sent to invite Mr. Yi. Yi Qing replied that he did not know Bai Hu and had no need to accompany them. They insisted they did not wish to trouble him, nor should he make it difficult for them. How dare they attempt abduction in broad daylight? Let them not forget this was Huagua. Shen Junyi's fiery temperament flared, and she declared her intent to report them. The old Burmese regarded her expressionlessly, remaining motionless at the entrance. Shen Junyi, thoroughly enraged, pulled Yi Qing and insisted they enter, confident they would not dare act. As she moved forward, one of the old Burmese reached out to push her shoulder, just as his hand made contact. Yi Qing swiftly stepped in, gripping his wrist and giving a slight shake, causing the thin old Burmese to stumble back 2 paces. Observing this, the other 5 old Burmese rushed forward. Yi Qing shielded Shen Junyi behind him, casting a cold glance at them. He warned that should they persist, he would not be courteous. The old Burmese who had been pushed back cursed and swung a punch at Yi Qing's face. Yi Qing countered with a punch of his own, but his was faster. Their fists collided midair, followed by a sharp crack. The thin old Burmese let out a cry, retreating 5 steps until he collided with the glass door behind him, finally stabilizing himself, though his right arm hung limply. This punch not only shattered his finger bones, but also dislocated his arm due to the immense impact. Fortunately, the glass was thick enough not to shatter. To injure someone on the first strike was tantamount to stirring a hornet's nest. The other 5 old Burmese surged forward, and in the astonished gaze of Shen Junyi, Yi Qing advanced, employing a combination of elbow strikes, knee thrusts, joint locks, and wrist holds, all techniques of close combat. His strikes were ruthless and precise, targeting the most vulnerable points of the body. Notably, his fists seemed to harbor terrifying power. Any strike would result in the sound of cracking bones, filling the air with anguished cries. Yi Qing's gaze turned icy as a hint of murderous intent flashed through him, and he directed a punch toward the throat of the old Burmese whose left hand reached toward his waist. "Stop!" a delicate voice cried out. Yi Qing's fist halted firmly at the old Burmese's throat. The thin old Burmese was drenched in cold sweat, unable to move, fully aware that if Yi Qing's punch landed, his throat would shatter, and no divine intervention could save him. Yi Qing turned to see yet another stunning beauty, around 24 or 25 years old, standing at the hotel entrance. She was approximately 160 centimeters tall, dressed in a pristine white traditional garment known as Te Min, her eyes glinting with menace. The Te Min is unique to Burmese women, resembling a fabric tube tied at the neck to prevent slipping. However, unlike most Burmese women, she stood out with her exceptional appearance. Yi Qing chuckled and shook his head. Just as he spoke, a van came rushing out from a side street, speeding toward them, causing the onlookers to scatter in panic. Shen Junyi was utterly terrified, her face drained of color as she clung tightly to Yi Qing's side, her hand gripping his arm with desperation. Yi Qing remained stoic, his cold gaze fixed on the procession of individuals clad in tattered suits disembarking from the van. The most astonishing aspect of the vehicle was the perpetual uncertainty regarding the number of occupants within. Shen Junyi silently counted, noting a total of 12 men, each wielding a pickaxe, radiating an aura of lethal intent. From the piercing gazes of this group, Yi Qing discerned a palpable menace. They were either assassins or soldiers, survivors of countless life and death struggles. The group stood silently behind a strikingly beautiful woman in white, waiting expectantly. "Take them to the hospital," the woman commanded, turning her head. Without uttering a word, the men lifted the injured and departed. Only then did the woman direct her attention to Yi Qing. "Aren't you afraid, Mr. Yi?" "Afraid of what?" Yi Qing replied with a smile. "We are from Laomian. Once we engage, we head to MG, and no one can touch us." The woman in white chuckled. "Yet, Mr. Yi, having injured so many of us, are you not concerned about retaliation? Even if I killed them, no one would care." Yi Qing's smile deepened, his tone growing more sinister. "I know, Mr. Yi, you hail from JNGD, and your status is not ordinary," the woman in white said, slightly bowing. "Today, we acknowledge our rudeness. Let this matter be forgotten." "What do you seek from me?" Yi Qing inquired, astonished. "I have not borrowed money from you." The woman chuckled. "Mr. Yi, a fellow townsman borrowed money from us. Borrowing is one matter. Repayment can wait until tomorrow or the day after." Realizing who she referred to, Yi Qing's expression turned serious. "He is merely a fellow townsman. We have only met twice on the plane and at the gambling stone workshop, and we are not familiar, having even had some unpleasantness." The woman in white smiled. "In our business, we adhere to strict rules. Initially, we intended to take him to MG to sever his hand, but he mentioned borrowing from you. Therefore, we came to inquire with you. Since you do not wish to repay his debt, I shall take my leave." Shen Junyi's face turned pale at her ruthless and bloody words, instinctively tightening her grip on Yi Qing. Sensing her trepidation, he smiled reassuringly at her. "How did you find me?" "We have informants in every major hotel. We have never met in person. There are surveillance cameras at Boss Chi's establishment." The woman hesitated. "This is not in accordance with our rules. Mr. Yi is quite knowledgeable about us," she exclaimed in surprise. Yi Qing smiled. "I have heard it said that the Baihu of MG is a person of great integrity in business." Baihu bowed slightly. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yi, but since you do not intend to repay the debt, there is no need to concern yourself with this matter." Chapter 20. By whose request? Yi Qing furrowed his brow. How much does he owe? 3 million renminbi. What did he do to incur such a debt? Shen Junyi realized Yi Qing's compassion had been stirred, but upon hearing the amount, she became anxious. He lost at the JL Ing Gambling Stone Workshop and DL Ing Night Market, then went to the MG Casino to gamble. And in a fit of desperation, he borrowed 3 million to recover his losses, only to lose it all again. Baihu glanced at her phone. After midnight. It's 3,330,000. Usury is illegal in the country, Shen Junyi exclaimed angrily. Do you believe I will report you? Baihu appeared unfazed, smiling brightly. The casino is in MG. He borrowed the money there. Feel free to report us. Shen Junyi fell silent. MG was Lamian territory, and the domestic police had no authority there. I genuinely wished to save him, but I have already transferred 8 million to my family, leaving me with less than 1 million, Yi Qing said, frowning. Baihu pondered for a moment. We do not wish to cause a loss of life. Amicable dealings are the way to prosperity. I have heard Mr. Yi is quite skilled at gambling stones. If you agree to take on this debt, I can grant a few days' grace, as long as you do not leave Ruel. Shen Junyi was immediately opposed, exclaiming, on what grounds? Yi Qing tightened his grip on her hand, signaling her to remain silent. Has his hand been severed? Baihu replied with a smile, not yet. But according to our rules, it must be cut. Is there any way to avoid it? Baihu promptly nodded. For 500,000. Where is he? At Dling, in Baihu's bar. Are you truly going? Shen Junyi anxiously grasped Yi Qing's arm, quickly adding, such people cannot be trusted. Rest assured, miss. As long as you adhere to the rules, we will not harm you. However, if you breach the rules, we shall act accordingly. Baihu remarked with a light laugh. And Mr. Yi appears to be a person who understands and abides by the rules. Yi Qing nodded, and Baihu beckoned, summoning an old Toyota. Unsure about leaving Shen Junyi alone, he pushed her into the car, joining her before Baihu squeezed into the back seat with them. Yi Qing chuckled wryly. You run a casino and engage in usury, making so much money, yet you do not upgrade to a better vehicle? Baihu seemed unfazed. Nestled against Yi Qing as she smiled. The money isn't ours. We merely manage it. Yi Qing's interest peaked. Yangon is still a place. Why does Mr. Yi inquire about this? Baihu asked with a smile. You have injured so many of us. Even if it were for revenge, it would be on us to seek out Mr. Yi. I have no such intentions. After all, anyone who comes here to gamble stones may find themselves short on cash. Yi Qing replied with a smile. When the time comes, I will undoubtedly trouble Miss Baihu. Happy to serve. Baihu turned, producing a fragrant business card from her chest, and handed it to Yi Qing with both hands. With just one call from Mr. Yi, the money will be delivered immediately. Whether in Dling or GGO, it will not delay your gambling. Shen Junyi watched Baihu leaning against Yi Qing, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarking, You certainly know how to seize opportunities, immediately courting clients. Baihu offered an apologetic smile. Just this little area. She is also a Mian girl. Yi Qing chuckled, explaining, she merely studied in the country, became a lawyer after graduation, hence her sharp tongue. Please do not take offense. Baihu looked at Shen Junyi in surprise. I truly envy you. Without nationality or residency, one cannot attend school here. It seems Mr. Yi possesses considerable capability. Yi Qing smiled without elaborating. The car sped along, reaching Baihu's bar in a mere 10 minutes. The Toyota parked directly in the rear, and before exiting, they spotted Wang Liang locked in a dog cage, curled up, his clothes stained with blood, wailing in agony, clearly having been severely beaten. Yi Qing asked impatiently, with a wealthy family, why did you run away? My family keeps a tight watch on me. Upon hearing I lost the 2 million I brought, they refused to give me any more. Wang Liang lamented. My family is a demolition household. It's not that we lack money, but they do not want me to gamble. Very well, I will purchase your life. Baihu stated coldly, sever his hand. Several men approached, extracting Wang Liang's hand from the cage, brandishing a knife aimed at his arm. All right, I will buy his hand too. Yi Qing exclaimed helplessly. The knife halted just above Wang Liang's wrist, yet did not descend. Baihu looked earnestly at Yi Qing. You truly intend to buy it? Tomorrow, I will have my family transfer the money. Yi Qing replied earnestly. I have heard from Boss Qi that you are quite skilled at gambling stones. Why not pursue that instead? Baihu inquired, astonished, as long as the stone appreciates. This sum can be repaid. Yi Qing pointed at Wang Liang, stating earnestly, gambling stones carry risks. Are you insane? Baihu laughed, scolding. He is merely a lamb destined for slaughter. But you are a master. Boss Qi holds you in high regard. If I could gamble stones, I would immerse myself in the workshop every day, earning 9 million in a single day. Do you know how much I earn from usury daily? If I encountered a master like you, my subordinates would suffer, and I would have to cover medical expenses. Why not gamble if it is so profitable? Yi Qing chuckled. Had you not found me tonight, his hand would have been lost, and he would have been buried alive by morning. It frightened me. Baihu seemed surprised. You are truly quite loyal, taking money from home to help him repay his debts. I, Baihu, also adhere to the rules. Since you have accepted his debt, you may release this fellow. However, Mr. Yi, if the funds do not arrive at your home tomorrow, I will not only seek trouble with you, but also with your girlfriend. You dare to threaten me? Yi Qing's gaze suddenly turned frigid, with a disdainful smirk. Yi Qing replied, I am fully aware that you are a person of your word, but let me assure you, I can ensure that you do not cross the border. I admit, your skills are impressive. Baihu gazed at him earnestly. However, I am in dire need of money, desperately in need, and I require assistance to earn it. Without money, my survival is at stake, and to live, I am willing to take risks. Mr. Yi, please agree to my request. Chapter 21. You make the night even darker. Baihu stepped back 2 paces and bowed deeply. Yi Qing's voice was icy. You lured me here with the intent of having me assist you in gambling for stones. No, it is a joint venture. The profits will belong entirely to you, every cent intact. Baihu lifted her head, yet her body bowed even lower, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin, and earnestly stated, I will only take what is rightfully mine. Shen Junyi observed Yi Qing, uncertain of what choice he would make. Tonight, he had encountered 2 women. One was the billionaire heiress Chen Lu from Tianlu Jewelry, and the other was the Myanmar girl Baihu. Chen Lu sought to control Yi Qing through debt and high wages, while Baihu opted for collaboration. But can this woman be trusted? I am curious about the reason behind your financial struggles. Yi Qing fixed his gaze on Baihu's exquisite face. He was skilled at gambling for stones. But as a newcomer in Jiagao, he knew that the owner of the gambling stone shop preferred established clientele. A new face would certainly not be offered high-quality raw stones, and without superior raw stones, one cannot gamble for premium jade. He also needed local connections to procure top-notch raw stones. Most importantly, should his identity be revealed, the Jade Association would undoubtedly prohibit Jiagao and the DeLong gambling stone shop from conducting business with him. In such a scenario, he would be forced to gamble in Myanmar, but there he also lacked connections, while Baihu could serve as an alternative option. Very well. This is not a place for discussions. Please follow me. Baihu smiled brightly and turned to leave. Can she be trusted? Shen Junyi whispered to Yi Qing as she followed closely behind. Stones do not deceive, but people do. Yi Qing smiled faintly. The only truth between individuals is money. Baihu opened the door, inviting the 2 inside, and smiled gracefully. Indeed, as long as we can earn money, we will treat Mr. Yi as our most esteemed guest. The girl's room was tidy yet vibrantly colorful. Baihu invited them to sit on a fabric sofa. Would you prefer tea or alcohol? Without waiting for Yi Qing to respond, Shen Junyi chimed in cheerfully. No need for pleasantries. Let us get straight to the point. Baihu opened the refrigerator and retrieved 2 cans of drinks. Seating herself beside Yi Qing. The reason for our financial difficulties is that the rainy season is about to commence, which also signals the onset of war. We require a substantial sum of money. Yi Qing was taken aback and replied solemnly, You have military connections. Baihu neither confirmed nor denied, instead saying delicately, Every place requires a protective umbrella. We have operated a casino and engaged in usury in Mujia without incident, precisely because we have powerful forces backing us. However, with gains come costs, and if we cannot produce sufficient funds, we will be replaced. This is a terrifying disaster for us. To make matters worse, our most trusted partner in Jiagao can no longer collaborate with us for certain reasons, severing a crucial revenue stream. Yi Qing pondered. May I inquire who this partner is? Baihu glanced at Shen Junyi. It is Mr. Wen from Long Rue Gambling Stone Shop. Mr. Wen has collaborated with you as well. Shen Junyi's expression shifted as she realized that DeLong and Jiagao had a plethora of gambling stone customers daily. Yet it was she who caught Baihu's attention towards Yi Qing. Indeed, Baihu affirmed, before the rainy season each year, a public auction is held in Yangon, alleviating some of our pressure. However, this year's auction has been postponed to October, while war requires significant financial investment. Consequently, the task assigned to us is a daunting figure. Mr. Wen frequently travels to Hua City to purchase large quantities of jade raw stones. Although he only procures kilogram stones, which are allowed for export, the risks become uncontrollable once conflict arises. Therefore, we need someone to assist him in transporting the raw stones. Mr. Wen has chosen us, and over the years, our collaboration has been fruitful, yielding tens of millions in profits annually. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Qing finally comprehended how those broken stones in his shop had come to be. Though they were all kilogram stones, some good stones were mixed in, and his master was utilizing kilogram stones as a cover to smuggle superior raw stones. He mused. So, the money Wang Liang lost was intentionally lent to him by you. Not at all. It was entirely an accident. Baihu stated earnestly. He revealed your name, Mr. Yi, after being caught fleeing. We went to the Jilong gambling stone shop to retrieve the surveillance footage and recognize this sister. Baihu glanced at Shen Junyi before continuing. This also allowed us to realize Mr. Ye's gambling abilities. Shen Junyi scoffed. What are you doubting? The Jade Association's suspicions align with ours. Baihu smiled amiably. Sister, we genuinely need money and sincerely wish to collaborate with Mr. Yi. Shen Junyi replied. Astonished. You are in the jade-producing region. If you cut the stones yourselves, wouldn't you have money? Yi Qing chuckled. Bai Hu raised her brows and smiled subtly, stating seriously, not every raw stone can yield jade, and not everyone can find jade within stones, hence the profession of a jade master exists. Yi Qing asserted solemnly, gambling for stones carries risks. Bai Hu remarked meaningfully, yet, I believe Mr. Yi will surely prevail. No one can guarantee victory. Even the Jade King cannot assure winning every gamble. I can only minimize the risks as much as possible. Bai Hu's eyes sparkled. Open the window, transfer the risk. Bai Hu's heart soared with joy, her smile radiant. Then let us visit Jiolong Gambling Stone Shop and witness Mr. Ye's prowess firsthand. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. Boss Qi will no longer offer good stones. I shall go. He will not dare to refuse. Bai Hu explained cheerfully. His supply channels are within our sphere of influence. Although we do not collaborate, if he denies me, he shall not obtain goods. Shen Junyi was taken aback. Bai Hu's voice was gentle and melodious, yet it exuded an unyielding ruthlessness. The Toyota car was quite dilapidated, lacking air conditioning, making it feel like a cage inside. Bai Hu gazed outside at the bustling traffic, smiling. Jiolong is a place that only reveals its magic in the darkness. If you possess a discerning eye, you can discover jade of immeasurable value. Shen Junyi retorted, yet you make the night even darker. Bai Hu detected the sarcasm in her words and smiled brightly. In truth, we are the most rule-abiding. Mr. Yi is handsome and speaks amiably, yet he is, in essence, a formidable individual. Should we disregard the rules, he would rather engage in a fight to the death than collaborate with us. Chapter 22. The Terrifying Mo Wanji. Shen Junyi exclaimed in surprise. How did you discern that? In the altercation, my 6 subordinates lost 2 and 4 were seriously injured. Bai Hu smiled and raised her phone. One could say every strike was lethal. Yi Qing sincerely said, I apologize. I can cover the medical expenses. No need, after all. We were at fault first. Bai Hu smiled sweetly, then shifted the topic. Mr. Yi, have you served in the military? Yi Qing replied with a smile. What led you to that assumption? Bai Hu laughed. The description from the doctor indicates that only special forces would master such a technique aimed at delivering a single, fatal blow. Bai Hu's bright eyes twinkled, and she suddenly asked playfully, Mr. Yi and Sister Shun are not truly a couple, are they? Shen Junyi, vexed, bit her teeth and provocatively leaned into Yi Qing's embrace. You are mistaken. A woman's intuition does not falter. Bai Hu, unfazed, smiled brightly at Shen Junyi. Sister Shun has revealed herself. Enough with the teasing. Yi Qing said helplessly. We are not teasing. Bai Hu stated earnestly. If Mr. Yi allows me to broaden my horizons tonight, I am willing to pay any price for the collaboration. Feeling both exasperated and amused, exclaimed, how can you be so shameless? A capable man, once missed, is never to be encountered again. The Bai Hu, composed and unruffled, replied, thus, to win him over, one must offer an irresistible price, and a woman is the most considerate kind. Yi Qing solemnly stated, I dislike being controlled. Do not harbor such thoughts, or you shall pay a dire price. Bai Hu tilted her delicate face and inquired with a smile, is this a warning? Perhaps it is. Yi Qing replied with a subtle smile. Bai Hu smiled even more beautifully. I hope I have not misjudged you. As the group entered the stone gambling establishment, Boss Qi cast a disdainful glance at Wang Liang before turning his attention to Yi Qing with a smile. Brother, are you aiming to corner Xingyong? Yi Qing shyly smiled. It is for my fellow townsmen. Boss Qi sighed and remained silent. The nature of high-interest loans is akin to an invisible dagger. Individuals like Bai Hu are even more perilous. Once entangled, it is nearly impossible to extricate oneself. Bai Hu coldly glanced at him and commanded, enough chatter. Let us ascend to the 2nd floor. She strode towards the staircase. Yi Qing lagged a few steps behind, and Boss Qi gently tugged at his sleeve. Brother, you should not assist Wang Liang, nor should you invite trouble upon yourself. As a fellow townsman, I do not wish for his demise here. Nor do I want him to be buried alive. Yi Qing sighed. I cannot afford to offend Bai Hu, nor can he. We are all unfortunate souls. Please do not let Boss Qi butcher me later. Brother, leave me a path to survival. If Bai Hu desires the stones in my safe, and you do not allow me to keep my life, I might as well jump off a building. Boss Qi appeared fearful of Bai Hu, his gaze filled with despair and helplessness. We all aim to profit. I am not a greedy person. Yi Qing whispered. To be candid, I own a stone establishment in Jingdu, and I have come here to procure goods. How is the sales volume? Boss Qi suddenly became interested. Significant. We sell several tons of material daily. Yi Qing replied with a smile. You might search online for Panjiayuan stone establishment. No wonder your discerning eye is so sharp. You are indeed a stone cutter. Boss Qi promptly took out his phone to search, and upon seeing the results, he smiled. Although the kilograms of material are not valuable, it is a business of transforming waste into treasure. With daily sales in tons, the monthly volume is quite impressive. Today, I will open the safe and allow you to choose at will. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. This is how business is done. If you grant me concessions, I will ensure your profits, and thus, we all thrive. Upon reaching the upper floor, Baihu sat down on the sofa without uttering a word, merely casting a cold glance at Boss Qi. Boss Qi opened the safe and carefully placed a piece of gambling stone on the table. The raw stone was not large, taking on an irregular triangular shape. Baihu smiled. Mr. Yi, it's your turn. Wang Liang chuckled, his facial scars appearing particularly menacing. That is certain. My brother is exceptionally lucky. Boss Qi can attest to that. Boss Qi shot him a disdainful glare. This brother not only possesses luck, but also keen insight. However, encountering you has brought him great misfortune. Yi Qing smiled, but remained silent. Wang Liang, unconcerned, declared, if I had his luck, I would have struck it rich long ago. Yi Qing, examine this material, Boss Qi's prize collection. Look, the opening shows green. I feel it is even better than that block of black sand you opened. A potential treasure worth millions. Yi Qing scoffed, realizing that windowed materials are often more perilous than pure gambling stones. The window is meant to showcase the stone's best side. Once one is captivated by the window, many characteristics may be overlooked. Moreover, when gambling, one must not solely focus on the advantages of the stone, but must also consider its drawbacks to have a chance at winning. Furthermore, windowed materials are quite expensive. Boss Qi presented good materials out of respect for Baihu, but that does not hinder him from exploiting unsuspecting individuals. In the dim light, Yi Qing illuminated the stone's top, but meticulously observed its outer shell. The color appeared gray, with a subtle gritty texture. Most alarmingly, there were visible cracks, indicating it was likely Mo Wanji grayskin shallow material. Shallow material, commonly known as old mine material, can yield good quality and water. Yi Qing picked up the material. The weathering was uneven, and it had been brushed. The purpose of brushing is to remove the natural weathering features formed over billions of years, such as python patterns, moss, and so forth, using a metal brush. This thins the stone's skin, allowing the jade within to be seen more clearly. However, it also creates the illusion that the skin is thin, leading one to mistakenly believe the jade inside is immediately visible. The peril lies in the fact that one cannot rely on inherent features such as python patterns, moss, and so on to determine the quality of the jade within. One can only depend on the window and the cracks on the stone to assess whether it is worth gambling. Noticing Yi Qing's contemplative silence, Wang Liang anxiously handed over a flashlight. Look at the window. It truly is impressive. Yi Qing remained silent, accepting the flashlight and directing the beam at the stone. The quality of the window was not exceptional. The crystals were coarse, belonging to the glutinous category, but the water content was good, and the luster was acceptable, with plenty of inclusions. If judged solely on these features, it would not be worth gambling. However, the window cleverly revealed the inner color, willow green, with a slightly tender texture, capable of producing floating color cards and bracelets. If crafted well, it could reach around 200,000 per piece. If it were not a good material, one could only gamble on its color. As long as the inner color turned to vibrant green, even a bean-grade stone would hold considerable value. Yet, without the python patterns, moss, and inclusions, Yi Qing could not ascertain from the stone's outer appearance whether it would change in quality or color. Additionally, this material had numerous cracks. Cracks can sever the connection between quality and color. If it turns out well, everyone rejoices, but if it deteriorates, one faces dire consequences. Yi Qing inquired, how much? Boss Qi smiled, 300,000, non-negotiable. Yi Qing burst into laughter. This is sharpening the knife for the slaughter. Wang Liang, brimming with confidence, declared, brother, this stone shows green at the window. I guarantee a win. Even deities cannot discern a jade inch. Yi Qing disdainfully remarked, I will not gamble. You may do so. Wang Liang was immediately elated. Lend me 300,000. Once I win, I will return even by whose money, sparing you further embarrassment. Yi Qing scoffed, rolling his eyes. This is the gambler's mindset. Seeing a glimmer of hope, one forgets the near miss of being buried alive moments ago. He turned to Boss Qi. Let him have this. I will pay, but he has already lost much money here. You should lower the price a bit. Boss Qi glanced at Baihu, his face contorted in discomfort. Brother, this is a gambling establishment, not a charitable organization. I simply wish to dissuade him from gambling in the future. Yi Qing smiled. Consider it a singular act of kindness. I will treat it as a red envelope. 25,000. I shall not haggle over 2,005. That would be uncharitable. Boss Qi, in a fit of laughter, realized that this statement undoubtedly sealed Wang Liang's fate. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. Believing this stone's performance to be too good to fail, his tone softened. The interest should not fall upon me. My funds do not come from the wind. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. Even if I help him, there must be a limit. Brother, you cannot simply wipe away 15,000 at once. Boss Qi chuckled. 20,000. I shall consider it a good deed. Yi Qing firmly replied, only 10,000. I will not spend a single extra cent. Brother, lend me a bit more. Wang Liang, sensing the deal slipping away, grew anxious. This stone, I guarantee a win. Yi Qing rolled his eyes. If gambling stones were guaranteed wins, Boss Qi would have cut them himself. Do you think it's your turn? Wang Liang's expression darkened as he lamented. Every time I meet you, you utter such unlucky words. Boss Qi, exasperated, scolded. This brother speaks the truth. There are no guaranteed wins in gambling. A stroke of fortune depends on both insight and luck. A cut through burlap describes individuals like you who lack both discernment and fortune. Wang Liang's countenance grew even more grim. Baihu approached with a smile, inquiring, is this stone truly not worth gambling? Wang Liang fervently protested. How could it not be worth gambling? It shows green at the window. This type of material rewards the swift and punishes the slow. Baihu, disinterested, turned her head to Yi Qing and earnestly inquired, how can you be so certain that this raw stone is not worth betting on? The surface of the stone bore cracks, which would obstruct the spread of color. This meant that the hue visible through the window might not be fully realized. If it were to mutate or change color, the stone would be rendered worthless. Wang Liang hurriedly interjected, why do you only see the negatives and not the positives? Look at how vibrant this color is. It doesn't need to be fully saturated. Even half of it would be worth 5 million. Yi Qing cast a helpless glance at him. Knowing that it was futile to reason with a fool, if you choose to gamble, I will stake 100,000. Boss Qi, show some leniency. Wang Liang turned to Boss Qi. After all these years of friendship, I'm in dire straits today. Could you lend a hand to help me turn my fortunes around? Boss Qi, caught in a dilemma, replied, you should heed this brother's advice. Yi Qing remained silent, allowing Wang Liang to gamble on this stone to demonstrate his own capabilities to Baihu. As for Wang Liang's losses or debts, he paid them no mind. To stir trouble here and seize the maximum advantage from the Yang Guang public auction extension, one must find more quality raw stones to cut into superior jadeite. However, the Jadeite Guild would never permit him to sell a large quantity of premium jadeite to Qinlu. The Baihu siblings were under the dominion of Mujia. Should the Jadeite Guild order their affiliated merchants not to sell raw stones to him, they could still venture to Myanmar to gamble on stones. Yi Qing nodded in agreement and proceeded with the transfer. Upon seeing the transaction finalized, Wang Liang grinned confidently, stating, this stone is a sure bet. If I cut along this crack, victory is guaranteed. He marked the line with a pen, and Yi Qing observed that his mark coincided precisely with the beginning of a crack. Boss Qi nodded with a smile. Let us head downstairs. I'll have my finest cutter work on it. Wang Liang cradled the stone and followed Boss Qi downstairs, while Yi Qing did not accompany them. Wang Liang's eye for gambling stones may have been lacking, but his choice of cutting angle was adequate, positioning the cut at a promising spot. However, the risks associated with this stone were substantial. Cracks, mutations, and color changes were all possibilities, and he was merely enchanted by the window's allure. Seasoned gamblers open windows primarily to deceive. The scarcity of high-quality jadeite rendered color an essential criterion for evaluation. An open window allows for a glimpse of color, and once one becomes entranced, they may overlook the stone's flaws. Experienced gamblers must consider cracks, texture, impurities, and other factors holistically. Yet, Wang Liang was already blinded by the color and had not contemplated the risks. Baihu asked earnestly, this stone truly cannot be gambled on. Yi Qing replied with a mischievous smile, in our circle, there's a saying, color is emptiness. Baihu nodded slightly. Upon hearing the sound of the cutting machine from downstairs, Yi Qing's brow furrowed slightly. In the realm of stone gambling, no one dares to guarantee 100% success. If Wang Liang won the bet, it would be tantamount to a slap in his face, and whether Baihu would trust him hinged upon this cut. This was inherently a perilous game. Yet Yi Qing had a play on. Baihu had connections, while he possessed strength. The synergy of the two would undoubtedly yield favorable outcomes. Are you particularly discerning when it comes to women? Baihu asked Yi Qing, her peripheral gaze lingering on Xin Junyi. Yi Qing paused, then responded with a smile. Does this have any bearing on our collaboration? Baihu, exasperated, stamped her foot. Could you not simply agree with me and avoid the hidden barbs? Yi Qing replied earnestly. Everyone has a vulnerable spot. The woman beside me is my Achilles heel. If anyone dares to harm her, I would not hesitate to unearth their ancestral graves. What do you take me for? Baihu, adopting a playful demeanor, gazed at him with alluring eyes. Yi Qing chuckled. I am also one who dares to disturb graves. Yet I understand the importance of rules. A vixen's appearance may conceal the heart of a wolf. No mere dragon will easily subdue you. Do you prefer an elder sister like me or someone like myself? Baihu asked earnestly. Someone like you. Yi Qing replied coolly. You are ruthless and inherently wicked. In the stone gambling world, good-hearted individuals are merely sheep to be slaughtered. Compared to you, she is far too innocent. Chapter 24. Not a strong dragon crossing the river. Baihu giggled. To praise someone's purity in the gambling world is tantamount to calling them a fool. Yi Qing responded earnestly. A woman may be naive, but a partner in collaboration cannot afford such folly. Baihu lightly bit her cherry lips. In your eyes, am I merely a business associate and not a woman? Only like-minded partners can forge a path together, and the foundation of our collaboration is money, stable yet ruthless. Yi Qing said contemplatively. I cannot ascertain when you might forsake loyalty for profit, thus I must remain vigilant against you. But let me preemptively advise you. Do not harbor any crooked intentions toward me. You cannot afford the consequences. Baihu subdued her smile, gazing into his profound eyes. Mr. Yi, you are truly confident. Yi Qing replied earnestly. In our domain, there exists a saying, not a strong dragon crossing the river, and another, those who come are not benevolent, and the benevolent do not come. Baihu was momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, the sound of the cutting machine ceased. Yet the expected cheers from the gamblers were absent. Yi Qing realized that the stone had collapsed. Soon, he heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs. And Wang Liang rushed up, clutching the stone, his face a mask of distress as he placed it on the table. Bro, take a look. Is there any hope left for this stone? Yi Qing examined the stone, offering a resigned smile. The cut revealed color, yet it was not vibrant. And the surrounding texture was off, appearing very pale. The fine bean type had transformed into a coarse variety, with low transparency. When he tapped it with a flashlight, several chunks of material fell away. Yi Qing gazed at Wang Liang's eager face. It cannot be salvaged. Wang Liang, anxious, protested. No, why has it turned out like this? Look at how vibrant the window color is. This isn't normal. Yi Qing sneered disdainfully. I told you long ago that this stone is riddled with cracks. These fissures can lead to mutations and color changes. Boss Qi nodded. The cracks obstructed the color from permeating inward, resulting in mutations and discoloration. If it were coarse bean type, it wouldn't be so bad. However, the impurities are excessive. Wang Liang, it's time to give up. You've lost millions. While you're not bankrupt, you've certainly suffered a significant blow. Do you really need to jump off a building to accept defeat? Wang Liang, unwilling to relent, shouted. Impossible. I refuse to believe I can't win this bet. This is just the first cut. I'm cutting again. He picked up the stone and turned to head downstairs. The most terrifying mindset of a gambler is their refusal to concede, their despair unyielding. Yet everyone knew he was destined to lose. Shen Junyi smirked, Baihu was astonished, while Boss Qi wore a bitter smile. The cutting machine's sound resumed and then halted again. Although no one descended, they could hear Wang Liang's furious curses. Boss Qi, you bastard. What kind of raw stone did you recommend to me? This is a scam. Boss Qi instantly became furious, shouting from upstairs. What nonsense are you spewing? Yi Qing warned you that this stone is not worth betting on. You insisted on gambling. If you can't afford to lose, then don't gamble. You're a hopeless gambler. Yi Qing closed his eyes, feeling neither excitement nor joy, only sorrow. The gambling stone industry is fraught with risks. Yet the greatest fear is the inability to afford a loss. Before long, Wang Liang returned, cursing as he clutched the stone. The stone was riddled with cracks. Its base gray, and all color had vanished. In frustration, Wang Liang hurled the stone to the ground, lamenting, "This is utterly ridiculous. Why can't I win a bet?" Yi Qing retorted coldly, "Gambling on stones requires not only luck, but also skill. Watching a few videos online does not make one a master. With so many gambling houses, why don't the owners gamble? It's because they lack the courage." Wang Liang, exasperated, countered defensively, "You're bold, and that's why you've lost everything." Yi Qing scoffed, "For million. If you can't repay me, I'll seize your house and leave your family homeless." Wang Liang collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of despair. "I'll gather the money, but I need some time." Baihu glanced at Wang Liang. "Yi Qing, leave this matter to me. I'll take him to Mujie City and bury him alive." Wang Liang trembled in fear, looking at Yi Qing in terror. "Bro, please." Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. "If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have met Baihu. It would be easy to dispose of him, but it would ruin a family." The white fox, with her enchanting gaze fixed upon him, retorted sharply, "Your misplaced compassion is futile. A degenerate gambler like him will never abandon his vice. Bury him alive in a pit, and it will all be over." Yi Qing, smiling, approached the safe, surveying the contents within. Only one of the two safes had been unlocked. Boss Qi, with a bitter smile, remarked, "My friend, leave me a little for my coffers. The materials in this safe are indeed valuable, but I cannot recommend them to those who cannot afford to lose. Take Wang Liang, for instance. When he loses, he rants nonsensically. He is nothing but a rogue. Yet you, my esteemed boss, are different." Yi Qing nodded. "One must be able to win as well as to lose. Rest assured, whether it be hundreds or millions, I do not bat an eye." That's good to hear. Boss Qi swallowed hard, casting a wary glance at the white fox. His words were not intended for Yi Qing, but rather for the white fox. The depths of gambling stones are treacherous, and one must be prepared for the possibility of drowning. Should the white fox lose and, in her fury, sever his supply chain, it would spell disaster for him. The white fox glared fiercely at Boss Qi, having detected the underlying message in his words. Yi Qing examined the materials in the safe. They had all been opened. However, they never gambled. Sellers of stones understand that 9 out of 10 gambles fail. Only by selling open materials can one ensure profit. Yi Qing's business was precisely that, selling open stones, making him more familiar with the intricacies of the trade than anyone else. He picked up a piece, weighing approximately 5 kilograms. Its small size indicated promising quality within. Jadeite possesses a higher density than ordinary stones, resulting in a much more compact molecular structure. However, this difference is subtle, and only seasoned hands can discern it. Open materials present a significant pitfall, yet offer numerous observable aspects. Yi Qing did not focus on the opening. Instead, he scrutinized the skin, thin yellow skin with a strong gritty texture, indicative of daimoken material. Illuminating it with a flashlight revealed a mist. It was only then that Yi Qing noticed the opening. The texture was glutinous, the crystals fine, and the water content excellent, reflecting a glass-like sheen, with no visible cotton fluff. Yet, the quality was tender, the mist layer even. This was a piece suitable for exquisite carving. This material would undoubtedly yield a win in gambling. But Boss Qi would certainly demand a high price. Even if he were to cut the price in half, the profit would be minimal. Wang Liang felt anxious, as Yi Qing's ability to win was directly linked to whether he would be buried alive by the white fox. However, he dared not speak, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Chapter 25, 9 out of 10 lose. Yi Qing remained unhurried. With 200 million in his account, he could afford to lose. Yet, since he was gambling, he had no desire to lose. Finding a piece capable of deceiving even the masters of gambling stones to avenge his master would not be easy. Although he was still unaware of who was plotting against his master, possessing quality material was essential for setting a trap. To find such material, one could only go to Huacheng or the mines. The white fox and her backing possessed this capability. From the moment he laid eyes on the white fox, he began to devise his scheme. Stones do not deceive, it is the people who do. Gambling stones is inherently a con game. You provide my master with a piece of exorbitantly priced raw stone that causes him to lose everything, and I shall ensure you receive a piece to line up for the rooftop. Ever since he had been infused with the peculiar liquid mixed with blood from the dragonstone species on the plain, Yi Qing's body had been undergoing transformation, sharpening his vision and heightening his tactile sensitivity. Not every stone requires hands-on experience. The best method for selecting stones is to first choose the market. Finding materials from an established site gives one a significant advantage. For a big gamble, the best choice is Mu-Na material, despite the inherent risks. If one is betting on color, the best would be Mo1G material. However, gambling stones relies on luck. One must encounter quality materials to succeed. Yi Qing patiently selected materials, taking considerable time and examining several pieces, though none met his standards. Although the materials in this safe were valuable, their potential for gambling was limited. Open materials are already expensive, and their gambling potential is low, often resulting in a break-even or minor loss. Yi Qing was not in a hurry. He lingered by the safe, examining each piece meticulously. However, Boss Qi grew anxious. The longer the white fox remained in the shop, the harder it became to predict fortune or disaster. Brother, would you like me to recommend something? Yi Qing understood his urgency. Tigers do not eat people, but their reputations are already tarnished. No respectable businessman wishes to engage with someone like the white fox. Though she remained silent, her gaze was haunting, creating an uncomfortable pressure. Particularly, should she suspect deceit, she would enforce her rules without hesitation, resorting to violent measures. Yet, gambling stones inherently involve a gamble. Who among them does not deceive? Just like Wang Liang, who, despite losing due to his own folly, blamed Boss Qi. Boss Qi feared Wang Liang not, but rather the white fox. This woman adhered to rules but lacked reason. When stubborn, she was utterly unreasonable, unable to withstand the torment. Boss Qi directly retrieved a piece of old elephant skin from the safe. Although not large, it was refined, with a delicate skin texture, with a face full of reluctance. Boss Qi lamented, "This is a first-layer piece from an old mine, acquired at a public auction as a fully blocked material. Yet, upon seeing quality, I could not resist opening it. You see this window? You should understand its value." His words were scholarly. He did not claim this material was guaranteed to win, nor did he mention a price. Instead, he informed Yi Qing that this was a piece won at a public auction, and fully blocked materials are costly. Having opened this window, it became even more so. He believed this material would certainly yield a win, yet he dared not gamble and offered it to Yi Qing. However, he insisted that the price must not be excessively low. Otherwise, he would rather offend the white fox than play along. Yi Qing, intrigued, noted that generally, old elephant skin materials are worth gambling on. In the dim light, he refrained from illuminating it, scrutinizing the material closely. The piece had a shallow layer of open window, almost entirely occupying one side. The exposed jade flesh was clearly glutinous in texture, the crystals finely detailed, the water content excellent, and the glass-like quality prominent. With some cotton fluff, but not excessively so. Light green veining adorned the piece, with an older texture yet a gray base. However, this material could not be gambled on color. Color discrepancies could lead to 100-fold price differences. One could only bet on the veining. As long as there were veining, one could charge more. The next consideration was how much material this piece would yield. Yi Qing calculated in his mind, with a gray base color, veining, and quality. With no cracks and orderly veining, coupled with good craftsmanship, each piece could be worth around 100,000. The material was sizable and could yield at least 7 or 8 pieces, valued at $1 million, yet whether it could produce bracelets remained uncertain. However, should it yield 2 bracelets, it would be worth at least $2 million. Yi Qing grew somewhat interested, lifting the material for closer inspection. Boss Qi felt apprehensive, constantly wishing to rid himself of the white fox, and gritted his teeth. I am taking a loss here. This material, if collected for a few years, could increase tenfold in value. I generally wouldn't bring it out. Just look at this window. Isn't it beautiful? Yi Qing smiled faintly, non-committal. He understood Boss Qi's intent behind these words. However, one must inspect the material themselves. While one might trust Boss Qi's goodwill, one must also question his discernment. The owner of a gambling stone shop is not a jade expert. He merely has seen more materials. Yet, when it comes to gambling stones, one must not only focus on the positives. The most crucial aspect is identifying the flaws. Otherwise, once dazzled by the advantages, one might fall victim to the shortcomings. I am a jade expert, Yi Qing said calmly, causing Boss Qi to fall silent, watching as he examined the material from top to bottom. Suddenly, Yi Qing spotted some minute cracks, resembling hair strands, visible only with a light and magnifying glass to most. Yet he could see the dense network of cracks deepening within through the slightest fissures. Yi Qing sighed, placing the material down. This piece was clearly a misjudgment by Boss Qi. Whoever gambles will inevitably lose. Boss Qi, bewildered by Yi Qing's decision to forego the gamble, exclaimed, You won't gamble on this piece. Find a fat sheep to sell it to. Yi Qing shook his head with a wry smile, not implying that it was unworthy of a gamble, but rather suggesting that Boss Qi should use this piece to fleece a naive buyer. Although her time spent with Yi Qing was brief, Shen Junyi had come to understand his character, inwardly cursing him as a cunning merchant. She expressed her gratitude to Boss Qi, who seemed to grasp the situation. Master Xiang Yu had indicated that gambling was ill-advised, as this piece of material would undoubtedly crumble. Thus, it was best to set it aside. Wang Liang, having held his tongue for long enough, finally could contain himself no longer. My friend, one must be bold when assessing materials, he exclaimed. Yi Qing chuckled. If you are so bold, why don't you give it a try? Wang Liang, with a mournful expression, replied, But I lack luck. Don't you understand what luck is? Yi Qing scoffed. Luck is when the heavens present you with fine materials. However, whether to gamble or not relies on experience and discernment. If you lose your wager, do not blame the heavens for your misfortune. It is your own inadequacy. Wang Liang fell silent, sighing heavily in the corner. Yi Qing remained calm, for haste was not warranted. His gaze shifted to a small, gray shell within the safe, roughly the size of an adult's fist. Weighing it in his hand, he estimated it to be around 3 kilograms. Its shell delicate and devoid of cracks or signs of being processed, representing a complete and unaltered rough stone. The term complete and unaltered refers to material that has not been tampered with after leaving the market. Chapter 26. The Green Python Entwined with Color Bands. Tampering refers to the processes of windowing and surface brushing. Windowing involves creating a tiny opening at the most likely site for green to emerge, allowing the gambler a glimpse into the interior of the rough stone. A skilled individual can window to reveal the best part of the stone. If one is seasoned, they can lead the gambler to overlook the stone's flaws by showcasing its advantages. The most despicable act is surface brushing, which scrubs away the stone's naturally formed patterns, leaving no visible flaws while inflating its price and increasing the risk tenfold. This piece, however, bore a cement skin. Yi Qing was elated, for such cement skin materials were exclusive to the Mo Shisha Old Mine. The Mo Shisha site comprises 3 layers. The first layer consists mainly of white sand and yellow sand skins. The second layer features gray skins, including elephant skin and cement skin, while the third layer, being black skin, belongs to the bottom tier and is difficult to sell. Although the second layer does not compare to the top layer, it is already quite rare, and encountering it is purely a matter of luck. This site is renowned for its water quality, with color being secondary, making it a high-stakes gamble. Experience tells Qing that as long as there is green or flecks in the second layer, it will likely lean towards green and in jadeite. Green holds the highest regard. Stones below the second layer produce sky blue, which is of inferior quality. Yet, the skin of this piece exhibited color patterns that were not very distinct, often unnoticed by the untrained eye. Qing had already concluded that this must be material from above the second layer, likely not reaching the top layer, but with a green base. The term patterns is jargon used by gambling experts, with dozens of classifications. Simply put, it refers to jadeite rough stones that have undergone millions of years of natural weathering, with the remaining gravel intact. Broadly categorized, there are white patterns and green patterns. White patterns are translucent, while green patterns are entwined with color bands. Holding the material, Qing felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, gambling on stones relies heavily on luck, and among the vast array of materials in the safe, this was the only piece that caught his eye. Although small, this material was worth risking for its water quality, with the potential to yield high-value returns. Should the green patterns deepen, its worth could exceed 10 million. I say, my friend, is this a piece of jadeite rough stone? It looks like just a chunk of cement. Do not gamble on it. Wang Liang lamented, unable to see how this piece could possibly be jadeite. Silence. Bai Hu shot him a fierce glare. Qing meticulously examined the stone under the light. Gambles on cement skin were notoriously challenging due to the opacity of light. 10 years ago, Mo Shisha's materials were highly sought after, and now, top-tier stones are nearly unobtainable. Even second-layer cement skins are largely held by collectors, rarely appearing on the market. Though difficult to wager on, such materials are worth the risk. Should high-quality stones emerge, their vibrant colors could command astronomical prices. Qing turned to Boss Qi, inquiring about the price of this piece. Boss Qi, astonished at the material Qing held, replied, "Brother, I cannot even fathom the worth of this stone. Why would you gamble on it?" Upon hearing this, Qing recognized Boss Qi's limited understanding of the mine and smiled. "Let us take a chance. It's small, and even if it fails, the loss won't be substantial." Strangely, this only deepened Boss Qi's suspicion as he scrutinized the stone once more, placing it on the electronic scale. 3 kilograms and 4 taels, we'll round it to 3 kilograms. At the raw stone price of 10,000 per kilogram. But since you're gambling, I'll let it go for 20,000. 60,000 isn't too steep, is it? Before Qing could respond, Shun Junyi interjected, "The market price is 10,000 per kilogram. How does it double here?" Her tone suggested that it seemed Boss Qi was the one benefiting from this deal. Bai Hu joined in, glaring at Boss Qi with her beautiful eyes. Boss Qi, caught between laughter and tears, turned to Qing, asking for clarification. Qing, aware that Shun Junyi and Bai Hu were unfamiliar with the rules of gambling on stones, offered a wry smile. Fame comes with the risk of being taken advantage of. Since he has raised the price only by double, I would say that's quite fair. You certainly understand the rules. Boss Qi commended, giving a thumbs up. Bai Hu, puzzled, questioned, why did he demand an extra 30,000, yet you still defend him? Qing replied with a forced smile, in one shop, one can only play the fool once. If it weren't for your insistence on coming to Boss Qi, I would have certainly chosen another shop. What I truly desired was that old elephant skin. Boss Qi would have priced it tenfold before parting with it. But this piece only doubled, which is why I consider him fair. Bai Hu grasped the situation. Qing had previously won a gamble with Boss Qi, resulting in a significant profit, thus establishing a rapport. The stones Qing was interested in would be priced tenfold by Boss Qi. If Qing declined, Boss Qi would cut the stone himself, essentially allowing Qing to simply observe. Qing turned to Bai Hu with a smile. Care to take a gamble? Bai Hu pouted in disdain. It's too small. Even if the value rises, how much can be gained? Qing chuckled. Very well, if you're not gambling. I shall do it myself. Wait, I will gamble. Bai Hu gritted her teeth. 30,000, right? Transfer the funds. As long as you win, it's fine. Qing frowned. In gambling on stones, there are no guarantees of victory. Bai Hu scoffed. I don't care about others. As long as you win, that's all that matters. After all, you owe me quite a bit, so you must be cautious in your selection. I may not gamble on stones, but I gamble on people. Hearing this, Qing furrowed his brow. Very well, let us settle the payment. The two swiftly completed the transfer, and only then did Boss Qi approach. Brother, enlighten me on the situation. Let me broaden my horizons. Where does this material come from? Qing countered with a question of his own. I am not certain. Boss Qi furrowed his brows in contemplation. This Jilung gambling house was acquired by me 5 years ago. This material must have been left behind by the previous owner, as it has been sitting here for so long. That made sense. This piece of cement skin was from the transition between the first and second layers of Mo. After stating this, Yi Qing turned and descended the stairs, leaving Boss Qi feeling dejected. It was still that same master. Upon seeing Yi Qing's elated expression, he offered a red envelope of 100,000. Such a wealthy individual was indeed rare. Just as he reached for the stone, Wang Liang stepped forward. Step aside. I will cut this stone. Are you capable of that? Yi Qing questioned skeptically. What do you mean by capable? I have also been cutting stones in Tengchong for 2 years, just without a master to guide me. So my stone gambling skills are not as refined as yours. Wang Liang declared through gritted teeth. This stone determines whether I will be buried alive. I cannot trust anyone else to cut it. I must do it myself. Yi Qing nodded. Very well, I will trust you this once. Wang Liang immediately perked up. How do we cut it? For small materials, do not plunge the knife directly. We must first window it, and then use the light to observe the results. Yi Qing generously shared his knowledge, finally recognizing Wang Liang's potential. If his skills were adequate, it would be worth employing him to repay his debt. 4 million would suffice for a lifetime. Yi Qing directly carved a window into the stone. Wang Liang set the material down, took out a drill, and switched it on. His technique impressively adept. Yi Qing nodded slightly. The importance of gambling on stones is matched by the importance of cutting them. A good piece can be ruined with a careless cut. Standing beside him, Yi Qing felt a surge of tension. The dragon stone emitted a cool sensation, calming his racing heart. Chapter 27. The hard-shelled stone is quite old. This piece of stone is worth 60,000. The white fox, unfazed, playfully inquired, Pray tell, how does it hold such value? Yi Qing retorted with feigned indifference. Do you think I am in dire need of your 30,000? I merely wish to avoid squandering 60,000. Gambling on stones carries inherent risks. Allowing you to invest is merely a means of sharing that burden. Tomorrow, I shall vanish. The white fox declared earnestly. Yi Qing cast a sideways glance at her, her beautiful eyes twinkling with mirth. The tone of her words more playful than threatening. You are a person destined for great wealth. You must learn to remain composed. The issue lies in my lack of understanding. You must recognize that I possess an inexplicable fear of matters beyond my control. The white fox exclaimed. Her teeth gritted in frustration. Yi Qing chuckled lightly. Allow me to explain once today. Should you choose to partner with me in the future, you must learn to maintain silence. The white fox understood his implication. Regardless of the quality of the stone, discussing it in front of the owner would be impolite. This stone originates from the Mo old pit, characterized by its colored python skin, and it holds the potential to reveal high-quality jade. Should it exhibit color, its price would double, yet the exact increase would hinge on the richness of its hue. The white fox stated earnestly, so it is indeed quite valuable? Shen Junyi was well aware of what high quality and color signified. For instance, Chen Lu's glass-type spinach green pendant was valued at 20 million. Coldly, she remarked, do not disturb Yi Qing. Let him focus on the stone. The white fox, with utmost seriousness, replied, Sister, a man like Yi Qing is impossible to keep. You might as well let him go to me. Not a chance. Shen Junyi immediately retorted. Yi Qing paid no heed to their banter, his gaze fixated on Wang Liang. His cutting was steady, yet the stone's skin appeared remarkably hard. It took considerable effort with the electric drill to remove even a fraction of it. Boss Chi's eyes sparkled. A hard skin indicated mature internal quality, and this young man's insight was simply remarkable. Yi Qing chose to ignore him. But the astonishing hardness of this stone left him uncertain about what kind of jade it would yield. What is the matter? Shen Junyi, noticing his tense expression and unblinking gaze fixed on the stone, asked softly. Mature quality. What does that mean? The white fox interjected eagerly. Yi Qing explained quietly. Mature quality indicates that the internal crystalline structure is compact and the base is relatively pure. Distinguishing between good and bad jade largely hinges upon this factor. Stones of lesser quality display a more pronounced crystalline structure, and impurities abound. Thus, the older the quality, the better and cleaner the stone. I do not understand. The white fox exclaimed from the side. Take a flashlight and observe the piece Wang Liang has cut. It is a coarse bean type. With a light, you can see the internal crystals resembling beans. Yi Qing casually dismissed the white fox's confusion. She could discern Yi Qing's anxiety. A few tens of thousands was a trifling sum for him, so his tension must stem from the potential for a significant profit. She shot him a playful glare. I hold shares. Do not think you can drive me away. Isn't it true that the finer the crystals, the more valuable? Yi Qing nodded. His time for chatter dwindling as Wang Liang gradually ground away the stone's skin. The expressions revealed that the opening would determine the quality of the jade. If the outcome was favorable, revealing high color, then this stone could be sold without further cutting. Conversely, an unfavorable opening would necessitate continued cutting, thereby increasing the associated risks. Yet this is the essence of gambling on stones, betting on the thrill, the excitement, rather than the amount of money involved. As someone began cutting the stone, more onlookers gathered. Their curiosity piqued. Silence enveloped the scene, save for the harsh sound of the electric drill grinding against the stone. This marked Yi Qing's second foray into stone gambling, and he remained tense and exhilarated, his body instinctively taut, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable and reluctant to relax. Wang Liang set down the electric drill and placed the stone into a bucket of water, scrubbing it vigorously. My friend, I, Wang Liang, have opened many stones, but this one is the hardest. My wrist is nearly worn out. The white fox, growing impatient, snapped, "Stop the chatter and take it out." Alarmed, Wang Liang swiftly retrieved the stone from the water, yet upon seeing the opening, his expression darkened significantly. Yi Qing recognized that Wang Liang understood jade. A change in his countenance indicated an unfavorable opening, and his heart sank, pounding heavily within his chest. He hastily took the stone from Wang Liang's hands, examining the opening closely. Indeed, it was less than ideal, not necessarily bad, but failing to meet expectations. The opening was small, merely the size of a bottle cap, yet it was possible to discern a glassy luster. However, this sheen was a result of the drill's grinding, not an inherent quality of the jade. The base is not very good, Boss Qi remarked, standing beside him. Yi Qing nodded. Although the quality was mature and the crystals were fine, the water content was decent. Yet it could only be classified as ice glutinous quality, and the color was dull, without revealing high hues. Boss Qi examined it under the light and immediately chuckled. It has indeed appreciated somewhat. It is ice glutinous, has good water content, and a glassy sheen. However, it is oil green with a cucumber peel hue, and the color has not fully developed. I can assure you it is worth at least 300,000, my friend. Let it go. Yi Qing shook his head, contemplating. This does not seem right. Mo Shisha's concrete skin either does not reveal color or displays high color. If the opening has not revealed color, then perhaps we should cease here and settle for a modest gain. However, the oil green with cucumber peel indicates a possibility for high color. It cannot merely be cucumber peel green. The white fox also grew anxious, urgently calling out, Yi Qing, what is the verdict? Speak. This is worth 300,000. The white fox could not grasp the situation. A mere bottle cap-sized window had escalated the stone's value from 60,000 to 300,000. Boss Qi promptly added, White fox, this is quite commendable. Being ice glutinous places it in the mid-range. The cucumber peel green is oil green at its base, indicating substantial variability. I am willing to offer 300,000, based on the ice glutinous quality. If you sell now, you will earn 240,000. However, should you cut it and it reveals cracks or changes color, it will be rendered worthless. My friend, sell it and select another. Boss Qi spoke the truth. The risk of gambling on stones lies in the uncertainty of what may arise within. Yet for Yi Qing, the greatest risk was not the stone itself, but the white fox. She could afford to win or lose, and now was the time to cash in for a safe exit. Continuing to gamble. Should they encounter a loss, the one suffering the consequences could very well be himself. Yi Qing squinted, inquiring with a smile. Even deities struggle to discern a single jade. White fox, shall we take the profit or continue to gamble? The white fox did not hesitate. That depends on you. If you wish to gamble, then let us. Yi Qing playfully asked, I desire to make a grand wager, but should it result in cracks, your 30,000 will be lost. Do not blame me. Chapter 28, The Temptation of the White Fox. The white fox smiled enchanting and said, 24,000, I can share 12,000. I will consider this 12,000 for you. If you cannot afford to lose, do not gamble. Yi Qing retorted without reservation, his disdain evident. Should you dare to count it, I shall not include you next time. Then I shall disappear for 3 days. The white fox triumphantly laughed. The interest can be terrifying. Do the math yourself. You are being unreasonable. Yi Qing shook his head with a laugh. In the realm of stone gambling, one must be prepared to win as well as to lose. Do not act like a woman who only seeks to benefit without bearing losses. I am a woman. The white fox quipped, shaking her body. The white fabric of her garment rippling with a wave of allure, casting a scornful glance at him. Are your eyes blind? Boss Qi sighed with a wry smile. Brother, do not engage in reason with women, especially not with beautiful ones. Furthermore, even among men, few possess the temperament for gambling. Indeed, Yi Qing responded, Wang Liang. Make another cut. He smiled. For now, his wager rested upon the stone revealing high color. With a good base, should it yield high color, its value would skyrocket exponentially. Moreover, he had chosen the opening position, which was distinct from selling it to others. When selling stones, one must open them in the optimal location. However, when gambling, one must observe the least favorable conditions. Thus, the fact that this stone's opening did not yield the desired outcome, merely revealing cucumber peel green, prompted his curiosity about whether the white fox possessed the temperament for gambling, determining whether he would include her in future ventures. Wang Liang crouched down to change the blade. The mature quality was exceedingly hard, and ordinary blades were inadequate. Only the finest blades could suffice. Secure the material firmly, cover the machine, and press the start button. As the sound of the cutting machine reverberated, the onlookers began to murmur in anticipation, exclaiming, "Rise, rise, rise." The cacophony coalesced into a wave, drawing in even more spectators, while those outside could only jump to peer inside. To prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation, Qing positioned Bai Hu and Shun Junyi in front of him, wrapping an arm around each of their slender waists. Shun Junyi remained unsuspecting, yet Bai Hu's muscles tensed at once. Qing couldn't help but smirk inwardly, realizing she was still quite innocent. "I didn't say you were taking advantage." Bai Hu shot him a glance and whispered, "What I meant to say is, you are the first man daring enough to embrace me. I eagerly await your demonstration of skill. Once I acknowledge your prowess, I shall allow you to assist me in removing the Taimin." Qing shook his head decisively. "That is best left alone. Sister Shun is not suited for you. This line of work requires a ruthless heart and a swift hand to ensure profit." Bai Hu's beautiful eyes glimmered mischievously, her smile radiant. "Moreover, becoming one of us would greatly benefit your acquisition of rough stones." Qing understood that what this woman coveted was not his body, but rather his talent in stone gambling. Sacrificing one's allure meant relinquishing control and inevitably becoming a mere tool for her profit. He replied coolly, "In joint stone gambling, one must not entertain emotions. It is too detrimental to finances." Bai Hu gritted her teeth in frustration. At that moment, the sound of the cutting machine abruptly ceased, drawing their attention to the stone. Wang Liang lifted the lid, releasing a plume of vapor, a result of the high temperatures generated by the rapid blade cutting. He then took a hose and doused it with water to dissipate the mist. After removing the stone, it became evident that the blade had not fully severed it. He turned to Qing. "Do you want to take a turn, or shall I?" This was a rule of stone gambling. Only those with good fortune were deemed worthy to open the stone. Wang Liang was acutely aware of his own poor luck. Qing dismissed the notion with a smile. "You go ahead." Wang Liang hesitated, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, before forcefully striking the stone. The lid was dislodged and fell to the ground with a clatter. Boss Qi stepped forward, securing the lid and inspecting it closely, his expression shifting dramatically as he gritted his teeth. "High ice." Upon hearing those two words, Qing felt a surge of excitement. However, Boss Qi's expression soured, appearing profoundly disappointed, leaving Qing somewhat bewildered. Upon examining the lid, it was apparent that the material was indeed of high ice quality, yet there were 3 significant cracks extending deep into the jade flesh. One crack could ruin everything. No matter how exquisite the jade, once a crack appeared, it was deemed ruined. Qing too was taken aback, having previously noted that the outer skin of the material bore no blemishes. Yet, upon cutting, 3 cracks emerged, resembling 3 diverging paths extending into the depths of the stone. Truly, even the most divine beings struggle to discern the nature of jade. Boss Qi regarded him with disappointment. "The cement skin is impervious to sight. However, this is still acceptable. I'll take it for 1 million. Wang Hu approached with a mournful expression, lamenting, "What a travesty, ruining a piece of premium material. It even glows inside." Exhibiting remarkable rigidity. With careful polishing, this stone could be sold as glass quality. "Look, the quality has transformed. The icy glutinous has turned into high ice, and the melon skin green has become fully green. Had it not been for these 3 cracks, it could easily fetch 10 million. Wang Liang, disheartened, protested. "I told you I wouldn't open it, yet you insisted." This had nothing to do with luck. Qing continued to shine a light on the material, observing the uniform green hue that exuded an ethereal quality. Fully green, while not comparable to imperial green, was still of exceptional quality. Yet the cracks would only serve to diminish its value. Boss Qi kindly suggested, "Brother, just sell it. This material can only be used for beads. Who knows how much can be produced from it? The 1 million is due to its high ice and color. Even if you pass it to me, there's little profit to be made." Was this a win or a loss in gambling? Bai Hu listened to the 3 lamenting voices, perplexed by why Boss Qi would offer 1 million. The material displayed high ice and full green, albeit small, yet its value was estimated in the millions. So costly. Shun Junyi was equally taken aback. Yet, with the major cracks revealed, the material was deemed ruined. Boss Qi urged, "This stone can no longer be gambled with. Bai Hu, it is wise to cut your losses. Turning 6,000 into 1 million is no small feat. What do you say?" Bai Hu looked to Qing. Qing responded cautiously, "No jade is without flaw. The raw stone has weathered outside for billions of years, and it's normal for it to have cracks within. What we are wagering on now is the essence and beauty contained inside. However, since you hold shares, I cannot make a unilateral decision. We need your input on whether to continue gambling or to accept our gains. Such occurrences are common. Otherwise, Mu Jia, Jia Gao, and DeLong wouldn't encounter fatalities daily. Bai Hu clenched her teeth. Before we came here, you said the stone gambling was entirely up to you. I only await the profit. So feel free to make the decision. This time she did not threaten with interest, but chose to trust him, which pleased Yi Qing immensely. Chapter 29. A shocking cut reveals great cracks. Yi Qing activated a powerful flashlight, directing the beam inside. The fully green color was beautiful, and no crystals were visible. The degree of refinement was nearly indistinguishable from glass quality. However, he could only see 10 millimeters deep. Beyond that lay the unknown. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly continue gambling. After careful examination, he ceased his hesitation. From what I see, $1 million is assured. If we cut deeper without encountering cracks, it could be worth several million, but I cannot guarantee success. Then what is there to hesitate about? $1 million cannot be avoided. Bai Hu replied with a charming smile. Yi Qing found it amusing that after merely a second gamble, she had developed a gambler's mentality, determined not to relent until the material was revealed. Think carefully. If the large cracks become smaller, it will be worth far less than $1 million. Bai Hu did not hesitate. I said, you gamble, and I will take the money. Winning or losing depends on fate. You have quite the bold spirit, a natural gambler. Yi Qing chuckled. Wang Liang, the 3 cracks on the lid are horizontal. Following this trajectory, if we avoid the imperial cracks and spider cracks, this stone should yield at least 3 plaques. High ice full green plaques, each valued at $2 million. The issue lies in not ruining the stone. Do you still have the courage to continue cutting? Boss Qi was visibly shaken, exclaiming, Brother, you must be joking. If this stone yields even 1 plaque, I will consider you victorious. In my view, it can only be fashioned into beads. These cracks have surely penetrated deep. Selling it now, I can market it as an open window stone, but another cut will reduce its value significantly. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang became incensed. Do you have no sense of propriety? Are you cursing us? We've lost millions, and yet you dare not cut a mere stone, but whatever is revealed. You can forget about it. It will never be sold to you. Boss Qi, thwarted by Wang Liang's words, nearly lost his temper, his face darkening into silence. Wang Liang turned. How shall we cut? Yi Qing was well aware. His keen insight had already revealed the positions of the 3 plaques. And he directed the bright flashlight from one side. Do not shine the light straight down. It won't reveal the cracks. Only from the side can you see the fractures within. Cut along this central crack. The light can be directed this way. Wang Liang and Boss Qi both observed the light illuminating the cracks. While few, they could clearly discern the direction of the fissures. Yi Qing smiled slightly. This is a trick I have learned. I am sharing it with you today. Wang Liang's excitement surged as he secured the material once more. Pressing the button to activate the cutting machine, Boss Qi, filled with trepidation, remarked, This stone has been a roller coaster today. Goodness, my heart can't take it. He turned to Yi Qing. Brother, how did you develop such keen eyesight? Yi Qing replied nonchalantly, Lessons from my master. Cutting 1,000 stones in each venue teaches you. Stop showing off. I just want to see if your judgment holds true. Boss Qi gritted his teeth. Both he and Wang Liang had cut stones many times. Yet they lacked the guidance of a mentor. However, such matters cannot be forced. The jade appraisers are inherently selfish, preferring to take their unparalleled skills to the grave rather than take on apprentices, lest they teach their disciples to let the masters starve. Moreover, jade appraisers are often quite wealthy, rendering monetary persuasion ineffective. To be accepted as a disciple depends solely on fate. The sound of the cutting machine was jarring, causing both Bai Hu and Shun Junyi to feel tense, their eyes glued to the machine. It has begun. After a full half hour, Wang Liang shouted. You may proceed. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Wang Liang, trembling, opened the lid of the machine, his lips cracked. Today's stone cutting had been a tumultuous journey, exhausting everyone involved. Wang Liang took the hose and washed away the debris from the stone's surface, nearly leaning his head under the blade when he suddenly shouted. It didn't go in. Yi Qing hurried over, shining the light for a closer look. The large crack extended all the way through, but the other 2 cracks veered off course, extending along the outer shell. A large crack is not to be feared, as long as it does not give rise to finer fractures. It is suitable for making a plaque or egg face. Yi Qing gazed excitedly at the material in his hands. High ice type, fully green, devoid of cotton or impurities. With a vibrant and bright green hue, remarkably lively, almost reaching the level of imperial green. Gentlemen, we have finally triumphed. Wang Liang exclaimed, jumping with joy. Your skills impress me. Only 1 crack made it through, splitting the material into 2 halves, potentially yielding 6 plaques of high ice full green, each worth $2 million. Bai Hu approached, snatched the material, examined it for a long while, yet discerned nothing. She returned the material to Yi Qing, questioning, "Is this truly a victory?" Yi Qing, noticing her puzzled expression, replied with a smile, "What more do you desire? To unveil a glass-type imperial green worth over 100 million? One must not be overly greedy. For otherwise, disaster will surely follow." "I fear no disaster." Bai Hu chuckled, turning to Qi Laoban, asking, "Is this piece truly worth 12 million? Qi Laoban's face darkened. It is difficult for anyone to maintain a good mood after losing 2 pieces of high-ice jade in a single day. Bai Hu's words were like another stab to his bleeding heart. He replied with difficulty, "2 pieces, 6 plaques. Brother, let me have it for 12 million. It can also yield 5 egg faces." Yi Qing gestured. "Each egg face could be valued at 500,000. Allow me to keep some profit." Qi Laoban was nearly in tears, his face drawn. "Brother, do not be so ruthless. If this piece were to be bid on by the Jade Association and the merchants from Lao Guang, how much could it sell for? Brother, you are merciless." Qi Laoban lamented, 13 million, 12 million for you, and you cover the red envelope." Yi Qing replied cheerfully, "But let me choose a piece from the second safe." "I knew it. Your concessions never come without a catch," Qi Laoban said, his face a mask of despair. "Those are public auction materials, and their prices are not low. If the price is too low, I wouldn't want them." Yi Qing laughed heartily. "Transfer the funds." Qi Laoban secretly rejoiced, thankful it was already past 1 in the morning, with the Jade Association and merchants from Lao Guang not arriving. Otherwise, this piece would not have landed in his hands. If glass-type imperial green does not emerge, high-ice full green reigns supreme. Fearing Bai Hu would have second thoughts, he quickly took out his phone to transfer the funds. "Take 380,000 from my share and send it to her," Yi Qing said, the notification of the transaction arriving promptly. Yi Qing clasped his hands in farewell, genuinely exhausted after the day's events. As they entered the Toyota, Bai Hu looked at him with a peculiar expression. "Are we going to my place? Or to the Dahong Hotel?" Chapter 30. Women are born with poison. Bai Hu clung to his arm, her ample figure pressed against his skin, sweetly suggesting, "Why not go to Bai Hu Bar? Don't you want to see me in my alluring outfit? Even if you stripped bare?" "He still wouldn't share your bed," Shen Junyi interjected, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Sister, don't be so petty. We Mian sisters never mind sharing a man," Bai Hu provocatively remarked. "Look at him. He seems eager to devour me whole." Yi Qing grinned mischievously, adding, "I wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. Not only are you a mouthful, but you are also toxic. Swallowing you could lead to a near-fatal experience. Women are inherently poisonous." Bai Hu laughed seductively. "Don't tell me, Sister Shun, that you are by his side out of love. Bai Hu and I are not what you assume." Yi Qing stated earnestly, "Respect surpasses exploitation." Haha. Bai Hu laughed until she nearly fell over. "Thus, when men respect women, it often leads to the bedroom. It seems Sister Shun has yet to share a bed with you. You've been investigating me," Shen Junyi exclaimed, agitated. "Merely curious." Bai Hu glanced outside. The Dahong Hotel was approaching. With fingers as slender as spring onions, she hooked Yi Qing's chin, confidently asserting, "You will beg me." Yi Qing's gaze sharpened as Bai Hu opened the car door and stepped out, smiling. "I've already booked the rooms for you. Rest well." Yi Qing looked at Bai Hu, solemnly asking, "What did you mean by that statement earlier?" "I will tell you when you beg me." Bai Hu giggled playfully. "And I shall speak freely." Yi Qing replied seriously, "Don't say that. Once we share a bed, we can no longer remain friends." Bai Hu scoffed. "Men and women can never truly be friends. They are either siblings or lovers. We are destined not to be siblings, only lovers." Yi Qing smiled wryly. "It seems you won't gain any advantage from this arrangement. Those who abide by the rules never seek to gain unfairly. Even if you become mine, the rules remain. I will take not a cent from your wealth, but should you deceive me, I will bury you even if it brings me to tears." Upon entering the hotel lobby, Yi Qing found that Bai Hu had indeed booked 2 rooms, one luxurious suite for 2,600 a night, and a standard room for 160. But he was expected to foot the bill. Yi Qing produced his card, handing it to the front desk attendant, shaking his head with a smile. "This is Bai Hu, never at a loss when it comes to money." Shen Junyi scoffed. "Are you truly intending to become her lover?" Yi Qing firmly shook his head. "That thought has never crossed my mind." Wang Liang, filled with envy and jealousy, remarked, "Brother, you should consider that with Bai Hu's protection in a place like Dahong, you could walk with confidence. Have you truly never heard of Panjiayuan Stone Studio?" Wang Liang suddenly gasped. "You are young Master Yi. I have truly sinned, daring to provoke young Master. May I accompany you, young Master? I can cut stones." Wang Liang looked at him with eager eyes. "Are you not afraid of losing your reputation as a gentleman from Jingdu?" Yi Qing inquired with a smile. "Following young Master will only invite jealousy." Wang Liang pleaded humbly. "Young Master, grant me a meal." As long as you promise me to stop gambling, I will stay. Yi Qing said seriously. Wang Liang nodded earnestly. My family is a demolition household. We received 3 houses, worth 10 million. In recent years, I have played with antiques, beads, birds, crickets, and even women. I have tried everything, yet it feels unfulfilling. Gambling on stones is not merely about making money. It is about the thrill. Wang Liang nodded bitterly. Being with young master while cutting stones allows me to enjoy that thrill. Yi Qing replied readily. Very well. Since you have agreed, you may stay. I also need a helper for cutting stones. Thank you, young master. Wang Liang bowed, gazing at Yi Qing with admiration as he walked into the elevator with Shen Junyi. In the confined space, Shen Junyi leaned against Yi Qing, her eyes shimmering. You truly accepted this gambling fool. I am a jade appraiser. Not every stone requires my personal attention. Yi Qing smiled. Wang Liang's cutting skills are quite commendable. With a little guidance, he could become a cutting master. Aren't you concerned he may develop ulterior motives? Shen Junyi asked cautiously. Knowing I am the young master of Jingdu, if he dares to entertain ulterior motives, he truly deserves punishment. Yi Qing replied with a faint smile. It is rather you who seems peculiar to me. You find it strange? I'm even more perplexed. Shen Junyi said urgently. Why not keep this high ice full green jade for yourself? With this jade, the pressure would be significantly reduced. Because I have my eyes set on Qi Laoban's second safe. Yi Qing remarked meaningfully. He also promised me that I could choose a stone from among them. The venture of stone gambling is inherently uncertain. Sometimes, one might find a remarkable stone that, when cut, yields jade worth billions. Shen Junyi gritted her teeth and said, but it is still a gamble. You cannot guarantee that you will extract jade of such immense value from the raw stone. This trade is indeed beyond your understanding. Yi Qing chuckled, gently patting her back, and explained with care. Even a deity cannot extract high-grade jade from a kilogram of rough material. To gamble on appreciation, one must find premium raw stones. The optimal choice is public auction material. However, true public auction material is either cut live on the auction floor by stone gamblers or hoarded by these owners. Shen Junyi questioned. Is public auction material guaranteed to yield superior jade? Yi Qing replied with a smile. In the mining areas, only the finest raw stones are selected by the mine owners to participate in public auctions. At the auction, stone gamblers and jade appraisers meticulously choose and confirm that the stones are worthy of high bids. Even so, the probability of extracting jade from public auction material is only 30%. Shen Junyi understood. Extracting high-value jade from a kilogram of rough material is merely a legend. A fabrication by the stone gambling shop owners to sell kilograms of rough stones. By choosing the pricier public auction material, it merely increases the chances of appreciation. You get what you pay for. Indeed. Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. Encountering a premium raw stone is a stroke of luck for the stone gambler. Yet the high price of such stones means that encountering a gambler with deep pockets is also fortuitous. Spending lavishly signals to Boss Qi that one is not short of money, thus persuading him to reveal his hidden treasures. Additionally, I have another route in mind, that is, by who? If I cannot find a satisfactory stone in Jiegao and Delong, I shall head to Huacheng. Chapter 31. A crack ruins everything. Shen Junyi, now fully aware of Yi Qing's intentions, felt completely reassured and smiled as she asked, what do you want to say? Yi Qing looked at her quizzically. Why are you antagonizing Baihu? Humph. Shen Junyi stamped her foot in frustration. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and she stepped out first, swiping her card to unlock the door. Upon seeing the decor inside, she exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder it costs 2,006 for a night. Unfortunately, this place lacks sufficient star rating and does not offer a presidential suite. Shen Junyi shot him a sidelong glance, teasingly stating, what, trying to flaunt your wealth? Not at all. It's just that while one can earn money, one must also learn to enjoy it. Yi Qing promptly opened a small suitcase and produced a set of casual wear. There are 2 rooms. You choose one first. I need to shower. I've been cutting stones and am all dirty. Give me a top. Shen Junyi snatched it from him. What are you doing? Yi Qing exclaimed, eyes wide. All my change of clothes is at the villa. You brought me straight to the hotel. Are you expecting me to be naked after my shower? Shen Junyi retorted with a sultry glance, though her face turned crimson. All right, my fault. Yi Qing chuckled mischievously. Shen Junyi's face flushed. She shot him a playful glare and darted into the bathroom. After a short while, a Chanel outfit and a set of lingerie were tossed out from the bathing area. Call for the attendant and have these dry cleaned. Yi Qing picked up the small fabric pieces, still imbued with a woman's distinct scent. He took off his casual outfit and the sportswear he had worn on the plane, changed into pants, and called the attendant to take the bag of clothes for cleaning. Women take forever in the shower. The luxurious suite is splendid, with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, but only 1 bathroom. Have you seen the material that Master lost in gambling? Yi Qing called out, growing impatient. After losing, I took a photo and sent it to Qin. Shen Junyi's voice came from the bathroom. The photo is on my phone. The password is 3 6s. Take a look yourself. Yi Qing picked up Shen Junyi's phone from the coffee table, entered the password, and opened the album. The material had already been processed, revealing only a pile of stone fragments. The stone's quality reached the glass type, with evident fly wings. The green was also translucent. Although it did not reach the coveted imperial green, it was still an exquisite apple green. Alas, the only unfortunate aspect was that this stone was riddled with cracks, resembling a spider's web, fracturing the entire piece. A single crack ruins everything. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Yi Qing could not help but curse. He swiped through the pages. The second and third pieces of processed rough stones were similarly flawed. Not to mention bracelets, pendants, or even beads, nothing could be produced. After flipping through 13 pages, he turned to find a stunning beauty draped in a sheer veil, with long black hair cascading like a waterfall, a perfectly round and fair shoulder, and a breathtakingly beautiful face. The sheer fabric did little to conceal her alluring body curves, and even the fine hairs on her skin were distinctly visible. Yi Qing was utterly captivated, oblivious to the bathroom door opening. Shen Junyi, barefoot, quietly approached him, catching a glimpse of the phone screen, and exclaimed in shock, "Why are you rummaging through my phone? Don't you know a girl's phone holds privacy?" Yi Qing, caught off guard, could only smile awkwardly as he swiped the screen. Shen Junyi, her face flushed with embarrassment, snatched the phone back from him. Yi Qing hastily grabbed a pair of casual pants and dashed into the bathroom. "You scoundrel," Shen Junyi muttered under her breath, yet could not resist opening her phone to find the photo Yi Qing had peeked at. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, "Does this count as you seeing me naked?" Shen Junyi, suppressing her fluttering heart, called out, "What did you see?" "A truly splendid figure." Yi Qing replied casually. "Scoundrel, that is not what I asked." Shen Junyi, flustered and furious, retorted, "I was asking about that piece of jade. Glass type, apple green," Yi Qing said while washing his hair, "but sadly, it has the most terrifying imperial cracks, totaling 13 pieces, all similarly flawed. However what?" Shen Junyi pressed for more. "The shape of that raw stone resembles a large sweet potato." Yi Qing tilted his head back, allowing the water to wash away the foam from his hair, wiping his face. "Moreover, it is full material. Master did not polish the stone but chose to cut it directly. However, it's peculiar. These pieces seem incomplete. Try to see if you can piece together these 13 fragments into a sweet potato shape." Yi Qing dried himself off, put on his casual pants, and stepped out shirtless, a dragon stone pie show pendant hanging around his neck. Shen Junyi lowered her head, meticulously contemplating the shapes of the 13 pieces. The photo was taken with the stone fragments laid flat, making it impossible to piece them together. "This is quite unreasonable." She raised her gaze to Yi Qing, her eyes landing on the dragon stone pie show. "This pendant has a more beautiful color than Chun Lu's." Yi Qing grinned. "This is not a pendant. It's a handpiece, something to play with in hand. I merely found it convenient to hang it around my neck. By the way, haven't you seen this before?" Shen Junyi shook her head, flustered. "Today is the first time I've seen it. How could I have seen your things? By the way, since you like it so much, is it very expensive?" "It's all right, a few times more expensive than Chun Lu's." Yi Qing was surprised. This was Master S' personal item, and she had never seen it. "A few times more, over $1 billion. Shen Junyi was astonished, her mouth agape, speechless. "Yes." Yi Qing continued drying his hair, smiling. "According to the market price, it should be even pricier. This item is rare and hard to come by. If it were auctioned, who knows what price it would fetch." "Glass type, imperial green?" Shen Junyi tentatively inquired, knowing only this type of high-grade jade. "Indeed, imperial green, but not glass type. It's dragonstone type." Yi Qing corrected with a smile. "What type is that?" Shen Junyi hurried over and reached out to remove the dragonstone pie shell. She wore only a pullover, leaving her beneath bare. This motion exposed a small portion of her rounded form, resembling 2 moons concealed among the clouds, causing Yi Qing's gaze to involuntarily drift downward. Shen Junyi's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she teased. "Shall I lift it up for you to see clearly?" The photo was already quite clear. Yi Qing replied nonchalantly. "Scoundrel." Shen Junyi stomped down hard on his foot. "How dare you say that? A beauty is like exquisite jade, meant to be admired." Yi Qing winced in pain. "Furthermore, you are adorned in a delicate veil. Just observe those models and beauty queens, parading gracefully on stage in their revealing outfits, seemingly discontent if they do not attract attention." Shen Junyi scoffed, turned away, and knelt on the sofa, exclaiming, "You have yet to disclose what kind this is." Chapter 32, The Richest Dog in the World. "This is Longshi Zhong," Yi Qing responded, settling beside her. "It is an exceedingly rare variety of jadeite, now rendered extinct." Shen Junyi gazed at the pie show figurine in her hand, feeling a wave of grievance that nearly brought her to tears. Every year, I toil relentlessly in court, earning a modest sum, and after several years, I managed to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in Kunming. I usually don Chanel, carry a Chanel bag, and indulge in steak and red wine, believing myself to be quite cosmopolitan. Yet upon seeing you and Shenlu, adorned in mere accessories worth tens of millions or even billions, I realized that my existence pales in comparison to that of a dog. Yi Qing recognized that she was indirectly criticizing him and chuckled softly. Do not belittle dogs. The wealthiest dog in the world is Gunther IV, possessing $25 billion in cash and multiple properties, including a mansion once inhabited by Madonna in Miami and a villa in the Bahamas. Each day, it awakens in a luxurious estate worth tens of millions, attended to by a male butler and female maids, complete with a personal stylist and a custom pool for leisure. It enjoys meals prepared by a private chef, consisting of truffles and caviar, and travels in a luxury vehicle with a dedicated driver, going wherever it pleases, accompanied by different beautiful women during meals or outings. Shen Junyi was so provoked by his words that she burst into tears. Yi Qing was aware that she had been through immense suffering in recent days, with her father lying in the hospital, having sold off all his assets to pay debts, leaving her with 200 million worth of high-end jadeite or 600 million in compensation. Even the strongest of women cannot endure such burdens. Crying is the most effective release. Tentatively, Yi Qing wrapped his arms around her, and Shen Junyi did not resist, clutching his neck as she wept on his shoulder. Her cries were heart-wrenching, and it took a full 30 minutes for her sobs to subside. Yi Qing smiled gently. In truth, you are quite wealthy. Shen Junyi, her tear-streaked face resembling a weeping pear flower, lamented, you mock me still. Where's my wealth? Do you not know that this Longsher Zhongpai Xiu was sent to me by my master? Yi Qing replied earnestly. Shen Junyi gasped. This was given to you by my father after he lost that exorbitantly priced raw stone. Calculating the timeline, it seemed plausible. Yi Qing smiled. He bestowed this Pai Xiu upon me to signal my coming of age. However, consider this. If he had chosen to sell this Longsher Jade Pai Xiu, it would resolve all his problems. Yet, he preferred to give it to me rather than use it to settle debts. What does that signify? It indicates that the legacy he left you far exceeds the value of this Longsher Zhong Imperial Green Pai Xiu. Yi Qing sighed. Yet my master inexplicably suffered a stroke and fell into a coma at this critical juncture. Shen Junyi shook her head in disbelief, tears streaming down her cheeks. That cannot be. He must have money. Do not cry. Let others hear us, lest they think I have harmed you. Yi Qing quickly wiped her tears, urging, allow me to analyze this for you. Speak. Shen Junyi permitted him to dry her tears while wrapping her arms around his waist, seeking solace in his embrace. Yi Qing frowned. My master is meticulous, always leaving room for contingencies. I never believed he would gamble everything on that precious raw stone. Yet, it was indeed a tempting prospect. Yi Qing continued earnestly, do not forget, my master operates a gambling stone shop. To him, even the most alluring raw stone is merely a commodity. If the stakes are too high, he would sell it at a premium for guaranteed profit. Finally, Shen Junyi comprehended. So, after your encounter, you suspected I was after his money. Indeed, Yi Qing confirmed with a nod. That is why I wanted you to leave. But where is his money? Shen Junyi questioned, perplexed. If he possesses funds, why sell Longrui Gambling Stone House and Siyu Building to the Jadeite Guild? Yi Qing furrowed his brow. I am equally baffled. Where could he have hidden the money? Shen Junyi also pondered. I am not troubled by that. I am more curious about what my master intends to do. Yi Qing expressed his frustration. This old fox may be in a coma, yet he leaves behind a significant mystery. How are we to decipher it? Why would you think that? Shen Junyi gazed at him in confusion. For a businessman, having a keen instinct is essential for great fortune. Yi Qing asserted confidently. The Jadeite Guild seeks to monopolize the high-end Jadeite ornament market. This presents a lucrative opportunity that my master would undoubtedly seize. Shen Junyi questioned, what else could he do? To understand my master's intentions, we must ascertain why the Jadeite Guild is pursuing this course. Yi Qing declared solemnly. Temporarily monopolizing the market may yield exorbitant profits, but it is akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Once the Yangon public auction commences, jewelers nationwide will view the Rayleigh Jadeite Guild as a common foe. It would be a fruitless endeavor. A seasoned operator would never engage in such folly. Could it be that the Jadeite Guild harbors ulterior motives? Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. My master has surely anticipated this. Shen Junyi exclaimed in frustration. What good does that do? He lies in the hospital. You are his daughter, hidden in Kunming for years. I am his disciple, residing in Kyoto. Yi Qing scoffed. Yet, we have both been summoned to Rueli. The only reason could be that the old fox seeks to stir the waters, and he needed more hands, thus bringing us together. Your conjecture is utterly absurd. Shen Junyi gazed at him in disappointment. That is rather far-fetched. Shen Junyi's eyes darted. unable to meet his gaze, and summoning her courage. She said, "Do you not wish to sleep with me? Stop with such nonsense." Yi Qing stared at her in shock. Shen Junyi gritted her teeth and raised her head. "I am serious. Unless you think I cannot measure up to Bai Hu, and you have no interest in me, do not compare yourself to Bai Hu. In my heart, you are 100 times more noble than she." Yi Qing regarded her earnestly. "Just noble?" Yi Qing replied helplessly, "You are indeed more beautiful than she. However, I believe she is correct." Shen Junyi finally revealed a captivating smile, summoning her courage to say, "A woman encountering a man she admires is akin to a jade appraiser encountering a flawless stone. Better to kill than to let it slip away." Yi Qing suddenly understood. Realizing the pressure Bai Hu's words had exerted on her, "Do not overthink it. In my eyes, you are like an elder sister, but we share no blood relationship." Shen Junyi insisted earnestly, "Do you truly not harbor any feelings for me?" "It is not that," Yi Qing hastily clarified. "Even if I liked you, I would need my master's approval to define our relationship. In our line of work, lineage is of utmost importance. My master treats me like a son, and I regard him as a father. To pursue you at such a time would be akin to taking advantage of a misfortune." Chapter 33. One must experience storms to witness the rainbow. "I will decide my own affairs." Shen Junyi bit her lip, suppressing her shyness. "But I cannot dictate my marriage." Yi Qing retorted, "Even if we share mutual affection, I cannot offer you marriage. Even if you willingly become a lover, I must obtain my master's consent. Otherwise, I would be committing a grave betrayal, deserving expulsion from the clan." Shen Junyi was astonished. "You hold him in such high regard." Yi Qing sighed. "Despite my daily grievances against him, that is due to his incessant scheming against me. Yet, the debt of life-saving grace and the obligation of imparting skills weigh heavily. I truly do not comprehend the bond between you two." Shen Junyi smiled brightly. "However, the trust your father places in you and the respect you show him are evident. Come now, Yi Qing, embrace me to sleep. Do you still jest?" Yi Qing glared. "Did you not comprehend what I just said?" Shen Junyi sighed. "Can you imagine the fear I feel? You are but a beautiful dream to me, and I genuinely fear that when I awaken tomorrow, it will all vanish." Yi Qing gazed into her tear-filled eyes, his own fears unspoken, and with a gentle sigh, he embraced her, leading her toward the bedroom. As she unfurled the silk quilt to envelop her body, the lights were extinguished, and the two could discern each other's breath in the stillness of the night. The atmosphere was so quiet that even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Was it uncomfortable? In the darkness, Shen Junyi's sparkling eyes were fixed upon him. "Nonsense. I am not Lu Xiaohui, nor have I attained the level of detachment." Shen Junyi pouted her cherry lips, asserting that her willingness to share a bed with him meant she was not afraid of his potential mischief. Yi Qing sighed, lamenting the pangs of conscience. "I am a Mianmei, where polyandry is commonplace." Shen Junyi whispered in his ear, insisting that as long as he treated them equally, it would suffice. "Do you think a girl from a prestigious family in Jingdu would willingly share a man with other women?" Yi Qing responded earnestly. Tears welled in Shen Junyi's eyes as she clung to him tighter, acutely aware that she and Yi Qing inhabited entirely different worlds. Letting go would signify irretrievable loss. Restless in the night, Chen Lu too found herself unable to sleep. Upon returning to the Crown Hotel, she received a grave warning from her mother, advising her to avoid offending Yi Qing at all costs. She was urged to cultivate a closer relationship with him, lest Tianlu jewelry be throttled by the Emerald Association. Chen Lu understood clearly that the Emerald Association was manipulating the Yangon auction to ensnare all jewelry companies dealing in jade, at the mercy of others. She pondered what price must be paid to fully control a scion of a prominent family. Chen Lu remained conflicted, weighing the costs, small enough to fail to sway Yi Qing, yet large enough to be untenable for her to relinquish. The thought of her mother's stringent boundaries sent chills down her spine. 20% of Tianlu jewelry shares were valued at 2 billion, wealth that many could not amass in a lifetime. Could a fledgling in the jade market truly be worth such a sum? Aware of her own flaws, Chen Lu recognized that a woman's avarice was a universal malady. She had no desire to part with shares worth 2 billion. Moreover, she had already concluded that Yi Qing's sudden departure was a ploy of feigned abduction. What could compel me to acquiesce? In a fit of frustration, she hurled her pillow to the floor, yanked the silk quilt over her head, and struggled for breath as if drowning. Yet, this reflected the current plight of Tianlu jewelry, constrained by others, unable to thrive, merely surviving in discomfort. What could she do? Jade was a non-renewable resource, and after centuries of mining, especially with the advent of modern excavators, the old pits had been depleted. The new pits yielded jade that was tender in texture, lacking in quality and color, rendering it of little value. However, this did not imply that high-quality jade could not be found in new mines. It was simply exceedingly rare and required the expertise of highly skilled jade gamblers to uncover. Was Yi Qing such a master? The thought of his youth filled Chen Lu with profound dismay. In the luxurious suite of the Dehong Hotel, at 8 in the morning, the slumbering Shen Junyi was roused by the shrill ring of a telephone. I brought her into my home, and she gradually succumbed to vice. Money slips into the pocket and never returns. Sweet words aplenty, yet only 10 or 20 bucks for a man of wealth to turn rogue. She was a sweet girl before marriage, but transformed into a demanding matron post-nuptials. Such rapid changes left one utterly helpless. Shen Junyi stifled a laugh, her fluttering eyelashes rapidly closing again. Yi Qing carefully rose, disentangling her arms from his, before answering the phone. Fifth brother, what is it? Xiao Lu, where are you? Came the nonchalant voice on the other end. Where else could I be? At the stone studio. I opened the window for the stones too late yesterday and ended up sleeping here. Yi Qing replied irritably. Shen Junyi inwardly cursed. For this fellow could fabricate tales without a hint of hesitation. Is that so? I'll come find you shortly. I need to discuss something. Discuss it over the phone. Unlike you, I have no time to waste on frivolities, chasing after celebrities, models, or college girls. Yi Qing complained. Had it not been for me vouching for you, grandfather would have stormed into the club with his cane and broken your legs. Who knows whose legs might be broken this time? Came the mocking laughter from the other side. Xiao Lu, did you have a blast cutting stones at the Delong night market yesterday? How do you know I was at Delong? Yi Qing's suspicion was piqued. Of course, Lu Yu told me. Came the triumphant response. Impossible. Lu Yu would never betray me. Yi Qing asserted confidently. Tell me, who informed you? Is there any need to interrogate your brother? Apologize to me. The voice on the phone turned stern. Let's keep it to business. If there's nothing else, I will hang up. Yi Qing's tone shifted to one of defiance. You brat, you'll eventually fall for that little girl. Lu Yu. The voice took on a teasing tone. Xiao Lu, let me tell you, a man must endure many storms to see the rainbow. Chapter 34, The Exceptional Widow. Yi Qing quickly covered the mouthpiece, glancing warily at the slumbering Shen Junyi, who was sleeping soundly, before exclaiming, do not tarnish her reputation. She is merely the manager of the stone studio. Our relationship is as innocent as spring onions mixed with tofu. That's your perspective, it's not necessarily hers. Came the laughter from the phone. Lu Yu's visits to Nanshan far exceed ours. Grandmother has inquired multiple times whether Lu Yu is dating you. What did you say? Yi Qing's anxiety escalated. I naturally said yes. Lu Yu is from a good family, attractive, and sweet-tongued. Every time we meet, she calls me fifth brother. Almost like my brother's wife. How could I bear to break them up? Enough. With you around, I won't marry, and I refuse to die without marrying. Wait. There's something important. Yi Qing lowered his voice, expressing disdain. Then let us get to the point and stop the nonsense. Are you also interested in this line of work now? Yi Qing replied helplessly. One moment you're poor, the next you're rich. Have you ever heard of that? I don't intend to gamble myself. I'm merely partnering with you to sell jade. I have no worries about sales, it's just the lack of stones. The jade extracted is being bought at high prices, with no risk involved. Who buys jade? Yi Qing asked, astonished. Those from Jiang. I hear their company is quite large. Fifth brother, you've been played. Who dares to play me? That exceptional widow you're talking about. Yi Qing chuckled at her misfortune. Her daughter is in Delong, looking to spend lavishly to enlist my help in gambling for stones. Little did you know, even you, Yi Lao Wu, can be used as a pawn. Did you agree? Of course not. Yi Qing retorted, as if it were a matter of course. What is her daughter like? Yi Lao Wu inquired with a mischievous grin. Fifth brother. Which part of this is the main point? Yi Qing frowned in reproach. Yi Lao Wu slyly tempted. Her mother is exceptional. Her daughter must be no less. Why not have some fun with her and earn some money in the process? Yi Lao Wu, I warn you. Do not use our brotherhood as a bargaining chip for your widow chasing. Yi Qing suddenly grew anxious. The situation here is quite complex and dangerous. That's why I sent Lulu over. Why send Lulu? Besides, I never intended to collaborate with Chen Lu. That girl has too strong a desire for control. Lulu is sent for your protection. That is not the main issue. Whether to collaborate is up to you. I, Yi Lao Wu, seek profit. And there is no need to waste time on a widow. Yi Lao Wu replied with nonchalance. The club is filled with stars and beautiful models, both young and old. I am not so easily swayed by female charms. What is the main point? The main point is that the dignitaries, wealthy merchants, and tycoons in the club are also interested in gambling on stones. Do you think good raw stones are as plentiful as cabbages in the field? Just because one has money does not mean one can buy them. I am still troubled about where to find them. Yi Qing retorted impatiently, stop babbling. You have a child's temper. Do you not know you've become a laughingstock in the circle? Several girls have asked me whether you prefer men. Beeping. Yi Qing stared at his phone, on the verge of tears, especially when he noticed Shen Junyi shivering with laughter under the covers, amplifying his despair. Shen Junyi managed to suppress her laughter, raising her charming face to ask playfully, Virgin, young Master Yi, is this referring to you? Shen Junyi chuckled. Her laughter akin to flowers blooming, a sight to behold. With a hint of exasperation, she added, I understand, young master looks down upon those painted women. And I sincerely admire your ability to remain unperturbed in their presence. Last night, you held me the entire time, yet did nothing. Her tone was laced with endless lament, stirring a soft ache in Yi Qing's heart. Please do not refer to me as young master like others do. I cannot bear such a title. Yi Qing chuckled. It sounds much better to call me brother. At least you have a heart. Shen Junyi wrapped her arm around his waist, her smile turning more peculiar as she hesitated. You wouldn't really prefer men, would you? Nonsense. I struggled to hold back last night. Yi Qing gazed at the coldly beautiful lawyer, who had transformed into a vixen. Feeling utterly helpless, I had no defenses against you. It was you who chose not to. Shen Junyi shot him a glare, lifting the covers and standing up, swaying her slender waist as she headed to the bathroom. Yi Qing made a call to the dry cleaning department to have his clothes delivered, tipping generously. Just as he was about to change, he noticed a sticky layer of grime on his body, as if during his slumber. The Longshore species Pai Xiu had been altering his physical form. Yi Qing was both suspicious and curious, unable to discern the origin of this peculiar substance. Could it be a treasure from the immortal realm? Shen Junyi scolded him playfully. Coward. Holding two small fabric pieces, her face flushed involuntarily, realizing they were the ones she had thrown to Yi Qing. After tidying himself up, Yi Qing accompanied Shen Junyi to the hall. Wang Liang had been waiting for a while, and the three hastily had breakfast. Yi Qing handed Wang Liang 10,000 yuan, instructing him to go to Mongsher Airport to pick up Lulu, while he and Shen Junyi took a taxi to the hospital. Master still lay in the intensive care unit. Yi Qing handed a carnation to the nurse, discreetly slipping her a generous red envelope. He stood by the glass wall, staring blankly at his master, who lay motionless in the hospital bed, tears streaming down his face. Do not be too sorrowful. Everything will be all right, Shen Junyi whispered, her voice thick with emotion. I will take you to meet Dr. Lu. Yi Qing nodded, following Shen Junyi to the specialist's office. Shen Junyi knocked on the door, and a voice from within invited them in. Yi Qing entered first, encountering a young woman. Chapter 35, The Ethereal Female Doctor. Lu Feng. Dressed in the distinctive white coat of medical personnel, her cheeks were a soft pink, lips reminiscent of blooming roses, with deep, clear eyes and flowing hair that shimmered with a dark luster, cascading down to her slender waist. Her elegant demeanor exuded an otherworldly charm, both pristine and vibrant. Yi Qing momentarily thought he had walked into the wrong room, hesitating to step back. Shen Junyi laughed and pushed him gently. This is Dr. Wen's attending physician. Do not be fooled by her youth. She holds a directorial position. Forgive my ignorance. I thought I had encountered a celestial being. Yi Qing laughed, extending his hand. I am Yi Qing, a junior of Mr. Wen from Kyoto. Lu Feng. Lu Feng shook his hand, rolling her eyes playfully. I encounter such assumptions often. Many presume my youth disqualifies me from being an attending physician. She gestured for them to sit on a nearby sofa. Yi Qing glanced at the coffee table, where an exquisite purple clay tea set was displayed, smiling as he pulled 2 tea cakes from his bag. I came in a rush and brought no gifts. I originally intended these for Mr. Wen, but seeing that Dr. Lu seems to enjoy tea, I shall present them as an offering. To meet friends over tea, merely a token of goodwill. Yi Qing spoke earnestly. I wonder how Mr. Wen is faring? Acute cerebral hemorrhage. Fortunately, he was delivered in time. Lu Feng replied with a smile. He just underwent an examination. The hematoma has begun to be absorbed, but it is uncertain when he will awaken. Yi Qing pondered for a moment. I hope my inquiry is not too presumptuous. Please forgive me, Dr. Lu. Feel free to ask. Lu Feng smiled. Given Mr. Wen's condition, is there a possibility of transferring him to another hospital? Lu Feng's smile suddenly stiffened. What? Do you look down upon our hospital? That is not my intention at all. Yi Qing quickly clarified. I have a few doctor friends in Kyoto at the Military General Hospital, and if possible, I would like to transfer Mr. Wen there. As the medical facilities are superior, Lu Feng replied calmly. Mr. Yi has good intentions, but given Mr. Wen's condition, transferring him is not advisable, even by plane. A long journey could exacerbate his condition if any issues arise. Yi Qing considered this seriously. May I inquire, Dr. Lu, are there any particularly challenging aspects to Mr. Wen's illness? Lu Feng shot him a glare. Are you doubting my capabilities? Yi Qing hastily explained. Sincerely, I am no expert in medicine, but I have many friends. If there are difficult issues, I could invite them, though I shall defer to you, Dr. Lu. I have been in medical school in Kyoto, pursuing my studies continuously. Lu Feng expressed a peculiar smile. Teasing, you claim to know the medical circle in Kyoto, yet you seem unsure of whom you can invite. How about Huang Jingming? Elder Huang. Yi Qing answered without hesitation. You know Elder Huang. Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise. He was a renowned physician, a giant in the medical field. He is also a friend through tea. Yi Qing replied confidently, inviting him to rule should not pose any difficulty. Mr. Wen and my father are good friends. If it is beneficial for Mr. Wen's health, I would not decline. Besides, learning from Elder Huang, even just observing, would be a tremendous opportunity for me. However, after the expert consultation, Mr. Wen's condition was already showing signs of improvement, so there was no need to trouble Elder Huang. Lu Fang's refusal made Yi Qing hesitate. Your father is. It seems Mr. Yi does not fully trust me. Lu Fang self-deprecatingly smiled. My father is Lu Guohua. Yi Qing's worries dissipated instantly, smiling. So you are Director Lu? I am truly honored. Lu Fang regarded him with suspicion. Do you know my father? 3 years ago, I apprenticed at Longrui Stone Gambling House and had the fortune of meeting Director Lu a few times. Lu Fang scrutinized Yi Qing for a long while before stating, You are that little apprentice of Mr. Wen. Indeed. Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. When I was in trouble, it was my master who saved me and brought me here, asking Director Lu to treat my wounds, so I hold Director Lu in high regard. Yi Qing felt a bit awkward, hesitating. Well, forget it. I won't hold it against you. Lu Fang smiled brightly. The tea set in this room originally belonged to my father. He often comes here to enjoy tea. She playfully rolled her eyes at him. Moreover, I owe you a favor. Back when I was pursuing my doctorate and could not find a supervisor, it was Mr. Wen who asked your fifth brother for help. I have yet to find an opportunity to repay that. Yi Qing chuckled. What a small world. Shen Junyi was astonished, not expecting such connections to unfold. Lu Fang stood up, extending her hand with a smile. We are somewhat related. Let us introduce ourselves anew, Lu Fang. Yi Qing stood up, smiling as he took her delicate hand. Yi Qing, I shan't say much else. Should you visit Kyoto, I shall cover your accommodations and meals. Lu Fang teased. When I seek you out in the future, do not refuse. How could I? Yi Qing released her hand. Is it not a delight to have friends come from afar, especially one as enchanting as you? Indeed, a true charmer. Lu Fang smiled as they settled back down. Since we are connected, I shall speak frankly. Mr. Wen's condition, as long as he receives timely medical attention, is not serious. His bodily functions are all good. Recovery is merely a matter of time, so there is truly no need to trouble Elder Huang. Yi Qing nodded, smiling. With your assurance, I am at ease. May I ask, Dr. Lu, when you have time, I would like to invite you and Director Lu to a meal. Lu Fang playfully replied, Still calling me Dr. Lu? What should I be called then? Sister? That would imply you are quite older. Yi Qing chuckled. Miss sounds a bit odd. Do not forget, I have resided in Jingdu for 8 years, and I am well aware of the sordidness embedded in your dialect. Lu Fang stifled a laugh, casting him a disapproving glance, and boldly declared, Just call me sister. It seems I am the one benefiting here. As for treating Director Lu to a meal, I cannot take charge of that, but you may certainly invite me. Chapter 36, Merchants and Profit. Lu Fang glanced at the card, which bore only the name Yi Qing and a string of numbers, and inquired with a smile, Is this the legendary personal business card? Yi Qing responded with a shy smile. I hope I did not embarrass you, sister. Very well. I shall call you when I have time. There is no need for you to come here frequently, as I am the attending physician, and the nurses are quite responsible. Lu Fang chuckled. Unless you do not trust me. Yi Qing stood to bid farewell, and Lu Fang accompanied them to the door, watching as the two departed. Shen Junyi linked her arm with his, casting a skeptical glance at his profile. 3 years ago, it seems you underwent many events in Ruel. Indeed, many things transpired. I shall tell you gradually when the opportunity arises. As Yi Qing spoke, he noticed Chen Lu approaching hastily, carrying a fruit basket. Shen Junyi harbored no fondness for Chen Lu and whispered, A cat weeping for the mouse. Merchants and profit. Yi Qing chuckled softly. As long as you understand in your heart, that is sufficient. Chen Lu approached and quietly asked, How is old Wen's condition? Thank you, miss. The doctor says it is improving. Yi Qing took the fruit basket from her and handed it to a nurse, then turned and asked with a smile, Why the rush? Miss Chen, I wish to speak with the young gentleman again. Chen Lu replied with a smile, linking her arm with Shen Junyi's. Will the young gentleman grant me an opportunity? Just as Yi Qing was about to decline, his phone rang. He smiled apologetically and stepped aside to answer the call. The caller was Wang Bo, which took him by surprise. Mr. Yi, do you have a moment? What is it? Mr. Zhao Delong, the vice president of the Jade Association, is hosting a stone gambling gala. I wonder if you would be interested. Wang Bo spoke politely. Yi Qing pondered for a moment. He recognized that Wang Bo's intentions were not solely about the invitation, yet he could not fathom where he had revealed a weakness. However, declining would only raise further suspicion. When? In the afternoon. Wang Bo's face brightened. If Mr. Yi is available, I will present the invitation to you. Where? At the Lidu bar. I shall be waiting for you there. Very well. Meanwhile, Chen Lu tugged at Shen Junyi, whispering, The young gentleman appears casual and carefree in his relaxed attire, while you, in your formal wear, clearly seemed like a stern woman. Perhaps a change of clothes would make you more compatible with him. Shen Junyi had grown wary of Chen Lu, but upon hearing her words, she realized her attire was indeed problematic, just as Yi Qing glanced in their direction. Chen Lu, understanding he wished to send her away, quickly remarked, "My senior and I are off to buy clothes. The young gentleman may carry on with his affairs, and we will call you shortly." Yi Qing was aware that Shen Junyi's luggage was still at the villa. He looked at her, saw her slight nod, and casually handed over his card. "No need. I have money," Shen Junyi promptly replied. "Why must we be so formal? My senior and I have been roommates for 4 years. We are like sisters, and I can afford a few outfits." Chen Lu smiled charmingly. "Thank you for your kindness. But buying clothes for one's woman and letting others foot the bill would be a disgrace for a gentleman from Jingdu, particularly in Ruel." Yi Qing smiled, placing the card in Shen Junyi's hand. "This is a supplementary card. Feel free to use it." Chen Lu looked crestfallen, while Shen Junyi beamed. Stepping forward amidst the gazes of the two women, the taxi arrived at Lidu Bar, where Wang Bo leaned against a red Ferrari, an air of satisfaction upon his face. To the average young person, he was an idol. Young yet wealthy, possessing a $500 fortune, a limited edition luxury car, and surrounded by beautiful women. How could one not envy him? However, Wang Bo understood that all he had was supported by his brother-in-law, Zhao Delong. Yesterday, Zhao Delong had viewed Yi Qing's gambling video and suddenly became interested in him. Given Wang Bo's mindset, he could not swallow that pride. Today, he had seized the opportunity to deliver the invitation, allowing Yi Qing to witness what it truly means to be wealthy, not merely because you gambled on 2 pieces of jade and amassed a fortune. Thus, the meeting place was deliberately chosen to be the extravagant Lidu Bar. Upon seeing Yi Qing approach, he quickly welcomed him. "Mr. Yi, welcome. Mr. Wang has provided me with an opportunity to profit, so I naturally accepted the invitation." Yi Qing glanced at Zhao Biao. "And this gentleman is?" "Zhao Biao, son of the vice president of the Jade Association," Wang Bo hastily introduced. Zhao Biao nodded coolly, seemingly uninterested in Yi Qing. Yi Qing paid him no mind and followed Wang Bo into the bar. They opted for the main hall rather than a private room. Not for the sake of saving money, but out of habit. The bustling hall offered far more beautiful women than a small room. Zhao Biao relished this atmosphere, immediately beginning to scout for potential conquests. Many white-collar women frequented bars. Spending a night with such women was far superior to hiring a lady from a nightclub, where charges were per hour. Sharing a night with these white-collar beauties cost nothing. Zhao Biao found a table, snapped his fingers, and the waiter promptly delivered 3 glasses of beer. The crowd in the hall was overwhelming. Although the atmosphere was quiet, Yi Qing felt slightly irked, waiting for Wang Bo to produce the invitation. Yet Zhao Biao was quite ostentatious, sitting comfortably and boasting loudly. A seemingly innocent woman approached, playfully saying, "Is this not young Master Zhao? Have you forgotten me? It has been ages since you sought me out. You have no conscience at all." Yi Qing glanced over, feeling a chill run down his spine. The bar's women adorned in alluring attire, yet she could have done with less makeup. Zhao Biao, however, appeared delighted, casting a glance at Yi Qing and casually tossing a few hundred yuan into the woman's embrace, then giving her rear a playful slap. "Not today. Seek me out next time." The woman, realizing her chances today were slim, shot him a flirtatious glance and sashayed away. Zhao Biao boasted, "Ruel is a splendid place. Beautiful women abound. If you have money, changing partners is as easy as changing clothes." Yi Qing refrained from engaging, feeling as if he was lowering himself to the level of a rustic bumpkin. "Mr. Yi is a jade master, is he not?" Zhao Biao inquired tentatively. "Not quite. I merely stumbled into Derlong by chance." Yi Qing replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of his beer, just as Chen Lu sent a text, and he casually forwarded his location. Each year, countless gamblers arrive at Derlong, hoping for overnight wealth, yet few possess the good fortune of Mr. Yi. Zhao Biao, losing interest in Yi Qing, coldly remarked. Chapter 37. The Toad Aspiring to Eat the Swan. Wang Bo presented the invitation. "This stone gambling gala represents an opportunity for Mr. Yi to strike it rich. Thank you." His tone was condescending, akin to a charitable act. Yi Qing could not be bothered to engage with him further. He accepted the invitation and was about to excuse himself when Chen Lu and Shen Junyi entered the bar. Shen Junyi donned a black spaghetti strap top paired with a blue high-waisted skirt, accentuating her graceful figure, with long, slender legs that shone brilliantly, shedding her stern demeanor for a touch of charm. Meanwhile, Chen Lu wore a pristine white top and wide-legged pants that exuded an ethereal quality. Zhao Biao had intended to inquire about Yi Qing's background, but suddenly found his attention diverted by the 2 ethereal beauties. The 2 women, each stunning in their own right, walking side by side, outshone all others in the bar. Zhao Biao's gaze was fixed on the 2. Shen Junyi flashed a radiant smile at Yi Qing. "Do you find it appealing?" Yi Qing nodded with a smile. Zhao Biao's expression shifted slightly. However, clad in his designer suit, he resembled a successful gentleman, standing politely and smiling as he approached Chen Lu. Miss Chun, it is a pleasure to see you again. Yet Chen Lu felt no affinity for him, responding coldly. It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from me. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to be unkind. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. While you aspire to great heights, yearning for the swan, you remain oblivious to the fact that the swan soars high above, while you crawl upon the ground. Yi Qing suppressed a smile, yet Zhao Biao's visage darkened, and he retorted with venom. Do not forget that this is DeLong. Believe it or not, I shall ensure that you cannot procure even a single high-grade jadeite. See, I told you that you resemble a wretched frog, and your arrogance is only growing. Chen Lu stated icily, turning to Yi Qing with a radiant smile. The matters are settled. Yi Qing nodded in agreement with a smile. Very well, I shall invite you for a drink. Although Yi Qing initially intended to decline, he was deterred by Zhao Biao's grim expression. My apologies, Director Wang. I have matters to attend to. We shall communicate via phone. Wang Bo's countenance was grim. He was most displeased to witness Yi Qing being courted by Chen Lu. This fellow's luck was simply extraordinary. Twice he had gambled and emerged victorious with high-grade jadeite. If he were to become a master of stone gambling under Tian Lu jewelry. Zhao Biao observed as Yi Qing departed amidst the company of two beautiful women and turned to Wang Bo, stating, I shall not permit anyone to pursue a woman I desire. Call Ma Wu and instruct him to break that fellow Ye's legs. Wang Bo exclaimed in astonishment. That seems inappropriate, considering we have not even ascertained Yi Qing's background. He had amassed millions from stone gambling, yet failed to adorn himself in fine attire, wearing garments worth less than 1,000. Such a person was evidently a destitute dreamer. Drawn to DeLong by the allure of fortune, without a taste of hardship, he would not become a compliant dog. Zhao Biao replied ominously, to make a dog obedient, one must first administer a beating before tossing it a bone. Chen Lu did not accompany Yi Qing in a vehicle. Upon exiting the Lidu bar, she turned into an alley. Yi Qing glanced around in surprise. Where are you taking us? Chen Lu retorted, what business do those two have with you? Yi Qing, lacking the desire to conceal the truth, replied, the vice president of the Jadeite Association has invited several experts to gamble on stones. They are delivering the invitation to me. Chen Lu's expression instantly turned frosty. I had an inkling that it would not bode well. While it may not be a fortunate development for you, for me, it presents an opportunity. Chen Lu shook her head coldly. Zhao DeLong is a narrow-minded individual, and his son has inherited his temperament. Wang Bo is driven solely by profit. To secure a position as director, he would not hesitate to offer his sister to Zhao DeLong as a mistress. I advise you to steer clear of them. Yi Qing chuckled. Even if he is narrow-minded, it does not concern me. Can he truly expel me from DeLong? Chen Lu scoffed. Is that so? How about a wager, shall we? I wager that Zhao Biao will undoubtedly seek to teach you a lesson to ensure your compliance. If I win, you must grant me a favor. If I lose, I shall fulfill a request of yours. Are you brave enough to gamble? Chen Lu huffed disdainfully, her expression revealing her intentions. If my senior sister does not mind, I am willing to wager and accept defeat. Shen Junyi observed the two with amusement. Adding fuel to the fire, I am indifferent. Chen Lu cast a surprised glance at her before turning back to Yi Qing, pointing toward the alleyway. Look, you have lost. Yi Qing, taken aback, followed her finger and beheld a group of ruffians swaggering toward them. The scene felt reminiscent of a film where thugs make their entrance. You did this intentionally. Yi Qing suddenly comprehended. Each expert arriving at Rueli for stone gambling was sought after by the Jadeite Association, and the mere fact that he was seen with his senior sister had already drawn their attention. Chen Lu remarked seriously, I merely fan the flames, prompting their vile nature to be revealed sooner. However, you have also placed me in a predicament. Yi Qing expressed his frustration. How will I gamble on stones in DeLong now, given that I no longer desire that high-grade jadeite worth 200 million? I merely wish to convey that in Rueli, only you and I are allies. This reckless woman is utterly unreasonable. Yi Qing sighed in resignation. You should distance yourself from Shen Junyi. However, Chen Lu remained steadfast, turning to face the approaching men. 6 or 7 small ruffians charged toward the two. Upon beholding the unparalleled beauty of the two women, one of them whistled, Damn, quality comes at a price. Inform Zhao Biao to increase the offer. Chen Lu smiled triumphantly. I can now concede defeat. You have placed yourself in a perilous situation merely to collaborate with me. Is it truly worth it? Chen Lu remained silent, seemingly sulking. The leading ruffian rushed toward Chen Lu, grinning foolishly. Hey, beautiful, stick with me, and I guarantee you'll have a grand time every day. Suddenly, Yi Qing sprang into action, closing the distance, and with a resounding crack, a bone shattered as he sent the man flying. The others, witnessing this, immediately panicked and quickened their pace. Yi Qing stood his ground, addressing the two women. "You must flee. I shall handle this." No sooner had he spoken than he landed a punch squarely on the first man's face, crushing his nose. As the man's body soared into the air, Yi Qing executed a spinning kick that struck another man in the neck. Chapter 38. The Beauty of Wing Chun. Chen Lu, a gem trader from Chaozhou, is a friend of Yi Qing. Yi Qing aimed to hold off these men as long as possible to allow Chen Lu and Shen Junyi to escape. Thus, he struck with ruthless precision. One of the men shouted, "Damn it, catch that girl. I want to enjoy myself." Chen Lu moved gracefully, her face adorned with a radiant smile, playfully stating, "You are concerned for me." Yi Qing shot her a cold glance. "Do as you wish. Just don't expect me to save you if you fall into their clutches." As he spoke, 4 or 5 ruffians had already surrounded Chen Lu, leaving no opportunity for her to escape. He had already sent 2 men flying, resulting in broken arms and shattered legs, as anguished cries filled the air. Yet, in a matter of moments, Ma Wu's furious voice could be heard. "If we encounter tough opposition, beat them to death." Yi Qing's pulse quickened. While men could withstand the chaos of a brawl, once a girl fell into the hands of thugs, she faced the grim fate of being violated. Chen Lu, however, was unperturbed, moving like a white butterfly among the thugs. In no time, several small ruffians were left with broken limbs, her strikes more vicious than his own. Ma Wu, astonished, cursed his ill fate and veered away from Yi Qing, charging toward Chen Lu. He was an experienced fighter and instinctively chose to target the weakest, believing that if he could capture Chen Lu, any man would be forced to submit. Yi Qing had not anticipated that Chen Lu was a master of Wing Chun. Wing Chun is a martial art characterized by its simplicity, focusing on subduing opponents with the utmost speed. It is prevalent in Guangzhou and shares similarities with the military's inch punch that Yi Qing had trained in. No wonder she dared to venture into Delong alone. Chen Lu executed a close-range counter, twisting Ma Wu's arm, delivering a swift kick to his right leg. With a turn of her body, leveraging her waist, she twisted and kicked him away, causing Ma Wu to scream in agony as he crashed against the wall, sliding down the surface, utterly incapacitated. "A master," Yi Qing chuckled, clasping his fists. "The military's inch punch is a deadly technique. We are evenly matched." A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Lu's eyes as she returned the gesture. She turned to Ma Wu. "Speak. Who sent you here? If you tell the truth, I shall refrain from calling the police." Ma Wu clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Chen Lu's lips curled into a cold smile as the sharp heel of her high-heeled shoe pressed down on his palm, piercing through like a nail. Yi Qing felt a chill run down his spine. Unexpectedly, Ma Wu trembled in pain but remained resolute in his silence. Chen Lu chuckled, withdrawing her heel, and approached the second man. The man, fixated on Chen Lu's bloodied heel and her sweet smile, found that even the fairest of maidens could transform into a demon. And he cried out in terror, "I confess, it was Zhao Biao who sent us." Chen Lu elegantly turned, glancing at Yi Qing, playfully stating, "Young man, it seems you have lost." Yi Qing cleared his throat. "A valiant lady, exceptional skills. Ah, you are indeed an angel. Yet, within, you harbor a devil, do you not?" Chen Lu teased. Yi Qing smiled and nodded. Chen Lu approached, resting her hand on Yi Qing's shoulder, and playfully removed her high heel, saying, "I wanted to offer you an opportunity to be the hero saving the damsel in distress, but knowing that today, Sister Shun lost a single hair, you would never speak to me again." Yi Qing let out a couple of dry laughs, tacitly acknowledging her words. He accepted the high-heeled shoes, retrieved a tissue, and carefully wiped the bloodstains from the heels. Then he crouched down and helped her put the shoes on. The young man appeared more like a gentleman. Chen Lu giggled softly. "It makes one feel an impulse to offer oneself in return. You might as well give up. You won't even get a turn in line." Yi Qing shot her an annoyed glance. Chen Lu's eyes turned red instantly. The young man's words are truly infuriating. "Girls, never place yourselves in perilous situations." Yi Qing scoffed. "Men may fight to the death, but once a girl falls into their hands, it is more unbearable than death." "Is the young man concerned for me?" Chen Lu feigned a pitiful expression. "Concerned for you?" Yi Qing raised his head, casting a scornful glance her way. "Even the most delicate cat is a carnivore. You are no different from them. They wield their fists, while you wield your wealth." Chen Lu's expression grew serious, her beautiful eyes unwavering as she gazed at him. "But am I in the wrong? For you, it is not wrong. Recruiting a master in gambling stones to your side would greatly benefit the company." Yi Qing rose, glancing at Shen Junyi who was approaching from a distance. "But you must remember, the young masters of Kyoto are men you can never control." Yet, she had never considered that there were men who remained unmoved by money and beauty. Cats hunt solely to satiate their hunger, but wolves emerge from Kyoto to hunt. Everything in their sights is prey. However, they will not spare you. Chen Lu argued, "Our collaboration is the best choice." I have no intention of sparing them either. Yi Qing smiled. But sister, do not speak of feelings with me, as it would cost you dearly. If you wish to cooperate, then show your sincerity. Chen Lu bit her cherry lips, pondering for a long time before saying, how do I know that once you learn the truth? You want to kick me when I'm down? Yi Qing nonchalantly replied, extracting jade from stones relies on luck, hence the term gambling stones. If you wish to collaborate with me, it is a gamble. But the question is, do you dare to wager? Chen Lu fell silent, comprehending Yi Qing's meaning. To gamble is to have a chance to win, while not gambling means having no opportunity at all. Yet, the thought of the consequences left her hesitant. Shen Junyi hurried over. Glancing at the dozens of thugs lying on the ground, call the police. I can sue them and ensure they rot in prison. Shen Junyi expressed her unwillingness. Is it really going to end like this? That is impossible. If they dare to play dirty with me, I will take a piece of their flesh. Chapter 39. The Struggle of Tigers and Wolves. The three emerged from the alley and entered Chen Lu's Rolls-Royce. The interior was as spacious as a small living room, lavishly decorated, with a 21-inch LCD television hanging, and even a small refrigerator. Chen Lu gestured for the driver to start the car. Yi Qing and Shen Junyi sat in the back seat, while Chen Lu turned her seat to face them and pressed a button, elevating a small coffee table. Chen Lu took out 2 cans of drinks from the refrigerator, smiling, there's red wine here, but I suggest drinks after a lot of exercise. Yi Qing took the canned drink, took a sip, finding it somewhat sweet, yet not particularly enjoyable. Where to? Chen Lu inquired with a smile. Who is Lulo? Chen Lu asked with a smile. He is my 5th brother's bodyguard. Yi Qing shot her an annoyed glare. This is all your mother's doing. Chen Lu widened her beautiful eyes in confusion. What does my mother have to do with this? Yi Qing was astonished. Do you not know? Chen Lu was even more surprised. Young master, please clarify what I should know. Your mother intends to lure my 5th brother into gambling stones through deceit. Observing her expression, Yi Qing sensed no deceit, but had never imagined that the young masters of Kyoto could be manipulated by her. Could you speak more politely? Chen Lu's expression changed instantly. Chen Lu gritted her teeth. Do not forget, you still owe me a favor. Even if I agree to cooperate with you, I could seize the opportunity to take a piece of your flesh. Yi Qing scoffed disdainfully. You won't even find your grave. Chen Lu looked at him earnestly. Exempt the 2 billion high-quality jade, along with 10% of Tianlu Jewelry's shares, and if the gambling stones appreciate, I will give you 20%. Yi Qing frowned. Did I not tell you that I would not join Tianlu Jewelry? Chen Lu was almost brought to tears in frustration, pouting and sulking. Young master, how can you be so hard-hearted? Is it amusing to bully a little girl? Yi Qing looked at her seriously. I have encountered all kinds of women since childhood. As long as I take a liking to someone, beauties can line up from Panjiayuan to Qianmen. If you wish to discuss feelings with me, do not mix it with business. Once our relationship reaches a sweet and harmonious state, I will assist you unconditionally. However, when it comes to business, do not see yourself as merely a woman. Clarity in the division of interests is the essence of collaboration. Chen Lu furrowed her brows, falling into deep thought. Shen Junyi suddenly felt pity for Chen Lu, reaching out to grasp Yi Qing's wrist. Yi Qing chuckled, patting the back of her hand. Do not pity her. She is but a cat woman. Feigning vulnerability and acting docile is a cat's forte, yet when it catches a mouse, it will leave not a scrap of bone. Then you are the wolf from Kyoto, viewing everyone as prey. Chen Lu shot him an annoyed glance. I can be sincere, but young master must promise me one thing. What is it? Do not kick me when I'm down. Chen Lu bit her cherry lips, looking at him with a pitiful expression. The young masters of Kyoto value loyalty. As long as you are open and honest, I will not take advantage of you. Yi Qing recognized that her bottom line had been crossed. Chen Lu left her seat and sat beside Yi Qing, embracing his arm tightly, earnestly asking, really, will you keep your word? Chen Lu nodded, pressing a button beside her, raising a partition that separated the driver's cabin from the small lounge. Before organizing her words and stating solemnly, the purpose of the Jade Association's relentless acquisition of high-quality jade is to wait until May, when our high-quality jade is scarce, to sell it at a high price. Chen Lu sighed softly. We do not care if they make a quick profit, but we worry that they will seize most of our capital in the process. When the auction in Yangon begins, they can purchase a large quantity of raw jade and continue hoarding it. They seek to control the supply of premium raw stones. Yi Qing inhaled sharply, realizing the magnitude of the Jade Association's scheme. The advantageous geographical location of Rueli allows them multiple channels to acquire raw stones, while we, the merchants from Guangdong, lack such conditions. If the Jade Association were to cut off the supply from the Yangon auction, our own auction would falter, leaving Rueli as the sole auction in the country. With the raw stones in their grasp, they would hold the pricing power, turning us into mere prey. A catastrophic disaster for us, the jewelers from Guangdong. Chen Lu sighed. Young master, will you help me? Shen Junyi exclaimed in astonishment. Since you already know their conspiracy, Why do you continue to purchase their high-quality jade materials? The funds for participating in the Yangon auction come from all the jewelers in Guangdong, Chen Lu explained earnestly. The Ruili Gambling Stone Group, the Kyoto Gambling Stone Group, and the Shanghai Gambling Stone Group all operate in this manner. After the Kyoto and Shanghai groups bid for raw stones, they will cut them open on the spot, and these jade materials are generally acquired through live bidding. However, the results of the jade auctions in recent years have been unsatisfactory. The shortage of high-quality jade is severe. Once the Ruili Jade Association releases a large quantity, even knowing it is a poison chalice, jewelers will hoard it, consuming a substantial amount of capital. This leaves us powerless to compete with the Jade Association at the Yangon auction, trapping us in a vicious cycle. It is only natural for merchants to pursue profit. This is something that cannot be changed. Yi Qing rolled his eyes, contemplating how his master intended to carve out a share of the feast. From another perspective, what was the Jade Association so fearful of that they felt the need to guard against his master? Young master, you won't go back on your word, will you? Chen Lu anxiously shook his arm. Wait a moment, I need to sort out some matters. Yi Qing was thrown into a state of confusion by her embrace, particularly as her warm and smooth arms encircled him, evoking a sense of distraction. Chen Lu, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" Yi Qing's eyes gleamed with a mischievous light. If my master's substantial piece of high-priced raw stone was indeed orchestrated by the Yuan Guohui, then what are they afraid of? The Yuan Guohui fears that Old One might strike and disrupt their plans. Without hesitation, Chen Lu responded. If the Yuan Guohui does not release their accumulated high-quality jadeite before May, and a sudden influx of high-quality jadeite appears on the market, jewelers will not purchase jadeite from the Yuan Guohui. A surplus of high-quality jadeite will accumulate within the Yuan Guohui, leaving them without sufficient funds to bid on raw stones at the Yangon public auction. Chapter 40, Mysterious and Complicated. Yi Qing nodded slightly. While people scheme against tigers, tigers also scheme against people. The Ruili Jadeite Association plots against the Old Guang jewelers with overt strategies, yet the Old Guang jewelers retaliate with their own covert schemes. However, what stance does my master hold, and why does he partake in this fierce competition? Frowning, he mused, with my master's limited funds, he lacks the ability to stir up trouble. A fortune of several billion does not equate to having several billion in cash. A few hundred million placed in the Yangon public auction is merely a drop in the bucket. It must be noted that the annual transaction volume at the Yangon public auction reaches tens of billions, primarily in euros. Converting that to renminbi amounts to several hundred billion. Are you suggesting that the Ruili Jadeite Association fears my master's intervention and thus strikes preemptively? Chen Lu was equally astonished by Yi Qing's notion. One could only wonder how much high-quality jadeite would be required to topple such a large operation. Yi Qing turned to Xin Junyi, asking earnestly, where were the photographs of those 10-odd raw stones taken? Xin Junyi, bewildered by the question, replied, in the villa's treasury. How many raw stones are left inside? None. Just that one that was cut, totaling 13 pieces. Xin Junyi exclaimed in disbelief. Do you suspect he is hiding raw jadeite? Yi Qing felt a sense of helplessness. Every time he neared the truth, it eluded him, and he lamented, this old fox is truly leading his disciple to ruin. The two women observed Yi Qing's demeanor for the first time, feeling both amused and sympathetic. The car soon arrived at the Dahong Grand Hotel. Upon disembarking, Yi Qing spotted Wang Liang and Lu Lu. Eager to greet Lu Lu, Yi Qing's companions felt a twinge of curiosity but were quickly disappointed. Lu Lu was an ordinary-looking young man, not particularly robust, and standing next to the tall Wang Liang, he was easily overlooked. To their surprise, however, Yi Qing quickly approached and enveloped him in a warm embrace. When they finally released each other, the handbag that Yi Qing had been holding tightly was now in Lu Li's possession. This astonished Xin Junyi. Yi Qing was known to be meticulous, and his handbag contained not only his phone but also bank cards. This exchange was akin to entrusting Lu Lu with his entire fortune. Observing closely yet feeling disappointed, she failed to discern any remarkable qualities in the somewhat shorter young man. Yi Qing introduced the two women to Lu Lu, who regarded them with a deep gaze. Nodding in acknowledgement but remaining silent, Yi Qing cheerfully stated, let us book a private room to welcome you. Lu Lu shook his head. That is not important. I need a car. We are heading to gamble on stones this afternoon, and it will likely conclude around 4 or 5 o'clock. Afterwards, we can go buy a car. Yi Qing chuckled. Let us secure a room first, and then we can dine. Yi Qing's regard for Lu Lu drew Chen Lu's attention. He reserved a luxurious suite costing 2,600 per day, conveniently located next to Yi Qing's room, while Wang Liang happily transitioned from a standard room to a lavish suite. In the opulent private room, a table brimming with Ruili delicacies awaited. Yi Qing ordered a bottle of wine, but Lu Lu abstained entirely, while Xin Junyi and Chen Lu sipped lightly, leaving the remainder for Yi Qing and Wang Liang. What plans do you have for the stone gambling this afternoon? Chen Lu inquired with a playful smile. Yi Qing glanced at her. Perhaps the wine had heightened her rosy complexion and sparkling eyes. I suspect Zhao Delong wishes to unearth stones without bearing the risk, hence he releases top-grade raw stones, shifting the risk onto the gamblers. Should the gamblers uncover high-quality jadeite, he can purchase it at a premium. Besides, as the host, even with jewelers participating, it would be awkward for them to outbid him. Your task is to drive up the price. Something worth 1 million should be bid up to 10 million. Chen Lu's eyes brightened. Exactly. I may not buy jadeite, but I can certainly make him miserable. Lu had remained quietly attentive. He did not drink, but was unreserved with his chopsticks, quickly finishing the dishes before him. By the time they were satiated, it was already past 1 o'clock. As they exited the Daihong Grand Hotel, Chen Lu's driver brought the Rolls-Royce around. Lu headed straight for the driver's seat, opened the door, and calmly stated, "Get out." The driver, caught off guard, looked at Chen Lu in confusion. Chen Lu turned to Yi Qing, who smiled. "Let Lu drive." The driver hesitated to relinquish his position, expressing his discontent. "Have you ever driven such a fine car? Be careful not to damage it. I usually drive a Hongqi." Lu remarked coolly, and the knowledgeable driver promptly exited the vehicle without further protest. "You have half a day off. Come pick me up in the evening," Chen Lu commanded before opening the door. Yi Qing and Shun Junyi climbed in, followed by Chen Lu, with Wang Liang taking the passenger seat. Lu shot a glance at Wang Liang. "From now on, you will be responsible for opening the door." Wang Liang grumbled in discontent. "Come on. I haven't said anything." He glared. "Do you know what I do? You dare speak to me like that?" Wang Liang resided in the Chaoyang district of Sanlitun, an unemployed drifter with an elderly mother, a wife, and 2 children, a boy in 3rd grade at Chaoyang Primary School and a girl in her final year at Chaoyang Sanlitun Kindergarten. As a displaced resident, he had been allocated 3 properties worth 37 million, along with 10 million in compensation. Over the past 3 years, he had squandered the majority of it, leaving him with a bank balance of 137,004. Lu focused on driving, enunciating each word deliberately. "Need me to continue? I can even tell you what your wife had for breakfast and who she met this morning." Wang Liang's face turned pale. Shen Junyi and Chen Lu were left speechless. It was utterly terrifying that he had investigated an entire family. Chen Lu retorted defiantly, "Do you know me?" Lu replied nonchalantly, "Before leaving Kyoto, I had already researched you thoroughly." Chen Lu, infuriated, exclaimed, "Isn't that illegal? You are infringing on my privacy rights. You can sue me." Lu did not even glance her way, as if this beautiful girl held no significance in his eyes. "Is this how you train your bodyguards?" Chen Lu turned to question Yi Qing. "He is not a bodyguard. He is my brother." Yi Qing replied calmly, "And even if you did sue, no organization would take your case." Chen Lu fell silent, finally comprehending the terrifying nature of the Yi family in Kyoto. The car sped smoothly yet steadily, akin to a vessel gliding across tranquil waters. Chen Lu was well aware that her driver's skills could never reach such a level. Even when the car came to a halt, none of them felt a single jolt. At Longtan Villa, an array of luxury vehicles was parked outside. Chapter 41. The toad only dreams of beautiful things. Yi Qing said gleefully, "I heard Zhao Biao is interested in you." Chen Lu shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "That toad only dreams of beautiful things." Yi Qing suddenly understood, so he desires both wealth and beauty. Chen Lu lightly bit her cherry lips. Leading the way out of the car, Wang Bo welcomed them at the entrance, and upon seeing Yi Qing and Chen Lu approach, his expression was complex, yet he respectfully invited them inside. The villa was opulent and expansive. At the back, a grand hall served as the venue for the stone auction, featuring 4 cutting machines in the front row. In the center of the hall were several glass cabinets and rows of wooden racks displaying the jadeite that had been unearthed. Yi Qing glanced around, noting that most were of the icy and glutinous varieties, with a few being of the icy type, all holding considerable value. On a wooden rack lay more than 20 pieces of jade rough stones, each one sourced from various locations, though modest in size. They were all privately collected old mine specimens. Against the wall, a collection of rough stones of varying sizes and colors was piled up, with the smallest no larger than a fist and the largest resembling a table, possibly weighing 1 or 2 tons. Wang Bo, accompanied by Yi Qing and his group, approached an elderly gentleman with silver hair in his 50s. The elder, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of refinement. Yi Qing clasped his fists in greeting and said, "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Yi Qing from Jingdu, fortunate to meet you." Zhao Delong quickly grasped his hands, laughing heartily. "Ah, the younger generation is formidable. We, the older ones, often lament the lack of new talent in the Gambling Stone circle. After watching your Gambling Stone videos, I realized that a skilled gambler has indeed emerged in our midst. This is both commendable and celebratory. Your praise is unwarranted, esteemed senior." I merely possess a bit more luck than others, Yi Qing replied with a faint smile. Zhao Delong nodded in agreement, turning his attention to Chun Lu. Miss Chun, I share a good friendship with the chairman, yet upon visiting Rue Li, you have chosen to avoid me. Is it that you look down upon this elder? It is not avoidance. Rather, the chairman has been exceedingly busy, Chun Lu responded coolly, yet her demeanor remained courteous. I am here today by chance to pay my respects. I also express my sympathy for your company's predicament. Zhao Delong sighed. I wish to offer assistance, but without proper backing, I would undoubtedly face opposition from the members. You know that the Jade Association is not governed by me alone. Chun Lu smiled proudly. There is no need for the chairman to worry. We shall find a way to resolve our minor difficulties. Zhao Delong glanced at Zhao Biao, who was engaged in lively conversation among a group of beautiful women. The young man is also considered a rising star in the industry. You should interact with him more. It could be an opportunity for your company. Thank you, Chairman. But I already have a boyfriend. Chun Lu said with a radiant smile as she linked her arm with Yi Qing's. This is the formidable young man you speak of. Yi Qing, caught off guard, understood Zhao Delong's intentions to exploit Chun Lu's situation, and, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, feigned ignorance of Zhao Delong's words. The chairman is merely being kind. I thank you on Chun Lu's behalf. However, she and I are already bound together, so there is no need for your concern. Zhao Delong's smile faltered, and he forced a chuckle. Congratulations to you both. Since you are here, let us enjoy ourselves. These gambling stones are my cherished collection, and I present them for everyone's enjoyment. He turned to Xin Junyi and whispered, I just need to borrow this young man for a moment. Please do not be upset. Xin Junyi shot Yi Qing an annoyed glance before turning away. Lu, who had remained silent, approached Yi Qing and quietly remarked, this man has blood on his hands. Both Chun Lu and Xin Junyi felt a chill. Yi Qing chuckled softly. In the business of rough stones, it is rare to find someone who hasn't encountered bloodshed. Zhao Delong stood in the center of the hall, observing that most guests had arrived, and declared loudly, Dear friends, the time has come, and nearly everyone is here. So let us begin. These are my treasured old mine rough stones. Examine them closely and state your bids. However, according to the rules, any jade extracted from these stones can only be purchased by our Jade Association. Chun Lu gritted her teeth in frustration. Is he referring to me? Have you made your decision on how to proceed? Just then, Boss Qi approached, casting a dubious glance at Yi Qing. Brother, what is going on here? Before Yi Qing could respond, Chun Lu pressed her graceful figure against him, smiling sweetly. What is the matter, Boss Qi? Are you going to interfere? My sister Shun hasn't said anything. Boss Qi forced a smile. Brother, not only do you have good luck in gambling stones, but you also have such fortune with women. However, this behavior is merely a jab at Chairman Zhao. Everyone knows he is intent on marrying Tianlu jewelry, and the word is already out, just awaiting the chairman's consent. Yi Qing smirked as he pinched Chun Lu's slim waist. Why not speak of such things? Chun Lu shot him a glare, but remained silent. Yi Qing inquired, how did this Chairman Zhao amass his wealth? Boss Qi quietly replied, it is challenging for ordinary people to succeed in the gambling stone business, but Chairman Zhao, like us, sells stones rather than cutting them, shifting the risk onto the gamblers. Yi Qing nodded. He is indeed a shrewd individual. Yes, Boss Qi acknowledged with a hint of trepidation. The current chairman is aging, and he is the most likely candidate to succeed him. Brother, I am not betraying you, but I cannot afford to offend him. The rough stone he purchased last night was for 15 million. I could not refuse. Why are you all so afraid of him? Xin Junyi furrowed her brow. Isn't he merely the vice president of a Jade Association? The Rue Li Jade Association is also known as the Gem and Jade Association, a semi-official organization. Yi Qing smiled. Sister, all of Zhao Delong's gambling stone shops and jade accessory stores are members of this organization. Moreover, the association holds the authority to issue authentication certificates for jade products. Without the association's certification, one cannot prove that what is being sold is genuine jade, and tourists will not buy. Xin Junyi gasped. Their power is that extensive. Yi Qing confirmed. With power comes responsibility. The Jade Association has the duty to regulate the market. However, this duty, if misinterpreted, can lead to a monopolistic situation. Thus, in this circle, to suppress someone, it only takes a single word from the association. Chapter 42. The clever machinations that lead to one's downfall. Boss Qi nodded with a bitter smile. Brother, you are perceptive. I need not elaborate further. The rough stone I promised you cannot be sold. What? Is Boss Qi backing out? Yi Qing scoffed. That is against the rules. It is indeed against the rules, but circumstances compel me, Boss Qi sighed. However, I still wish to conduct business with kilogram stones. My uncle has opened a rough stone factory in Tengchong, and I am waiting for his call to set a time to visit. Yi Qing smiled, and Boss Qi felt relieved to depart. Chun Lu observed his retreating figure and whispered, It seems this boss Qi is unwilling to be manipulated. Yi Qing chuckled. Those who do not earn money are foolish. Moreover, merchants prioritize profit over relationships, often forgetting their loyalties. Chen Lu playfully rolled her eyes at him. Are you referring to me? His merely forgetting his loyalties pales in comparison to your overly clever schemes, Yi Qing said as he released her waist and approached the wooden rack. Chen Lu paused, realizing that the next line following overly clever schemes is ultimately leads to one's demise, a reference to Wang Shifeng from Dream of the Red Chamber. Although she was a woman, Wang Shifeng was the ruler of the Jia household, possessing cunning and political acumen, yet her clever machinations ultimately led to her downfall. Was this young man's remark unintentional, or did it carry a deeper meaning? At the wooden rack, most people, including Zhao Delong, gathered around a basketball-sized oval stone. Yi Qing focused intently on it. What captivated observers was a misty green strand encircling the center, resembling a green python. Its color alluring as it tightly coiled around the stone's surface. The sand python signified water quality, while the green python represented color. The presence of this green python indicated that the rough stone likely contained a significant amount of green. Everyone hesitated, knowing this rough stone was destined to be valuable. One person inquired, Chairman Zhao, what is the price? Yi Qing scoffed. Wang Liang's eyes sparkled. The price is somewhat high, but the green python on the stone is simply too enticing. I will take it. Does he dare? Zhao Biao sneered derisively. 10 million. And that is likely all his savings. Yi Qing chuckled softly, but remained silent. In gambling stones, the most enticing aspect is the gamble itself. A quality rough stone, regardless of the scientific instruments used, cannot reveal whether the interior is jade or stone. Consequently, gambling stones are not only fraught with risk, but also thrilling. Winning can lead to overnight wealth, while losing can result in total ruin. The intense thrill and desire for wealth have ensured that this trade endures through the ages. If the jadeite extracted from this rough stone is as vibrantly green as the color of its skin, it would undoubtedly be considered a superior specimen, worth over 10 million. However, the divine cannot discern every inch of jade, and it is equally possible that a single cut may reveal nothing but a white stone. Therefore, in response to Zhao Biao's provocation, Yi Qing remained indifferent, glancing at the stone a few times before losing interest entirely. From the appearance of the rough stone, it was impossible to ascertain its quality. The risk was simply too great. Although Zhao Delong's bidding was quite high, there were many eager onlookers. Boss Qi glanced at Yi Qing, saw him shake his head slightly, and smiled. Then I shall make the opening bid. 8 million. Yi Qing pulled Chen Lu and Shun Junyi towards the exit. Chen Lu, sharp-eyed, noticed their subtle movements and whispered, if you don't have faith in it, why would Boss Qi still place a bid? The rough stone would certainly not be acquired for 8 million. Boss Qi was merely doing a favor and would not be bidding against anyone. As expected, no sooner had Yi Qing spoken than the bidding commenced. 8,100,000. 8,300,000. 9,800,000. 10 million. Standing outside the crowd, they would certainly not place a bid. However, hearing the gamblers treat money as mere paper and bid recklessly sent a thrill through them. This is the allure of gambling on stones. The stakes are irresistible. In the final round of bidding, the rough stone soared to an astronomical 13 million, ultimately claimed by a middle-aged man. Boss Qi, having completed his role, stood beside Yi Qing, lamenting, there are truly many wealthy individuals. Shen Junyi, having begun to understand some of the jargon, realized that Boss Qi's statement implied there were plenty of fools around. As the transfer was completed, the middle-aged man, clutching the stone, stepped aside. Yi Qing observed that the man had appeared quite composed during the bidding, but now, holding the 13 million yuan stone, his hands trembled slightly. After placing the stone on an empty rack, he turned back to watch. Yi Qing remarked quietly, he didn't understand the quality and has brushed off the surface. Boss Qi nodded in agreement, understanding that Yi Qing's implication was that the risk was too great to warrant a gamble. The sound of the cutting machine began as the man commenced the stone extraction, drawing most of the crowd closer. Boss Qi whispered with a sly grin, brother, why not take a gamble? Even if you don't take home jadeite, you could still make some profit. Of course, one must play, but it must be with stones of interest. Yi Qing kept a watchful eye on Zhao Delong, who had successfully transacted several rough stones in the meantime. Suddenly, they heard the onlookers exclaiming loudly, it's a rise, it's a rise. Prepare the firecrackers. Chen Lu asked curiously, shall we go take a look? A rise does not equate to an increase. Yi Qing shook his head with a bitter smile. I can't believe you're still a jadeite merchant and don't understand this. Who says I don't understand? I'm merely curious. Chen Lu replied with a bright smile directed at Boss Qi. Why isn't Boss Qi taking a gamble? These are rare public auction materials. Boss Qi chuckled. Those who sell stones do not gamble on stones. That is how one ensures profit without loss. Besides, Public auction materials are often a gamble with a 9 out of 10 chance of failure. The risks are immense. Shinjuni expressed her surprise. Aren't public auction materials supposed to be good? How can they have such high failure rates? Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. Public auction materials may have a good outward appearance and a high probability of yielding jadeite, but no one can guarantee that jadeite will indeed be produced. Boss Chi nodded affirmatively. Exactly, that's the reasoning. Unless one possesses exceptional insight, it's best to avoid gambling on stones. Suddenly, the noise from the cutting machine ceased, and a collective wail of disappointment arose from the crowd. It collapsed. It collapsed. The middle-aged man walked out of the villa with a face ashen as ash. His expression dazed. Chun Lu sighed. 13 million just went down the drain. The successful bidder continued with the stone extraction, while Yi Qing began to select stones himself. Although he was the owner of the Shirtu Zhai, it was his first time encountering such an abundance of public auction materials. Moreover, the presence of jadeite among these materials remained uncertain. Yi Qing glanced over the first piece. The gravel on its surface was compact, but the moss was too sparse. And there was also some undesirable lichen. The window revealed a type of jadeite that was too small to provoke any gambling interest. For seasoned gamblers, luck is paramount, referring to the chance of encountering quality raw materials, yet the decision to gamble relies on experience and insight. There were plenty of rough stones here, and luck had already played its part. Chapter 43, The Thunderstruck Stone. However, not every piece from the public auction could yield high ice or vivid color. Yi Qing quickly dismissed stones that exhibited poor characteristics, his unique vision allowing him to scrutinize the rough stones with clarity. Assessing the external appearances such as skin patterns, moss, lichen, cracks, and the compactness of the gravel, the dragonstone type Pai Shio hanging at his heart continually emitted a cooling sensation, maintaining his composure. His mind operated like a supercomputer, rapidly analyzing the potential for each rough stone to yield a profit. If one is to play, then let it be for something substantial. Yi Qing approached the larger pieces of rough material. Boss Chi, however, appeared helpless, remarking, "A small gamble brings joy, but a large gamble brings harm." Zhao Dalong is clearly trying to fleece unsuspecting players. Surely you've seen through that? The deceitful nature of a knife thrusting into one's neck to draw blood was unmistakable. Wang Liang, with a face full of excitement, followed silently behind Lu Lu, who maintained a calm demeanor. Yi Qing circled the wooden racks, then turned towards the pile of rough stones stacked along the sides of the hall. Chun Lu and Shun Junyi trailed closely behind him. Noticing he had abandoned the stones on the rack, Chun Lu asked in surprise, "These aren't worth the gamble?" "I don't see potential," Yi Qing replied with a frown. "Although they are all public auction materials, the patterns, moss, and lichen appear ordinary, and there are rather many cracks and fissures. It's not worth the risk." Continuing through the hall to inspect the stones piled together, Chen Lu was even more astonished. "You intend to find good materials among these stones. These are all from new sources, and generally speaking, new sources yield tender quality and color variations, but that does not mean they cannot produce high-quality jadeite." Yi Qing pointed to a neglected pile of stones. "The stones here have one characteristic. They are all from the Thunderstruck site. These stones are hideous." Shin Junyi's criteria for selecting materials were based on aesthetics. However, not only did she find this pile unappealing, but even Chun Lu frowned at the sight. The stones were huddled together, resembling a tragic fire scene. Yi Qing struggled to suppress a laugh. The Thunderstruck site is one of the 8 major sites. The entire mountain produces this type of material, and the cracks on the surface serve as the identification card for these stones. The materials from this site are all protruding from the ground, giving the rough stone's surface an appearance as if scorched by fire. The surface is fragmented and unattractive, and the materials from this site usually possess cracks and fissures, causing the average gambler to avoid such stones altogether. Indeed, the risks are too great. Even if one were to strike high-quality jadeite, they would first have to gamble on the cracks. Boss Chi laughed from behind. Moreover, the materials from the Thunderstruck site tend to be tender, dry, and lack sufficient hardness, and the fissures are unsightly. However, they do have their advantages. Should jadeite emerge, it will undoubtedly be vibrant in color, rich in luster, and possess a deep green that will not fade. What do you think? Chen Lu, noticing Yi Qing staring at the stones in silence, assumed he was intrigued. Yi Qing frowned and said, "I have the least experience with the Thunderstruck site's rough stones. Gambling on these requires strong professional knowledge, and winning or losing relies entirely on luck. I truly cannot gauge their potential." Yi Qing smiled and explained, "It's not that I'm uninterested. Rather, acquiring these public auction materials necessitates participating in the bidding, which will undoubtedly escalate to astronomical sums. Even if high-quality jadeite is extracted, don't expect to profit. It would merely give Zhao Dalong an opportunity to profit while shouldering the risks." Only then did Chen Lu understand why he had abandoned the public auction materials. Boss Chi gave him a thumbs up, but refrained from further commentary. There exists an unspoken understanding in the gambling stone community. Yi Qing examined several pieces of raw material, finding none that resonated with him. The materials from the Thunderstruck site require gambling on cracks. It seems every stone from this site has been struck by lightning, with none possessing a surface free from cracks or fissures. However, in gambling on stones, one prefers larger cracks over smaller fissures. Fissures are indeed a type of crack, but they are smaller and finer. Yet, fissures can be more treacherous should they extend into the stone. One could end up with nothing more than a bead or an egg's surface, devoid of any bracelets or pendants. If the color is uneven, the value plummets. However, when assessing the value of a piece of jadeite, the foremost consideration is the bracelet, followed by the pendant. Beads and cabochons are merely the last options. Of course, this does not apply to top-quality full-green jadeite, where cabochons and beads carved from high-quality ice green can fetch astronomical prices. After examining numerous rough stones without finding anything appealing, Yi Qing was about to turn away when his peripheral vision caught sight of a piece of all-risk rough material. It was of considerable size, with a surface marred by menacing cracks, yet amidst the fissures, a faint outline of a sand python could be discerned. A python hidden within the cracks. Yi Qing hurried over and crouched down to scrutinize the stone closely. Within a foreboding large fissure lay a twisted, knotted python. Had it not been for his exceptional eyesight, he would have never noticed the python concealed within the crack. What is a python? Shinjunyi, hesitant to interrupt Yi Qing's examination, turned to Boss Chi for clarification. To determine whether a stone contains sufficient jadeite, one must first look for the python. Boss Chi, unable to comprehend the stone, took the opportunity to enlighten Shinjunyi, a novice. When a rough stone undergoes tectonic movement within the earth, it is incessantly rubbed by surrounding soil and gravel, causing the loose portions of the skin to wear away. However, some gravel that grows on the outside of the jadeite can be understood as the jadeite's outward extension. This harder-banded gravel is referred to as a python by seasoned gamblers. Shinjunyi nodded, somewhat understanding. Boss Chi stared intently at the stone for a while, yet saw nothing but the daunting fissures. Yi Qing remained focused on his observation. This was a python that twisted like a rope. Such a manifestation is termed tight python, which generally signifies high quality, and the python also exhibited some loose pine flowers. However, this peculiar characteristic was overshadowed by the unique black and red coloration of the Thunderstruck stone. With the presence of pine flowers comes color, but the distribution of color was uneven, raising the question of what kind of jadeite might emerge. For the first time in his life, Yi Qing encountered such an extraordinary rough material, leaving him puzzled yet in awe of nature's wonders. Boss Chi, oblivious to nature's marvels, was merely consumed by the apprehension of the gambler, gravely stating, "Brother, do not tell me you have your eye on this material. You are an expert, and I need not elaborate further. A rough stone with such large fissures is a gambler's greatest taboo." Despite Boss Chi's solemn warning, Yi Qing did not relent. He felt there was a surprise waiting within this material. Let me take another look. Yi Qing switched on his light. In the dimness, nothing was visible. Adjusting the light to the side, he caught sight of a moss. There truly is color. Yi Qing exclaimed inwardly. Typically, areas with moss may contain color. Yet moss can also absorb color, and if it infiltrates, even the finest jadeite can appear marred, much like being sullied by fly droppings, which is utterly repulsive. Yi Qing continued to illuminate the stone, searching for moss along the skin. One must first gamble on the moss to gauge the quality, and with the python, it surely cannot be of poor quality. Chapter 44. The worthless rough stone valued at 10 million. Moss consists of various sized and shaped markings on the rough stone, predominantly in patches or bands, with colors of black, deep green, and gray. These are nature's unique imprints on the rough material. Moss has a significant relation to jadeite, but the presence of moss does not guarantee the existence of green, nor does green assurance the presence of moss. And there is also a distinction between live and dead moss. Live moss penetrates the stone's interior, while dead moss remains withered at the skin. The moss on this Thunderstruck stone is gray live moss, clearly having penetrated inward. Yi Qing's greatest concern was the possibility of unveiling fine-quality jadeite tainted with fly droppings. Yet, with the python concealed within the fissures, accompanied by loose pine flowers and live moss, this skin was unlike any he had encountered or even heard of, making it impossible to determine the quality of the jadeite within. Yi Qing contemplated the stone, torn between the decision to gamble or to forego. Zhao Biao's expression turned dark and ashen, reflecting a visage of despair. Over the years, this stone had been here, and no one dared to gamble on it, nor did anyone even glance at it. Shinjunyi crouched down gently and advised, "If you are uncertain, it is best not to gamble. Perhaps the next stone will be the one." However, her words rang like a clarion call, awakening Yi Qing. Encountering fine materials relies on luck. Since he had set his sights on this one, it must be a sign of fortune. Whether he could win depended on the accuracy of his judgment. But once he relinquished this opportunity, who could say if fate would grant him another chance? How much? Yi Qing inquired decisively. 6 years ago, I spent 160,000 euros. If it does not appreciate tenfold, a base price of 10 million RMB should be reasonable. Zhao Biao replied with a sardonic smile. As for whether it can fetch a sky-high price, that remains uncertain. Observing Zhao Biao negotiating with Yi Qing, nearby individuals gathered around. Zhao Biao had previously arranged for a few accomplices, yet upon seeing this stone, they felt trepidation. They had originally planned to create a ruckus regardless of Yi Qing's interest in the stone, inflating its price before relinquishing it to this young man. However, if this shabby stone were to be bid up, and he decided against it, it would fall back on them. The rules of gambling dictate that once the seller offers a price and the buyer counters, as long as both parties agree, the deal is finalized. Moreover, this is an auction. Zhao Biao had already set a base price, and if Yi Qing did not raise his bid, the stone would belong to him. They dared not hope that Zhao Biao would simply walk away from the deal. Spending over 10 million on a stone struck by lightning could buy 2 Ferraris. No one is foolish. Zhao Biao's expression grew darker, resembling that of a man who had just lost his parents. Brother, think it over. Boss Qi, noticing Zhao Biao had not called for a deal yet, saw an opportunity for negotiation and urged, although this material is large, weighing 100 kilograms. The fissures are too terrifying, not to mention 10 million. Even 1 million would not be justified. Upon hearing this, Zhao Biao called out without hesitation, deal. Brother, you have great courage. Boss Qi praised him with a thumbs up, shaking his head in exasperation. He had already warned Yi Qing several times, disregarding any potential offense to Zhao Biao, and now it seemed he had done all he could. Zhao Biao approached with a stern expression, bank transfer or cash. I don't have enough money. I'll find someone to go in on it. Yi Qing grinned wickedly, reaching for the phone from Lu and directly dialing Baihu's number. What is up? Baihu's sultry voice came through. I've set my sights on a stone. Are you interested in investing? Yi Qing replied with a grin. How much? Baihu's interest peaked immediately. 5 million for half the shares. Yi Qing responded with a smile. Send me the location. I'll bring the money. Baihu replied promptly, without even asking what kind of stone it was, before hanging up. Yi Qing sent her the location. And Chen Lu stepped closer. I have money. I can lend it to you. Don't partner with Baihu. While sending the location, Yi Qing chuckled. I am going to take advantage of Baihu. She has caused me enough trouble. Zhao Biao scoffed. You dare to trick Baihu? Are you seeking death? Boss Qi rolled his eyes. He knew Yi Qing had at least 10 million in his account, rendering any partnership with Baihu unnecessary. This young man was either trying to deceive Baihu or Zhao Biao. Yet, in this situation, he felt powerless to intervene. Quietly withdrawing from the crowd, but still gritting his teeth, Shen Junyi remained composed, aware that Yi Qing had over 200 million in his bank account and was not lacking funds. His intention to partner with Baihu in gambling must have ulterior motives. Chen Lu anxiously said, I'll give you 5 million, no need to pay it back. Just don't provoke Baihu, all right? Zhao Biao's face turned pale as he observed that Chen Lu not only did not refuse but appeared to relish the situation, driving him to the brink of madness. Zhao Delong had wealth, but with a net worth of just over 3 billion, he paled in comparison to Chen Lu's 100 billion fortune. Moreover, this petite heiress was a stunning beauty. Marrying her would mean reaching the pinnacle of life. He had also conspired with his father to seize this rare opportunity to compel Chen Lu to marry him. Yet, watching this woman in Yi Qing's embrace, exuding tenderness and affection, he felt as though he was standing under the boundless green expanse of the Hulunber grassland. I shall watch how your story unfolds. Zhao Biao declared the deal, dismissing any concerns about Yi Qing's potential change of heart, and vehemently cursed. According to the rules of Baihu, fleeing results in severed hands, imprisonment in a water dungeon, and if the money isn't obtained within 2 days, you'll be buried alive. Even the police won't save you. The more vicious Zhao Biao spoke, the more at ease Yi Qing felt. After all, the Jade Association was a formidable entity. Should Zhao Biao lose his fear of Baihu, the entire scheme would collapse. Revealing his identity as the Prince of Jingdu prematurely would also be unwise. To devour the most succulent morsel in this celestial game, one must masquerade as a pig while preying on tigers. If I were to be taken by Baihu, would you accompany me? Yi Qing softly inquired, gazing at the lovely visage of Chen Lu in his embrace. Chapter 45, A Knife Through Hemp Cloth. Chen Lu was momentarily taken aback. Yi Qing's scenario left her unable to assess the situation, let alone make a judgment. Yi Qing smiled and refrained from pressing further. Though he subtly loosened his hold around Chen Lu's slim waist, it was still the same dilapidated Toyota, the same white diamond set. 8 lean. dark-skinned old Burmese trailed behind, one of whom carried a tattered suitcase. Upon sighting Bai Hu, a flicker of fear crossed each face. This beautiful old Burmese woman was a vampiric killer. Zhao Delong approached with a cheerful demeanor. Bai Hu, what a rare guest. Welcome, welcome. Bai Hu cast a playful glance his way. Welcome to my money, but if you wish to deceive me, you better be cautious. Zhao Delong's expression darkened. We are all part of this circle. One should understand the rules of gambling stones. Rest assured, should I lose, I will only seek Yi Qing for recompense, not you. Bai Hu shot Zhao Delong a cold glare, then moved beside Yi Qing. Eyeing Chun Lu with suspicion, you change women quicker than you change clothes. Chun Lu's face flushed with anger, but it quickly vanished, and she nonchalantly replied, before marriage, men are the prey of all women. Bai Hu ignored her, giving Yi Qing a sultry look. Sister has given you a chance. You simply did not cherish it. The most difficult to bear is the beauty's grace. Yi Qing chuckled. To me, money is the most tangible. I've already selected the stone. I will transfer the funds. And this business will be concluded. Bai Hu glanced at the old Burmese behind her. Open the suitcase and let Vice President Zhao count the money. No need to count. I still trust Bai Hu. Zhao Delong replied cheerfully. Indeed, I, Bai Hu, have always adhered to the rules in business. Bai Hu shot him a glance, then turned to Yi Qing. That rough stone. It is this one. How utterly hideous. Bai Hu grimaced at the sight, her exquisite face contorting in displeasure. You spent 10 million on such a trinket. Do not jest. I am transferring the funds. Yi Qing laughed as he playfully slapped Bai Hu's ample dairy, startling everyone in the hall. Your audacity has grown. For years I've been the one to strike, and no one dares to hit me. Bai Hu's cheeks turned crimson, and she glared at him fiercely. For the sake of your invitation to invest, I will spare you this once. But should you lose this ugly stone, we will settle accounts properly. A woman blinded by wealth. Yi Qing smiled wryly and shook his head, instructing Lu to transfer the funds. Sister is not hypocritical. She simply loves money. Bai Hu grinned. I look forward to you helping me earn a fortune. The crowd was drenched in sweat. Did she really believe that this wretched stone would yield a great profit? 5 million would surely go down the drain. Yet this lad was audacious indeed. Not only daring to flirt with Bai Hu, but also scheming with her. One wonders how he doesn't know how to write the character for death. Although everyone present was a legitimate businessman, none in the stone game lacked money, frequently dealing with Bai Hu, who understood the rules of high-interest lending all too well. Let us uncover the stone. Zhao Delong smiled at his son, giving him a reassuring nod. Yi Qing nodded in response. Observing the situation as Boss Qi squeezed into the crowd, I will assist Wang Liang with the stone. Thank you. Yi Qing expressed his genuine gratitude. What is this? You come to Delong primarily to look after my business. Helping you with the stone is no issue. Boss Qi laughed as he approached, lifting the thunderstone alongside Wang Liang as they headed straight for the cutting machine. Setting the material down, Boss Qi circled the thunderstone once, inquiring, how shall we proceed? Chen Lu was not optimistic about this piece. While it was sufficiently hefty, the fissures were too daunting. Nevertheless, she did not give up, staring intently, wanting to know whether Yi Qing would succeed in discerning the stone's value. Moreover, she understood that her earlier hesitation had caused Yi Qing to withdraw, creating a rift between them. Biting her cherry lips, she felt a pang of anxiety, casting furtive glances at Yi Qing. Wang Liang also did not have high hopes for this unsightly stone. Though Yi Qing was unconcerned, in Bai Hu's presence, representing darkness, he suggested, let us polish the stone. It's the safest approach. Yi Qing had roughly assessed the distribution of jade within the rough stone. Only beneath the python-like fissure could jade be extracted. Yet he could not be certain if the moss had infiltrated it. Wang Liang's implication was that once they polished out the green, they could quickly turn a profit. Yi Qing observed closely. This fissure has compromised most of the rough stone. Let us begin from here and polish along this area. If green appears first on that side, we will make further calculations then. Boss Qi nodded in agreement. He had no objections, especially since Yi Qing was in charge, and Bai Hu, as the buyer, had entrusted the decision entirely to him. They proceeded together to polish the stone and unveil the window. The sound of polishing drew the attention of everyone present. As the crowd beheld the thunderstone, they were struck with awe and excitement, falling silent as they clenched their fists in anticipation. Yi Qing and Bai Hu stood at the forefront, with Shun Junyi and Chun Lu behind them, each displaying tense expressions, cold sweat trickling down. Yi Qing cast a glance at Bai Hu, softly asking, if this stone collapses, I shall help you escape from time in. How terribly pragmatic. Yi Qing cursed vehemently. Bai Hu is indeed a practical woman. You are aware of my predicament. If I cannot make a profit, my fate would be worse than selling you to the mines. Yi Qing teased. Before your misfortune, you might as well make it cheap for me. That is certainly something to consider. Bai Hu replied, a teasing smile on her lips. You possess handsome features and a robust physique. Once I tire of you, I shall prepare a case of Wei for you. Find 10 wealthy women. Such money comes quicker, far more advantageous than selling you to the mines as a laborer. You are quite ruthless. Yi Qing praised, giving her a thumbs up. You seem quite anxious. Bai Hu smiled brightly, casting him a meaningful glance. Otherwise, you wouldn't jest with me like this. I am indeed a bit anxious. Yi Qing admitted readily, gazing at the stone. This is a thunderstone. It is my first gamble with such a rough stone, and I have no certainty of what kind of jade it will yield or whether it is worth 10 million. This is a warning. If I lose, do not seek trouble with you. Bai Hu was perceptive enough to grasp the underlying message, giving him a delicate glare. Or perhaps you harbor some ill intent. Haha. Boss Qi soon polished out a window. Upon splashing water on it, he was instantly taken aback. No green. This has collapsed. 10 million down the drain. Zhao Biao watched Yi Qing with glee, his tone dripping with sarcasm. One cut leads to poverty, another to wealth. A knife through hemp cloth. Gambling stones demands a readiness to face death. Yi Qing stepped closer, glancing at the revealing window, which was pure white. Chapter 46. Golden Silk Species. It is merely water froth. Boss Qi shook his head repeatedly at the cut surface, noting that the stone had collapsed upon cutting, an ominous sign. The onlookers quickly lost interest. Glancing at the stern-faced Bai Hu, preparing to disperse. Bai Hu squatted beside Yi Qing, hugging her knees. What is water froth? Water froth is a companion mineral of jade. Due to its insufficient hardness, it does not qualify as jade. Yi Qing mused as he touched the exposed water froth, pondering for a moment before rising and pulling Bai Hu back a few steps. Let us polish this side. Boss Qi, noticing Yi Qing's composure and lack of panic, marveled quietly and did not inquire further, moving aside to continue polishing. Can we extract jade from this? Chen Lu asked anxiously. That depends on fate, Yi Qing replied coolly. Chen Lu nodded, continuing to watch Boss Qi polish the stone. The harsh sound resumed. Bai Hu glanced at Chen Lu and leaned closer to Yi Qing, whispering, "This woman is just for fun, sister, and you are here to gamble on stones, and according to the rules, we must accept the outcome. However, this woman is kind-hearted yet greedy. She may swallow you whole." Yi Qing nodded slightly, smilingly inquired, "Are you feeling anxious as well? What should I be anxious about? I don't understand anything at all." Bai Hu couldn't help but curse. Even if we cut out jadeite, how much it's worth is entirely up to you. Sister believes in you. Just wait to count the money. Yi Qing chuckled lightly. Don't laugh. If we lose this time, I'll accept it. But there won't be a single one of those 10 dark and plump wealthy women left. Sister will personally feed you Viagra, Bai Hu said fiercely. You've changed. Yi Qing returned a faint smile, glancing at Qin Junyi, no longer using women to threaten me. You're tougher than that ugly stone. Sister, doesn't he want to provoke your backlash? Bai Hu shot him a playful glare, her gaze shifting to Lu Lu, who stood behind him. He seems to be examining the stone, but his ears are constantly alert. He must have killed someone before. His aura is chilling. Good eye. Suddenly, the sound of the polishing machine ceased. The person who had taken a few steps forward halted and turned around. Why has it stopped? The onlookers, who were engrossed in the spectacle, were caught off guard as a basin of water was splashed, revealing a hint of green. It's green, an astute observer exclaimed. How extraordinary. This type of stone can also yield green. Boss Qi observed closely. Brother, it's green, though the shade is dark and not vibrant. It's a rare spinach green, and the green exhibits a directional arrangement, likely of the golden thread variety. However, the window is too small. Should we continue to polish or sell it? Bai Hu grew tense, grabbing Yi Qing's wrist. What does spinach green mean? Yi Qing felt her delicate hand was clammy with sweat and smiled oddly. Spinach green is a professional term in the jadeite color grading, referring to jadeite that is semi-transparent. With a deep green tinged with blue, resembling the leaves of spinach, it's not vivid enough. Bai Hu sighed in relief, her face displaying a sense of relief. Zhao Delong, Zhao Biao, and Wang Bo were left dumbfounded. None had anticipated that this ugly stone, detested by all, would yield golden thread spinach green. A scenario more absurd than seeing a sow climb a tree. Golden thread spinach green is considered mid-range and high-grade jadeite, only second to high ice. If it's free of cracks and has bracelets or pendants, its value would multiply. Yi Qing silently calculated in his mind and gritted his teeth. If the price rises, it doesn't count. Continue polishing and enlarge the window. Boss Qi, being a shrewd fox, understood Yi Qing's intention. Enlarging the window would allow a clearer view of the jadeite inside, determining whether to sell for a small profit or to cut it open for a jadeite yield. Boss Qi activated the polishing machine, the abrasive sound resuming. It's risen again, significantly so. Is it truly golden thread? And spinach green? With this size, how much could it be worth? An onlooker added, the Thunderstrike stone from the Thunderstrike field is riddled with cracks, valued at 10 million. Who would dare be so reckless without some confidence? A master indeed. As the window widened, the jadeite inside gradually revealed itself, eliciting continuous gasps of astonishment. And Baihu's smile grew more radiant. A man in a suit shouted, "Wait, don't polish anymore. I'll offer 15 million for this stone. And I'll take on the remaining risk. What kind of eyes do you have? This stone weighs over 100 kilograms, even if it's not fully material. It's at least 50 kilograms at a minimum. 50 kilograms of golden thread spinach green. And you think 15 million will suffice? Dream on, I'll offer 20 million. Sell it to me." At such a moment, money was no longer merely currency but paper. Even Baihu cursed, "This is unbelievable. The speed of making money is too fast. If I could gamble on stones, why would I still lend at high interest?" Yet Yi Qing cast aside all distractions and crouched beside Boss Qi to closely examine the window. The jadeite of the golden thread variety displayed a green band, arranged directionally. The green floating within the semi-transparent jadeite. It could appear in stripes, bands, sheets, or delicate threads, accentuating its vibrancy against the lighter jadeite. This meant that this piece of jadeite could only have large cracks, not small ones. Otherwise, even high-quality jadeite with excellent color would be rendered worthless. As the crowd continuously raised the stakes, Baihu shot a cold glance. "Everyone, be quiet until Yi Qing makes a decision." The fervent crowd instantly fell silent. Yi Qing observed meticulously, casually illuminating the window with a light, murmuring, "The fibers are aligned, with cracks but no small breaks. The colors are becoming increasingly vibrant. Trending towards apple green. Now we must gamble on whether it will mutate inside." Boss Qi stared at him in astonishment. "You can see inside. Look at the light. Follow the green." Yi Qing handed the powerful flashlight to Boss Qi. Boss Qi pressed the flashlight against the window. Yi Qing chuckled, "Don't look like that. If you illuminate halfway, the light source will extend along the green band." Boss Qi moved the flashlight slightly, peering inside, and immediately understood, nodding in admiration. "Brother, you truly excel in this field. It's not mere luck. Are we selling?" The suited man hurriedly inquired as the two stood up. "Sell what?" "Keep cutting." Boss Qi waved his hand grandly, as if the stone belonged to him, then turned to Yi Qing. "How should we cut it?" "Now we cut along the crack." Yi Qing confidently pointed at the fissure on the stone. "Wang Liang, cut directly through this crack, dividing it in half. We'll deal with the rest later." Chapter 47. Ice and Fire, Two Extremes. Boss Qi nodded affirmatively. Cutting along the crack could lead to a mutation, and the purpose of cutting the crack was to sever any potential changes directly. Wang Liang pressed the stone-cutting machine. The machine activated, swiftly and decisively slicing the raw stone in half. Such is fate, it's collapsed. It had been worth 20 million just moments ago, and now it was worthless. Had I known this would happen, I should have sold it earlier. This is the difference between heaven and hell. The onlookers sighed in unison, mourning the loss of 20 million. The heavens do not joke. Baihu, Xin Junyi, and Chun Lu felt their hearts rise in anxiety. Chun Lu nervously glanced at Baihu, fearing that this woman would not be able to handle the loss and would turn against them. Baihu's beautiful eyes rested on Yi Qing, noticing his calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips. She might not understand stones or jadeite, but she understood people. What should we do next? Wang Liang lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. He enjoyed thrills, but this time the stakes felt too high. His hands began to tremble, and he could only smoke to ease his anxiety. Yi Qing, however, remained unperturbed. Upon seeing the crack carrying a python-like structure, he had anticipated this outcome. That crack had directly obstructed the jadeite's inner extension, ensuring that one half would be golden thread jadeite, while the other would be water foam. One half flame, the other half seawater, a true depiction of ice and fire. Yi Qing was exhilarated. His experience and insight were validated as he kicked away the half of raw stone, filled with water foam. Now continue cutting along these two lines. Following the trend of the python, it should be fine. Glancing at Wang Liang, whose hands trembled as he intensely smoked, he disdainfully remarked, "Don't be so lacking in spirit. I can win or lose, but whether we cut for profit or loss depends on your next cut." "All right." Wang Liang clutched the cigarette butt, refixing the raw stone. "Young sir, you are touched by purple light and blessed beyond measure. If it's not you, I'll have bad luck." Yi Qing shook his head, laughing as he chided, "I'm not a deity. Gambling on stones has never relied on luck. Enough chatter, cut." Boss Qi held the water basin, standing aside, while Wang Liang gritted his teeth and forcefully pressed the handle of the stone-cutting machine. Miraculously, green emerged again. Boss Qi, noticing green in the shards, splashed a basin of water on it. Wang Liang raised his knife, the debris washed away by the water flow, revealing a small hint of green at the cutting edge, no larger than a fingernail, yet enough to fill Boss Qi with immense joy. He remembered Yi Qing's words. "I never gamble on luck." How did he discern it? It's risen again, significantly so, as Wang Liang pressed the stone-cutting machine handle once more. Green fragments continued to emerge. The side also revealed green, still golden thread spinach green. Without any mutation or discoloration, its value doubled. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Shen Junyi and Chen Lu felt as though they were on a roller coaster, having just been hurled into the depths of despair before being catapulted into the heights of ecstasy. With jade on either side, they could only polish the stone, slowly removing the outer shell encasing the emerald. This was a labor-intensive task, and Boss Qi and Wang Liang worked with exuberance, diligently toiling away. Such a substantial piece of golden silk spinach green jade was a rarity in their lives. Yi Qing took a few steps back, his casual attire soaked with sweat. Not from fatigue, but from sheer tension. You already know the outcome, so why be so nervous? Bai Hu wrapped her arms around Yi Qing, a triumphant smile adorning her face. Look at me, sister, I am not nervous at all. Yi Qing forced a smile. You're not anxious because you've convinced yourself that regardless of the outcome, I will pay. Bai Hu shot him a playful glare, retorting, don't paint me in such an unfavorable light. I understand the rules of gambling. If I lose, I accept my fate. If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have felt so anxious. Yi Qing teased her, turning to Lu Lu to whisper a few words. After a full hour, Boss Qi and Wang Liang finally stripped away the 50-kilogram golden silk spinach green jade. Lu Lu cradled the jade in his arms, while Zhao Delong, Zhao Biao, and Wang Bo gazed greedily at the precious stone. 50 million, Zhao Delong stepped forward, stating, Yi Qing, as previously agreed, the jade must be sold to the Jade Association. Nonsense. There is no such rule in gambling. I'll sell to whoever offers the highest price. Bai Hu declared, her voice cold and commanding. 50 million is already a high price. Zhao Delong glanced at the onlookers, noting that no one dared to bid. Suddenly, Chen Lu recalled Yi Qing's instructions before leaving and raised her hand, declaring, I'll offer 100 million. Chen Lu, are you truly going to oppose the Jade Association? Zhao Delong hadn't anticipated an unexpected competitor and glared at Chen Lu with vehemence. Bai Hu stated that whoever bids higher will take it. Chen Lu mocked, if you can't afford this sum, then I shall not hold back. 110 million. Zhao Delong gritted his teeth to raise his bid. 150 million. Chen Lu responded with a smirk. At this price, you'll still be at a loss. Zhao Delong roared. I can afford it, Chen Lu countered, her voice rising with the pent-up anger finally unleashed. 80 million. Zhao Delong shouted, his frustration palpable. 190 million. We Guangxi folk may lack other resources, but we do possess wealth. 200 million. Zhao Delong's teeth ground together, realizing that if Chen Lu walked away with this golden silk jade, his reputation within the Jade Association would be irrevocably damaged. Deal. Yi Qing interjected before Chen Lu could raise her bid again, smiling as he added, Bai Hu. Vice President Zhao stated that the jade must be sold to the Jade Association. Bai Hu, though lacking knowledge about jade, was sufficiently greedy and shot Yi Qing a glance. The price isn't high enough. Zhao Delong spat blood in frustration, his body swaying until Wang Bo quickly supported him. I'm fine. Zhao Delong leaned against Wang Bo, his eyes filled with rage as he glared at Bai Hu. Yi Qing urged, look, Vice President Zhao has lost blood, for the sake of this poor old man. Let us sell it. Bai Hu glared with her bright fox eyes, disdainfully replying, whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. All I want is money. Be obedient, sell it, and don't make it difficult for me. Yi Qing spoke softly, next time, I'll let you invest in the stone gambling. Bai Hu appeared reluctant, questioning, why do you feel sorry for him? Even if Zhao Delong dies, the Jade Association has over 3,000 members. We needn't worry about finding a new vice president. However, since this is your first request, I'll reluctantly agree. This statement was cutting, laden with insult, causing Zhao Delong to clench his teeth, suppressing the urge to let blood spill forth. Let us verify the goods. Yi Qing glanced at Lu Lu, who was holding the jade. Lu Lu nodded, carefully placing the jade down and delivering a punch to the golden silk spinach green jade. All eyes were drawn to the bloodied Zhao Delong, leaving no one to notice Lu Lu strike the jade. Even if they had seen it, no one would have cared. Jade is an exceptionally hard gem, and a single punch or kick would leave it unscathed. Lu Lu cautiously set the golden silk jade down on the floor, standing guard beside it. Wang Bo examined it through a magnifying glass for some time before confirming, indeed, it is golden silk spinach green. Yi Qing grinned. Since we've verified the goods, let us sign a contract. Given the substantial amount, Vice President Zhao must provide an explanation to the Jade Association. Zhao Delong nodded, and Wang Bo brought forth the contract. Shen Junyi reviewed it thoroughly. The contract was in duplicate, and the terms were satisfactory, signaling Yi Qing with a nod. Zhao Delong signed first, while Bai Hu expressed her disdain, scoffing, what is the point of this? This jade was procured on behalf of the Jade Association by Vice President Zhao. Yi Qing remarked meaningfully. Having a formal contract can demonstrate Vice President Zhao's integrity. I don't understand you. Bai Hu shot him a glance before signing her name first. Yi Qing followed suit, and Zhao Delong arranged for the funds transfer. Zhao Biao approached the jade, bending down to lift it. Initially, he thought Lu's slight frame indicated a lack of strength, but as he grasped the jade, its weight exceeded his expectations, forcing him to grit his teeth to lift it. However, unexpectedly, the jade was slick with oil from its shell, causing it to slip from his grasp. With a resounding crash, the 200 million jade piece fell heavily onto the marble floor, creating a dent and fracturing the jade with numerous cracks, a sight most distressing. Young Master Zhao, what have you done? Yi Qing exclaimed in shock, stammering. Zhao Biao was on the verge of tears, glancing at the furious Zhao Delong. Father, this little rascal, how could you put me in such a predicament? I swear I won't rest until I rectify this. Zhao Delong felt darkness closing in as he nearly fainted. Initially, Yi Qing had alerted him to consider that this beautiful jade was meant for the Jade Association's acquisition, and because Chen Lu had bid, it had fetched an astronomical price, leaving him untouched. But now, with Zhao Biao having dropped the jade, it lay in ruins. The crowd retreated, fearing the repercussions. Bai Hu was initially taken aback, glancing at Yi Qing before breaking into a smile. Vice President Zhao, we've already signed the contract, and the jade has been confirmed. Although this unfortunate incident pains me, you wouldn't dare default on payment, would you? Bai Hu observed as Zhao Delong, blood trickling from his mouth, trembled as he pointed at her. Shen Junyi added, I can sue him for defaulting. What a hassle. Bai Hu waved her hand dismissively. Such a colossal lawsuit would take at least a year or two to resolve. Shen Junyi hesitated, fully aware that Bai Hu spoke the truth. Even if they won the lawsuit, if the other party refused to pay, they could only seek court enforcement, but with Zhao Delong's connections in Rueli, resolving the matter would be a breeze, and payment would remain elusive. Listen to Bai Hu. Yi Qing chuckled as he wrapped his arm around her slender waist, whispering in her ear, dealing with bullies is not your forte. Oh, Shen Junyi shot him a playful glare. Suddenly, Zhao Delong spat another mouthful of blood, bellowing, transfer the funds. Dings echoed as Bai Hu and Yi Qing received simultaneous bank notifications. Once Yi Qing finished speaking, Bai Hu, with Shen Junyi on either side, turned to leave. The day's events had been tumultuous and unpredictable. Wang Liang and Boss Qi felt as if they had been caught in a dream. Lulu called out to the two before following suit. Bai Hu invited with a smile, ride in my car. Not enough space for so many. It was the same old clunker. Yi Qing sat in the middle while Bai Hu and Shen Junyi flanked him. Yi Qing realized Bai Hu had caught on, chuckling. You were just in it for the money. Why concern yourself with other matters? 500 million quickly transformed into 1 billion. This deal is quite profitable. Bai Hu's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing with a fierce glare, but you're merely using this to intimidate me. Don't underestimate yourself. You're no monkey but a cunning fox. Nonchalantly stated, I admit I am utilizing you, but I could easily outmaneuver them on my own. If this bothers you, I shall refrain from involving you next time. When you wish to leverage my assistance, do remember to inform me in advance. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile. Upon hearing that they could continue their partnership in gambling on stones, Bai Hu's anger swiftly transformed into a charming smile, playfully inquiring, tell me, how could the jade have shattered? Yi Qing merely smiled in silence. Very well. Yi Qing understood that a rogue is not to be feared, but a female rogue is indeed formidable. Lulu practices the art of inch punches. Do you comprehend? I do not. Bai Hu replied bluntly. Within a mere inch, one possesses the strength to move mountains. This refers to the ancient martial art of inch punch, a technique only a select few in our country are qualified to master. When perfected, one can pulverize iron into powder with a single blow. Although Lulu had not reached such heights, reducing stones to dust was certainly within her capabilities. Moreover, the jade in question already had numerous minute fissures. When struck, these fissures would widen. Once the jade hit the ground, it would be rendered worthless. Shen Junyi and Bai Hu listened in astonishment. Bai Hu, feeling uneasy, remarked, everything was part of your plan. I merely acted in accordance with the circumstances. Yi Qing smiled. After all, if I hadn't proceeded this way, there would have been alternative methods. Shen Junyi softly added. It was because Zhao Biao hired someone to attack you at Li Du Bar that Zhao Delong lost 200 million. Yi Qing did not deny this, casually responding, in Kyoto. A young master never seeks revenge overnight. He smiled sheepishly, admitting, my heart is not ruthless enough, nor my hand fierce enough. If my fifth brother were to intervene, he would undoubtedly send him to the rooftop to await his turn. Bai Hu glared at him fiercely. You are threatening me. Yi Qing replied earnestly. My partnership with you is genuine, and I shall also provide you with substantial business opportunities. Chapter 49. Discussing relationships costs money. Beyond gambling on stones. What other business do you have? Upon hearing of potential profits, Baihu's frosty countenance immediately brightened with a spring-like smile. I run a stone shop in Kyoto. Also a gambling establishment supplied by Wen Lao. However, Wen Lao is gravely ill in the hospital, and Long Rui's gambling house has been acquired at a high price by the Jade Association, leaving us without a source. Yet, Sister DeLong's stones are exorbitantly priced, so I wish to procure raw stones from Hua City. You require our channels. Baihu's bright eyes instantly sparkled. Indeed, Yi Qing confirmed with a nod. I need to purchase a large quantity of raw stones, with shipping costs according to Wen Lao's rates, but I only trust you. Baihu, understanding Yi Qing's concerns, responded earnestly. You should know we adhere strictly to our principles. That may apply to you, but I do not trust them. Yi Qing retorted, in our country, there is a saying, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Moreover, your side is too perilous. I do not fear harsh environments, but the unpredictability of human nature is daunting. Once someone is tempted by wealth, personal safety becomes a concern. Therefore, I need you to persuade them to cooperate within established rules. If not, we part amicably. Let us not pretend to collaborate while harboring ulterior motives, leading to a deadly conflict. Baihu urgently exclaimed, you are worried about the forces behind us. Yi Qing nodded affirmatively, speaking with gravity. I have no friends in Rueli. Although you are greedy, your greed is transparent, thus I believe partnering with you is a wise choice. Baihu nodded in agreement, stating seriously, I understand, and I will report back promptly. Yi Qing smiled, I await your good news. Baihu put her arm around his shoulder, lamenting, if only you were one of our own. Your speed in making money is nothing short of terrifying. We operate a casino and do not earn $1 billion in a year, yet you accomplish it in an hour. Yi Qing chuckled. This was merely leveraging the conflict between Rueli Jade Association and the Old Guang jewelers to auction this piece of jade at an astronomical price. Such opportunities will be hard to come by in the future. Baihu was aware that such occurrences could not be replicated, nodding with a light laugh. You must remember my words. Steer clear of Chun Lu in the future. She is a woman devoid of integrity. How do you know? Yi Qing asked, somewhat surprised. She once approached us, hoping to utilize our channels to procure raw stones from Hua City. Baihu replied with a faint smile, but I turned her down. Shen Junyi looked at her in astonishment. Why would you forego a financial opportunity? What we seek is long-term collaboration, a continuous stream of profits. She only wished to exploit us to break the blockade of the Jade Association and navigate her difficulties. Once the Yangon auction commenced, she would fly away, while we would be left at odds with the Jade Association. Baihu scoffed. She treats others as fools, playing games. Yi Qing nodded gently, taking heed, recognizing that not only she but even her exceptional widow mother shared such traits. Come with me to Baihu Bar. Baihu smiled playfully at him. You earned well today, a reward awaits. Did you not see my girlfriend sitting beside us? Yi Qing shot her a glare in annoyance. Sister Shun, do not take offense. A man as exceptional as him cannot be confined by a single woman, Baihu remarked, observing Shen Junyi's eyes turn cold. She added, if you wish to stay by his side, you must learn to accept other women. Could you be any more shameless? Shen Junyi retorted, feeling defeated by Baihu, turning to gaze out the car window in frustration. It is precisely because you are also a Mian girl that I share these thoughts with you. Baihu said with a beaming smile. Despite his repeated rejections, it is only because he does not yet trust me. Moreover, he is aware that I would not easily yield. To win me over, he must pay the price. She shot Yi Qing a glance. Yet this man only desires to enjoy himself and leave without any commitment. Shen Junyi's face flushed with embarrassment. Such matters could be discussed so openly. Yi Qing chuckled. That is because you not only seek wealth, but also companionship. Baihu replied earnestly, trust is mutual. Once I fully trust you, I will never let you go. Prioritizing profit over feelings, as long as you allow me to enjoy myself. Yi Qing rubbed his forehead, feeling despondent. Yet it was undeniable that Baihu was more astute than Chen Lu. Engaging in such places is all about profit. Discussing emotions truly costs money. Upon arriving at the Long commercial building, Yi Qing called for the car to stop. Baihu shot him a glare before turning to Shen Junyi, solemnly stating, you must keep an eye on him. Do not let Chen Lu take advantage of him. That woman is more greedy than the two of us combined. Yi Qing opened the car door, stepping out to call Lu, instructing him to head to Daihong Grand Hotel while he would join him shortly. Shen Junyi followed closely beside him as they walked towards the underground garage, inquiring, is Baihu speaking the truth? There are truths and falsehoods, Yi Qing replied, putting away his phone and smiling at her. In this circle of Rueli, Baihu and the Jade Association's interests align. Shen Junyi expressed her astonishment. How so? Chen Lu represents not only Tianlu jewelry, but the entire Chaozhou Shantao, Jade merchant community. Yi Qing opened the car door, and Shen Junyi took a seat in the passenger side as the Bentley silently glided out of the underground parking lot. The goal of the old Guang merchants is to break Rue Li's monopoly on raw stones and continue holding auctions in Jieyang and other areas. However, this is not advantageous for her. Mujie and Jiegao are only separated by a single bridge, facilitating mutual travel and easy visa access. Those who come here for gambling and tourism will certainly gamble at Mujie. The rise of e-commerce has already plunged the tourism industry, gambling on stones, and jade finished products into turmoil. If the old Guang continues holding auctions, the influx of tourists will dwindle, adversely affecting Baihu's business. Thus her interests align with the Jade Association in this regard. Therefore, she can assist me in outsmarting Zhao Delong, yet will not collaborate with Chen Lu against the Jade Association. She is indeed a wise woman. Shen Junyi genuinely admired. Indeed. Otherwise, as a Mian girl, she would not dare venture into Jie Gao Delong to engage in usury, thriving as she does. Do you have feelings for her? Shen Junyi suddenly asked. She acts decisively, straightforwardly. Such a woman makes for an excellent partner. Yi Qing glanced at her. The word like carries too much weight. Do not speak it lightly. No one knows what the future holds. Yi Qing's tone grew serious. Admiration can evolve into affection as understanding deepens. Shen Junyi felt a pang in her nose, nearly bursting into tears. Turning her gaze to the car window, she choked out, I am not qualified to ask this question. Yi Qing emphasized, the Baihu understands clearly that a man who roams the world must indulge in pretense. Thus, she discusses money rather than emotions. For feelings are a luxury. Chapter 50, The Chaos of the Elite Circle. Shen Junyi wiped away her tears, gazing at him with longing. What if I truly like you? Yi Qing hesitated for a moment, stating, First, you must discern whether your feelings stem from the burden of your master's illness and the ensuing debt crisis, leading you to see me as a pillar of support, or if you genuinely harbor affection. And you? Shen Junyi asked through her tears. Even if we are not together, I am destined to be your support. There is no necessity for us to become lovers. Yi Qing carefully considered his words. I do not deny that your beauty captivates me, but acting upon it would be akin to taking advantage of a vulnerable situation. Your caution regarding emotions pleases me. Shen Junyi smiled through her tears, resembling a delicate pear blossom. Inviting you to Rayli was solely because my father fell ill unexpectedly, wishing for you to see him one last time. As for his debts, I am prepared to shoulder them entirely. Yet, I did not anticipate you would voluntarily take on this responsibility, which astonished and impressed me, and that is when my fondness for you began. Yi Qing was unaware that a woman's love often stems from admiration, and the harsh realities of life had already shattered Shen Junyi's romantic ideals. Encountering a warm-hearted man, her frozen heart began to thaw, leading her into a vulnerable state. But that must wait until my master awakens. What are you avoiding? Shen Junyi inquired, her phoenix eyes wide with scrutiny. I am not avoiding. Rather, I seek to give you more time to understand me. Yi Qing replied earnestly. I am not a person who initiates a relationship only to abandon it, and you are not a woman who can be easily satisfied with money. Therefore, our feelings must be approached with caution, just like you and Lu Yu. Shen Junyi asked curiously. We are so familiar with each other that neither of us dares to breach that fragile barrier. Yi Qing replied with a bitter smile. Moreover, we are both too young. If we were to marry, we would have to bear children, and the thought of two young ones tending to another child is utterly daunting. Ha! Shen Junyi envisioned two young boys helplessly facing a wailing infant. Yet, she had to admit that Yi Qing was indeed quite young, only 22, which seemed overly immature in an era where marrying at 30 is deemed normal. How old is Lu Yu? Shen Junyi's mood instantly lightened as she smiled and inquired. She is 2 months younger than I, Yi Qing replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. You two are indeed too young. Shen Junyi chuckled. I thought you would tell her that a man must first establish a career before starting a family. That would be disingenuous. Yi Qing shot her a glance, replying curtly. Some can be deceived, but others, like Lu Yu, cannot be fooled. Will you tell Lu Yu that there is another me in Rueli? Shen Junyi asked earnestly. Do you think she is unaware? Yi Qing scoffed lightly. At the Chateau's High in Jingdu, I am merely a hands-off manager. Lu Yu handles the operations. When Yi Laowu wanted to establish a gambling event at the Wanggong Business Club, she was the first person he consulted. Given her intelligence, if Yi Laowu does not provide substantial resources for information sharing, Lu Yu would not divulge anything to him. Shen Junyi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, realizing that she had already exposed herself before achieving her ambitions. Will she come to Rueli? She asked with concern. Now you're scared. Yi Qing chuckled at her worried demeanor, shaking his head with a faint smile. Lu Yu is different from other women. She is bold and straightforward. Besides, our relationship is merely at the level of friendship, devoid of any inappropriate conduct. Women are often quite petty when it comes to emotions. Shen Junyi's face displayed deep concern. Yi Qing, relishing her predicament, remarked, It's not too late to back out now. Shen Junyi's expression darkened, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented. Do you truly despise me so much? Yi Qing looked at her helplessly, her tear-streaked face breaking his heart. Rest assured, Lu Yu will not seek retribution from you. She will only make things difficult for me. Really? Shen Junyi asked incredulously. Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, Shen Junyi comprehended that despite her youth, Lu Yu was well-versed in the ways of their social circle. She understood better than anyone that a wealthy man can easily succumb to vice. It is an uncontrollable truth. Striving for superiority only leads to adverse outcomes, driving men away. For her, it was better to be accommodating as long as she was the one holding the marriage certificate. The elite circle is truly chaotic. Shen Junyi realized this, her spirits lifting as she wiped away her tears and remarked somewhat playfully. That statement is erroneous. Yi Qing looked at her seriously. Individuals in this circle have received higher education and, combined with the influence of the older generation, are exceptionally astute. Just look at the rumors online. Some truly are genuine heirs. My father's name is Li Gang, and those who make such statements are mere small fry. The scions of powerful families in Jingdu cannot even manage their own affairs and still rely on their father's reputation when faced with problems. What about your fifth brother? Shen Junyi asked in surprise. He runs a gambling stone shop and never gambles himself. The same principle applies to the business club. Yi Qing laughed heartily. Don't be deceived by the plethora of stars and models at the club. They are merely there for the wealthy elite, and he never uses them, finding them distasteful. You are degrading women. Shen Junyi retorted indignantly. Not at all, Yi Qing replied with a smile. My brother's Wang Gong Business Club is merely a venue for elite business discussions. Models and stars strive to enter this circle because these individuals control the channels of wealth. To achieve fame, they must be willing to pay their dues. This society is quite realistic. No one spends money on you for free. Your words have utterly shattered my worldview. Shen Junyi said, still indignant. Let us go. We need to pick up Lu Lu and Wang Liang and buy a car. In a considerably improved mood, Shen Junyi asked with curiosity, with this Bentley, do we still need to buy another car? A Bentley is fine for occasional use, but not for daily use. Yi Qing contemplated, saying, if it weren't for my reluctance to sit with Chen Lu, this car would be left in the parking lot of DeLong shopping mall. Moreover, I have many places to go in the future. I may need to transport some stones or jade, and a Bentley would not suffice. You really intend to go to Tingchong? Shen Junyi asked in astonishment. One must never place all their eggs in one basket. It is essential to learn to walk with two legs, Yi Qing said earnestly. Baihu is merely one of the channels I have chosen, while Boss Qi represents another. By advancing both channels simultaneously, I need not worry about them sabotaging me. Are you concerned about Baihu? Shen Junyi asked in surprise. Didn't you say she is your best business partner? Chapter 51, Slaves to Money. Once she finds an opportunity, she could easily prey on the unsuspecting. Yi Qing chuckled. It is better to be prepared. All of you have such devious minds. Shen Junyi said, genuinely impressed. Business and legal disputes are two different matters. In legal disputes, one must seize evidence and pursue relentlessly. In business, one must always remember the importance of being generous and know when to let go without hesitation. What kind of car do you wish to buy? Shen Junyi asked with a smile. An off-road vehicle. I just happen to know someone who works at the Auto City. Shen Junyi smiled. Weren't you always in Kunming? How do you have connections here? Yi Qing asked in surprise. Who doesn't he have a few classmates? Shen Junyi replied playfully. Rolling her eyes. Although we don't meet often, we still keep in touch. Upon arriving at the Dehong Grand Hotel, they picked up Lu Lu and Wang Liang. And as the Bentley quietly merged into the flow of traffic, Shen Junyi glanced at Yi Qing and said solemnly, what you are doing seems a bit petty. Yi Qing replied earnestly. Marx once said that as long as a merchant has a 50% profit, they will dare to take risks. If the profit reaches 100%, they will trample on the laws of man. With a 300% profit, they will dare to commit any crime, even risking execution. So, never underestimate this woman. When she becomes reckless, she is terrifying. Shen Junyi cast a surprised glance at Lu Lu, astonished by his clarity of thought, and sighed, I merely feel pity for her. You will still collaborate with her in the future. Shen Junyi exclaimed in shock. There are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Yi Qing gently embraced her shoulder, speaking solemnly. What if the stone that Master cuts is related to the Jadeite Guild? I will need to ally with her. We have burdened you. Shen Junyi looked at him with guilt. Do not speak such foolishness. We are, after all, family. Yi Qing regarded her earnestly. The term master is not to be used lightly. Refrain from such comments in the future. Understood. Shen Junyi nodded emphatically, smiling charmingly. What car do you wish to purchase? A Hummer is too imposing. It does not suit Yi Qing. Shen Junyi stated seriously. Regardless, with Lu Lu around, this young master shall not drive. Wang Liang chuckled. Turning to Lu Lu, what car shall we buy? A Land Rover. Lulu decisively parked the Bentley at the entrance of the Land Rover dealership, then turned to Yi Qing. This vehicle is spacious and safe. I shall follow your lead. Yi Qing readily agreed. The four disembarked at the Land Rover store, greeted promptly by a welcoming hostess. Upon entering, Shen Junyi immediately took a liking to one of the Land Rovers, exclaiming, "What about this one?" Yi Qing glanced at it. Its luxurious design resembled that of a business vehicle. Shen Junyi smiled. "This one is reasonably priced, only a bit over 700,000. Indeed, it is not expensive." Yi Qing chuckled. Shen Junyi had her eye on a cherry Jaguar Land Rover Evoque, but Luli's ambitions likely lay with the imported models. This gentleman truly possesses discerning taste. A beautiful saleswoman clad in a striking red attire, upon realizing Yi Qing was the buyer, intensified her recommendations, her tone softening. The Land Rover Range Rover Evoque continues the brand's avant-garde design language, with exquisite combinations of tear-shaped headlights and flowing turn signals seamlessly integrated with the grille and bumper. The new model features hidden door handles across the lineup, blending with the upward-arching waistline, making the side profile appear even more fluid. Additionally, it boasts robust 20-inch diamond-cut wheels. The powertrain is a 1.8-liter turbocharged gasoline engine, delivering an impressive output of 170 horsepower. Despite the saleswoman's fervent pitch, Shen Junyi remained unimpressed. "You possess substantial expertise, yet you cannot provide us with the maximum discount. Please summon your manager Wang." "You know our manager Wang?" The beautiful saleswoman looked at Shen Junyi, who nodded slightly. "All right. Please hold on. So it's you, junior sister Junyi. How come you didn't call? After years apart, you finally decided to visit." A stunning lady in a black suit hurried over, arms wide open to embrace Shen Junyi warmly. Observing the dramatic display, Yi Qing's cheeks flushed crimson. Shen Junyi teased, "Sister Wang Li, your figure has only improved. Is it the work of a brother-in-law?" "Huh, where did a brother-in-law come from? I am single by my own merit." Wang Li feigned annoyance, pushing her away, yet her gaze discreetly swept over Yi Qing and the others, responding playfully, "Conversely, our Junyi is becoming increasingly beautiful. I wonder which young man has plucked this flower." As she spoke, Wang Li turned lightly, her smile brightening as she regarded the trio. "We are indeed here to purchase a vehicle," Shen Junyi replied with a smile. Wang Li finally became serious. "As a lawyer, a sedan suffices. Why venture into off-roading?" Shen Junyi smiled, gesturing towards Yi Qing. "He is the actual buyer." Wang Li appeared surprised. She had not perceived that Yi Qing and his companions could afford the Range Rover Evoque, especially since the top-tier model approached $1 million. Typically, those who purchase such vehicles are clad in suits, scions of affluent families. Shen Junyi understood Wang Li's professional instincts, but chose not to reveal the truth, hoping to divert attention away from Yi Qing, particularly from women like Wang Li who were on the lookout for a wealthy match. However, Wang Li's perceptiveness was unmatched by Shen Junyi. Upon closer inspection, she noted that Yi Qing, though dressed casually, wore finely tailored clothing that bespoke craftsmanship. Moreover, Yi Qing exuded an extraordinary aura that could not be feigned by mere nouveau riche. She quickly smiled. "This must be Junyi's boyfriend. This little girl is quite stingy, unwilling to introduce you, fearing I might steal your man. Having seen countless wealthy individuals at DeLong, do I still need to compete with you for a boyfriend?" Shen Junyi replied, half seriously. Wang Li scoffed. "They are merely a bunch of gambling addicts. Today they may boast billions, and tomorrow they could leap from a rooftop. I do not wish to become a widow before experiencing life. But may I inquire, what is your esteemed name?" "I am honored to introduce myself. My surname is Yi Qing." Yi Qing smiled as he shook her outstretched hand. Wang Li glanced at Shen Junyi with a grin. "What excellent taste. Your choice of brother-in-law is commendable. He is courteous and possesses an air of nobility." Yi Qing released her hand, smiling shyly. "Sister Wang Li, you flatter me. Are you satisfied with this Evoque?" Wang Li inquired with a beaming smile. Yi Qing turned to Lulu, who shook his head. "The horsepower is a bit lacking." "Ah." Wang Li was taken aback. "This vehicle has sufficient power for city driving. We intend to traverse mountain roads, off-road." Yi Qing explained with a smile. "Is there an imported Land Rover Range Rover available?" "Indeed." Wang Li's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Shen Junyi, eager to discern Yi Qing's financial standing. "However, it is a nationally limited edition, with only 999 units available in the country. The custom luxury version is showcased as a display vehicle to attract clients. It is a bit pricey." "Sister Wang, are you teasing me for being young?" Yi Qing chuckled. "May I take a look?" Wang Li stared at Yi Qing in astonishment, exclaiming, "You genuinely wish to see it?" "Do not take offense. I was merely jesting." She knew that Shen Junyi earned a respectable income as a lawyer in Kunming, but after purchasing a home, her savings were nearly depleted. Yi Qing, appearing to be in his 20s, indeed seemed unlikely to afford such a custom version. Yi Qing was also astute enough to realize her concern that Shen Junyi might be buying the car for him, and he laughed. It is not Junyi who is purchasing for me. I am spending my own money, and it is genuinely necessary. Wang Li remained skeptical as she led the group toward a luxurious Land Rover. This vehicle, known as the Range Rover, featured additional silver embellishments compared to the 5-door variant. The engine cover and rear insignia were meticulously crafted by artisans in Birmingham, epitomizing opulence. The vehicle's side showcased a singular silver vent with electric suction capabilities and frameless doors. The interior boasted wooden accents, complemented by a white and beige two-tone design. The windows were framed with glass, and the audio system was produced by British sound experts. The rotary gear shift was surrounded by 4 buttons, featuring illuminated indicators, and the 4-wheel drive system offered over 4 selectable driving modes. The powertrain consisted of a 5.0-liter supercharged gasoline engine, delivering a maximum output of 400 horsepower. The top speed reached 265 kilometers per hour, with a mere 5 seconds required for acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers. After listening to Wang Li's description, even Shen Junyi found it somewhat extravagant. Staring at Yi Qing in disbelief, you cannot possibly intend to use this vehicle to transport stones. Regardless of how splendid a vehicle is, it is meant for carrying people. Moreover, this is not about luxury. Safety is paramount. Yi Qing smiled, turning to Lu, who had just disembarked from the vehicle. What do you think? A solid front bumper, a rogue hook at the back. If transporting stones, it would be best to secure a safe in the trunk. Lu spoke succinctly. Wang Li was left perplexed, unable to determine who was purchasing the vehicle. Furthermore, such modifications could be made, yet they would detract from the vehicle's elegance. Upon hearing the mention of stones, she exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of stones are worth being locked away in a safe?" Yi Qing smiled shyly. "I apologize. Sister Wang Li, I am indeed the gambling addict you described." Wang Li's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she chuckled awkwardly. "I apologize, Mr. Yi. I was merely joking. It's quite all right. In our line of work, it is often a matter of fortune or misfortune," Yi Qing replied with a smile, seemingly unperturbed. However, Sister Wang's concern for Junyi is genuine. Wang Li glanced at Shen Junyi and, gritting her teeth, remarked, "I must say something that may be inappropriate. I have been with DeLong for many years and have witnessed many individuals entering with the hope of overnight wealth. Yet, only a select few manage to walk away with riches, while the majority end up losing everything. Since Mr. Yi is aware of the risks in this industry, why? In truth, I am merely a porter of nature, specializing in the sale of stones." Yi Qing chuckled lightly. Gambling with stones is merely a diversion. A hint of amusement returned to Wang Li's expression. "A little wager can indeed bring joy. I was overthinking it. Please, just call me Yi Qing." Yi Qing remarked. "I am genuinely pleased that Junyi has such a good friend. Well then, I won't be polite. Are you certain you want this vehicle?" Wang Li still found it hard to believe. Yi Qing nodded. "Money is not an issue, but I need it swiftly, as I am heading to Tengchong to procure raw stones tomorrow." Wang Li pondered for a moment. "The modifications will require time, but I can enlist additional technicians to work overtime. As for the costs, the publicly listed price for this Land Rover Range Rover is $3,800,000. But it requires a markup for immediate delivery. Since you are my junior's boyfriend, I can waive that fee. However, I cannot cover the modification costs and the 10% purchase tax, license, and insurance." Upon seeing Yi Qing nod, Wang Li inquired with a smile, "Will this be financed or full payment?" Yi Qing glanced at Lu, who promptly retrieved a bank card from his bag. It turned out Yi Qing had brought a steward along. Upon hearing the full payment, Wang Li elevated Yi Qing's client status. With a steward and bodyguard present, it seemed Shen Junyi had truly found herself a wealthy partner. "This is my brother, here to assist with some errands." Yi Qing humbly smiled. "He will be driving this car in the future, so he is particularly invested." Wang Li chuckled, knowing that wealth facilitates matters. The display vehicle was soon taken to the workshop for modifications. Lu signed a plethora of contracts and made a payment of $5,300,000, benefiting from Wang Li's waiver of $30,000 in markup costs. Wang Li and Wang Liang proceeded to the workshop to oversee the modifications, which would require at least 6 to 7 hours. Yi Qing did not intend to wait there, especially given Wang Li's scrutinizing gaze, reminiscent of a sister-in-law assessing her brother-in-law, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Shen Junyi noticed Yi Qing's restlessness, but felt too shy to take her leave. She smiled and held his hand, turning towards Wang Li. "Wang Li, you are not going to let him leave, are you? You seem so interested in him." Wang Li playfully glared at her. "Am I not allowed to appreciate my brother-in-law? You little ungrateful girl, are you truly afraid I will steal him away?" Chapter 53, The Heroine of Kyoto. Shen Junyi chuckled lightly. "That all depends on skill." Leading Yi Qing towards the door, they approached a Bentley. So this was his car. Wang Li gazed at the extravagant Bentley worth millions, filled with envy and resentment. Shen Junyi stole a glance at Yi Qing, who was focused on driving, teasingly asked, Is Wang Li beautiful? Do not ask such frivolous questions. Yi Qing replied with a sidelong glance. First, let us go to the villa and collect your belongings. And do not change the subject. Wang Li's gaze was as if she wanted to devour you. Shen Junyi giggled. I have never seen her act like that before. Sweet before marriage, a diva after. The ironic lyrics made Shen Junyi collapse into laughter, struggling to catch her breath. Could you possibly change that ringtone? Isn't that a reflection of your gender? Yi Qing quipped, casting a glance at his phone, signaling for silence. The screen illuminated, revealing a stunning beauty. She possessed a flawless, pale oval face, elegantly arched willow eyebrows, delicate eyes, a perfect nose, and lips shaped like crescent moons. She wore a fitted vest that accentuated her slender waist, and a high-waisted skirt adorned with blue floral patterns, reminiscent of a youthful knight from ancient times. Exuding grace and vigor. Holding the reins of a magnificent chestnut horse grazing beside her, the backdrop featured rolling green hills. The scene was picturesque and breathtaking. Shen Junyi's heart swelled with admiration. The woman was so beautiful, she seemed almost otherworldly. In the cold river, a lonely figure, dear friends from the martial world. Have you been well in these 2 days? Yi Qing said earnestly, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other on your phone. Are you seeking a police encounter or tempting fate? Lu Yu teased with a smirk. Do you not wish for my well-being? Huh, the young master of Kyoto is not the type to settle for anything less. Yi Qing glanced nervously at the silent Shen Junyi beside him. He knew Lu Ge maintained his integrity, yet he insisted she hand the phone to the woman sitting next to him. Lu Yu, with an icy expression, sarcastically remarked, Who is this? A stunning beauty who does not behave properly, out late at night with Lu Ge. Are you seeking a hotel or indulging in a car rendezvous? Shouldn't you adjust for the time difference? It's daytime here. The darkness is merely due to the overcast sky. Yi Qing took a deep breath and handed the phone to Shen Junyi. I am 3,800 kilometers away. Have you forgotten that day and night are not the same? Lu Yu chuckled. Now confess, who is she, and why are you together? Shen Junyi raised the phone to capture his face, unable to glance at it herself, exuding an air of timidness akin to a mouse fearing a cat. Shen Junyi. She is the daughter of my master. Lu Yu's eyes widened in shock. Your cunning and harsh master could have such a beautiful daughter. Mind your manners. Do not speak ill of her father in front of her. Lu Yu rolled her eyes. I am merely stating the truth. How is your master's health? He suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, but the doctor said it is not serious. Yi Qing said while driving, glancing at the phone screen. Drive properly. Do not steal glances at me. If I see that guilty look on your face, it disgusts me. Lu Yu wrinkled her nose, lightly snorting, then shifted the topic. Should I ask Grandpa Huang to pay a visit? No need. Yi Qing replied earnestly. The doctor advised timely medical attention, and the absorption of the hematoma is progressing well. Recovery is merely a matter of time. Then I can rest easy. Lu Yu said playfully. Fifth brother asked me to inquire about the arrangements you made. I knew you were at the Wang Palace. You dare to act up when I am not in Kyoto. Yi Qing exclaimed in shock. You cannot be that anxious. Lu Yu stomped her foot in frustration. If not now, our base will be taken over. What am I to do? As a heroine of Kyoto, do you lack confidence in yourself? Yi Qing scoffed. Moreover, I came to Rueli to work, not to pursue romantic entanglements. Discussing feelings in a place like this is truly a waste of money. Lu Yu burst into laughter. Are you still worried about that exceptional widow seducing fifth brother? Rest assured, even if fifth brother agrees, she will never succeed. The clientele at the Wang Palace Business Club are either wealthy or influential, all possessing keen investment insight. The trend of high-end jade prices doubling year after year is becoming increasingly apparent. Those gambling here seek thrill, not a get-rich-quick scheme. Viewing this circle through a merchant's lens is a grave miscalculation. Just think about what price she would have to pay to acquire jade materials from those who can afford anything. Indeed, Lu Yu replied with pride. Moreover, today fifth brother brought a group of wealthy individuals to our shop seeking excitement, and the stock in the warehouse is dwindling. Everyone is enjoying themselves, yet lamenting the lack of quality jade. Tomorrow, I will head to Tingchong to see if I can carve out an opportunity. Yi Qing smiled. It won't affect the shop's sales. Today's sales reached 24 million, with a gross profit of 20 million. Separating the stone jai from high-end gambling venues is indeed quite profitable. Lu Yu exclaimed gleefully. The sum not only startled Yi Qing, but even made Shen Junyi shiver. 4 million in capital and 20 million in profit, all within a single day's revenue, was more exhilarating than a heist. If the quality of the raw stones were to rise a notch, even hosting events once a month would yield terrifying sales figures. Lu Yu smiled brightly, stating, in truth, reaping profits from these fat sheep is far more lucrative than fleecing the tourists at Panjiayuan. All right then, I agree to this plan. Yi Qing replied with an easy nod. No worries, I'm hanging up now. You dare. Lu Yu revealed her left hand, adorned with an intricately designed silver bracelet, resting gracefully on her wrist like jade. Yi Qing was taken aback. Why are you wearing Grandma's bracelet? After work today, I went to Nanshan with Brother Wu. Grandma asked me if Xiao Lu had proposed to you. I told her that 15 years ago, while admiring the autumn leaves at Xiangshan, I accepted his proposal in front of our grandfathers. Chapter 54, An Uncertain Future. Lu Yu's laughter was as radiant as spring flowers. This is quite the covert maneuver. Yi Qing remarked with a face full of despair, decisively stating, I'm hanging up. Sister Shun, don't listen to him. Turn the camera to yourself, and let me see what kind of little third party could capture Lu Gu's heart. Lu Yu exclaimed loudly. Shen Junyi, unable to evade, bit her lip and turned her phone, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Yu, I am Shen Junyi. Her cheeks were crimson, and she stammered. Lu Yu, I assure you. Yi Qing and I are innocent, and explanation equates to a cover-up. Having shared a room, how could they possibly be innocent? Lu Yu snorted with authority. I acknowledge you as the little third party, but you must also bear your responsibilities. Any vixens or demons, you can cast them out. Not just anyone can enter the Yi family door. All right, I've said all I needed to say. I'm hanging up. The phone screen flickered, and Lu Yu's image vanished. Shen Junyi stood in stunned silence, awkwardly turning her face towards Yi Qing, fearful and anxious. What does Lu Yu mean by this? Acknowledging me as the little third party? This is what one expects from a girl from Kyoto, clear-minded and astute, always acting beyond one's expectations. Yi Qing sighed. She has given you an identity, making you her informant. Rest assured, she won't make things difficult for you now. But as for me, my financial future is uncertain. What do you mean by uncertain? Shen Junyi asked, worry etched on her face. I am referring to money. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. This is a directive from the matriarch, to take over my stone studio. Shen Junyi finally understood, chuckling softly. Indeed, just like your ringtone sings, a little obedient before marriage, but a demanding mistress afterward. Yi Qing suddenly appeared dazed. That's not the point. What is the point? Shen Junyi felt tense from his abrupt statement. Yi Qing inquired. Lu Yu's left hand was behind her back, and her right hand held a horse, who helped her with the phone. At the Wangong Business Club, Yi Lao Wu, Yi Huan, looked disheartened as he watched a chestnut horse gnawing at the meticulously maintained grass of the golf course. The setting sun cast a golden glow upon the approaching beauty, resembling a celestial being. Yet, her delicate face was filled with rage. Brother Wu, I have followed your instructions and conveyed everything. But if you don't provide me with an explanation now, I'll send you to the hospital. Yi Huan understood while she appeared delicate and fragile, a gust of wind could not easily topple her. She was, in fact, a skilled fighter. He forced a smile. Lu Yu, don't repay kindness with malice. Had I not stolen Grandma's bracelet, you both would never have broken through this layer of glass. I have broken through this layer of glass, but I've also found Lu Gu a little third party. Lu Yu, incensed, replied. I haven't even entered the Yi family's door yet, and I'm already facing such grievances. As she spoke, her silver teeth clicked together, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yi Huan secretly rejoiced that she had maintained her composure and not resorted to violence. Sighing, Lu Yu, do you know why you and Lu Gu have come to this point? Why? Lu Yu could not comprehend. You both know each other's every mole, so intimately that it is beyond familiarity. Even though you have grown more beautiful and your figure more exquisite, it would not be an exaggeration to call you a rare beauty. However, Lu Gu has already lost his curiosity about you. Thus, there is no longer that romantic feeling between you. Indeed, such a beautiful woman, and you can utter such shameless words. Lu Yu's lovely eyes brimmed with tears, yet her face was flushed with embarrassment. Yi Huan looked at her with disdain. You have attended university. Do you not understand that a boy's fascination with a girl begins with curiosity about her body? Enough chatter, continue. Lu Yu realized she must not engage in this topic with a frivolous person like Yi Huan. Lu Gu has always excelled academically, and you both agreed to meet at Tsinghua Yuan. But do you know why Lu Gu failed the college entrance examination? What has he been doing for the 4 years apart? Lu Yu replied, ISNT at just running a stone studio? Just a stone studio? Yi Huan's face revealed a hint of mysterious amusement. Brother Wu, are you itching for a beating? You dare to keep me in suspense. Lu Yu was captivated by his analysis, curious about what Yi Qing had accomplished during the years she was not by his side. Yi Huan turned around, surveying the beautiful estate spanning 50,000 square meters, drawing a large circle. This is what he achieved at the age of 15, building a 100 billion empire alongside me. Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. What? Lu Gu was with you. Back then, while we meandered through Panjiayuan, he stumbled upon a small stall selling calligraphy and paintings, where he found a manuscript of Hong Lu Meng written in pen. We all mocked him, saying even if it were a forgery of Chao Shuichen's manuscript, it must be written with a brush. A handwritten manuscript in pen was obviously fake. Yet, Lu Gu bought it for 100 yuan, keeping it a secret. Later, this became the Wangong Business Club. Yi Huan's face lit up with pride. This place was originally a resort developed by a prince, costing 100 billion and taking 5 years to create. Unfortunately, it suffered continuous losses after opening due to mismanagement, which led to the decision to sell. I'm not sure how Lu Gu learned of this news, but he persuaded me to acquire it. You know, I started by reselling permits. And it would be remarkable to gather 10 billion. So this piece of meat was simply too large for me to chew. However, Lu Gu insisted on treating this prince to dinner, driving the price down to 75 billion, and we agreed that I would first pay 10 billion as a deposit, with the remaining amount to be paid within a year, including interest. Chapter 55, Wang Gong Club. And then, Lu Yu listened intently. Once the property rights were secured, Lu Gu had me promptly request a bank to conduct an asset evaluation and secure a loan of 60 billion. He cheerfully produced the handwritten manuscript of Hong Lu Meng. Only then did I realize it was not a copy of Hong Lu Meng, but rather a secret recipe for Jiafu cuisine written by the imperial chefs of the Qing dynasty, based on the records of Hong Lu Meng. Yi Huan's face also displayed admiration. I hired several top chefs, and after more than a month of research, we finally brought these legendary dishes to life. After their launch, they became an instant sensation in the capital, to the point where reservations became a challenge. Each day, thousands of patrons awaited tables, and within a mere 6 months, I earned 5 billion. Lu Yu, astonished, probed further, what happened next? Next, Lu Gu found the restaurant business too slow for profit and suggested transforming it into a high-end club. Yi Huan's face lit up with delight. We created 5 types of membership cards: the Supreme card, Crystal card, Gold card, Silver card, and Bronze card. Lu Gu and I distributed the Supreme and Crystal cards to influential figures in key departments, allowing them to enjoy free food and entertainment here. The Bronze card costs 1 million annually, the Silver card 10 million, and the Gold card 50 million, deducted from consumption. It's as if I collect the money first and then sell the goods. However, these cards have restrictions, only valid in specific areas. Therefore, merchants dining here, eager to befriend these influential figures and seek opportunities for wealth, must opt to upgrade their cards. Indeed, within merely 6 months, I successfully sold 10 billion worth of goods. By the year's end, I will transfer the remaining balance to Tycoon, leaving me with a liquidity of 10 billion. I utilized this capital to settle a portion of my bank loans and interest, subsequently leveraging the clubhouse as collateral to adjust the loan amount. This year, I have cleared all loans, and this magnificent palace clubhouse now entirely belongs to the Yi family, with the land value having doubled. Certainly, Yi Huan nodded affirmatively. However, Lu Yu, upon hearing this, was vexed. But what does all this have to do with me? You are indeed cut from the same cloth as Xiao Lu. Indulging in excess after a meal, Yi Huan chuckled, gesturing towards the affluent businessmen and glamorous models playing golf, and inquired with a smile. Do you see the point now? Disgraceful. Yet none of them abandoned their spouses or children for divorce. Yi Huan stifled a laugh. However, those upright gentlemen, once ensnared, will abandon their families. Lu Yu scoffed coldly. Yi Huan quickly clarified. You graduated from university and found the salaries offered by other companies unsatisfactory. Xiao Lu promptly sought you out, offering a salary of 1 million, along with a 20% profit share from Shirtu Zhai, inviting you to join. However, his willingness to spend on you and show concern does not imply he sees you as a woman. Rather, he regards you as a brother in shared fortune. Within our Yi family, you are merely seen as Shao Qi. How could you possibly ignite a passionate spark? Lu Yu lamented. But you can't expect me to help him find a mistress. Have you not grasped the situation? Listen, it is quite simple. Yi Huan sighed. Xiao Lu's greatest dream is to roam the world with sword in hand. His spirit is as wild as that of a wolf. He seeks to make the world his home and hunt far and wide. That is the essence of a wolf, which you cannot control. The crux of the matter is that the prey he encounters cannot simply be dismissed with money, particularly not the glamorous models. The immediate task is to create a small circle for him. Within this circle, although there are several women, you are the most beautiful, the kindest, the one who understands him best, and the most significant person in his life. Moreover, Xiao Lu is incredibly filial. By wearing this silver bracelet from your grandmother, you signify that she has already consented to you becoming her granddaughter-in-law. How could Xiao Lu dare to betray you? I would be the one at a loss. Lu Yu's voice fell to a whisper, tears welling in her eyes. Furthermore, you know that it is the norm in such circles. That young nobleman does not have many women around him. Outside, there are colorful banners, but within the home, the red flag remains upright. Shao Qi, this requires great wisdom. Absurd reasoning. Although Lu Yu was dismissive, she could not help but accept Yi Huan's perspective, mounting her horse and galloping away. Lu Yu elegantly waved her hand. I shall keep the bracelet. You may explain to grandmother yourself. If I am dissatisfied with the outcome, fifth brother, it will not be merely your legs that are broken, but rather your entire skeleton. Yi Huan felt like weeping without tears. He finally realized his own foolishness. Being so naive as to conspire with a woman, especially one who resembled a fierce tigress in human guise. Riding up the hillside, he gazed at the sunset, and Lu Yu could not help but shed tears. Lu Gu, I am truly not such a magnanimous woman. For the sake of love, my heart is shattered. It is uncertain how much time passed, but then Shen Junyi emerged, clad in a white tank top and form-fitting white shorts, drying her hair with a towel. She glanced at Yi Qing. Ever since receiving Lu Yu's call, you have been unhappy. What are you contemplating? Yi Qing looked at her, hesitated, and replied, I am pondering how much pain resides in a young girl's heart when she makes such a decision. Shen Junyi, sensing a shift, remarked, I have finally achieved a breakthrough. You are not considering pushing me away again, are you? What are you thinking? Yi Qing forced a bitter smile, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and self-deprecatingly chuckling. In truth, I have always regarded Lu Yu as a brother. She has hinted at her feelings several times. Yet I have used our familiarity as an excuse to evade. However, today I realize that her feelings for me have reached a point where she can endure heartbreak. And thus I feel deeply remorseful. Shen Junyi's gaze shifted. As a woman, I understand the depth of her pain. Yet, it is also time for her to make a decision. If you cannot break through this barrier, you will remain brothers for life. Thus, she has resolved to declare her love for you in this harsh manner, and it has proven effective. Effective? Yi Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Shen Junyi tossed aside the towel, embracing his neck and playfully stated, at the very least, you now comprehend her significance in your heart. Reflect on it. No matter how I express my affection for you, you have always deflected, and you have never seriously contemplated a future with me. I am at fault. Yi Qing admitted with guilt. It is not that you are at fault, but rather that you are too good. Shen Junyi beamed, her smile blooming like a flower. It is only now that I am certain of the kind of person you are. Chapter 56, Turning Raw Rice into Cooked Rice. Good or bad? Yi Qing turned his head to ask with a smile. Shen Junyi leaned against him. Do not blame me for being too practical. Society compels this. After experiencing my father's situation, I have come to truly understand that the only dependable figure in this world is a man who will never abandon you. Yi Qing fell silent, chuckling. However, in the eyes of the white fox, the most reliable thing is money. That is because she knows very well that without money, she cannot survive. Shen Junyi laughed, playfully pushing him. Go wash up first. You are filthy after cutting stones all afternoon. Yi Qing stood up, his gaze inadvertently drifting downward, and mischievously replied, Junyi Jia, next time, do not wear white shorts after your bath. Before Shen Junyi could react, he dashed into the bathroom. Shen Junyi lowered her head slightly, glancing at her tight white shorts, which clung to her body, the alluring contours faintly visible beneath the thin fabric, and her cheeks flushed. You have sharp eyes, yet unfortunately, you lack the courage to recognize that I am wearing this for your sake. Slipping into a short white skirt, she picked up her phone to order food, specifically requesting a bottle of red wine. Tonight, she had no intention of letting Yi Qing go out again. Having gained Lu Yu's approval, Yi Qing had also resolved his inner turmoil. If they did not transform raw rice into cooked rice now, who knew when they would have the chance again? Yi Qing emerged from the bathroom to find 2 plates of steak salad, an open bottle of Bordeaux, and a half-filled wine glass waiting on the coffee table. Shen Junyi reclined on the sofa in an exceedingly languid pose, her curves enticingly accentuated. One hand holding the wine glass as she gently swirled the rosy liquid. Junyi Jia, what are you doing? Yi Qing hesitated to ask. I am merely carrying out my duty, ensuring your self-discipline. Lu Yu's little Buddha would not withhold such a small favor from you, would she? Shen Junyi's eyes sparkled like flowing water. I am very disciplined. Yi Qing affirmed first, but this is akin to guarding the henhouse while stealing the eggs. Sister, you are already a mistress. What is there to fear about being a thief? Shen Junyi shot him a disdainful glance, with an older sister around. 5th sister should consider resigning. Otherwise, I will inform Lu Yu that when you think of her, it is with 5th sister. You are so crude. Yi Qing sighed in exasperation. Shen Junyi, fully unrestrained now, stood up from the sofa, leaped onto Yi Qing, and lamented, If I marry you, I will not be the bride on our wedding night. If I do not take the lead now, I will regret it for life. The next morning, Yi Qing stepped out, feeling a refreshing breeze, while Shen Junyi walked somewhat awkwardly, but she concealed it well, and no one noticed. The 4 of them had breakfast and set off in a car. The spacious backseat of the 7-seater Land Rover allowed Shen Junyi to lie back and catch up on sleep. As they headed straight for the highway entrance, Lu glanced nervously at the rearview mirror. There is a car following us. Yi Qing also spotted it through the small window of the streaming media. It is Wang Bo's red Ferrari. He took out his phone and called Boss Qi, instructing him to go directly to Tingchong and send the location upon arrival. Lu Gu, Shall we shake them off? Lulu asked coldly. Yi Qing chuckled. Initially, I thought to let them off easy, but it seems there are those who are unafraid of death. Since that is the case, let us take them to gamble on stones. Whether they strike it rich or face the consequences will depend on the luck of those two boys. Yi Qing called Baihu to inform her to meet them at the highway entrance. Lulu halted the vehicle, and as Yi Qing awaited the door to open, he approached the Ferrari parked behind the Range Rover and knocked on it. Wang Bo contemplated turning the car around to avoid facing this formidable individual, but alas, Zhao Delong had issued a strict order that Yi Qing must not be allowed to sell the high-end jadeite to Chen Lu. Retreating was not an option. It would be wiser to exchange pleasantries and ascertain Yi Qing's intentions before devising a plan. Zhao Biao and Yi Qing's eyes were red with fury. A staggering loss of 200 million had resulted in nothing but shattered jade scattered before them, leaving a bitter taste that was hard to swallow. Wang Bo exited the vehicle, steadied himself, and with a beaming smile extended his hands, saying, Mr. Yi, what a coincidence to meet here at the highway entrance. Indeed, it was quite a coincidence. Yi Qing found it amusing, reciprocating the handshake before glancing at the side and inquiring, how is Vice President Zhao's health? Is he well? Zhao Biao's face darkened immediately, and he let out a cold snort without replying. Yi Qing cheerfully explained, upon my arrival at Delong, I had several dealings with Xianjin and Baihu due to a lack of contributions. He had not anticipated that this charming Mian girl would turn so fierce and domineering, nearly causing Vice President Zhao to spit blood with just a few words. Yet, to be fair, Vice President Zhao's forbearance towards a Mian girl was truly admirable. Zhao Biao trembled with rage, his fists clenched, ready to erupt, when suddenly, an old Toyota sped towards them and screeched to a halt beside the Ferrari. Baihu, radiating delight, hopped out and exclaimed, I brought 20 million. Is that sufficient? The Mian girl may lack in other areas, but she certainly had an abundance of wealth. Yi Qing jested earnestly. Baihu disregarded his banter, turning to glance at Zhao Biao and Wang Bo, questioning, what are these two doing here? Wang Bo, feeling intimidated by Baihu, quickly clarified, it was merely a chance encounter. Yi Qing chuckled, indeed, I was waiting at the highway entrance, only to unexpectedly cross paths with Director Wang and young Master Zhao. Baihu, understanding the implication, shot him a glance, get in the car, we are leaving, ignore them. Let us take my vehicle. Yi Qing grinned, indicating the Range Rover. That car might fall apart before reaching Tengchong. You bought a car? Baihu exclaimed in astonishment, circling the Range Rover with envy. How much was it? 580,000. Not too expensive, Yi Qing replied. Baihu clicked her tongue in admiration. Indeed. Not too costly. You made $1 billion yesterday. Spending 580,000 on a car is nothing. Yi Qing glanced at the ashen-faced Zhao Biao, adding, I must thank Vice President Zhao for his generosity. Wang Bo finally seized an opportunity to speak. Mr. Yi is heading to Tengchong. It is challenging to find good raw stones, so he is trying his luck there. Yi Qing squinted and smiled, asking, I wonder where Director Wang and young Master Zhao are headed? Wang Bo, with a complex expression, eyed the Range Rover, its black film rendering the interior invisible, and gritted his teeth. Young Master Zhao and I are also going to Tengchong to discuss a small business. What business? Yi Qing's voice lowered ominously. Wang Bo was taken aback, glancing around before lowering his voice. Mr. Yi, we are legitimate businessmen. We do not engage in illegal activities. Not engaging in illegal activities? Yi Qing nearly felt compelled to punch him, observing his demeanor, which suggested otherwise. Tengchong was the largest wholesale market for raw stones. Director Wang and young Master Zhao could not be secretly gambling on stones without Vice President Zhao's knowledge. Gambling on stones. Zhao Biao froze momentarily. His family was in the raw stone procurement business, yet he adhered closely to Zhao Delong's orders, selling stones but never gambling. He understood that even the most divine beings could not discern a precious gem. Baihu, silently amused, recognized that this young man was intentionally leading Zhao Biao down the path of gambling, for the best way to drive someone to ruin was to entice them into betting, whether on money or stones. Furthermore, the allure of gambling was intoxicating. Once one experienced the fervor of stone cutting and witnessed the lucky winners, anyone could be swept away by the prospect of overnight wealth. Yet, the chances of winning in such a gamble were minuscule. Yi Qing understood that individuals like Zhao Biao, heirs with fortunes in the billions, had already grown weary of conventional thrills. What could truly captivate him was an irresistible rush, and upon witnessing a gambling success, he would surely lose his rationality. Moreover, given Zhao Biao's significant financial loss to Zhao Delong, he would be eager to validate himself through other means. If Yi Qing had shown some restraint yesterday, being followed had now hardened his resolve. However, this was akin to fishing. It required patience and strategy. Yi Qing smiled and remarked, when I first arrived at Delong, I had merely a few $100,000. This amount was insufficient to purchase a decent vehicle. However, after a series of lucky gambles, I earned over 100 million in just 2 days. This time, heading to Tingchong might double my assets. It's all about luck. Yi Qing humbly added, participating in gambling is essential. If you do not gamble, you will never have a chance to win. Once we reach Tingchong, how about we try our luck together? Yi Qing's strategy was to cast bait and slowly reel them in, without overtly suggesting they gamble on stones. Simply inviting them to share in the fortune. The power of example is boundless. Zhao Biao's interest was piqued. After all, there was no harm in accompanying them. And if he spotted a stone that caught his eye, a small gamble could be permissible. While Zhao Biao was still contemplating, Yi Qing turned to Bai Hu. Bring the money down. Yi Qing swept his foot across the Range Rover's space, and the trunk slowly opened, revealing a safe within. I brought 50 million. This time, I intend to gamble my entire fortune. Bai Hu let out a soft hum, signaling her subordinate to load the suitcase into the vehicle. Yi Qing, a gentleman, stood by the electric vehicle's door, shielding Bai Hu's head with his hand as he helped her into the car before climbing in himself. He then rolled down the window. Peering out, see you in Tingchong. Lu pressed the accelerator, and the Range Rover surged onto the highway. Yi Qing pressed a button, raising a partition that separated the driver's cabin from the rear compartment, where a liquid crystal television was mounted. How luxurious! When will I ever have such a vehicle? Bai Hu and Xin Junyi exclaimed in envy as they sat together. Yi Qing chuckled. You also earned 1 billion. Why not buy one? You earn money. I earn my life. Can I afford to spend it freely? Bai Hu playfully rolled her eyes at him. Now, it's time to reveal your true identity. If you don't want to tell me, I want to ask. After all, you will eventually need something from me. Bai Hu waved her hand, her expression a mix of teasing and intrigue. Yi Qing's thoughts raced, arriving in Rueli during his master's illness would surely arouse suspicion from the discerning. Yet he could not ascertain his own identity. He was puzzled as to how Bai Hu perceived the flaw in his disguise. Moreover, her words hinted at knowledge of certain matters. His true identity was simply that of Junyi Jie's boyfriend. Bai Hu playfully slapped Xin Junyi on the back. Xin Junyi, caught off guard, exclaimed in surprise, glaring at her in embarrassment. What are you doing? It seemed last night had been thrilling and wild. Bai Hu scoffed. Since you are a couple, how could it be your first time sharing a hotel room? What kind of logic is that? Xin Junyi blushed furiously. Bai Hu derisively replied. The logic is simple. Before he arrived, you were still a girl. The next day, you transformed into a woman. You entrusted yourself to him. It certainly goes beyond the bounds of mere friendship. Yi Qing suddenly realized, you've known Junyi Jie for a long time. Bai Hu coldly laughed. Do you not find it strange that she, without power or influence in Rueli, assisted Old One with his affairs? And instead of the Jade Association seizing the opportunity to harm her, they instead paid a premium for the gambling stone house and the Jadeite loft? It was you who secretly protected her. Yi Qing's understanding deepened. All the incongruities finally made sense. According to his master's character, how could he allow his daughter to fall into danger? He must have prepared contingencies to ensure Xin Junyi's safety before his arrival. It was precisely because Bai Hu, with her ruthless capabilities, was backing her that the Jadeite Association was compelled to pay exorbitant prices for the Longrui gambling stone house and the Jadeite loft. Furthermore, Bai Hu's coercion regarding Wang Liang was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather driven by some ulterior motive. However, she was unaware that he was Old One's disciple. The identity of Yi family's sixth son is not something the master would disclose to others. In an instant, Yi Qing comprehended everything and chuckled. Sister Bai Hu, have you truly forgotten me? This inquiry left Bai Hu astonished. Should I know you? She soon realized, huffing coldly. Indeed, I should know you. I have never mentioned our affairs to you, yet you are aware of our military background, which is why you have consistently warned me. But how can I recall who you are? It is challenging to connect the child from 3 years ago at the Longrui gambling stone shop with the current version of myself. Yi Qing observed Bai Hu, who was flabbergasted and incredulous, and laughed. Surprised are we? You are indeed him. Bai Hu exclaimed in shock. That filthy child, who worked diligently and was often scolded harshly by Old One. I thought he had been dismissed due to his incompetence. It is I. Yi Qing grinned. Back then, you and the cunning who delivered goods every month, so I remembered you. Xin Junyi gazed at Bai Hu incredulously. So you were secretly protecting me. After Old One cut that stone, he sent me a message asking me to safeguard his daughter who came to handle his affairs. Bai Hu chuckled lightly. Then news came of the Emerald Guild acquiring Longrui gambling stone shop and Ceyu building. Assisting Old One with the transportation of gambling stones was our most significant source of income, and since Old One was ill but not deceased, I intended to sabotage the deal. However, my elder brother stopped me, advising me that the matter was not simple and that it would be best to observe the developments. Therefore, I had someone follow you until Yi Qing appeared, but I suspected he had ulterior motives, which is why I intimidated him. Today, seeing you like this, I am convinced. Bai Hu exchanged a meaningful smile with Xin Junyi, causing Shen Junyi's cheeks to flush crimson, embarrassed to cover her face. Shen Junyi exclaimed, "You all suspect that my father cutting that stone was a setup. In our circle, this is referred to as a fairy trap." Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Moreover, the master is also experienced in this field. How could he have been poisoned without reason? By who bit her cherry lips? My elder brother speculates as you do and has agreed to cooperate with you. He set out for Yangon this morning to investigate who acquired that top stone back then. The buyer from 10 years ago is difficult to trace, isn't it? Yi Qing frowned. If it were another stone, it would indeed be challenging to track. But each top stone at public auctions is documented. With some time invested, we will eventually uncover the truth. Yi Qing sighed. The master has left behind too many mysteries. Do not worry. One day, the truth will come to light. Yi Qing nodded silently. Baihu shifted the topic. This trip to Tengchong is solely for gambling stones. No. Before Yi Qing could finish, he saw Baihu's expression turn grim, shaking her head with a smile. I plan to open another store in Kyoto, specializing in high-end raw stones, while Shirtu Zhai mainly deals with mid to low-end raw stones. Coming to Tengchong to gamble is incidental. My primary aim is to procure mid to low-end raw stones, and this channel will not affect your income. Opening a store is not a simple matter. Baihu's expression softened, hesitating. We cannot afford to wait. Yi Qing understood that without clarifying matters, this cunning fox might turn against him at any moment. The location has already been secured, and the clientele is established. We are just waiting for quality raw stones to auction. Auction? Baihu was taken aback. Yi Qing smiled, explaining, the procurement of top raw stones will be centered around Yangon, Hua City, and the old street market. The transportation of the raw stones will be entrusted to you. As they are not measured by weight, we can renegotiate the prices. You can state any amount, and I will not haggle. Baihu's countenance suddenly darkened, her tone grave. You still intend to go to the old street market? You must understand, that is the capital of Guoka and the most perilous area. But it is also the closest to here. Yi Qing stated earnestly. What, do you find it difficult? Baihu replied hesitantly. Going to the old street market requires careful deliberation. Yi Qing noticed her troubled expression and her hesitance to speak, recognizing there was something amiss. However, since Baihu remained silent, he refrained from pressing further, nodding with a smile. You should wear this special outfit to Tengchong. Shen Junyi, now fond of Baihu, expressed concern. I brought several sets of spare clothes. Your figure is quite similar to mine. If you don't mind, you may wear mine. Baihu nodded in agreement. Beaming at Yi Qing. What, do you wish to see me change? Yi Qing promptly turned away, and Baihu scoffed playfully. Why are you so obedient? I am not afraid of you seeing me. Shen Junyi chuckled, finding the remark oddly familiar. Inside the vehicle, Baihu rustled as she changed into a new outfit. Playfully scolding, you can turn back now. The tight denim shorts accentuated her curvaceous figure, her legs fair and slender, with taut skin that suggested a 10-year longevity. The green light in the back compartment illuminated, and Yi Qing pressed the button, lowering the partition slowly. What's the matter? We are exiting the highway. Where to? Lu inquired. Yi Qing glanced at his phone. Boss Qi had already sent the location. Qing Shui. Lu activated the navigation, and they began to jolt as they exited the highway. Yi Qing chuckled. They suspect Chen Lu is in the vehicle. They will not leave. Half an hour later, they entered Qing Shui Township. Although there was a river here, the water was far from clear, littered with debris. Yi Qing checked the information, realizing that Qing Shui Township was not the largest raw stone procurement market in Tengchong. In fact, it was somewhat small, leaving him puzzled about why Boss Qi would recommend such a place. Upon arriving at the entrance, Boss Qi and a robust man were already waiting. Seeing the group disembark without Chen Lu, Boss Qi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Brother, do not blame me for being selective. This is my brother-in-law, Wang Hong. No need for such formalities, Yi Qing chuckled. If one does not have a measure of closeness, one ends up isolated. Wang Hong had not expected a major transaction, but upon seeing the Land Rover Range Rover, he realized this was a person of means. More importantly, their temperaments matched. He smiled and shook hands with everyone before inviting them inside. Wang Hong's material yard was vast, with walls over a meter high. Upon entering the main gate, there was a spacious square on the left, featuring a two-story building that housed several offices. In the central hall, a few desks, computers, and several girls were present. Though they did not wear formal company attire, they were busy settling accounts with gambling stone customers. On the right side was a parking lot, accommodating several extended container trucks, along with a dozen luxury cars. Yi Qing's Land Rover Range Rover was merely mid-tier among them. Passing through the factory, there were over a dozen stone-cutting machines and about 30 workers, with jade rough materials strewn across the floor. However, what puzzled everyone was that there were only workers and no customers. Boss Qi smiled mysteriously, opening a door and gesturing for them to enter. Upon stepping outside, Yi Qing was astonished. From this vantage point, There was an expansive plaza covering several thousand square meters. Aside from a central roadway, both sides were densely packed with raw jade stones, resembling small mountains. In the plaza, many people were selecting rough materials, though not as meticulously as Yi Qing. They were selecting in heaps. How about that, brother? Quite generous, isn't it? Boss Qi beamed at Yi Qing's astonished expression. Yi Qing inquired with a smile. It appears you also have a stake here. I share ownership with my brother-in-law. Boss Qi admitted candidly. Wang Hong joined in. Boss Yi, I heard from my brother-in-law that your business in Kyoto is quite substantial. Even so, it pales in comparison to what you have here. Yi Qing laughed at himself. Although he owned a stone shop, it was supplied by his master, and he had never procured raw stones himself. Never imagining that raw stones could be piled into small mountains. Wang Hong's face reddened, and he chuckled awkwardly. Boss Yi, you flatter me. In Tingchong, this is considered a small operation, hardly noteworthy. He spoke truthfully, noting that there were larger factories than his in Tingchong. True big clients would not patronize a small factory like his. The visitors are primarily small merchants. The essence of gambling on stones lies in the very act of betting. While some may strike it rich overnight, the majority end up losing everything. These small merchants have amassed their fortunes through frugality and are naturally reluctant to risk their livelihoods. It is common knowledge that 99% of the raw stones procured here will not yield jadeite. After all, there are many unsuspecting tourists in Qinzhn, but few experts. Even the raw stone market is beyond their comprehension, making the notion of sudden wealth a mere fantasy. Consequently, Qing places great importance on Qing, arriving in a luxurious Land Rover with beautiful women and bodyguards by his side. Coupled with Qlobn's flattery, he harbors high hopes for him. Qing is astute and quickly discerns that Qing is testing the extent of his sales potential. Should the sales prove substantial, he would spare no effort to secure this significant client, and the asking price for the raw stones would be slightly lower. With a glance at the towering pile of raw stones, Qing realizes that Qing operates on a small scale. Unable to access the major stone markets, he can only source raw stones from new and minor markets, which belong to the periphery, and thus, their prices would not be high. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential for Qing. Over the past 2 years, his master has frequently mixed raw stones from major markets with the refuse from smaller ones to test his discerning eye, honing his ability to unearth treasures from the most unassuming of stones. Moreover, the Longsich P11 has bestowed upon him an extraordinary vision, allowing him to discern the nuances of the stones with a mere glance, identifying any cracks, veins, and moss clearly. It becomes effortless for him to ascertain whether jadeite is present and its quality. Furthermore, since these stones are meant for sale rather than personal gambling, the primary concern is their appearance. After all, no seller can guarantee that every raw stone contains jadeite. The outcome of cutting them relies solely on luck. The essence of gambling on stones lies in the uncertainty. No one knows what will emerge from a single cut, wealth or poverty, entirely dependent on one's vision. It is precisely this high-stakes nature that drives people to madness and obsession. As long as he can ensure that several raw stones yield jadeite daily in the Shizai, without needing significant fluctuations in price, it would entice tourists seeking treasures in Pnjiun to buy stones fervently. It is not the sale of jadeite that brings in profit, but the sale of stones themselves, with prices ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 per kilogram, yielding profits of 10-fold or even 100-fold. In Li Yu's words, the only difference between this and robbery is that robbery is illegal, whereas selling stones is not. Qing scrutinizes the stones chosen by these small business owners, noting their dull gray and white hues, indicative of inferior quality, mere trinkets to deceive tourists, 100% likely to fail. However, he dismisses these inferior stones, knowing they will not fetch a good price in JNGD and might even result in a loss on shipping costs. Is there something of better quality? Indeed. Qing hastily nods. There are some raw stones transported from the old market, of good quality, with green hues. I have placed them in the factory. You can take a look. Perhaps you will find something appealing. Upon hearing this, Qing understands that this is akin to running a gambling stone shop, where the good items are kept hidden, naturally commanding a higher price. The inferior stones are intended for small merchants, while the true treasures lie within the factory. At that moment, Wing and Zich driving a dilapidated Ferrari, burst into the scene. Upon seeing them, Qlobn whispers a few words to Wing, apologizing to Qing before retreating. Wing furrows his brow, summoning a worker to bring Wing and Zich inside, while he leads Qing and the others into the factory. The factory is spacious but poorly lit. Bih frowns in distaste, yet she forces herself to walk alongside Shnjny, trailing behind Qing. Qing refrains from turning on the lights, casually inspecting the stones. He realizes that these stones do not belong to the old mines, yet they are decent enough. And he furrows his brow, "Wing Gu, no matter what, I will support your business today, but the quality of these materials is indeed lacking. Could you please explain how they are priced?" Wing glances back, somewhat perplexed. Upon entering the factory, SHNJNY and BIH display evident disdain, unmistakably unknowledgeable about stones. Li L and Liang do not approach either, remaining silent. Among these individuals, there seems to be no master of discernment. Even though Qing is an expert in gambling on stones, can he truly assess all these stones by himself? Wing ponders briefly and smiles. "Brother, if you bring me business, I must also return the favor. We are all straightforward people. These raw stones may not compare to the top-tier materials from the old markets, but they were purchased by truck, and the truckload weighs 5 tons. Once unloaded, it amounts to a pile worth about 100,000 or roughly 20,000 per ton. At this price, I'm barely making a profit. For the same stones, I could sell them for 50,000 per ton. Here, it's merely 20,000. Although it's 3,800 kilometers to JNGD, the shipping cost for 1 ton shouldn't exceed 30,000, right? If you don't take advantage of a good deal, then that's just foolishness. Moreover, since QLOBN is avoiding Wing B and Zicho Bio, he cannot offer Wing H any advice. Qing grimaces. While it is somewhat expensive, it is still acceptable. Taking a small loss is not a problem. However, brother, can we proceed like this? I would like to choose the stones myself, as long as I select them. Chapter 60. Playing the fool to catch the wise. SHNJNY gently presses her lips together, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth, knowing that this boy intends to play the fool. However, BIH furrows her brow and exclaims, "These are all worthless stones. They aren't worth 20,000 per ton. Qing, let us leave. With Tinking being so vast, I refuse to believe we can't find better stones. Don't be ridiculous. This business was introduced by QLOBN. Even if we find it unimpressive, we must select at least a few to repay QLOBN's kindness." Qing quickly reassures BIH. Wing grows anxious, but feels conflicted. "Brother, the rules are as such. If you want them, you must take a batch. You can freely choose from the raw materials in the factory, and if you desire one, it will be charged by the batch. However, if you select one stone from a batch, the payment will still be based on that batch." Qing chuckles, realizing that he has misunderstood him. He waves his hand. "Brother, you are mistaken. I truly want it, and not just one batch. As long as I find something I like, I will take it. You can charge me by the batch for the stones I select, and the ones I don't want, you can continue to sell." The thought of a significant client springs to Wing H's mind. Having engaged in this industry for many years, he has never encountered someone who selects raw stones in such a manner. Even for a gambling stone expert, it is customary to inspect them under light. A cursory glance would not suffice to ensure the selection of stones containing jadeite. He immediately bursts into laughter. "You misunderstood me. Brother, feel free to choose. This warehouse is at your disposal." Qing breathes a sigh of relief. "Brother, do you have any paint or brushes?" Naturally. Such items are abundant in a raw stone factory, and Wing quickly instructs a worker to bring them over. Qing, holding a bucket of paint and a long-handled brush, smiles. "In a moment. Please call a few workers to separate the stones I circle into one pile, and those I mark into another. You, on the other hand, can calculate the quantity. Since this is our first business transaction, be careful not to make a mistake." Wing chuckles. "Brother, you are generous. Let us proceed like this." Qing, with the paint bucket in hand, walks down the specially reserved 7-foot pathway. BIH, feeling uneasy, follows closely behind and whispers, "Are you out of your mind?" Qing turns to glance back at the entrance, where Wing stands conversing with SHNJNY, and then quietly replies, "My master has spent 2 years training me to discern raw stones from refuse. Besides, these stones are not too shabby. I should be able to find quite a few good pieces." BIH exclaims in surprise, "Are you saying you can uncover high-quality jadeite?" As Qing walks, his eyes remain vigilant, directly marking stones that may yield green hues and circling those he deems favorable. For each stone he circles, BIH instructs the workers to move it aside. Among the piles of stones, some yield 2 or 3 dozen potential finds, while others yield just 1. And Qing turns away. After 2 full hours, Qing has selected 600 or 700 raw stones, leaving him with a throbbing headache and stars dancing before his eyes. Leaning on BIH's shoulder, he sits on a stone to rest. Both he and the workers are quite fatigued. The stones he has chosen vary in size, and they must assist him in shifting the stone piles to facilitate his selection. A group of raw stone merchants were fixated on him, an unusual sight throughout history, as only those with X-ray vision would scrutinize stones in such a manner. Otherwise, one would merely observe their flaws. Yi Qing's demeanor resembled that of a wealthy heir with an excess of funds, frivolously spending without purpose. Once the workers had transported the raw stones he had circled, Yi Qing ceased his selection. The warehouse housed tens of thousands of raw stones. Yet only a handful caught his discerning eye. Wang Hong, while calculating the volume, observed the stones Yi Qing selected. Varieties such as Mang, Songhua, and Moss exhibited commendable qualities, leading him to realize he had been outwitted by this young man. However, amidst the vast collection, he doubted his ability to identify a few hundred worthwhile stones. He was a seller of stones, not a gambler. The best method to differentiate stone prices was through the market quality and the likelihood of finding jade, with the rest left to fate. Yet, Yi Qing's selections were not a loss for him. The remaining stones would still amount to 21,000 per cubic meter. By who? Resting an arm on his shoulder, inquired skeptically, "The stones you have chosen can yield jade?" Yi Qing chuckled at her naivety. She had finally ceased hoping for high-quality jade. However, for a seasoned gambler, the stones from older markets were often more likely to fail than succeed, and the newer markets were even less reliable, with the possibility of 100 stones yielding no jade at all. Nevertheless, he believed the stones he had circled had a 20% chance of producing green jade, while those he had marked with a circle had over a 50% chance of yielding jade. High-quality jade was not out of the question. But this was a secret he would not share with Baihu. Selecting merely these few stones almost overwhelmed his mind, which explained why his master had often tricked him with subpar stones. The task of selecting stones was indeed exhausting. I can only say perhaps. The 146 stones marked with circles totaled 33 cubic meters, while the 632 marked with a single circle amounted to 231 cubic meters. Wang Hong stood at the doorway, asking, "Brother, are you still selecting?" "Thank you, Brother Wang, but this is where I shall conclude for today," Yi Qing replied, placing a hand on Baihu's shoulder. Smiling as they exited, he glanced at Lu Lu, the supervising worker, and called out, "Disburse 10,000 yuan to these brothers. They've worked hard today moving stones." Wang Hong approached with a broad smile, giving a thumbs up. "Brother, I'm not belittling you, but you are quite cunning. No wonder my brother-in-law repeatedly advised caution." Yi Qing laughed. "Brother, I will visit every month. As long as your goods are good, I want tea shop elsewhere." Wang Hong was overjoyed. "I'll be the first to notify you when new goods arrive. In total, it amounts to 264 cubic meters," Yi Qing declared. Without further ado, Lu Lu, transfer the funds. Yi Qing shouted, and Lu Lu approached, requesting the account number for a direct transfer of 5,280,000. Wang Hong noted the swiftness of the transaction, further solidifying his belief in Yi Qing as a substantial buyer. Yi Qing added, "Brother, please find a reliable transport company to pack and ship the raw stones directly to Jingdu. The freight is negotiable, even if a bit pricey. For my brother's stone shop is running out of stock." Wang Hong nodded, casually inquiring, "How much can your stone shop sell in a day?" "The stone shop is located in Panjiayuan. With high foot traffic, we can sell several tons of raw stones daily," Yi Qing replied vaguely. Wang Hong was taken aback. Even his brother-in-law's gambling stone shop in Dalong sold at most a few £100 daily. He hadn't realized Yi Qing's shop had such impressive sales. "Let us settle this. Brother, please give me your phone number." Zhao Biao and Wang Bo had been observing intently, thinking Yi Qing a fool for spending over 5 million on these stones. While jade could be found within, it was impossible to guarantee that these stones would not simply yield more stone. Wang Hong summoned several vehicles and negotiated prices with Lu Lu, directing workers to load the raw stones. After ensuring the car doors were locked, he led Yi Qing and the others to a smaller storage room, asking with a smile, "Brother, shall we gamble a bit? My brother-in-law repeatedly says you are a master among masters. I'd like to witness your skills." Chapter 61. Open the treasure vault and choose freely. The patrons in the storage room perked up, realizing the moment of significance had arrived. Selecting stones was merely for resale, but gambling on stones was the true thrill. Yi Qing glanced at Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, recognizing it was time to deal with these two. Initially, upon following him here and not finding Chen Lu among Yi Qing's group, they had breathed a sigh of relief. According to Wang Bo's thinking, he would never gamble on stones. He only needed to purchase the jade Yi Qing extracted to complete his task. However, Zhao Biao's curiosity had been piqued by Yi Qing, wishing to see how he would uncover a priceless jade from raw stones. The crowd entered the storage area. Yi Qing observed that this place was no longer merely a storage facility, but rather a treasure vault. The walls were reinforced with 2 feet of concrete, and in the 100 square meters of space, a small window had been built near the ceiling that an adult could not fit through, secured with a burglar-proof grill. The raw stones were not merely displayed but locked away in enormous safes. It was noon, and the sun beat down on the concrete ceiling, creating a sweltering atmosphere. Alongside Yi Qing were several other raw stone purchasers. The sudden influx of people into the 100-square-meter vault intensified the heat, causing everyone to sweat profusely. Each person understood that most of the stones within the safes were beyond their means. Despite being hungry and hot, none were willing to leave. This was the allure of gambling on stones, a madness that ensnared the soul. Wang Hong did not rush to open the safes. Instead, he first had workers bring in bottled water. Yi Qing drank a bottle in one go, handing it to Shen Junyi before asking, "Brother, do you have any good materials?" Yi Qing chuckled, pulling Baihu closer. "Brother, this lovely lady is my major buyer. She directly filled my car with 20 million in cash, 2 large suitcases. If you have good materials, feel free to cut." Baihu, gritting her teeth, stepped hard on his foot, angrily retorting, "Whose side are you on?" Wang Hong, sharp-eyed, realized Yi Qing was signaling that he had no shortage of funds. No matter the price of the materials, he could afford them. "My dear lady, you've misunderstood my brother. He is employing a tactic to compel me to present quality raw stones." "Is that true?" Baihu queried suspiciously. "Sister Amin, Brother Wang is a businessman. Quality raw stones can appreciate in value, which is common knowledge. However, a businessman is like a loan shark. Money lent is just that. But if it remains unspent, it is merely a pile of paper." Yi Qing groaned in feigned pain, grasping Baihu's wrist and lifting one foot playfully. "You're being too harsh. You won't crush me, will you?" Baihu shot him an exasperated glance. The innuendo in her words was not lost on anyone, prompting hearty laughter. Wang Hong, however, was serious, his expression shifting. "Brother." Yi Qing smiled. "I appreciate your concern, but I only partner with her in gambling on stones. I do not borrow from her. Furthermore, yesterday at Vice President Zhao's house, we partnered to win a stone, splitting 1 billion each. She became addicted upon learning I was coming to Tengchong today and insisted on joining me. Rest assured, she understands the rules of gambling on stones." A group of small merchants stared in disbelief. A single stone earned 2 billion. Indeed, a man of means. Only then did Wang Hong's doubts dissipate, and he laughed heartily as he approached to open the safe. Baihu stood beside Yi Qing, whispering, "His character is better than that of Boss Qi." Yi Qing nodded. "He is a trustworthy person." Wang Hong opened the safe, a common practice in the gambling stone industry. No quality raw stone was inexpensive. Prices could range from hundreds of thousands to millions. Given his extensive experience, he undoubtedly had some quality goods stored away, which was precisely what Yi Qing anticipated. As the safe opened, Yi Qing smiled subtly at Wang Bo and Zhao Biao. Luring someone into a trap requires skill and patience, allowing them to unwittingly step into the snare. Thus, he hoped that Wang Hong would present the finest materials. He must emerge victorious. Only by demonstrating his triumph before Zhao Biao and Wang Bo would Zhao Biao be convinced that his success stemmed from luck rather than skill. Everyone harbors a belief in their own fortune. Wang Hong promptly opened all the safes. As Yi Qing had remarked, he was a businessman. And money in motion is true wealth. Otherwise, it is merely a stone. While good raw stones may appreciate several times in value annually, such rapid growth inevitably places them beyond the reach of ordinary merchants. There are many wealthy individuals, but they are astute. Those unfamiliar with stones would never spend exorbitant sums on a mere rock. Therefore, while a master gambler encountering fine materials may be deemed fortunate, even those adept at gambling who are well-funded require a stroke of luck to obtain good raw stones. A musty odor emanated from the safes, indicating they had not been opened for quite some time. Yi Qing nodded slightly, recognizing that this batch of raw stones had likely been hoarded for a considerable period. Otherwise, they would not emit such a scent. Moreover, his earlier claim of winning 100 million in gambling had piqued Wang Hong's interest. Otherwise, merely opening a safe would have sufficed. "Brother, today I am generous. All the cabinets are open for your selection." Wang Hong gestured invitingly beside the safes. Yi Qing glanced at the raw stones, the larger ones weighing around 180 kilograms, while the smaller ones were about 1 or 2 kilograms, totaling 4 to 5 dozen pieces, some with windows and others entirely for gambling. Yi Qing picked up a small piece with a window, inspecting it closely. The window was quite satisfactory, showcasing high-quality raw stones, yet it was too small to present significant gambling potential. Even if it yielded high-quality material for a small pendant, making substantial profits would be unfeasible. An old stone merchant chuckled. "Boss Yi, it is a pleasure to meet. May we also select a piece for our collection?" All seasoned gamblers understand the rules. This safe was specifically opened for Yi Qing by Wang Hong, and they could not choose without Yi Qing's consent. Yi Qing smiled and replied, "With so many raw stones, I cannot afford to buy them. Feel free to choose, and once you've selected, negotiate the price with Brother Wang." "Boss Yi, how magnanimous." A group of small merchants rejoiced, eagerly swarming around the safes, and even Wang Bo and Zhao Biao were eager to join in. "Why don't you choose first?" Shen Junyi whispered beside him, while Baihu glared angrily. The two women understood immediately, chuckling softly in agreement. Baihu sighed, remarking, "These merchants are all exceptionally clever." Wang Hong produced a piece weighing around 20 kilograms and placed it before Yi Qing. "This one is quite good, brother. See if it catches your eye." Yi Qing squatted down to examine it closely. The skin was very smooth, indicative of a typical water stone rather than a polished surface. This raw stone had evidently been retrieved from water, its surface polished smooth by years of river erosion, devoid of any rough texture. Additionally, the skin was a vibrant yellow, reminiscent of a salted duck egg, with a yellow sheen that was not waxy. Yi Qing touched it lightly. It neither shed sand nor dust. And he looked up at Wang Hong. "This is a Nanxi first-layer material." Yi Qing nodded, his approval deepening. Although Myanmar is known as the origin of jadeite raw stones, only a narrow strip of land about 100 kilometers long produces these stones. After years of extraction, high-quality stones have become increasingly scarce, and the authorities in Yangon have tightened control, shutting down several old mining sites and cracking down on smugglers. Consequently, fine stones are becoming harder to find in the market, as collectors hoard them in safes, awaiting price increases. Nanxi is also a small mining site, but it produces exceptional raw stones. Either they do not sell, or they yield high-quality output, including glass-type jade. Shen Junyi and Baihu crouched on either side of Yi Qing, scrutinizing the stone. Wang Hong squatted opposite, illuminating the piece with a flashlight. "Brother, look, it's very transparent, with a vibrant yellow sheen. I'm not deceiving you." Shen Junyi inquired curiously, "Then why don't you gamble on it yourself?" Wang Hong's face grew bittersweet. 7 years ago, my brother-in-law and I participated in a high-stakes gamble at the Yangon public auction and won a piece worth 60 million RMB. It had a high ice apple green window, but upon cutting, it turned out to be of abysmal quality, with dragon veins present. Part of it was ice glutinous, and while the color remained apple green, the rest was utterly worthless. Every day I look at it, I remind myself to quit gambling. This was my lesson. Since then, I've opened a material processing site, and my brother-in-law runs a gambling stone shop in Delong. We resolutely refuse to gamble. The two women suppressed their laughter. Yet they understood. Gambling on stones truly cannot rely on luck. 60 million could vanish in an afternoon. Such losses are bearable, but others have plunged into despair. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Nanxi is one of the most significant mining sites among the smaller ones, located in the southern region of Damacan, to the left of Lake Enjuo, with most of Myanmar's raw stones sourced from Lake Enjuo and the Yulu River. The first layer of Nanxi features yellow sand skin. The second layer has yellow-red sand skin, and the third layer is black sand skin. Yellow sand skin represents semi-mountain, semi-water material, while black sand skin is thin and generally carries mist, producing green and yellow-green bands, making it the most valuable variety from this site. The jadeite formed with banded green is due to high iron content, resulting in bluish-green hues. Typically, Nanxi yields blue water materials, with ocean blue and seawater blue being common, and the quality of the water is usually quite mature. Furthermore, Nanxi materials vary in age. Those with skins are older, while those without skins are younger, making these banded Nanxi stones quite promising for gambling. Despite the color being uncertain, as long as color emerges, the quality of the water will not be an issue. However, the Nanxi mining site is located downstream of the Daoji River, and the gravel has been transported over long distances, resulting in smaller stones, which often display high iron content and consequently yield yellow-green varieties. When such stones appear, they are highly sought after, leading to a phenomenon where Nanxi materials are exceedingly expensive. Wang Hong brought this raw stone out, intending to sell it at a high price. Yi Qing regarded the stone and casually asked, "Brother Wang, how long have you been collecting this material?" 4 to 5 years. Wang Hong was aware of what he was inquiring. Nanxi typically produces small stones, and such a large piece is rare. Yi Qing inspected the moldy spots on the surface, casually wiping one away to reveal a small patch of moss. He scraped at it with his fingernail, managing to dislodge only a tiny piece. The moss roots were firmly adhered to the surface of the raw stone. If it were a recent accumulation, the moss would not be so firmly attached. Wang Hong observed him scraping the moss and chuckled. "Brother, you truly rely on more than luck." "How so?" Shen Junyi asked in surprise. "Moss that has been growing for 1 or 2 years can be easily wiped away. It takes 3 to 4 years to require scraping." Wang Hong expressed admiration. "Brother, you are using this method to assess whether this stone aligns with my description." Yi Qing smiled. "This stone is not inexpensive, so I must be cautious. Brother Wang, please do not take offense." Wang Hong replied with a grin. "When fine materials meet skilled hands, it is their fortune. Why would I take offense?" He stood up and retrieved 3 smaller stones. These were auctioned alongside it. They should be a hive. "What is a hive?" Shen Junyi inquired with curiosity. Wang Hong chuckled. It means these smaller stones were extracted from the same location as this larger one. Their quality and color should be similar, hence the term hive. Brother Wang, name your price. Yi Qing glanced at the smaller stones. Their color matched that of the larger piece. The skin was tight and delicate. And he tested the transparency with the light. Wang Hong pondered momentarily. These 3 smaller stones each weigh around 5 kilograms. Each was obtained for 30,000 euros. The larger one, over 20 kilograms, was highly contested, costing a total of 700,000 euros. Yi Qing nodded in understanding, although Wang Hong had shared a bit more. Given the current market conditions, the value had increased by more than threefold, and considering that a 20-kilogram piece is not lacking for bracelet material. Even if it does not yield ocean blue, it could still produce blue water. Should it reach high ice quality, a single bracelet could be worth 1 million. For such a large piece, 200 bracelets could be made, and if it contains no cracks, it could yield 30 or more bracelets, making it even more valuable. Yi Qing once again illuminated the large stone skin, noticing a barely perceptible sand snake trace entwined within, leading him to conclude that its quality and water content were highly uncertain. Shifting his light away, he inspected the 3 smaller stones, noting that they too bore traces of snakes, but neither moss nor lichen was present. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he deduced that this pile of stones had been incessantly tumbled by the river's current, gradually eroding away the soft layers of moss and lichen. Yet the Sh.M. remained intact due to its jade-like hardness. It was likely that W.H. and Boss Q had bid so extravagantly because they had recognized the Sh.M., indicating that these 4 raw stones were indeed the finest among his collection, and naturally, the finest also commanded the highest price. YQing once again illuminated the stones, this time observing the mist. Generally, raw stones have a mist beneath their outer skin, which can be quite deceptive. The presence of mist suggests potential excellence, but it is nuanced. The mist layer is a semi-oxidized, semi-weathered hard jade situated between the outer skin and the jade itself. However, it cannot be classified as jade and holds little value. It merely serves as a transitional zone between the jade and the outer skin. Additionally, mist can vary in color, including white, yellow, red, gray, and black. Chapter 63, The Conditions of the White Fox. The White Fox, one of the 3 stalwarts of MG, is a disciple of the esteemed Master Lu Zh and an officer under General W. Ru of SH and Being. The most desirable is the white mist. If it appears faint, this indicates minimal internal impurities, suggesting a clean base with good water quality. If it is strikingly green, it undoubtedly embodies a pristine emerald hue, combined with excellent quality, making it astonishingly valuable. Indeed, this piece could settle CH&L's debts. However, all these stones exhibited yellow mist, which typically indicates a significant potential for high-quality jade when red or yellow mist layers are present. YQing meticulously examined each stone, noting the dense yellow mist, which made it worth the gamble. He inspected each raw stone and found no visible cracks, which reassured him. Wing glanced at him and remarked, "The N and Q stones have significant fissures. As long as there are no minor cracks, we should be fine with the bidding. However, brother, do not be overly greedy. Let us first gamble on a smaller piece, and, if fortune smiles upon us, we can pursue the larger one." YQing chuckled and shook his head. Finding good materials is rare. If you see it, seize it. Brother Wing, please be gentle with the knife. Do not plunge it too deeply. Wing laughed heartily. Brother, let us not exaggerate. Even if we do not triple our investment, a 6-fold return would suffice. YQing raised his thumb in approval. Brother Wing, you are magnanimous. Wing peered at the 3 smaller stones with reluctance. I had intended to wait until your success, so I could keep one for myself. But since you've spoken up, I shall part with them. How about 2 million for one? SHNJNY calculated in her mind that this 20-kilogram stone had originally been purchased for 700,000 euros. At the current exchange rate of 8.8, that equates to 6,116,000. After 4 years with a 6-fold increase, this stone's value had risen to 36,960,000, implying a profit exceeding 30 million, leading her to exclaim, "Indeed, selling stones is immensely profitable." Both YQing and Wing laughed at this. YQing turned to her. "This is merely a courtesy from Brother Wing, otherwise he would not have presented it." "Certainly, it is a courtesy, but if I were not aware of your substantial financial backing, I would not have brought it forth." Wing chuckled. "If you cannot afford it, it is a sin to let it linger in your thoughts." They reached a decision. The White Fox, her beautiful eyes sparkling, inquired with a smile. YQing affirmed with a nod and addressed Liel. "When Brother Wing assists these gentlemen with their payments, keep a close watch. Do not let anyone step on their toes. I will accompany the White Fox to withdraw funds." Liel remained silent, but nodded slightly. Qing grasped the white fox's wrist and turned towards the Land Rover Range Rover. The white fox frowned in surprise. Why not let Li L and W Inglian go to collect the money? Why drag me along? She then regarded him suspiciously. What are you scheming now? I implore you for a favor. Qing stepped away from the crowd and turned to face her. The white fox eyed him warily. I understand your excitement, but it is broad daylight. Qing sighed dramatically. Could you not be a little more innocent? The white fox giggled playfully. Aside from this, I truly cannot think of what else you might desire from me. My master still owes CH&L 2 billion for high-quality jade, and CH&L seeks to use this favor to bind me. Qing quickly interjected. If we can secure the high-quality jade, have Brother W Ing assess its value and transfer it directly to me. Are you certain you can procure high-quality jade? Qing nodded confidently. This type of NQ stone with a skin layer contains yellow mist beneath. As long as the quality is good, it will be high-grade. Moreover, the NQ stones have thin skins and ample content. Estimating for bracelets, we could yield 20 pairs. If the color is rich and accurate, each piece would be valued at 1 million, and we could also produce a batch of labels, estimating no less than 50 pieces, each worth around 500,000. In preliminary assessment, this stone's value is approximately 60 million. The white fox's heart raced, her eyes twinkling. Are you concerned that W-ing B and ZHO by O will inflate the price? Qing smiled and nodded. But that does not align with my interests. The white fox gazed at him with a smile, softly stating, you are aware that we are in dire need of funds, so naturally, the higher the price, the better. Qing had anticipated her response. I am NG, one must not be overly greedy. Opportunities to earn are abundant. The white fox huffed lightly. Do not think that just because I have acknowledged you, you can take advantage of me. This is not merely a matter of hundreds or thousands. It could be tens or even hundreds of millions. You are being unreasonable. Qing scoffed. What? Are you attempting to threaten me? The white fox looked at him with a smile, retorting, do you truly believe I fear you? Or do you think that just because I have acknowledged you, you can snatch money from my hands? I have not conceded that you are my man. Qing snorted disdainfully. The white fox, seeing his temper rise, laughed. If high-quality jade is indeed procured, it is not impossible for you to have it. But first, you must agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? The white fox gazed deeply into his eyes, then turned her gaze to the distance, her eyes seemingly capable of traversing mountains and rivers, and she said softly, Sister recognizes you, but the finances must be clear. This is the foundation of our collaboration. This counts as the first condition. Qing instinctively wanted to refute. Not negotiable. The white fox turned back, smiling sweetly. The first condition is that you must not collude with W-ing H-ing to deceive me. The price must be fair. Qing replied earnestly, I abide by the rules. The second condition can be postponed. We will discuss it later. The white fox waved her hand nonchalantly and turned to leave. Go get the money. Wait, let us clarify before leaving. It makes me uneasy. Qing hurried after her. It is better to set things straight. But it makes me feel guilty. Qing sighed in exasperation. The white fox coldly huffed. Do you know what I despise most about you? What? You want to control everything, but there are some things beyond your grasp. The white fox spun lightly. For instance, women. You could have just said that. The white fox playfully swept her foot across the trunk of the car, opening the rear compartment, smiling as she said, What? Do I truly have to carry the money myself? W-ing H-ing had already settled the accounts with the group of small merchants, dealing with items worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. The white fox glanced at W-ing H-ing and said, Boss W-ing. The large stone is valued at 36,960,000, and with the 3 smaller stones totaling 6 million. That amounts to 42,960,000. Are you taking advantage of me because I did not bring enough cash? I will cover the remaining amount. Qing waved his hand grandly. W-ing H-ing, having heard Qing mention that the white fox only had 20 million in cash, chuckled, Brother, you are quite generous, but since the beautiful lady has spoken, let us consider the 296,000 as a rounding error. The white fox, having gained an advantage, smiled and nodded cheerfully. Qing quickly expressed his gratitude, and the 3 swiftly completed the transaction. Chapter 64, The Surge of High Ice Yellow Yang Green. W-ing H-ing inquired with a smile. Brother, to be honest, these 4 stones have tormented me for many years. I have always wanted to cut them open to see what they truly contain. However, I have become wary from losing my bets. I am torn between the desire to cut and the fear of failure, which is quite distressing. Brother, I am even begging you, let us open the stones here, and perhaps it will bring me some luck. Qing also wished to bait ZHO by O, smiling in agreement. The crowd moved the stones directly to the cutting machine in the large factory. A group of small merchants, both hungry and hot, stubbornly followed behind, unwilling to leave. W-ing H-ing asked with a grin, Shall we cut the large one first or the small ones? The large one. Qing glanced at Ing Liang, who was ready. Let us open the window first and see what the quality is like. Wang Liang, suppressing the excitement within, secured the large raw stone onto the cutting machine. He picked up the electric drill, inspected the drill bit, and promptly switched to the diamond grinding head. Only then did he raise his gaze to glance at Yi Qing, his expression serious, body taut, resembling a soldier poised to leap into action at the sound of a command. Even the small merchants flanking him held their breaths, awaiting the unfolding drama. Start, Yi Qing commanded. The electric drill roared to life, and Wang Hong, equally solemn, involuntarily remarked, "It has begun." A crowd of onlookers, including Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, instinctively clenched their fists. A gamble of 40 million hung in the balance. Regardless of ownership, the tension was palpable, and anticipation hung thick in the air. Wang Liang pressed the drill against the stone, water and mud flying in all directions, splattering onto the protective barrier. Bai Hu and Shen Junyi, standing closest, found their trousers soaked with splashes of muddy water. Yet neither woman retreated, for this gamble was indeed a grand affair. The diamond drill bit whirred at high speed, gnawing at the skin of the stone, producing a jarring sound, and progress was slow. The stone was hard, the opening difficult to create, but Yi Qing felt assured. Hardness indicated age, a solid foundation was undeniable, and now it was merely a matter of revealing the color. Wang Liang was adept at opening the stone, knowing that with such aged material, a gentle approach was necessary to avoid damaging the jade within, which would lead to unnecessary losses. Thus, he altered his technique, rotating the drill to gently grind away the deeper layers of the skin, while the outer shell remained intact, the opening not widening externally, but significantly expanding internally. A master. Wang Hong, recognizing the skill, understood immediately from Wang Liang's technique that he was no novice. Yi Qing, stroking his chin, felt the tension mount. For materials from Nanxi were typically solid. The hardness suggested age, the outer shell remained intact without major cracks. And the purpose of the opening was to observe the color. In the world of stone gambling, one first assesses the quality before considering the hue. The quality could be discerned from the skin's appearance, with aged quality indicating higher value. However, the disparity in color could equate to a 1,000-fold difference in price. Color is what elevates high-quality jadeite. Each breath Yi Qing took was heavy with tension, his muscles taut. He was not alone. The onlookers shared his anxiety. Bai Hu and Shen Junyi clenched their little fists, their sharp nails digging into their palms, oblivious to the pain. The allure of gambling with stones possessed an almost magical quality, ensnaring all who dared to engage. Wang Liang soon halted his work, wiping the opening with his hand. Though it remained filthy, Wang Hong swiftly grabbed a hose to wash away the stone debris. "Oh my heavens, it's remarkable. Brother, quick, take a look. It's a high color." A high color. Just a glance was enough to send Wang Hong into a frenzy of excitement. Yi Qing, equally exhilarated, hurried over, disregarding the dirt beneath him, and crouched down to inspect. The opening Wang Liang had created was small, only the size of a thumb, yet the drill had penetrated deeply. Yi Qing's heart raced with exhilaration as he beheld the opening, a vivid yellow-green, second only to the imperial green and authentic yang green, rich and uniform. The jade's hue bright and slightly translucent, reminiscent of the tender leaves of a yellow birch in early spring. Wang Hong produced a powerful flashlight, illuminating the opening from a mere centimeter away, and Yi Qing marveled at the light that penetrated the jade, revealing its transparency. High-quality ice-type yellow-green. Most importantly, the light refracted and reflected within the jade without revealing any cracks. "Brother, congratulations, it's soaring in value." Wang Hong felt only admiration, devoid of jealousy. The rise in value was a testament to Yi Qing's courage and fortune, for he had held the stone for 4 years without daring to cut it open. Yi Qing nodded. "The material is splendid. Though the opening is small, the light shines through, imparting a lively and pleasing sensation." Yi Qing briefly glanced at Bai Hu, whose exquisite face remained tense, her small hands clenched into tight fists at her side, her slender legs clad in denim trembling. Shen Junyi mirrored her demeanor, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as her beautiful eyes anxiously watched Yi Qing, fearing he might utter unfavorable news. Yi Qing chuckled. "The gamble has risen. It's high-quality ice with a rich yellow-green hue." Bai Hu instantly relaxed, just as you anticipated, yet she dared not declare it outright, only indicating that it had appreciated. Yi Qing replied with a smile, "To verify if it's solid material, without any variations or discolorations, we must make another cut. Indeed, a superficial appreciation doesn't count. Only a substantial cut signifies true appreciation." Wang Hong glanced at Bai Hu, clearly confused, as she seemed oblivious to the significance of yellow-green. Her audacity in partnering with Yi Qing in this gamble was remarkable. Bai Hu swallowed hard, her voice strained. Then let us make that cut. Yi Qing assessed the stone. From the center, without damaging the bracelet's position. You bet on it being solid. Wang Hong appeared astonished, realizing that such a cut was only warranted for solid material. Yet, if it were indeed solid, removing the outer shell would reveal at least a dozen kilograms of high-quality ice yellow-green, a substantial rise in value. One must harbor a glimmer of hope, right? Yi Qing smiled faintly. Wang Liang secured the stone, waiting for everyone to step back before he pressed down on the cutting machine's handle. Wang Hong, standing beside him, remarked enviously, "Brother, you possess tremendous courage." Yi Qing nodded slightly, focusing intently on the cutting blade as it slowly penetrated the stone, exerting considerable effort, the emerging slurry tinted green. Only then did he feel completely reassured that there were no variations or discolorations. The onlookers became increasingly agitated. Seasoned veterans understood that this was indicative of further appreciation. Each person fell silent, breaths heavy and expressions focused, the expansive workshop resonating only with the harsh noise of the cutting machine. All were veterans of stone gambling. Yet each time was fraught with tension. The dream of sudden wealth was shared by all, even if the stone did not belong to them. Witnessing it brought a sense of fortune. Everyone was taut with anticipation, awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, the noise of the cutting machine ceased. Wang Liang lifted the lid, steam billowing forth. Wang Hong quickly grabbed the hose to rinse, and soon the stone's cut surface gleamed clean. Yi Qing picked up a metal piece, inserted it into the cut, and gently pried it apart, revealing two halves, both facing upwards. The cut was immaculate, brimming with vibrant green, alive and dynamic. Yi Qing exhaled. The gamble had indeed risen. Wang Hong's eyes widened in shock. It's truly solid material. Brother, it's high-quality ice yellow-green, worth tens of millions. Set off the firecrackers. He exclaimed excitedly, and the workers, who had been waiting eagerly, ignited the firecrackers with a resounding crackle. Chapter 65. A cut worth 80 million. Yi Qing sighed. The stone was exquisite, presenting a feast for the eyes. The quality was superb, devoid of inclusions, the green permeating every crystal, exceptionally balanced and rich, and most importantly, without cracks. This was Yi Qing's first experience in gambling such a flawless piece. Bai Hu approached, her expression serious as she scrutinized him. Give me a straightforward answer. What is the value of this jade? Yi Qing laughed heartily. It has appreciated tremendously. It's solid, flawless, and entirely green. Bai Hu's heart soared with joy as she turned to Wang Hong, quickly querying, "Tell me, how much is it worth?" Yi Qing's smile abruptly froze on his face. This woman had an unwavering skepticism when it came to matters of money. Wang Hong glanced at Yi Qing and chuckled lightly. It's certainly around 23 to 24 for bracelets. High-quality ice, 1 million each at a minimum. The bracelet core, once carved, will fetch at least 600,000. The baseline is 70 million. 80 million. I'll take the material. Wang Bo called out. The surrounding small merchants refrained from raising their bids, unable to afford the price, and could only watch in envy. Bai Hu gazed at Yi Qing, her bright eyes sparkling as she smiled. 80 million. Her confidence was formidable, and Wang Bo dared not challenge her. Zhao Biao, summoning his courage, interjected, "That's a full 15 kilograms of raw material. How many pieces of jewelry will you produce from it?" Bai Hu arched an eyebrow. "A woman never has too much jewelry. I change sets daily for fun. Does it concern you?" Zhao Biao found himself at a loss for words, while Wang Bo approached with a wry smile. "Brother, you still have 3 pieces of material. It's sufficient for Bai Hu and Miss Shun to craft jewelry. I'll take this large piece." Yi Qing smiled. 80 million is already 1 million above market value. I truly intend to sell. However, you are aware that this stone was a gamble I made in partnership with BIH. If I sell it, you can forget about reporting the gambling stone to DLNG. Director Wang, I truly cannot assist you. Wang Bo wore a face of helplessness. He dared not confront BIH, which is why he sought out Qing. So, shall we continue cutting these 3 stones? Wang Bo could only shift his focus. BIH stood tall, her elegant back arched, and boldly declared, "Cut." Nonsense, what a ridiculous notion. Qing shot her a glare. It's already noon. Aren't you hungry? I am hungry, but I can endure it. Cut. BIH scoffed derisively. While she may not understand stones or jade, she certainly understood people. You, with your cunning schemes, always trying to fool me. With Wang Bo present, he could raise the price before selling it to you. Yim, NG. SHNJNY clung to her arm, pleading, "I'm really hungry." BIH smiled slyly. "The moment I met your man, I knew he was greedy. I can't rest easy without a cut. If you're hungry, let Boss Wang order takeout. Can we eat first and then cut?" Qing grinned. BIH turned and smiled. "You're hungry too?" "Yes." Qing nodded affirmatively. "Then you all go eat together." BIH teased, her smile radiant. "Boss Wang has skilled workers for cutting stones. Let them cut it. If the value increases, I'll give you a generous reward. Well then, Qing immediately conceded. These 3 stones can only be polished, not cut. He picked one stone. I'll take this one, and the rest will be handled by Wang Liying. I'll help polish the stone too. Wang Qing couldn't contain himself and volunteered. The sound of 3 polishing machines echoed as a group of small merchants, starving with their stomachs pressed against their backs, remained reluctant to leave. Qing polished carefully, grinding away bit by bit. The stone he chose had a tougher skin compared to the other 2 stones Wang Liying and Wang Qing were working on. It was like 2 pieces of diamond grit grinding against each other, the noise jarring. Others didn't notice, but Wang Qing and Wang Liying exchanged glances. Wang Qing was the first to reveal a window. After rinsing it off, he exclaimed, "Brother, it's a glutinous green. Should we keep polishing? Go ahead." Qing remained focused on the stone, not lifting his gaze. "Is it valuable?" Bih looked towards Wang Bo. Wang Bo was reluctant to engage with her, but, seeing the cold glint in her beautiful eyes, gritted his teeth and said, "The glutinous green ison, tea very valuable. Even if it were a complete piece, it would only be worth about 1,000,000. Bih bit her lip, remaining silent, and walked over to Wang Liying, waiting for him to reveal the window. However, Wang Bo pulled Zhao Bai-o back to the crowd, whispering, "It seems Bih let go today." Zhao Bai-o gritted his teeth. "Tell MP Angzi to bring people and force a collection." Wang Bo hesitated, but Bih is MP Angzi's territory. Bih can't make a fuss there. Moreover, MP Angzi has a grudge against Qing. MW was beaten by Qing and is still in the hospital. Zhao Bai-o continued. "Furthermore, consider that Bih loves money. As long as we throw money at her, there's bound to be a price she cannot resist. At most, we'll give MP Angzi a sum as commission." Wang Bo nodded and quietly stepped out to make a call. Wang Liying finally revealed the window he had polished. Bih saw him turn off the polishing machine and, examining it closely, asked, "So, is it valuable?" Wang Liying joyfully replied, "It's not high ice, but it's also ice type, with some color variation, a melon skin green." Bih frowned and retorted, "I asked how much it's worth. Let the young master appraise it later. I can't say for sure." Wang Liying was puzzled by their cryptic exchange, but noticed that Bih was contradicting Qing. A nearby small merchant chuckled. "Its value certainly can't compare to high ice Huangyang green. The quality is a tier lower, and the color varies by several grades. Plus, the material isn't large, with no bracelet position. It can only be sold as a piece. If it were a full piece with full color, it could fetch 7 to 8 pieces, worth 3 to 5 million, which is still a significant increase." Bih exclaimed, "High ice and ice type differ by just a word, and the price varies so much." The small merchant sighed helplessly. "Beautiful lady, you truly don't understand. High ice is the closest to glass type jade. As long as the rigidity is sufficient and the polishing skill is good, it can be sold as glass type. But ice type cannot. Experts can identify it immediately." Bih lost interest and waved her hand. Wang Liying, continue polishing. She quickly approached Qing, squatting beside Shny, observing him as he continued polishing the stone, frowning. "They have already revealed a window. Why haven't you revealed yours? Is it a matter of skill?" Qing moved the polishing machine aside and shot her a glare. "If you don't understand, keep quiet and stand back. Be careful not to get hit later." Bih wrapped her arms around Shny's petite waist and chuckled. "Your man is so stingy. It's only an extra 10 million I earned. And yet, he is so uptight about it." Shny's cheeks flushed as she glared at her, suspiciously asking, "How did you earn that? Didn't you both split the money?" Chapter 66. Unprecedented Surge. Qing intends to keep the jade to settle debts for your father. Bih laughed. Shny immediately understood, glaring fiercely at her. Her nose tinged with emotion, turning to look at Qing. Qing was focused on polishing the stone and did not notice. While the 2 women whispered amidst the cacophony, "This man is quite something, but he is too difficult to deal with. Neither soft nor hard works, and he is stingy." Shny pushed her arm away, glaring. "Don't speak about Qing like that. What, did he tame you in one go?" Bih looked at her with disdain. "Indeed, today you can't even walk naturally, proving this lad is valiant and skilled, bringing you to submission in one encounter. Stop talking nonsense." Shny could not endure her teasing. Her face flushed, her gaze softening as she looked at Qing. Bih was about to retort again when she saw Qing stop the polishing machine and examine the stone closely under the water and light. Although he was always cautious when gambling with stones, he had never been this meticulous before, prompting her to ask, "How is it? Can you understand it?" Qing shot her a glance. "If I could understand, would I need to ask you?" Bih looked at him with disdain. "Stop wasting time. Just say it." "Gim, Ng, I can't stand the hunger anymore. We 1T polish this material. I'll give you 10 million directly. How about that? Qing changed his expression to one of warmth. I wouldn't want you to starve. As your younger brother, I feel for you. Just as BIH was about to agree, she suddenly thought better of it and glared at him fiercely. Think carefully about the consequences of deceiving me. SHNJNY quickly wrapped her arms around her. Qing is doing this for your own good. Besides, this stone has only revealed a small window. Nothing can be discerned. Giving you 10 million is quite generous. BIH looked at her disdainfully. Only a foolish woman like you would fall for his tricks. He doesn't even trust others to polish this stone. After revealing a window, he offers 10 million? He is shrewder than a monkey. If it weren't for the surge, he wouldn't do such a foolish thing. SHNJNY looked at Qing with suspicion. BIH smiled charmingly. Will you polish it? If you want I'll find someone else. Qing felt a headache coming on and lowered his head to start the polishing machine. BIH grinned victoriously. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the window that was growing larger. This is glass type. A small merchant who had been watching Qing polish suddenly saw the jade emerging from the window, shimmering like spring water, and immediately shouted excitedly, "It's still a spring green." Suddenly, a crowd gathered around. Glass-type jade, which had not been revealed in years, especially in spring green. BIH stood up and looked at the small merchant who had lost his voice. Is it very valuable? There's just no bracelet position. It can only be carved into a piece or a dome. If it were full material with rich color, its value would be similar to that of high ice Huangyang green. The small merchant, filled with envy and jealousy, had opened 4 pieces of raw stones, each one increasing. And 2 had surged dramatically. It felt like he had stepped in dog poop today. Wang Li-ing and Wang Aching rushed over, holding the 2 stones they had polished, one glutinous green and one ice-type melon skin green, neither of which was a huge increase, but still a small profit. A crowd of small merchants, unable to focus on the 2 stones, were instead fixated on the window Qing was enlarging. A fabric weighing 4 kilograms, approximately the size of 2 fists, gradually revealed its true form despite being composed of old, hard stone that was difficult to polish. The entire piece of jade glistened with a translucent brilliance, showcasing a delicate, pure texture that exuded a luminescent glow even without the aid of a light. Upon closer inspection under illumination, it reflected the appearance of a fly's wing, indicating its sufficient age, with a water content of 3 parts and an exceptional level of transparency. Most strikingly, its green hue resembled the tender heart of a scallion, captivating the gaze with its allure. If the earlier high-quality yellow yang green was akin to a breathtaking beauty, this piece could be likened to a national treasure. How could this be possible? Even Wang Hong was taken aback, hastily passing the jade to Shun Junyi while clutching his chest and crouching down, his expression one of despair. Wang Liang, cradling the jade, exuberantly exclaimed, "Let us celebrate. This is a massive gain. 70 million. Wang Bo shouted loudly. "Get lost." Bai Hu retorted angrily, "I want that glass-type scallion green too." Hearing Wang Bo's bid, Zhao Biao felt a pang of grief in his heart, his desire to plunge into the gambling stone frenzy intensifying. Boss Chi also arrived, his face pale and expression shifting, lamenting, "Brother, your luck is exceptional. You grasp jade as if it were a treasure, and seducing women must be your forte." Yi Qing felt a sense of helplessness. He had no desire to polish the stone, fully aware of the outcome. Although the piece was not large, it could easily yield 7 or 8 valuable pieces. The glass-type scallion green was especially important, as long as the craftsmanship was exquisite and flawless. With clear water and vibrant color permeating throughout, each piece could fetch a price in the tens of millions. While not on par with the high-quality yellow yang green, this jade was destined to become a cherished heirloom, making it all the more enticing to others. Zhao Biao's mind turned to mush as he stood there stunned for quite some time, his eyes wide like copper bells. He had seen wealth before, his family fortune amounting to billions, accumulated through his father's 30 years of shrewd endeavors. Yet, this young man had earned 150 million in just one day, a speed of profit that surpassed even robbery. Firecrackers erupted for a full half hour before finally quieting down. "Look, this is your man, a jade worth 70 million. And he thinks he can dismiss me with a mere 10 million, Bai Hu sneered at Shinjunyi. Shinjunyi, far more cautious, recognized the immense value of the jade revealed today, which had already ignited the greed of others. "Brother," Boss Chi squeezed through, saying, "I want to even mention the high-quality yellow yang green and this glass-type scallion green. I can't afford them even if I sold everything I own. But this ice-type melon green and glutinous bean blue, please reserve them for me and Wang Hong. I'll offer 10 million. Wang Hong eagerly looked at him. Yi Qing estimated the value. The glutinous bean blue was reasonable, but the ice-type melon green could double in value within a month or 2. Boss Chi had only raised his offer by 3 million. Yi Qing smiled and nodded. Sure, since my brother has spoken, as a brother, I will comply and transfer it to you. Upon hearing this, Boss Qi beamed, fearing Bai Hu would swoop in, and immediately took out his phone to make a transfer. Cradling the glass-type scallion green, Yi Qing exchanged a glance with Lu Lu and turned to leave the factory. Suddenly, he noticed a Jinbei vehicle speeding in, screeching to a halt in the parking lot. A stout man, tall and portly, with a protruding belly and a shiny, pale face reminiscent of a legendary palace steward, emerged from the car. Following him were a dozen individuals, all with red heads and green hair, exuding a menacing aura. They were clearly not good company. Ma Pengzi, why is he here? Wang Hong exclaimed in surprise. Who is that? Yi Qing sensed the hostility and handed the glass-type jade to Bai Hu. Chapter 67. The Cunning Tiger and Greedy Wolf. Don't be so polite. Ma Pengzi glanced at him sideways. I heard you unveiled high-quality jade, so I came to see for myself. With the firecrackers going off like that, it must be real. It's a piece cut by merchants from Kyoto, but they don't wish to sell. Wang Hong, feeling belittled, retorted firmly. Not selling because you're poor and can't meet the price. Ma Pengzi scoffed. But I have plenty of money. I'll buy it even if I have to throw money at it. Wang Hong, feeling helpless, followed him into the factory. Yi Qing cast a knowing glance at him. Ma Pengzi's arrogant demeanor revealed his ostentatious nature. Adorned with a gold chain as thick as a finger and a bracelet of glutinous yang green jade. Given his appearance, Yi Qing had no interest in engaging in conversation with him, viewing him as a nouveau riche. The Ma Tourism Company is the former Ma Gang. Boss Qi whispered to him. Ma Pengzi made his fortune through underworld dealings. I've heard he has blood on his hands. Brother, if he wants to purchase jade. Even if you decline, please be polite. Yi Qing nodded with a smile, unfazed. Ma Pengzi's followers rushed to the office, bringing in a chair, and he entered the factory accompanied by Wang Hong, taking a seat while a dozen subordinates stood like tree stumps behind him. A group of small-time merchants fell silent, gazing at him in fear. Everyone knew Ma Pengzi was here for the 2 pieces of exquisite jade recently cut. Despite being a local bully, his financial clout far surpassed theirs. After all, the purpose of cutting jade was to sell it at a high price, wasn't he? Ma Pengzi settled into his chair, scanning the crowd before his gaze fixed on Bai Hu, who held the glass-type scallion green. Bai Hu was a beauty, enchanting in her charm. Yet she paled in comparison to the jade she held. In Tengchong, while gambling stones might not be common, discerning eyes for jade were certainly present. Ma Pengzi merely glanced at her, and his eyes became glued to her. Wang Bo had called to inform him that the jade revealed was high-quality yellow yang green. Though precious, it did not qualify as extraordinary. However, the glass-type scallion green that Bai Hu possessed was a truly rare gem. In recent years, as old Myanmar mine owners intensified their investments in machinery, mining had become increasingly frenzied, leading to the depletion of prime raw stone mining areas, making exquisite jade ever more elusive. Thus, even 20 years ago, high-quality jade, once undervalued, had become highly sought after, with prices steadily climbing. Glass-type jade was even more precious and rarely available. The glass-type jade in Bai Hu's possession, while not imperial green, still boasted a top-tier scallion green color, evenly vibrant and genuinely exquisite. Although the piece was small and unsuitable for crafting a bracelet, its quality and craftsmanship, along with established relationships with high-profile clients, could easily elevate its worth to $1 billion. In business, timing, location, and relationships are paramount. Even for the same piece of jade, its value could vary dramatically based on who is appraising it. With Wang Hong and Boss Ji's connections, this jade could fetch 70 million, which was precisely why Yi Qing had prompted Wang Hong to estimate its worth. Ma Pengzi glanced at Bai Hu, chuckling as he asked, "Beautiful lady, how much do you intend to sell this jade for?" Bai Hu disdainfully curled her lip, remaining silent. Ma Pengzi, seeing her quietness, assumed she was intimidated by his imposing presence and smiled shyly. "Don't be afraid, my dear, I want tea bite. I simply wish to purchase this piece of jade. Name your price, and I assure you it will satisfy." Bai Hu rolled her eyes playfully, smiling sweetly. "This piece of jade has already been bid at 2 billion. Ma Pengzi paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. 2 billion? You must be joking. The combined wealth of this group doesn't even reach 2 billion. I'll give you 50 million, and that high-quality yellow yang green is yours too. I'll also offer 50 million for that. Combined, it's 100 million. So please, share your account number for the transfer." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing understood Ma Pengzi intended to engage in strong-arm tactics, taking advantage of his local power to force a purchase. Upon hearing this, Bai Hu let out a laugh, realizing that this fat Ma was utterly blind to the truth, attempting to rob her. If it were Mu Jia, she would have brought you down in an instant, confining you in a water dungeon until you stank. She shot a glance at the silently smiling Yi Qing, tucked the jade into her bosom, and chuckled lightly, saying, "Just now, Wang Bo offered 200 million for this piece, and what you offered is merely 100 million, thinking you could acquire both? Do you truly believe that just because I am a woman, you can bully me? Not a chance. I will sell this material to anyone but you. Ha! Fatma could not help but burst into laughter, taking a while to regain his composure before stating, "Let me inform you, I am Fatma. You might want to inquire around. What I say here is akin to an imperial decree. What I say goes, hee. You have already forfeited a billion opportunity. Well, 100 million. Would you prefer a check or cash?" Baihu sneered disdainfully. "I am Baihu. You can also ask Mujia about me. I have always been the one to bully others. No one dares to bully me. The cunning tiger, greedy wolf, and the white fox. Among them, I am the white fox." Fatma's expression changed instantly. "You possess some knowledge," Baihu retorted coldly. Fatma glared fiercely at Wang Bo in the crowd. Realizing that this scoundrel had only mentioned a merchant from Kyoto without disclosing the presence of Mujia and Baihu. The cunning tiger, greedy wolf, and white fox and Mujia were notorious for their ruthless deeds. After a moment of contemplation, Fatma declared, "Baihu, I shall give you some face. But I will take both pieces of jade for 120 million. Not for sale," Baihu replied succinctly. Her gaze turned icy as she glanced at Yi Qing, who appeared relaxed, and she felt reassured. "Fatma, do not overstep your bounds. I said I would not sell at any price. 50 million. Fatma's demeanor grew increasingly cold, his narrowed eyes emitting a sinister glint. Baihu's expression hardened, and just as she was about to retort, Yi Qing grasped her wrist. "Even if you offer 500 million, I will not sell." Chapter 68. The strong dragon suppresses the local snake. Fatma was taken aback and turned his gaze towards Yi Qing, saying coldly, "You are that merchant from Kyoto." Yi Qing responded with calm composure and a smile. "Indeed." Wang Bo and Zhao Biao exchanged glances, sensing the tension, and discreetly stepped back to avoid any potential bloodshed. "I am no stranger to danger and have encountered many beasts," Yi Qing remarked nonchalantly. "Not wanting trouble does not mean I fear it. A mere Ma gang does not intimidate me." One of Fatma's subordinates threw down 100,000 yuan at Yi Qing's feet. Fatma pointed at the money on the ground. "There is only one opportunity. Hurry up and give me the money and disappear." Wang Liang realized the gravity of the situation. Although Yi Qing held a distinguished status in Kyoto, here in Tingchong, Fatma was the local powerhouse, and with more men on his side, a confrontation would surely be unfavorable. Just as he sought for a weapon, he glanced at Lu Lu, who wore a disdainful smirk. Wang Hong stepped forward, glancing at Boss Qi. "Fatma, this is my territory. I am not afraid of you with so many people. Brother Wang, do not involve yourself in this matter." Yi Qing quickly restrained him. "Let me handle it." Wang Hong wore a pained expression, thinking, "How can you handle this? Fatma is clearly intent on strong-arming, and even if you are a dragon crossing the river, you cannot overpower the local snake." Shin Junyi, clutching the jade, trembled slightly and shouted, "In broad daylight, is there no law? They are attempting to force a sale. We must leave quickly, or I will call the police." Fatma chuckled. "If calling the police were effective, why would we need the Ma gang? To prove forceful selling. You need someone to testify, and without evidence, the police will not intervene." Yi Qing understood immediately. As a local snake, Fatma had established connections to ensure no one would intervene, fostering his audacious demeanor. Lu Lu stepped forward and handed the jade to Yi Qing, sixth brother. "Let me handle this." Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. "This time, I will take care of it. A dozen ruffians do not intimidate me." These two were even more aggressive than Baihu, ready to resort to violence. Fatma stared intently at Yi Qing, his expression shifting, and suddenly he laughed. Waving his hand, "Put the money away. If the deal cannot be made, let's part on good terms." Yi Qing had expected bloodshed today, but to his surprise, Fatma retreated at the last moment. He had assumed Fatma would not swallow his pride so easily. However, the fierce demeanor abruptly dissipated like smoke. From the outset, Yi Qing doubted Fatma would relinquish his pursuit so readily. Only Wang Liang and Shin Junyi breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the danger had finally subsided. Money was trivial, Wang Hong exclaimed, "But, Fatma, Brother Wang, do not worry. This is a minor issue that I can resolve myself." Yi Qing replied gratefully. "You still need to conduct business here without offending the local snake. That would only complicate matters. You really can handle it?" Wang Hong asked incredulously, pulling out his phone. "I will call a friend from the criminal police to escort you onto the highway. Your vehicle is good, and Fatma's jinbei cannot catch up." "Indeed, brother," Boss Qi advised. "Wang Hong is well connected here and can be of assistance. Although you are a dragon crossing the river, it is wise to be cautious." "Qi Gu, Wang Gu, do not worry. I can handle this minor disturbance." Yi Qing chuckled. Boss Qi gritted his teeth. "I will follow behind your car, if Fatma persists. I can call the police." "Yes, that is the plan," Wang Hong urged. "Brother, please do not refuse. This is entirely my and my brother-in-law's oversight. If you refuse again, it would be as if you do not regard us as brothers. He turned to Boss Qi, brother-in-law. I will also inform my friends in the police. If anything seems off, you can directly contact them, and they will arrive promptly. Yi Qing could not decline any longer and nodded, but you two must not show yourselves. The Ma gang has influence in Rui, Li, and Tung Chong. Offending them would be detrimental to your business. Brother, I am a merchant who looks ahead and does not wish to attract trouble. Boss Qi grasped his wrist, but today, I have seen that you are a brother worth risking your life for. Yi Qing laughed heartily. That is why I chose to associate with Qi Gu in Rui Li. Enough said. Lulu, transfer 200,000 to Brother Wang and distribute red envelopes to the brothers in the venue. I will entrust the goods to Brother Wang. Rest assured about the goods. If anything is amiss, I will refund you in full. Wang Hong assured with a thump on his chest. Yi Qing watched as Lulu completed the transfer and bid farewell with a smile. Wang Liang and Shen Junyi placed the 2 pieces of jade into the safe of the Land Rover, waiting for the group to arrive. Lulu glanced at Wang Liang. How is your driving skill? Not bad. I have reversed on Chang'an Street. Wang Liang chuckled. You drive. Lulu handed him the car keys and took the passenger seat. Yi Qing and the others got into the car one after another, with Boss Qi driving an Audi, following closely behind. Bai Hu's face was tense. Fat Ma's sudden departure seemed suspicious, and she felt unease, realizing that reinforcements would be hard to gather in Tengchong. Yi Qing smiled slightly. Sister Amin, you underestimate me. Lulu and I have encountered grand affairs in Kyoto as well. Is your fighting style that extravagant? Bai Hu pouted her lips in envy. We from old Myanmar typically use pickaxe handles. Yi Qing retrieved a bag of golf clubs from behind the seat, nodding in approval. Quite practical. Lulu added. They were purchased according to Sixth Brother's preferences. Bai Hu remained indifferent, having seen her share of life and death situations, and thought that worrying was futile. They could only take one step at a time, confronting whatever came their way. Chapter 69. Tigers and wolves ahead, pursuers behind. If it comes to a critical moment of life and death, do not blame oneself for being ruthless. Bai Hu looked at Yi Qing, eager to join in. Give me a club too. I am quite adept at fighting. Wang Liang called out from the driver's seat. Little master, I am here too. Listen to me. Lulu spoke calmly. Wang Liang, just focus on driving. This vehicle boasts substantial horsepower and robust power. Engage the differential lock to ensure that every wheel receives ample force. The front bumper is solidly affixed to the chassis. If any vehicle obstructs our path, feel free to collide with it, provided it isn't a tank. All right. Wang Liang laughed heartily. If a fight breaks out, it will just be me and Lu Gu. Lulu glanced at Bai Hu. You must remain in the vehicle to protect Jun Ijia. Bai Hu responded resolutely. No way. I want to be with you. You have experienced life and death. You understand the concept of sacrifice, Lulu stated sternly. Jun Ijia has not trained. She is our Achilles heel. Turning to look at Yi Qing, he saw him nod slightly. Lulu retrieved an item from his person and handed it over. You know how to use this, right? Upon seeing the object, Bai Hu was astonished. How do you have a gun? While firearms are commonplace in Myanmar, possessing one domestically is a serious matter. Bai Hu gazed at Yi Qing in disbelief. Yi Qing grasped her hand. It's all right. Even if someone gets killed, I guarantee your safety. Leave dealing with the police to me. Shen Jun spoke calmly. I'm a lawyer. I know how to handle situations like this. Amin, Jia has no ID. If the police inquire, just say your name is Wang Li and that your bag was lost at a highway service area. If they ask further, direct them to me. Refrain from saying anything else. Lulu nodded slightly. Wang Liang, however, couldn't contain himself. By the way, how did you get through security with a gun? Lulu shot him a glare, and Wang Liang immediately fell silent, too intimidated to ask further. Bai Hu regarded Yi Qing with a peculiar expression, increasingly perceiving him as an enigma, which only heightened her wariness. Yi Qing glanced at the rearview mirror. QLOBN's Audi was closely following. Approximately 300 meters behind the Land Rover, they had now entered a mountainous forested area, devoid of human presence, with visibility limited to 200 meters, surrounded solely by trees. Yi Qing mused that if Ma Pengzi intended to act, this would likely be the location. This thought was echoed by Wang Liang and Lu Lu, who shared the same sentiment. Wang Liang engaged the differential lock and activated the four-wheel drive mode, causing the engine to roar, though the vehicle's speed decreased. Lu Lu. They VE scattered nails on the road. Wang Liang's keen eyes suddenly spotted the glint of steel nails ahead. 200 meters ahead, on a stone bridge, Ma Pengzi's Jean Bei was parked. Understood. Wang Liang, a native of Beijing, felt a thrill rather than fear upon encountering such a scenario. Hearing Lu Li's emotionally detached words, Shen Jun sensed a chilling aura. You really don't need to intervene. Bai Hu reiterated. Even without using the gun, I am quite formidable in a fight. Bai Hu fell silent. knowing that against Yi Qing, she would surely not prevail. Just ensure Jun Yi's safety. Yi Qing regarded her earnestly. Lulu has already made the arrangements. Even I must heed his instructions. He is the expert. Lu Gu, prepare. The Land Rover surged through the nail-strewn area. With a resounding crash, it collided with the front of the Jin Bei. Wang Liang pressed the accelerator, and the Range Rover emitted a beastly roar as it pushed against the crumpled front of the Jin Bei. Lu and Yi Qing simultaneously opened their doors and leapt out. A group of small-time thugs stared in awe at the Jin Bei, now struck by the Range Rover. Wang Liang slammed on the brakes, then rapidly reversed, crashing into the side of the Jin Bei. With a thud, the Jin Bei rolled into the river, slowly sinking. Even Bai Hu had to concede that the young man's driving skills were impressive. Moreover, this Range Rover was incredibly resilient, despite the violent collision. The occupants merely leaned slightly forward, gripping the handrails to mitigate the impact. A group of thugs wielding baseball bats attempted to chase after the Range Rover. But Wang Liang floored the accelerator, making the vehicle dart away. Seeing they could not catch up, the thugs turned their attention toward Yi Qing and Lu. Lu swung his golf club, producing a whooshing sound, and scoffed. With just this many, they dare to rob us. They have reinforcements behind. Yi Qing remarked with a smile. Lu glanced back and, indeed, saw a dozen thugs emerging from the trees a few meters behind. Further back, Qlobn's Audi had come to a halt, but did not turn around. Lu quickly counted, 16 in front and 14 behind, totaling 30 individuals. However, Ma Pengzi was nowhere to be seen. Lu Gu, I'll lead the way. Let us see who is faster. Lu laughed. That remark is rather crude. I have no such inclinations. Yi Qing chuckled, brandishing the golf club as he charged toward the rear. Take care of this guy and grab the loot quickly. The leading burly thug commanded, eyeing Yi Qing menacingly. 3 muscular thugs, swinging their baseball bats, charged at Yi Qing. Seeing them approach, Yi Qing scoffed, pivoting lightly and launching himself forward. Truly fearless. The foremost thug grinned, swinging his bat menacingly towards Yi Qing's head. Having just turned the vehicle around, Shen Junyi, seated in the passenger seat, turned pale at the sight, realizing the heavy bat would surely knock him unconscious if it connected. She cried out, Yi Qing, what is there to fear? Your man is fiercer than they are. Bai Hu reassured her, showing no concern. Just as the 3 baseball bats were about to strike Yi Qing, they suddenly noticed a glimmer. A slender golf club swept across their abdomens. The trio flew backward as if severed from their strings, crashing to the ground, unconscious. A martial artist? The leading thug's face paled at this sight as he shouted urgently, everyone, attack together. Despite 3 capable henchmen rushing in unison, they were no match for Yi Qing. Though the leading thug was tougher than his subordinates, he was still no match for Yi Qing in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet, a fierce tiger cannot contend with a pack of wolves. There were no rules stipulating that robbery must be a duel. Die, the leading thug roared, his face contorted with rage. 2 thugs sprinted forward, leaping into the air, their baseball bats aimed viciously at Yi Qing. Still not learning your lesson, Yi Qing ducked, evading the descending bats, and swung his golf club directly at their shins, producing a series of cracking sounds. Although the golf club appeared slender, it was crafted from solid steel and heavy. Upon impact, while it did not break skin, it certainly fractured bones. The 2 thugs collapsed to the ground, clutching their legs in agony. Yi Qing, be careful. The Range Rover reappeared on the stone bridge, its in-car streaming camera focused on the chaotic scene. Shen Junyi's gaze remained fixed on Yi Qing, and upon noticing someone approaching from behind him, she cried out in terror. Simultaneously, Yi Qing sensed a rush of wind behind him, a sudden attack from the leading thug, who was attempting a sneak attack. Die, the thug yelled, his expression fierce. The original plan had seemed flawless. Once the nails had halted the Range Rover, they could seize the jade worth over 100 million. Yet poverty had limited their imagination. The Range Rover was equipped with anti-explosion tires and surged forward unimpeded. The young man who leaped from the vehicle was equally terrifying and ruthless. Sensing the baseball bat approaching from behind, Yi Qing pivoted on his foot, performing a mid-air flip and delivering a swift kick to the thug's head. The thug fell unconscious. Yi Qing then moved like a tiger among sheep, wielding the golf club with precise strikes, targeting their bones. Lu dashed in like a shadow, swiftly entering the throng of thugs. With a kick, he spun around, delivering a powerful blow to the elbow of what appeared to be the leader, resulting in a sickening snap. The thug howled in agony, rolling on the ground to escape Lu's club. Get him! Save the boss! A young ruffian finally regained his composure, brandishing a baseball bat and letting out a fierce roar, prompting a group of delinquents to rush forward in a cacophony of shouts. Lu seized Wang Hu with one hand and hurled him towards the advancing thugs. As the delinquents swung their bats at their boss, they struck him a few times before hastily retreating, utterly incredulous. The three occupants of the vehicle watched in stunned silence, realizing that this seemingly frail individual possessed an astonishing, terrifying strength. With a hefty man weighing over 100 kilograms in his grasp, Lulu wielded him like a shield, effortlessly navigating through the throng of ruffians. Without waiting for the thugs to retreat, he slammed Wang Hu to the ground, placing one foot on his chest, and taunted, "Those who are unafraid of disability. Come at me." Wang Hu wished for death. It was not merely the humiliation but the grim realization that this ruthless youth had rendered him incapacitated. The remaining thugs, eager yet hesitant, dared not approach, especially as their comrade, previously struck by Lulu, writhed on the ground in agony. Who could fathom the cruelty of this boy? "Either you kill me today, or I die here. Rest assured, if I survive, I will never let you off the hook." Wang Hu bellowed with all his might. This was merely an attempt to salvage some dignity. After all, he was Ma Bang Hu Ge, renowned for his formidable combat prowess. When had he ever been reduced to being trampled upon? It seemed he was still uninjured. Lulu let out a cold chuckle, swinging the bat repeatedly, each strike echoing with sickening cracks. Heaven knows how many bones Wang Hu had fractured under that relentless assault. Even the thugs, who stood frozen with their bats, felt the impact of that pain. Wang Hu, amidst his cries, could find no other means to express his anguish. This boy was merciless. He had struck every bone, even the fingers, showing no regard for humanity. "Seize those two women." Wang Hu spat blood, his screams heart-wrenching. At his command, the gang seemed to awaken from a stupor, rushing towards the Land Rover with fervor. A sinister smile crept across Lu Li's lips as he glanced at Yi Qing, who was ambling over with a golf club, having concluded the melee. They gaped at Lulu, gasping for breath, realizing that their entire assault had ended in utter failure. Was this boy possessed by the spirit of Bruce Lee, or was he a reincarnated deity of death? The skirmish concluded flawlessly in less than half an hour. Yet the heavens did not favor them, as the wailing of sirens echoed in the distance. Soon, two police cars sped towards them. Yi Qing had intended to leave without a trace of blood, but the rapid arrival of the police caught them off guard. "Do not move, raise your hands." A piercing brake screeched, followed by a commanding shout. Yi Qing and Lulu turned to the police vehicles, where a woman clad in a police uniform approached, gun drawn, followed by a squad of officers. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, peeking from beneath her cap, swaying with each stride. Her porcelain-like face bore a slight frown, and beneath her elegantly arched brows were eyes as bright as stars. A delicate nose and tightly pressed lips completed her striking features. The fitted uniform could not conceal her alluring figure, as she held her weapon with keen vigilance, aiming at the two. A beautiful police officer, resembling a Barbie doll in professional attire. "You two, drop your weapons." The stunning officer's expression was one of alertness, with her gun trained on Yi Qing, signaling a readiness to fire should they resist. Lulu opened his mouth to speak, but saw Yi Qing casually toss away the golf club, forcing him to relinquish his as well. The rapidly approaching detectives, upon seeing the sprawled ruffians, hastily drew their own weapons, aiming at the pair. It was the first time Lulu had a gun pointed at him, causing his lips to twitch. Yi Qing shook his head and smiled. "Officer, we are the victims." Chapter 71, The Adorable Police Flower. Shui Xiaoyu, Yi Qing's recognized sister. "Cut the nonsense. The victims are all lying on the ground." The beautiful officer retorted sharply. "Are you suggesting that we too beat up 30 thugs?" Yi Qing furrowed his brow, perplexed. What kind of logic is that? The attractive officer wore a confused expression. The scene was clear. There was an overwhelming number of attackers against a scant few defenders. Yet these two displayed an extraordinary fighting ability. "Produce your identification and work credentials," the officer commanded coldly. "My ID is in the car." Yi Qing raised his hands, glancing towards the distant Land Rover. Shen Junyi and Wang Liang, along with Bai Hu, had already opened the car door and were hastening towards them. 300 meters away, Boss Qi also disembarked his vehicle, sprinting in their direction. "I am a lawyer from Kunming Yonghe Law Firm. My name is Shen Junyi." Shen Junyi raised her phone. "I have recorded everything that just transpired. You can use it as evidence." 200 million worth of jade. The beautiful officer gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. In silence, she accepted Shen Junyi's phone and played the video. The scene was horrific, and the facts were unequivocal. The officer glanced at Shen Junyi. "It seems you were well prepared." "Indeed." Shen Junyi nodded affirmatively. At the Gambling Stone venue, they engaged in coercive buying and selling. Boss Wang Hong from the Qing Shui Gambling Stone venue and Boss Qi from DeLong can attest to this. An older police officer inspected the thug's injuries, frowning as he spoke. "Your actions also constitute excessive self-defense. Mind your language." "And that is not the crux of the matter," Shen Junyi retorted sharply. "The key issue is that this is a robbery case involving a Land Rover worth 580,000 and 200 million worth of jade." Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Lawyers were formidable, as a single statement could classify the case. Robbery was already a serious offense, and stealing 200 million worth of jade was a grave crime, one that would likely imprison them for a long time. At that moment, Boss Qi arrived, exclaiming, "I can testify to this. I am the original stone merchant from Delong." Shinjunyi glanced at her police insignia, a first-level police inspector, and nodded. "We can cooperate. And I will also follow up on this case. However, my clients have not even had lunch. They intend to eat at the highway service area. What do you think?" A group of officers began to clear the scene, while Xue Xiaoyu donned white gloves, placing the 2 bent golf clubs into a plastic bag. Yi Qing smiled. "Officer Xue, these are ours. Indeed, these are the weapons." Xue Xiaoyu shot him a fierce glare. Even in self-defense, there was no need to be so ruthless. "Our vehicle contains not only jade, but also 2 young women." Yi Qing replied earnestly. "The men might fare better, at worst being disposed of in Yingjiang, reaching the opposite bank by tomorrow. But the women, in the hands of such individuals, would suffer an even grimmer fate. So, while I may strike hard, it was unavoidable." Though aware that he was merely making excuses, she had to concede that he was right. Xue Xiaoyu remained cold as ice, striding towards the Land Rover. "First, hand over your identification and work credentials. Are you afraid we might run away?" Yi Qing grinned, following closely behind, begrudgingly admitting that this beautiful officer had quite the captivating silhouette. "You're trying to trap me with words." Yi Qing chuckled. "Are you not afraid that we might drag you away?" Yi Qing laughed as he hopped into the car, taking a seat behind her. "Go ahead." Threatening a police officer adds to the charges. Xue Xiaoyu barked, "Identification, work credentials. Can't you say something less?" Shin Junyi murmured, handing over her already prepared identification. Xue Xiaoyu counted. "Who are we missing?" "Mine." "By who?" Facing the police, dared not act arrogantly, speaking softly. "She lost her bag in the restroom at the highway service area." Shin Junyi stated sternly, "Her name is Wang Li, also from Kunming, working at the Rue Li Land Rover dealership. Identification number." Xue Xiaoyu turned her head. Bai Hu covered her face, appearing quite dim-witted. "I can't remember." Xue Xiaoyu cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qing, her gaze saying it all, perceiving him as a wealthy young master, while viewing Bai Hu as a vain woman. The instruments were brought out to scan the identification cards of the crowd. The cards of Shin Junyi and Wang Liang were processed swiftly by the internal system. But when Yi Qing's ID was scanned, it displayed an insufficient permissions message. The same occurred with Lu Li's ID. Xue Xiaoyu immediately grew cautious and demanded, "Who exactly are you two?" The response was that they were merchants of raw stones from Jingdu. Xue Xiaoyu, with a stern voice, reiterated her inquiry. "I ask again. Who are you?" The notification of insufficient permissions indicated that they were not authorized for such inquiries. Lu, unhurried, dialed his phone and handed it to Xue Xiaoyu, saying, "Listen for yourself." After a lengthy pause, Xue Xiaoyu returned the phone, disbelief etched on her face. "I need to check the internal system again." "If you are not afraid of the trouble, feel free," Lu replied indifferently, handing her another document. Upon inspection, Xue Xiaoyu found it similar to her own, bearing the same police emblem and photograph, but the title read Special Operations Lu. "You'd better find someone with sufficient authority to verify this, otherwise, if you fail to get results after 3 attempts, you will land in trouble," Lu stated earnestly. Xue Xiaoyu, still incredulous, took out her phone and sent pictures of Yi Qing and Lu Li's credentials to her superior. "Why don't you seek assistance from the police station if you're in trouble?" Yi Qing asked, astonished. "Do we need to?" Xue Xiaoyu recalled the dire situation of the 30 ruffians and smiled wryly. "Not necessary. In truth, I did not wish to forfeit the opportunity to rid society of its scourge." Yi Qing responded seriously. "Is it still necessary to go to the police station to make a statement? Rules cannot be broken." Xue Xiaoyu asserted decisively. "However, I can let you have a meal first." Chapter 72, Ma Ponzi. "Aren't you afraid we might run away?" Yi Qing asked in surprise. "I will follow," Xue Xiaoyu declared without hesitation. Yi Qing turned to Lu with a mischievous grin. What a crime it would be to abduct a beautiful police superintendent. Lu, expressionless, replied, "You would find your legs broken and face a year of house arrest. Are you two amusing yourselves by teasing a mere officer?" Xue Xiaoyu complained, turning away. "I need to inform my colleague before leaving. I will take your car, so don't run off. Bring along that Boss Qi," Yi Qing said with a grin. "He hasn't eaten either." Boss Qi was thoroughly terrified, surrounded by people, clutching their arms and legs, rolling on the ground in despair. Some even lay motionless, their cries silenced. Having lived over 40 years, he had never witnessed such a grim scene. He glanced at the distant Land Rover, realizing that not every strong dragon dares to cross rivers. They were indeed formidable characters. When he saw Xue Xiaoyu approaching briskly, he was momentarily taken aback. "When did you transfer to the criminal investigation team?" "Uncle Qi, it's a long story," Xue Xiaoyu smiled. "You know Yi Qing and Lu." Uncle Qi nodded affirmatively. They came to Rueli for the first time to gamble on stones at my Jilung gambling stone workshop. Shui Xiaoyu questioned suspiciously. Do such individuals also lack money? Who in this world isn't short on cash? Uncle Qi sighed. They all think like you, abandoning the family business to become police officers. Besides, they are experts in gambling on stones, here to make money. Who is the expert in gambling on stones? Shui Xiaoyu inquired curiously. The one named Yi Qing. Despite his youth, he is a true master of gambling on stones, consistently winning, to the point of my envy. Uncle Qi chuckled. Don't make it too difficult for them. The story aligns with what they told you. Ma Pengzi, seeing an opportunity, attempted to forcefully buy but ended up sending a gang to rob. However, this time he met his match. Shui Xiaoyu's concerns were alleviated. The car had a dash cam, and they had recorded the incident on their phones, making the facts clear. The case could be classified as robbery, and as long as they went to the police station to provide their statements, there would be no issue. However, Yi Qing invited you to join them for a meal. Will you go? Uncle Qi laughed heartily. Of course, I will follow them closely, worried about potential trouble. I already made a call to report earlier, but I directly contacted your superior, and I didn't expect you to respond. I know I could have avoided the hassle. Shui Xiaoyu smiled. It seems both of you uncles value Yi Qing highly. He is indeed a significant client. Uncle Qi stated seriously. He purchased nearly 6 million worth of stones in one go, and will be returning monthly to acquire raw materials. All right, we will discuss this at the hotel. Shui Xiaoyu said with a smile. I instructed them to take this group to the hospital for care. As for that Ma Pengzi, Uncle Qi gritted his teeth. You don't need to worry about this matter. Shui Xiaoyu replied. He is connected to another case, but gathering evidence is challenging. The higher-ups want to avoid alarming the snake. Uncle Qi understood their protocols. Shui Xiaoyu had already divulged too much, violating regulations. I will drive. Shui Xiaoyu nodded and called over a young officer to whisper a few instructions before swiftly heading towards the Land Rover. Inside the Land Rover, Yi Qing noticed Baihu casting suspicious glances at him and quickly redirected her attention, cheerfully stating, high-quality ice jade is worth 80 million, glass grade is 70 million, and adding the 2 pieces sold to Boss Qi for 10 million, the total amounts to 130 million, correct? What a load of nonsense. Baihu shot him a glare, disdainfully retorting, you think I'm uneducated? Shinjunyi couldn't help but chuckle. 80 million, transfer it. Yi Qing turned to Lu Lu, commanding, transfer 5 million to yourself, 1 million to Wang Liang. This is my red envelope. Little master, although I didn't assist in the fight. It was me who crashed into the golden cup, Wang Liang lamented, raising his hand. Why is the red envelope so uneven? Yi Qing rolled his eyes. Deductions apply. Do you understand? You owe me 4 million, and based on Baihu's interest, I can only give you 700,000. Little master won't hold this against you. I'll waive the interest. After a pause, he added, we, the gentlemen of Jingdu, are generous and open-hearted. If you follow me, every time we gamble and profit, there will be red envelopes. I feast, and you'll share the soup. Baihu burst out laughing, while Shun Junyi blushed. Lu Lu transferred money to Baihu and Wang Liang, saying, following Brother Wu and Brother Lu, all expenses are on you. Besides, I have allowances and don't need the money. Yi Qing shot him a glare. Does your family not need money? Aren't you planning to marry in the future? The money isn't for you. It should be transferred home. Lula nodded, transferring 5 million home. You just received 80 million. Why not transfer it directly? Shinjunyi, aware of the gambling rules, understood that a red envelope must follow after profits. Over the past few days, Baihu and Yi Qing had amassed nearly 200 million through their gambling partnership. Baihu can't transfer funds, only cash. Yi Qing explained with a smile. Why is that? Shinjunyi asked, surprised. Because her account must hold money. Yi Qing replied. Only then can her subordinates withdraw cash from all banks in Rueli daily. Seeing Shun Junyi still puzzled, he added, nowadays, tourists rely on their phones for everything and rarely carry cash. Especially first-time visitors to Yunnan who are unaware that old Myanmar merchants in Rueli cannot open accounts in domestic banks. They only conduct cash transactions. And when tourists cannot withdraw money from banks, the only option is to trade with Baihu, who charges a 5% fee. Shinjunyi scoffed. Isn't this akin to robbery? Everyone's means of survival varies. Baihu sighed softly. You, the young lady who never lacks for money, will never comprehend the hardships of those who do. Yi Qing nodded. Many of life's afflictions stem from a lack of money. Hence, the first ambition of intelligent individuals is to earn. Freshly graduated university students, full of aspirations for poetry and distant lands, soon realize they cannot even afford a plane ticket. And their lofty dreams turn into restroom visits and excrement. Huh. Shinjunyi shot him a glare. How disgusting. Baihu laughed heartily. Indeed, without money, all that awaits is the restroom and excrement. Though she laughed, her voice carried a tinge of sorrow, and Yi Qing glanced at her, refraining from further inquiries. As Shui Xiaoyu got into the car, Lu drove straight towards Tingchong County. Chapter 73, The Young Master of Jingdu. Officer Shui, could you introduce Tingchong to us? Yi Qing and Shui Xiaoyu sat side by side in the second row, smiling as they spoke. Shui Xiaoyu glanced at him and, with a melodious voice, remarked, "You came to Yunnan to gamble on stones, yet you have never heard of Tingchong? Even for me, this is only my second visit." Yi Qing chuckled, for he spoke no falsehood. His last visit had been 3 years prior when he spent a year cutting stones at Longrui Stone House. And aside from Delong and Jiegao, he had ventured nowhere else. Shui Xiaoyu looked at him in surprise. "Then where did you learn to gamble on stones?" Yi Qing, half serious and half joking, replied gravely, "In all of Yunnan, aside from the king of Jade, who dares claim to be adept at gambling on stones. It is merely a matter of luck. Your luck is simply extraordinary." Shui Xiaoyu had previously inquired about Boss Qi and believed not a word of his statement. Yet she was certain it was his first time in Tingchong. Tingchong lies a mere 200 kilometers from the jadeite raw stone production area of the Menggong region in northern Myanmar, during the Ming and Qing dynasties. The Menggong region was part of our country, governed by Yunnan Tingyue Prefecture, which is now known as Tingchong. The history of jade processing and trade here spans over 6 centuries, once being the largest distribution center for jade raw materials in the world, monopolizing 90% of the global jade circulation, earning the title of the first city of jade. The once bustling Baobao Street in Tingchong was filled with households carving jade, and the sound of machines was ubiquitous. Shui Xiaoyu smiled as she recounted Tingchong's glorious history, then turned to Yi Qing. "For experts like you in stone gambling, isn't it akin to a mouse falling into a rice jar, filled with unbridled happiness?" "To be honest, not really." Yi Qing sighed. "So-called experts in stone gambling are merely fortunate to encounter a good stone. I initially had great confidence, only to cut out jade worth 200 million, and yet you're not satisfied." Shui Xiaoyu raised her beautifully shaped eyebrows in disdain. "One should not be too greedy. By the way, I need to take photos for evidence of those 2 pieces of jade when we reach the hotel." "No problem," Yi Qing replied with a smile, casually asking, "Is the horse gang quite powerful here? It seems Ma Wen did not seek you out without reason." Shui Xiaoyu looked at him warily. "Are you concealing something?" "I truly met Ma Wen for the first time," Yi Qing replied earnestly, "but there was someone named Ma Wu in Delong who troubled me, and I gave him a good beating. Thus, when I heard Ma Fatty was named Ma Wen, I recalled Ma Wu." "You guessed correctly." Shui Xiaoyu gazed at him intently. "Ma Wen and Ma Wu are brothers. No wonder he not only attempted to forcefully sell your jade, but also wished to harm you." "Officer Shui, are you mistaken? This is a major robbery case involving jade worth 200 million. Shen Junyi exclaimed with slight anger. "Do not downplay it as a mere brawl. This is also why I came to Tingchong with you." Shui Xiaoyu said seriously, "I hope you all can listen to me calmly." Yi Qing stopped Shen Junyi, who was about to retort, nodding with a smile. "Please, go on. Could it be that the case he is embroiled in is even larger than the robbery of 200 million in jade?" Shen Junyi countered. Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. "We are merely passers-by, and we have not suffered significant losses. We must respect the police's opinion. I suspect they are shielding Ma Wen." Shen Junyi replied coldly. Bai Hu blinked in confusion, but said nothing. "The young master from Kyoto is indeed magnanimous." Shui Xiaoyu chuckled. "You have heard of me?" Yi Qing was taken aback. "I have not, but our boss said you are revered as a young master in Kyoto, known for your generosity and bravery." Shui Xiaoyu looked at him curiously. "Do you have quite the reputation in Kyoto?" Yi Qing smiled wryly. "In your eyes, those known for their generosity and bravery must be notorious ruffians." Shui Xiaoyu burst into laughter, giving him a knowing glance. "Our boss is waiting for you at the Tungchong Grand Hotel." "What is your boss's name?" "He did not allow me to say. He wants to tell you himself." Shui Xiaoyu teased. Yi Qing looked at her cautiously. "Should I say a line from the poem, 'Cold river, solitary shadow, old friends in the rivers and lakes. Better not to meet. I am only responsible for bringing you there. You can convey that message to him yourself." Shui Xiaoyu chuckled. Lu, the driver, gently called out, "Sixth brother." "It's nothing." Yi Qing sighed. "Knowing I am the young master from Kyoto, there are no outsiders." Lu nodded. Yi Qing had always kept a low profile in Kyoto, spending his days holed up in the stone studio. Only the old craftsmen from Panjiayuan and the elite ruffians regarded him as the young master. Since Shui Xiaoyu's boss would not be amongst the old craftsmen of Panjiayuan, he surely belonged to a circle that would not work in such a small place. After an hour's drive filled with suspicion, Lu drove into the Tungchong Grand Hotel. After a brief wait, Boss Qi's Audi arrived. Shui Xiaoyu inquired at the front desk, then directly led them to a large private room on the top floor. The table was already laden with Tungchong delicacies, yet the person they awaited was nowhere to be seen. Yi Qing cast a doubtful glance at Shui Xiaoyu. Shui Xiaoyu smiled. "Our boss knows Mr. Yi is hungry and arranged for the meal first. Once you are well fed, we can discuss matters." He cast an envious glance at the table full of tempting dishes. Our boss is going to splurge. Everyone was famished, and no one hesitated. They sat down immediately. Yi Qing watched Shui Xiaoyu turn to leave and smiled. Let us eat together, even if it's a banquet of doom. It's best to be well fed before setting out. Shui Xiaoyu did not decline, taking a seat next to Shin Junyi, chuckling, I am indeed quite hungry, but Mr. Yi's words carry weight. We are all in the same circle. Who doesn't understand the nuances? Yi Qing said with a cheerful demeanor. However, aside from fighting, I only know about gambling on stones. I am afraid I cannot be of much help. Shui Xiaoyu promptly shifted the topic, pointing to one of the dishes. This dish is called de jiujia, and it is quite a delightful delicacy. The main ingredients are ham slices and eggs, stir-fried with various spices, presenting a golden hue. And it has no greasy taste at all. This one is called tu guazi, which has a long history. The key to this dish is that it must be cooked slowly over low heat to allow the flavors to melt. The main ingredients are spare ribs and chicken simmered into a fresh broth, with the addition of huaishan and taro, making it uniquely shaped and remarkably flavorful. Everyone, do taste. Upon hearing her introduction, everyone was enticed and immediately picked up their chopsticks. Mr. Yi, do you not drink? Shui Xiaoyu asked in surprise as she noticed the untouched drinks on the table. When we are out, we generally do not drink. Yi Qing smiled slightly. Do not hesitate. Eat whatever you like. I am indeed fortunate to be in Mr. Yi's company. Shui Xiaoyu chuckled lightly, also starting to eat. The dishes were exquisite, and everyone was so hungry they devoured their meals as if caught in a whirlwind. Yi Qing glanced at Shui Xiaoyu, noticing her discerning choice of the finest parts of the dishes, revealing that this beautiful police officer was not lacking in wealth. As Yi Qing observed Shui Xiaoyu, she too was scrutinizing him. Even the stunning Shin Junyi and Bai Hu appeared ungraceful when starving, not to mention Lu Lu and Wang Liang. Yet Yi Qing maintained an elegant demeanor while eating, exuding a leisurely air, though he was also the fastest to finish what was near him. After a few bites, Shui Xiaoyu felt full, gazing at him with a smile. Is there a strict code of conduct at your home, Mr. Yi? After swallowing his food, Yi Qing replied with a chuckle. Not really. It's just that my mother is strict, and with so many siblings, if we eat messily, she would hit us on the head with chopsticks. If we eat too slowly, there would be nothing left, so it has become a habit. Shui Xiaoyu giggled. Mr. Yi, do not mind me. Just enjoy your meal. Lu Lu was busy eating, not lifting his head, merely grunting in response. Then, Mr. Yi, please come with me. Shui Xiaoyu stood, slightly bowing to the others. Everyone enjoy. They all smiled in response, watching the two leave the room. Yi Qing, pulling along the suitcase containing the jade, followed Shui Xiaoyu into another small private room. Inside was a man in his 30s, clad in a jacket, who was savoring tea. Upon seeing Yi Qing enter, he stood up with a cheerful smile. Yi Lao Lu. Yi Qing wore a look of skepticism. He was quite confident in his memory and was certain he had never encountered this individual before. Hesitantly, he inquired, Who are you? Zhao Lei, a soldier under Yi Wuliang. Zhao Lei quickly approached, smiling as he extended his hands. Yi Qing's heart lightened instantly. He had 6 brothers at home, with Yi Liang being the 4th. Noting his fierce leadership, his subordinates affectionately referred to him as Yi Wuliang. Grasping Zhao Lei's hand, he chuckled, upon arriving at your esteemed place. I feel quite indebted to Brother Zhao for your warm hospitality. Shui Xiaoyu glanced at Zhao Lei, saw him nod, and then took her seat. Zhao Lei laughed heartily. No wonder Yi Wuliang says that the youngest brother is the most cunning. You haven't even stated the matter at hand, yet you're already probing me. All of you are figures of authority, commanding respect. What could I possibly assist with? Yi Qing replied with a smile. Zhao Lei's expression turned serious at once. There is indeed a matter I need your assistance with. Right now, 4th brother is stationed in Kunming, and even without today's incident, he intended to summon you for help. What is the matter? Yi Qing asked, feeling a sense of gravity. Any case that warranted 4th brother's direct involvement was surely no trivial affair. Shui Xiaoyu shot him a disdainful glance, suppressing her words. Zhao Lei regarded him earnestly. 4th brother asked me to inquire about your willingness to assist. Should you agree, I shall divulge the details. If not, I must remind you of your past decision to participate in the inner guard selection. If the old master were to learn you deserted at a critical moment, the consequences would be dire. Shui Xiaoyu was taken aback, initially believing Zhao Lei meant to release him if he declined. However, she soon smiled wryly, turning her gaze to Yi Qing. This was indeed a threat. Such was the nature of Yi Wuliang. Very well, Yi Qing replied with a resigned smile. Since 4th brother has commanded it, I must brave the trials ahead. He then shifted his tone. I just mentioned to Officer Shui that my only skills lie in brawling and gambling stones. I am of no other use. Please consider if you can make use of me. Indeed, the young master from the capital possesses a true sense of chivalry. Zhao Lei laughed, gesturing northward. The matter primarily originates from that direction. Yi Qing was taken aback. That area was renowned not only for jade but also for gold, and he exclaimed, "Smuggling." Zhao Lei remained silent as he retrieved a gold bar from his bag, presenting it to Yi Qing. The gold gleamed brilliantly. Yi Qing weighed it in his hand and noted its substantial heft, approximately 2 pounds. Zhao Lei handed him another bar, and Yi Qing eyed him suspiciously, once again examining the gold in his possession. After weighing both bars, Yi Qing's hands were steady, and he could ascertain that their weights were nearly identical. Upon closer inspection, one bar was of brilliant gold, while the other had a slightly bluish tint. He gasped, "Sand gold. You are indeed well informed," Zhao Lei affirmed. Yi Qing sighed. "I once saw gold hairpins made from sand gold at Panjiayuan. Noticing the color was off, it triggered my memory." Zhao Lei nodded confidently. "Correct. However, this is pure gold mixed with sand gold, and tests show that each pound of gold contains at least 5 taels of sand gold. That is quite nefarious." Yi Qing frowned, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Shui Xiaoyu added seriously, "Myanmar is plagued by 3 major vices: counterfeit raw stones, counterfeit gold, and narcotics. The border is primarily focused on combating smuggling and drugs, and our target is a counterfeit gold syndicate." Yi Qing nodded. Crafting counterfeit raw stones required skill, while counterfeiting gold was considerably simpler. The sand gold used in counterfeiting contained no actual gold. Rather, it was made from various metallic materials that mimicked the color and texture of genuine gold, closely resembling it, with only minor differences in weight. Particularly when sand gold is mixed with pure gold, it becomes exceedingly difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The higher the gold content, the more valuable it becomes. While sand gold, being significantly cheaper at merely a few dozen yuan per gram, poses a stark contrast. Zhao Lei lamented, "Such counterfeit gold, smuggled into the country, not only evades hefty tariffs, but also severely disrupts the gold market. Ordinary individuals purchasing these semi-authentic gold ornaments will find them unable to retain their value and will instead depreciate significantly, posing a grave threat to the national treasury." Chapter 75. A shocking revelation. The quantities are immense. Yi Qing grasped the seriousness of the issue. The amount of currency issued by the state is closely tied to its gold reserves. Consequently, the treasury acquires large quantities of pure gold annually, amounting to dozens of tons from various channels entering the country. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth due to the significant danger posed. The higher-ups have designated Fourth Brother as the primary person in charge, establishing a special task force to ensure that the mastermind and accomplices of this operation are brought to justice, thus preventing such semi-authentic gold from entering the domestic market. That much. Yi Qing was taken aback. 1 ton of gold equated to 2,000 pounds, with half being counterfeit. The sand gold, valued at merely 30 to 40 yuan per gram, masquerading as pure gold worth over 300 yuan per gram entering the market, represented an unfathomable profit. Shui Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively, stating seriously, "We are tracing a specific smuggling channel, suspected to be linked to the horse caravan. However, the organization of the caravan is deeply entrenched. Even if we send someone to infiltrate, they cannot reach the core." Yi Qing sighed. "I do not know anyone from the horse caravan. Thus, our focus has shifted to Tengchong's Ma Wan, hoping to find an entry point through him. Ma Wan is the department manager for the Tengchong route and the right-hand man of Ma Rue, the chairman of the travel company." "You suspect that Ma Rue is also involved in this matter?" "Only suspicion. There is no solid evidence," Zhao Lei replied helplessly. "Moreover, the horse caravan has deep roots here. They contributed greatly to the nation during times of war, so we cannot simply condemn them outright." Coincidentally, Ma Rue's sister, Ma Wei, has returned from studying abroad, and she is vying for control of the travel company against him, which presents us with a good opportunity. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. "You intend for me to get close to Ma Wei?" "Not just Ma Wei, but also Ma Rue," Shui Xiaoyu interjected. "By incapacitating Ma Wu and inflicting losses on Ma Wan, it effectively weakens her 2 main supporters. Given Ma Rue's temperament, he will certainly seek revenge on you. However, the travel company's revenue is currently poor, and she will require a significant sum to restructure the company's operations. Master Ma San, the head of the horse caravan, wishes to entrust all of the caravan's businesses to his daughter Ma Wei, who has studied business management, but Ma Rue's opposition has delayed the decision. Ma Wei is ambitious and wishes to implement the advanced management practices she learned abroad to alter the current operational framework of the caravan. However, both sisters must possess a substantial amount of money to maintain an advantage in this transformation, making gambling stones a potential option for them." Yi Qing pondered for a moment. "I can only say I will try. I cannot guarantee success." Shui Xiaoyu replied sternly, "You must take this matter seriously." Yi Qing smiled and nodded, "Rest assured. Once I commit to something, I shall not treat it lightly." Seeing that he exhibited none of the arrogance typical of a privileged young master, Zhao Lei felt immense admiration. "From tomorrow onward, Shui Xiaoyu will be by your side. You may assign her any role you deem necessary. Yi Qing was taken aback and promptly shook his head. I do not require protection. Fourth brother informed me that your combat skills are formidable. Zhao Lei smiled slightly. This is also a key reason we dare to ask for your assistance. Furthermore, since you hail from the capital and have no connections in Rueli, and are an expert in gambling stones, Ma Rue and Ma Wei will surely seek to ally with you upon meeting. Shui Xiaoyu is merely here to assist you, and she will facilitate contact when you require our support. Do not underestimate Xiaoyu. She is the provincial martial arts champion. We chose her precisely because her appearance is quite deceptive. Zhao Lei added with a smile. Moreover, your purpose in coming to Tengchong is to gamble stones. Xiaoyu has connections in this area and can help you find good stones. If you do not create some momentum, how can you attract the attention of Ma Rue and Ma Wei? Zhao Lei chuckled awkwardly. It is a matter of seizing the opportunity for mutual benefit. Furthermore, if you do not gain something from this, it would be unfair for me as an older brother. But everyone knows she is a police officer. Yi Qing grinned. Zhao Lei, with confidence, stated, originally, Xiaoyu held a clerical position in Kunming. She was only transferred here yesterday, and very few people are aware. Since you have arranged everything, I can only comply. Yi Qing replied, feeling somewhat helpless, as if he were being driven into a corner. Shui Xiaoyu smiled brightly. There is one more thing. Help us examine a few stones. You all gamble stones too? Yi Qing asked in surprise. We lack understanding of stones. How can we dare to gamble on them? Shui Xiaoyu shot him a glance. What I just mentioned was the selling place for sand gold, and now we are at the source. Tengchong is merely separated by a river. What is there to doubt about the stones? Yi Qing exclaimed in astonishment. They are ordinary stones. Shui Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. We also sought out several gambling stone experts from other regions for appraisal, and they concluded that these are merely dry green jade and water foam, with very low value. According to custom, these stones are collected and auctioned off to original stone merchants once enough are gathered. However, upon investigation, we discovered that these stones, after several twists and turns, ended up being purchased by Ma Wan. Yi Qing was incredulous. So, you suspect there is something mysterious about these stones? Zhao Lei and Shui Xiaoyu nodded in affirmation. Shui Xiaoyu softly said, if the stones were merely bought by small merchants and then resold to gambling stone enthusiasts, it would not be a significant issue. However, Ma Wen's complete acquisition of this batch of stones, which hold little value, has raised our suspicions. Yi Qing grasped her meaning, raising an eyebrow. So you haven't cut them open to take a look? We did cut a few pieces, and they are indeed just stones. Shui Xiaoyu sighed. Moreover, this matter requires confidentiality. We cannot invite local gambling stone experts to cut them, hence we plan to ask you to take a look. Very well. I will go when I have the time. Upon hearing it was water foam, Yi Qing was disinclined to go, seeing it as a mere waste of effort. Furthermore, aside from their common origin, there is no connection between sand gold and original stones, so he merely agreed out of casualness. Zhao Lei chuckled wryly. The most perplexing aspect of this case is that while we know the sand gold flows out from Tengchong, we have no idea how it got in. If we cannot locate this smuggling route, I will be uncomfortable. I have already agreed to help you look. If you are not tired, could we possibly do it tonight? Shui Xiaoyu, filled with apology, hesitated. Is it that urgent? Yi Qing asked in surprise. Chapter 76. When obstructing someone's means of income is akin to killing their parents. Yi Qing chuckled bitterly, knowing Shui Xiaoyu's nature. One could call it earnest responsibility, or less kindly, stubbornness. Despite her noble lineage, she too possessed a fiery spirit. Furthermore, original stone merchants, much like antique dealers, are individuals who tread the fine line of legality. It is inevitable that they engage in some questionable yet not illegal activities. The thought of this justice-driven yet inflexible beauty following him in the future made his head ache, especially since this beauty, resembling a Barbie doll, was both delicate and charming, yet at her core, a fierce and violent woman. When she erred, he had to be cautious of her fists. Seeing his expression change, Zhao Lei realized Shui Xiaoyu had not convinced him, and quickly smiled. This is the only valuable clue we have uncovered after extensive efforts and meticulous investigation. If sand gold and original stones are unrelated, we will need to investigate again. Xiaolu, whether I can wear this uniform again depends on you. Yi Qing recognized the dynamic between the two. One played the good cop, while the other played the bad cop. A duet of persuasion that would not cease until they had him on board, yet he too was intrigued. Very well, I will call Wang Liang. He is an expert in cutting stones. See you shortly. Yi Qing rose to accompany him to the door. Upon returning to the desk, Yi Qing opened his suitcase and took out 2 pieces of jade for Shui Xiaoyu to photograph. Upon seeing these 2 pieces of jade, Shui Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She quickly snapped several pictures, looking at Yi Qing in astonishment. How did you deduce that there is jade within the stones? Yi Qing replied with a mysterious smile. I possess a unique ability. My eyes can penetrate all things. Shui Xiaoyu gasped, nearly dropping her phone, flustered and blushing. She squatted down, exclaiming angrily, "Does that mean you have seen everything?" Yi Qing grinned mischievously, casting a glance her way. "There are still places I haven't seen. Just stand up and turn around, and that would suffice." Shui Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed, her fists clenched. She coldly warned, "Do you dare to guess whether I might just strike you?" "All right, I was just teasing you." Yi Qing laughed heartily. "Do you truly believe in such unreliable matters?" Shui Xiaoyu remained skeptical, still unwilling to stand, suspiciously asking, "Really, you wouldn't be deceiving me again, would you?" Yi Qing secured the jade, chuckling. "How is it that a beauty like you, who can rely on her looks, chose this line of work? What is wrong with this line of work? I prefer to rely on my abilities." Shui Xiaoyu slowly stood upright, attempting to evade his gaze. Nonetheless, still uneasy. She pressed further. "You really don't have X-ray vision?" A small foot clad in sneakers hovered near his nose. Shui Xiaoyu snapped irritably. "Joking about such things can easily get you hurt." Yi Qing pushed her leg aside, disdainfully stating, "Had it not been for your eagerness to achieve results, I would not have found myself in this predicament. To obstruct someone's means of income is akin to killing their parents. They are ruthless villains, and my life is precious. As a citizen," Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed indignantly, "when the country needs you, you should respond unconditionally to the call." Yi Qing replied solemnly, "The issue is, Zhao Lei lacks the authority to summon me." Shui Xiaoyu glowered at him with her large, captivating eyes, inquiring, "I am quite curious, what exactly is your identity?" "Your authority is insufficient." Yi Qing chuckled, picking up his suitcase and leaving, while Shui Xiaoyu followed behind, fuming, wishing she could kick him down. Upon exiting, they encountered Lulu and others waiting for him at the door of the private room. "3 rooms have been opened," Lulu stated briskly. "Where are you headed?" Shinjunyi and Baihu asked in unison. Lulu stood quietly to the side, ready to follow him at any moment. "They are from Fourth Brother," Yi Qing remarked. And only then did Lulu nod. "Can we go together?" Shinjunyi glanced at Shui Xiaoyu behind him, confidently stating, "If it concerns legal matters, I can handle it. It has nothing to do with that matter." Yi Qing noticed Baihu also wanted to tag along, and quickly shot her a warning glare. She should know her visa was only valid in Rueli, and confirming her identity would lead to deportation. Did she really think they were just idling about? "You and Sister Amin should rest well. Lulu will stay behind. Call him if needed." Yi Qing turned to Boss Qi. "Brother Qi, please keep an eye on things." Boss Qi nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, brother. I may not be as good at fighting as you, but these minor matters are no problem." Yi Qing then turned and entered the elevator. Wang Liang drove, while Shui Xiaoyu and Yi Qing sat in the second row. Shui Xiaoyu still refused to believe him, continually shifting in her seat, avoiding his gaze, awkwardly asking, "How exactly did you discern that there is jade within the original stone?" Yi Qing, both amused and exasperated, deliberately fixed his gaze on her. "I told you I possess X-ray vision, yet you still do not believe me." Shui Xiaoyu gasped again, hurriedly retreating to the back seat, bending over and inadvertently stretching her loose police pants taut. This time, everything was clearly visible. Yi Qing wore a wicked grin. "I truly dare to strike you," Shui Xiaoyu shouted angrily from behind. "To be honest, I sometimes genuinely suspect that my eyes can see through." Wang Liang, driving, chuckled. "Young master has never made a poor gamble on stones." Before Shui Xiaoyu could react, she swiftly seized Yi Qing's neck from behind, demanding fiercely, "Speak. What did you see just now?" "Very white," Yi Qing teased, and the hand gripping his neck instantly tightened, prompting him to quickly clarify. "I meant your face. You are still wearing pants. What could I possibly see? Or rather, what do you wish for me to see?" Shui Xiaoyu's face flushed red, speechless. In truth, one only needs to decipher the code on the stones and conduct a comprehensive analysis to determine if there is jade within. Yi Qing patted her small hand, signaling her to release him. Truly, Shui Xiaoyu dared not trust his words any longer. There is a code on the stones. Wang Liang, did your wife handle that herself? Or was she introduced by someone? Chapter 77, The Code of Original Stones. Nonsense. Shui Xiaoyu exploded in anger. What does this have to do with gambling stones? It is similar in gambling stones. When deciding to bet on a stone, one first must ascertain its lineage and whether the variety is of high quality. Yi Qing grinned mischievously. It's quite similar to finding a wife. Don't spout nonsense to me. Shui Xiaoyu's face flushed. Yet she understood these two rogues were teasing her. I truly did not deceive you. Yi Qing wore a serious expression, stating that when it comes to gambling on stones, one must first examine the venue. There is a saying in the circle, do not gamble on stones if you do not understand the venue. For the chances of finding jade in established sites are the highest. Although 9 out of 10 bets may fail, there remains a glimmer of hope. In contrast, The raw stones from new sites are akin to the odds of winning a lottery, merely offering dreams before cruelly crushing them beneath one's feet. Once Shui Xiaoyu realized that he was no longer babbling nonsense, she shifted from the back seat to the middle one, curiously observing him. How do you assess the venue? She inquired. Each stone, having undergone millions of years of natural selection, possesses its unique outer shell. Yi Qing explained earnestly that, for instance, the materials from Mowanjiji are characterized by black sand, waxy skin, and gray sand skin. Yet, the preferred choice for gambling is the black sand, as its most notable trait is the presence of distinct white spots and a grayish hue. As long as the outer shell is tight and exhibits a good appearance, one can conclude that the quality of the material is promising. Next, he looked for mottled patterns and moss. If both were present, the likelihood of color was certain. If one could identify a white snake pattern on the outer shell, the chances of winning would significantly increase. Furthermore, Mowanjiji's black sand is renowned for yielding green jade, making it possible to bet on vibrant green. Finally, he assessed for cracks and flaws. If significant issues were absent, the probability of winning could reach 70%. Thus, one could confidently decide to gamble. This means that one must meticulously select the best, while also judging based on the venue's characteristics regarding the quality of water and color. Yi Qing gazed at her in astonishment. Impressive. You seem far from a novice. Well, I am from Tengchong after all. Shui Xiaoyu replied with a playful flutter of her eyelashes. How about we make a deal? What kind of deal? Yi Qing asked with a smile. I'll help you find a good stone, and if you manage to obtain a piece of glass-grade jade, you can sell me a bit. Shui Xiaoyu shyly smiled. I want to create a laughing Buddha pendant. Men wear guanyin, women wear Buddha. You should wear it yourself. Yi Qing replied, somewhat taken aback. No wonder your eyes sparkled with green when you saw that piece of glass-grade green jade. Yi Qing chuckled. That was a talisman my father gifted me after I was accepted into the police academy. Shui Xiaoyu blushed, feeling embarrassed. So, will you agree? Finding a raw stone that yields glass-grade jade is indeed a daunting task. Yi Qing felt a twinge of emotion, realizing that she was quite the devoted daughter. Go and pick one from my father's venue. Shui Xiaoyu, however, was quite confident. His venue is even larger than Uncle Wang Hong's. We'll surely find something. A rich second generation. Yi Qing and Wang Liang exclaimed in unison. In comparison to you two, I am but a pauper. Shui Xiaoyu scoffed at the two of them. My father has run a raw stone factory for many years. His assets amount to only 200 million. But you two, with just 2 stones, have eclipsed his decades of hard work. This is not the same. Yi Qing responded earnestly. There is a saying in the gambling stone community. One cut leads to heaven, another to hell. This is no idle talk. Your father may operate a raw stone business without gambling, thriving on stability, while we dance on the edge of a blade. However, considering your filial piety, even if we cannot extract a piece of glass-grade jade, I can still share a bit with you from that piece of glass-grade green jade. But can you afford it with your salary? Yi Qing queried. Shui Xiaoyu's expression dimmed. Her voice choked with emotion as she realized that such jade pendants are astronomically priced, something she could never dream of affording with her income. Seeing the tears welling in her eyes, Yi Qing felt a pang of pity. Your laughing Buddha of glass-grade jade will surely be exquisitely carved. Even if I gifted you a piece, would you be able to find a talented craftsman to replicate it? Of course. Shui Xiaoyu replied assertively. I know who carved that laughing Buddha. However, the glass-grade green jade is too precious. I cannot accept it. To you, the laughing Buddha represents filial piety. Yi Qing laughed. To me, it is merely a stone. Let us agree on this. You find a good craftsman, and I will also create a few pieces of jewelry for you. The laughing Buddha shall be yours, but you will cover the labor costs. Shui Xiaoyu lowered her head in silence. You won't be unable to afford even the labor costs. Will you? Yi Qing was taken aback. That laughing Buddha alone, my father charged 500,000 just for the craftsmanship. Shui Xiaoyu timidly responded, her voice barely above a whisper. Yi Qing clenched his teeth, his heart aching as he squeezed the words through gritted teeth. Fine, I will cover 1 million. This 500,000 is inconsequential, as long as the craftsman you find satisfies me. Really? Shui Xiaoyu asked incredulously. If you ask me again, I might regret it. Yi Qing said, feeling a sense of absurdity wash over him as he found himself pleading to be taken advantage of. I can ask my father to open the treasure trove and let you choose stones at will. Is that not possible? Shui Xiaoyu's voice turned softer, her eyes glancing at him. Finding a good raw stone is a matter of fate. One cannot force it. Yi Qing did not dare to hope that her father would present the prized possession, as it was reserved for appreciation. My father said the same. Shui Xiaoyu replied with a shy smile. But if I ask him, he will certainly agree. Very well, if my fate aligns with your father, he will surely present something good, Yi Qing said, feeling somewhat disheartened. The Land Rover, guided by Shui Xiaoyu, entered a large courtyard containing several warehouses. Zhao Lei and a few plainclothes officers were already waiting. Yi Qing and Wang Liang exited the vehicle, following Shui Xiaoyu into the warehouse. The lights illuminated a spacious interior, where dozens of raw stones lay scattered, some weighing hundreds of kilograms, while smaller ones weighed around 40 to 50 kilograms. 2 stones had been cut open. One of them was a Maya variety, and the other a Shay Mo variety. Yi Qing glanced at them and quickly lost interest, turning his attention to the raw stones strewn about. These are all confiscated. Yi Qing turned to Zhao Lei and asked. This is just a small portion, Zhao Lei chuckled. Every night, we see numerous truck inner tubes being ferried across the river by the old Burmese. The raw stones are submerged beneath the inner tubes. As soon as we see those old Burmese diving into the water, we retrieve the inner tubes and stones. Yi Qing nodded, observing that regardless of how long the stones had been salvaged, they bore a watermark. He crouched down to inspect a few before standing up and sweeping his flashlight over the stones. How is it? Shui Xiaoyu asked nervously. Typically, one finds a signal device and destroys it, causing the signal to vanish. Zhao Lei shook his head with a bitter smile. Destroying the stones eliminates any trace, preventing others from locating the remnants. Yi Qing's eyes lit up as he crouched down to examine the stones once more. There is another possibility. The stones could be crushed and sold to construction companies as gravel. Shui Xiaoyu chuckled. This is our local custom. Many houses in Tengchong were built using raw stone scraps in the last century. Yi Qing had heard of this as well. Every time old houses in Tengchong were demolished, countless people would search through the foundations, and many valuable items had indeed been discovered. Yi Qing meticulously examined 20 to 30 raw stones, finding them to be rather mundane, lacking any peculiar characteristics. Yet, their commonality lay in their considerable size and minimal value. However, he wondered why Ma Wen had gone to such lengths to acquire these stones. Were they hiding gold within them? But how could they have concealed it without leaving a trace? Yi Qing stepped forward a few paces, crouching beside a larger stone. Illuminating it with his flashlight, he noticed that it had obviously been cut, forming a square shape that exposed a flat surface. The Maya variety revealed a piece of green the size of a teacup in the center. However, this raw stone was quite solid, weighing over 100 kilograms. Is this green valuable? Shui Xiaoyu crouched beside him, watching him intently. If carved into a bracelet, it would sell for 500, but you'd lose 200 on labor costs. Yi Qing chuckled. This appears to be from a new site, extracted after locating a vein. The cutting was done to assess the quality, but it was discarded as waste thereafter. Then why are you looking at it? Shui Xiaoyu asked curiously. Look, Yi Qing gestured. This stone has been cut into a square shape, yet it is still over a foot thick. This is a common trait among these stones. They have all been cut, thus appearing quite uniform. Shui Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. If we slice it in the middle without separating the pieces and then cut from one side, we can hollow out the stone. Yi Qing frowned. Hollowing it out would be akin to an ancient dressing box. Shui Xiaoyu laughed. We've considered that. But when we cut a few, we found nothing. Yi Qing chuckled, stating, not every stone contains gold. It is the interplay of truth and deception that conceals reality from prying eyes. Yet, how do they manage to bond the stones without arousing suspicion? What do you mean by taking medication? Shui Xiaoyu inquired, astonished. It's surprising that you, the daughter of the owner of the raw stone factory, are unaware of such a term. Yi Qing regarded her with disdain, saying, not even familiar with the term taking medication? I have been focused on my studies and entered the workforce only after graduation. Shui Xiaoyu retorted, indignant. Not knowing is quite normal. Taking medication means being deceived. Yi Qing replied helplessly. Oh, Shui Xiaoyu was taken aback, then scoffed. Your circle is filled with jargon. It is you who lacks understanding. This is industry terminology, not obscure language. If you were to mention it to your father, he would grasp its meaning immediately. Yi Qing pondered whether allowing Shui Xiaoyu to remain by his side was a blessing or a curse. Are there not more than just this batch? There are several large warehouses. Shui Xiaoyu was taken aback. Such extensive stone cutting cannot possibly remain hidden. Once the news leaks, this line of inquiry will be severed. Yi Qing, reveling in the misfortune, remarked, you ought to consider that if the gold is flowing out from these warehouses, your troubles will be immense. What are you laughing at? We have been criticized for failing to find any leads, Shui Xiaoyu fumed. Moreover, we have hired you, a so-called expert. If you cannot deduce anything, how embarrassing that would be. The responsibility lies with me, Zhao Lei said with a wry smile. If it truly originates from here, I will take the blame. Finding it would be a significant achievement. Yi Qing quickly interrupted him. Teasing Shui Xiaoyu was acceptable, but such matters should not be treated lightly. Zhao Lei could face dire consequences. Zhao Lei anxiously asked, how do we find it? Yi Qing contemplated for a moment. Obtain an electronic scale. 2 buckets large enough to hold a stone of this size, and a water source. There should be one here. Yes, tap water. Zhao Lei nodded. What else do we require? 2 small hoists, a net, and a measuring box. Yi Qing added with a smile. Also, gather some small stones. There are plenty of small stones in that warehouse. Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed. Is there anything else? Zhao Lei inquired. No. Yi Qing replied. Zhao Lei gestured to the young men behind him. Go arrange it immediately. Before long, everything was prepared. A group of individuals watched Yi Qing eagerly. Let's start with the first stone. Yi Qing glanced at the small stone, weighing around 70 kilograms, and determined that hoisting was unnecessary. Weigh it. Several young men lifted it and placed it on the electronic scale. 75 kilograms. Wrap it up and lower it into the bucket. Yi Qing smiled at Shui Xiaoyu. We will weigh the small stone to 75 kilograms, just like Chao Chong weighing the elephant. Shui Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Indeed, Yi Qing retrieved several small stones from a wooden box. Upon handling them, he involuntarily glanced twice, the corners of his mouth twitching. Then, as if unfazed, he continued, stones of equal weight will have the same volume. Place them in equally weighted stones, lift them, and measure the remaining water levels in the two buckets. The one that displaces less water is the counterfeit. Simply cut that one. Chapter 79. The Hidden Scheme Exactly. Zhao Lei exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Xiao Lu is brilliant. An inch of gold weighs a pound. Even if it is sand gold, it is heavier than stone. If a stone's volume remains unchanged, but its weight increases, it is certainly a forgery. Zhao Lei promptly directed several young men to weigh each stone, hoist them repeatedly, measure dimensions, and check water levels, performing the monotonous task without discovering anything. Everyone was exhausted and disheartened. Even Zhao Lei, who had once held great confidence in Yi Qing, began to harbor doubts. Yet Yi Qing remained silently smiling. For him, this was merely a trivial matter. Selecting a stone with potential from hundreds or thousands was the true test of endurance. A master in stone gambling must possess patience. Stones do not deceive. But impatience can lead to erroneous judgments. After several repetitions, a thick, square stone was hoisted from the bucket, causing a sudden change in the water surface. It has decreased by 5 inches. A young man measuring the remaining water height shouted excitedly. Hoist it up. Wang Liang is ready to cut the stone. Yi Qing commanded. The crowd, disregarding the fact that the stone had just been retrieved from the water, worked together to lift the suspicious stone onto the cutting machine, where Wang Liang pressed the button and the blade descended. All eyes were fixed on him, except for Yi Qing, who was observing the small stones. They varied in size, the largest resembling a large river pebble, about the size of a fist, while the smallest was the size of a walnut, weighing only a few dozen grams. Earlier, when he had helped weigh the equivalent stones, he had discreetly set some small ones aside. Shui Xiaoyu thought he deemed them too small to be of use. Piling them together, around a dozen in total, the sound of the blade slicing through the stone echoed as everyone focused intently on Wang Liang. What purpose do these small stones serve, and why are they still in the box? Yi Qing casually asked, leaning closer to Shui Xiaoyu. Shui Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. What else could stones be used for? They are likely in the box to prevent scattering, making cleanup difficult. Are there many? Yi Qing inquired. This box likely contains what the previous warehouse manager collected before we rented this place. He found it too troublesome to move. Shui Xiaoyu looked at him curiously. Why do you ask? Yi Qing chuckled awkwardly. These colorful small stones would look lovely in a fish tank as pebbles. Shui Xiaoyu dismissed it, saying, then just pick a few. Yi Qing's mood brightened, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Wang Liang cut through the stone without hesitation, his speed unwavering. With a sharp sound, the stone split in half, revealing several glimmering gold bars to the astonished crowd. There is indeed gold. Zhao Lei, without waiting for the cutting machine's blade to stop, immediately picked up a piece and bit into it, instantly becoming dazed. We will work through the night and open the large warehouse. Zhao Lei felt both excitement and anxiety. The truth was confirmed. Yi Qing's hunch was correct. The gold was indeed flowing out from the warehouse, and discovering the smuggling method was a significant achievement. Yi Qing approached with a smile. Now that we have found the goods, take your time. No need to rush. Zhao Lei suddenly realized. The immediate task is to intensify efforts to retrieve stones from the river. Yi Qing grinned slyly. Continue auctioning off the unremarkable stones. Keep the ones of value. Only by gathering small efforts can we balance the scales of success and failure. Zhao Lei understood and embraced him tightly. Thank you, brother. No need for thanks when calling someone brother. Yi Qing chuckled, gently pushing him away. It is improper for two grown men to embrace. Zhao Lei laughed heartily, releasing him. No wonder the old master appreciates you. Your cleverness earns my admiration. Yi Qing laughed heartily. Now that my affairs are concluded, I must take my leave. Very well. Allow Xiao Yu to see you off. I shall remain here to oversee. Zhao Lei exhibited a determination not to rest until every stone in these warehouses had been cut. Shui Xiaoyu hurriedly found a plastic bag to gather the stones, looking up to ask, just these few? My fish tank is small, A few will suffice. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. After Shui Xiaoyu finished collecting the small stones, she kindly helped him gather a few larger ones, standing up to walk alongside him. Her face beaming with joy. I will come find you tomorrow to discuss a position. Yi Qing took the plastic bag from her hand, grinning mischievously. Xiao Si or Xiao Wu will do. Choose whichever you prefer. Before she could respond, he hopped into a vehicle and drove away. Shui Xiaoyu stood momentarily stunned, then quickly regained her composure, stamping her foot in irritation while muttering shyly. He was serious for a moment and then started joking again. Zhao Lei quietly approached her from behind, saying, Do you know why the old master of the Yi family insists on keeping him close? Yi family, that Yi family. Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. There is only one Yi family in the capital. Zhao Lei shot her a disapproving glance. Your emotional intelligence is quite concerning. What does that have to do with my emotional intelligence? Shui Xiaoyu asked skeptically. Why does the old master want to keep him around? Given his lineage, his future is bright, whether in politics or the military. Yi Wuliang once said that the old master is concerned about his intelligence, fearing he might be led astray by it, hence his personal supervision. Zhao Lei chuckled, remarking on how over the years, his temperament had been tempered into steadiness, which allowed him to be released. Steady he is, Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief. Silly girl, think about it. What did he deceive you of? Zhao Lei slapped his forehead, lamenting her lack of emotional intelligence. What could he possibly deceive me of? Shui Xiaoyu was left speechless, stammering, That is still a piece of jadeite raw stone. She gazed at the dark sky, feeling as if the countless stars were mocking her, infuriated to the point of grinding her teeth. This scoundrel is nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. After the Land Rover had traveled a full kilometer, Yi Qing finally turned on the cabin light, using its glow to place the stones on the back seat. After examining them closely, he finally called for the driver to stop. Young master, aren't these just pebbles? Why not toss them all away? You know nothing. Yi Qing shook his head and scolded. These are jadeite raw stones. Throwing them away is akin to discarding money. Are you aware of the Hojiang site? Wang Liang pondered seriously before admitting, I have not heard of it. That was understandable, as this site had been ordered closed by the Myanmar military government in the 1950s. Anyone caught mining illegally faced a death sentence. Yi Qing reclined comfortably against the backrest, explaining, this has led to the rarity of Hojiang raw stones in the market. No wonder you always lose at stone gambling. Yi Qing scoffed. The Hojiang site has distinctions between old and new. The old site was closed, and its characteristics are quite pronounced. Out of 10 pieces from old Hojiang, 9 are of good quality, with excellent water and color, but they are small, generally weighing a few taels to a pound, rarely yielding large pieces. Moreover, the old site produces colored jade, but no white glass. Most of the stones from Hojiang are egg-sized, and even though their colors may be faint, this is not a cause for concern. With enough age, polishing will deepen the color, a phenomenon known as color transformation, making them more valuable the longer they are worn. As for the new Hojiang, the individual stones are larger, typically around 3 kilograms, but they cannot compare to the old in terms of quality, water, or color. They rarely yield high-grade jade, and any crafted accessories tend to be darker in hue. Furthermore, the 2 pieces of skin he just inspected were riddled with cracks. Even if one were to gamble for full color, the cracks would be deeply distressing. Being small and heavily cracked, they could neither be fashioned into egg-shaped pieces nor pendants, merely adding to one's frustration. Yi Qing felt equally helpless, noting that the new Hojiang stones were indeed like this, poor in quality, yet plagued by cracks. It was akin to the glass-type imperial green his master had once introduced. If it were to change color, then true imperial green could potentially be lost. However, the billion-dollar large stone revealed an imperial crack. One crack could ruin everything. As for these small stones, even if they yielded jadeite, what could they accomplish? Wang Liang lamented inwardly, shifting from the brake to the accelerator. You know nothing. Yi Qing rolled his eyes in irritation. These pieces are among the most renowned varieties from Hojiang, such as garlic skin, potato skin, egg green skin, frog skin, and bayberry skin, all of which are waxy in texture. Let me put it this way. Many wealthy individuals wear pigeon egg jade and imperial green sourced from these types of skins. Wang Liang's hand trembled, nearly causing the steering wheel to veer off course, astonished. How much is a pigeon egg of imperial green worth? You could sell all 3 of your houses and still not afford it. Yi Qing was equally surprised at how fortunate he was to encounter such a stroke of luck while volunteering. What luck this young master has! Wang Liang exclaimed in admiration. This is not merely luck, Yi Qing stated seriously. Luck is a deception. True skill is the foundation of stone gambling. It is akin to finding a treasure in the antique market, reliant solely on keen eyesight. These stones, mixed among a pile of new Hojiang materials, had not gone unnoticed, but rather unrecognized. At the very least, the warehouse manager who packed these stones knew how to identify them, but was only half informed. That is true. Wang Liang grinned knowingly. This matter must remain confidential, Yi Qing warned solemnly. Especially from Bai Hu. She must never find out. Understood. Wang Liang agreed cheerfully. Upon entering the parking lot of Tengchong Grand Hotel, Yi Qing hurriedly grabbed a bag of stones and ascended the elevator, reaching his room and swiping the card to enter. Only to be taken aback. You all are still awake. Yi Qing sheepishly stepped inside, casually placing the black plastic bag in the corner. Bai Hu scoffed disdainfully. What? Have I offended you, you miser? Miserly. I transferred 80 million to you without hesitation. Yi Qing brushed aside her outstretched leg, unapologetically sitting between the two women. Greedy woman. You never know when to leave some leeway for others. That is what I am entitled to. Bai Hu huffed coldly, gracefully kneeling beside him. Yi Qing, quick to notice, turned with a questioning glance at Shen Junyi. Shen Junyi appeared helpless, explaining, our clothes have all been sent for dry cleaning. Yi Qing was taken aback, inquiring, all of them have been dry cleaned? Not only are you stingy, but you are also timid. Bai Hu disdainfully nudged him. Having you benefits so greatly. What is there to fear? You, clearly unwilling to let him have you. Yet you continue to provoke him. Shen Junyi shot her a glare. Bai Hu's cheeks flushed crimson as she giggled. You think he doesn't want to see? He is merely holding back. Do you believe he likes me more than you? If it weren't for you taking charge, as long as I was happy, you would be out of the picture. This room is just for the three of us. He can hear your nonsensical chatter. Shen Junyi retorted, filled with disbelief. Bai Hu smirked mischievously and raised her voice. Yi Qing. If you had to choose between Shen Junyi and me, who would you pick? Yi Qing, unable to tolerate it any longer, exclaimed, don't you find this question incredibly dull? I simply want to know. Bai Hu beamed at Shen Junyi. But the premise is that you encounter both of us at the same time, rather than meeting her first. Shen Junyi. Yi Qing answered without hesitation. Shen Junyi burst into laughter. Do not speak against your conscience. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile, Bai Hu warned. Her expression slightly faltering, vexed. Yi Qing emerged from the bathroom, freshly cleaned and dressed, towel in hand as he walked out. The meeting of people is a matter of fate. Shen Junyi took the towel from him and knelt behind to dry his hair. Heaven allowed me to meet Shen Junyi first, indicating that our fate has arrived. Yi Qing declared solemnly. Thus, there is no question of choosing. I will not forsake Junyi unless she finds no happiness with me and chooses to leave. He turned to see Bai Hu's displeased expression and quickly added, but in truth, the one whose temperament and character are most compatible is still you. Shen Junyi pinched his shoulder fiercely, unwilling to relent. Why is that? Yi Qing embraced her gently, gazing into her envious eyes, and replied earnestly, because of her fierce nature, Bai Hu's inherent ruthlessness is rare among men. Are you implying that I am weak? Shen Junyi protested. Those who drive BMWs work tirelessly to upgrade to a Bentley, while those in Geely cars ponder how to save fuel. Yi Qing stated with gravity. In different circles, people's thoughts vary greatly. In the past, you were content with small wealth, satisfied with being a petty bourgeois, relishing steak and red wine while wearing designer brands. However, Bai Hu's circle is entirely different. To survive, to become someone, one must possess enough ruthlessness. Akin to a wolf, always hunting or becoming prey to other fierce beasts. My circle is no different. Shen Junyi found it hard to believe, asking, with your status and position? What of it? Yi Qing smiled. Even in my family, there is a desire to strengthen the family through marriage. Fortunately, as the youngest, I have 5 outstanding older brothers, which grants me significant autonomy. Yet, there remains a hope that I could pair with Lu Jia's Yuer rather than with a sibling. Bai Hu, confused, furrowed her brow and inquired, what kind of chaotic relationship is that? When I was born, my mother was unwell, and Aunt Lu had just given birth to Yuer. So I was raised alongside her, effectively stealing her food. Yi Qing shared with a hint of melancholy. The Yi family has always considered her as Little Seven, but she is unwilling to accept being my sister. Yi Qing's voice held a trace of sorrow, and Shen Junyi empathized deeply. If it were not for the matter concerning their fathers, they might never have had the chance to break through this barrier. And Yi Qing would have continued viewing Lu Yu as his sister. However, after their separation, Lu Yu understood that if they continued in this manner, they would become like strangers. Thus, she endured and silently permitted her own existence. Although what she gained was incomplete, it was certainly better than losing everything entirely. Shen Junyi embraced Yi Qing and sincerely said, Yuer chose to let go selectively precisely because she comprehended you. Yi Qing forced a bitter smile and replied, indeed. As a lawyer, you have a keen grasp of your client's psychological state. It seems I have been at a disadvantage. Shen Junyi playfully hit him. Only through loss do we learn to cherish. Therefore, I consider myself a matchmaker for the two of you. What about me? Bai Hu inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Hu firmly stated, absolutely not. Thus, it is the best choice for us to remain as acquaintances from the martial world. Yi Qing solemnly remarked, being carefree, unrestrained, and at liberty is the essence of Bai Hu. If I were to confine you as a pet in a cage, you would drive yourself mad. You are the pet. Baihu retorted derisively, but then reflected on the matter. Rules are akin to prisons. I will never allow myself to be confined within them. However, could you enlighten me on the nature of the numerous rules in your household? Yi Qing recognized the significance of her inquiry, gently shook his head, and replied earnestly. Knowing too much would not be beneficial for you. However, I do have a question for you. Are you involved in the smuggling of sand gold? Baihu's expression turned serious. We understand the red lines of this country, and our goal is to engage in long-term business. We have no desire to lose our lives here. Therefore, even if the profits from smuggling sand gold are substantial, we will not partake. Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That reassures me. As long as you do not cross this line, I can offer you a promise. Regardless of the dangers or crises you encounter in the future, you may seek my assistance, and I will do my utmost to help you. Baihu's gaze shifted, including over there. Yi Qing smiled meaningfully. Wolves have never been solitary. They move in packs. So confident. Baihu became serious. Yi Qing chuckled bitterly. Are you not ashamed to say this in front of Junyi Jia? Baihu glanced playfully at Shen Junyi. What of it? I will never compete for the position of a mistress. As long as you are happy, I am content. Shen Junyi rubbed her forehead. I am truly defeated by your shamelessness. Yi Qing wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment and replied with a smile. This is the true nature of Baihu. Nothing can bind her. Do not say that. Women are fickle. Perhaps one day I would willingly become your woman. Baihu's expression turned serious. But the premise is that I must still be alive. Why do you say that? Shen Junyi asked anxiously. Indeed, you understand me. Baihu smiled brightly and playfully added, do you still have money? If not, I can lend you some. Just charge an interest of 8%. Yi Qing grimaced and lifted Shen Junyi, preparing to leave. What a stingy person. Baihu called after his retreating figure. Yi Qing slammed the door shut with annoyance. This woman is almost like a demon, draining every last bit. Money truly brings trouble. Shen Junyi shot him a glance, then expressed her concern. Is Baihu truly in danger in the future? It's quite normal, Yi Qing replied as he lay beneath a silk quilt. Although the government forces occupy the largest territories there, over 150 ethnic groups govern themselves and vie for power. Your promise to her. Is it significant for Baihu? Shen Junyi whispered. Is the Yanggong public auction not enough? The Yanggong public auction is a hunting ground for capital sharks. Yi Qing replied with a wry smile. My meager resources cannot stir even a small ripple in that arena. Indeed, the annual transaction volume at the Yanggong public auction is around 4 to 5 billion euros. Shen Junyi lamented. Converted to RMB, that amounts to hundreds of billions. It is truly a case of throwing money at people. I would genuinely want to be buried in money. In that case, I would die willingly. Shen Junyi chuckled lightly. Unfortunately, I do not possess so much money. Then find a way to earn it. Yi Qing grinned slyly and suggested. Why not check if Baihu is asleep? Chapter 82, The Stone Quarry Woman. Shen Junyi's cheeks flushed, and her beautiful eyes glimmered with annoyance. Aren't you tired? I am utterly exhausted. Today was filled with stone gambling and robbery. Only then did Shen Junyi realize her own oversight and shot him an exasperated glance. What is this? Is it significant? Suddenly, Shen Junyi sprang up, tiptoeing silently to the door, peering outside to ensure no one was present before swiftly stepping out. How small? Shen Junyi was taken aback, gazing at a pile of colorful raw stones on the bed. The largest the size of a fist and the smallest akin to a pigeon egg. Yi Qing suppressed a laugh. This time you did not comment on the stones being ugly. You have made progress. Shen Junyi shot him a reproachful look. People unfamiliar with stones naturally judge them based on beauty and ugliness. By the way, what is so precious about these that you value them so highly? There are over 500 raw stones at the Myanmar quarry, but only the one known as Changshengjiang is referred to as a perennial champion by gambling experts. Yi Qing exclaimed. To encounter such material is a stroke of great fortune. Very rare. Shen Junyi blinked her beautiful eyes, astonished. The mines have been sealed for decades. Yi Qing affirmed. Moreover, it is quite challenging to extract such raw stones. These few are water stones, submerged at the riverbed. The quarry women dive into the icy darkness, searching for stones, and only surface once they find one. Many quarry women dive down and never resurface. Shen Junyi's heart trembled upon hearing this. His words frightened her. Every single stone is steeped in tears and blood. Yi Qing sighed. Shen Junyi stared at him blankly, gritting her teeth. If you adore this profession, I cannot stop you, but I hope you can ensure your safety. Yi Qing chuckled as he wrapped the stones and placed them in his suitcase, then embraced her delicate form. Do not worry. I have always been cautious. Besides, with Lu Lu by my side, even if trouble arises, I can extricate myself unscathed. Shen Junyi knew well that his combat abilities were formidable, and with Lu Lu, they would be matched against no ordinary opponent. What did you do tonight? Do not inquire too much about fourth brother's matters. Yi Qing preferred to keep it vague. Tomorrow, Shuexiayu will come by? Shen Junyi immediately grew alert. What does she want? You wouldn't be. What are you thinking? Yi Qing chuckled. She is coming with a mission. Consider her as a bodyguard. Having a police commissioner as my bodyguard? I am considered a leader in the legal field. Shen Junyi shot him a concerned glance. I am the overseer placed by Lu Yushao Fou beside you. Do not put me in a difficult position. Look at how you say that. As if every beautiful woman in the world is fond of me. Yi Qing shook his head dismissively, pulling the quilt over them. That cannot be ruled out. Women are often attracted to successful men. Shen Junyi nestled against him. And you, being young and handsome, with ample wealth, are indeed the type that girls adore. Moreover, you possess a unique charm when gambling with stones, which has captivated even someone as disciplined as I am, let alone a young girl. Please do not entertain such fanciful thoughts. Yi Qing looked at her helplessly. It is prudent to take precautions in advance, otherwise, I will have no way to explain to Lu Yushao Fou. Shen Junyi gritted her teeth. You still walk awkwardly. Is it still painful? Yi Qing quickly shifted the topic. Shen Junyi's cheeks flushed, and she playfully hit him. Who told you to become so reckless? I did not gauge the intensity the first time. Yi Qing grinned mischievously. Shen Junyi buried her head in his embrace, giggling. Who hasn't had a first time? Time to sleep. No more thoughts about such matters. She weakly added, at least, not tonight. The next morning, Yi Qing rose early to see off Bai Hu and Boss Qi. He cast a knowing glance at Bai Hu. Understanding her concerns, we are not heading to the countryside today. We will just roam the city. Without a decent car, I truly feel uneasy. Lulu shook his head. I wonder if Ma Wen has been caught. You are indirectly probing to find out what fourth brother wants with me, aren't you? Yi Qing leaned casually against the Audi. It surely cannot be anything good. Lulu, feeling despondent, calmly remarked, the available manpower here is exceedingly limited. If sixth brother genuinely intends to lend a hand, staying at a hotel would be inconvenient. It would be far better for him to purchase a villa so I can summon more personnel. Lulu had initially posed this as a mere inquiry, but he was taken aback by the response, his eyes widening in disbelief. Fourth brother truly intends to drag you into this. There are certain individuals and matters that they cannot address directly, thus they have entrusted them to me. Yi Qing chuckled. However, this task possesses considerable autonomy, and moreover, it can be investigated alongside my master's affairs. Lulu nodded, choosing to remain silent. He was well aware of the temperament and character of the Yi family. The eldest is steady, the second is cultured, and they have pursued a career in accordance with the family's wishes. The third and fourth siblings favor the military, directly enrolling in a military academy after high school, and now each holds their own territories and accomplishments. When Yimu gave birth to the fifth child, the family presumed it would be the last, and thus indulged him excessively, ultimately raising a wayward son. Unexpectedly, a few years later, Yimu gave birth to a sixth child, and the family's doting affection immediately shifted to the youngest. The fifth child sensed the impending crisis and immersed himself in the pursuit of wealth, leveraging the family's status to trade permits and amassing a considerable fortune in a short span. Yet, no one anticipated that this sixth child had a deep-seated love for money and a shrewdness that surpassed that of Yi Lao Wu. The patriarch of the Yi family dared not allow him to run wild and personally took charge of his education. During high school, his first venture was remarkable. Utilizing the funds accumulated by Yi Lao Wu from trading permits, he executed a series of dazzling operations that culminated in the acquisition of a luxury resort valued at billions, transforming it into a regal business club. The following year, he opened a stone shop, achieving a terrifying rate of profit, and was esteemed as a young master within the circles of Jingdu. The Yi family patriarch stationed himself at the Royal Business Club to keep a watchful eye on Yi Lao Wu. He was now tasked with accompanying Yi Lao Lu, and the mission was clear, to ensure his safety while preventing him from straying down a wrong path. Chapter 83. You cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Yi Qing smiled and patted his shoulder. What I am doing is something you can honestly relay to grandfather. However, I will handle the matter regarding Sister Junyi myself, and will keep it under wraps for the time being. Lu Li's lips twitched, but he remained silent. Yi Qing spoke earnestly. The Yi family and the Lu family have always supported one another, advancing and retreating together. If this matter is not managed properly, it could lead to significant misunderstandings. Moreover, as long as I take care to apologize, there should not be any major issues with grandfather and grandmother Lu. I am not afraid of Lu Papa's temper. Yet, I do not wish to cause sorrow to Lu Mama. You are aware that I was raised by Lu Mama, who treated me like her own child, and I respect her as a mother. If I continue to regard Lu Yu as a sister, this issue would not arise. However, once marriage is involved, and with Sister Junyi in the picture, it becomes complicated. I must devise a prudent plan to gain Lu Mama's consent. You cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Yet, I desire both. Yi Qing shot him a sideways glance. If you divulge this to grandfather, he will compel Sister Jinyi to withdraw, but the one who will suffer is not just her, it will also be me. You, a taciturn fellow, do not comprehend how significant a man's first woman is. You would not want me to end up like fifth brother, heartbroken while others embrace new loves, leaving me as a mere butterfly upon a beauty's shoulder. Lu expressed concern. But can sixth brother truly manage this? Although Lu Mama appears gentle, she wields absolute authority in the Lu family. Even Lu Papa, the fierce tiger, behaves like a docile cat in her presence. Women, after all, should understand women best. Yi Qing grinned. If Lu Mama were to learn that I abandoned Sister Jinyi for the sake of marrying Yuer, she would never allow Yuer to marry me. Why? Lu Mama is a refined lady. She understands that if a man forsakes one woman for the sake of a marriage alliance, there will inevitably be a second instance. And even if she is fond of me, she would not entrust her precious daughter to a heartless man. Yi Qing self-deprecatingly chuckled. Conversely, if I remain steadfast, she might hold me in higher regard. Perhaps her heart would soften, and, considering I was raised by her, she might consent. Lu grimaced. Where did you learn such bizarre theories? Everywhere holds lessons. Yi Qing replied with a chuckle. Grandfather placed you beside fifth brother not only to keep watch over him, but also for another purpose. What purpose? Lu inquired, astonished. To teach you how to court women. Yi Qing asserted seriously, otherwise, you, a taciturn fellow, will truly remain single for a century. Lu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Do not involve me in this. My family has long arranged a betrothal for me. Moreover, over the years, she has been the one caring for my parents, so no matter how splendid other women may be, I will not spare them a glance. Yi Qing stared in shock. How curious. Why have I never heard you mention this? Why discuss this nonsense? Lu turned away, avoiding his strange smile. Yi Qing was not inclined to let him off easily. Has fifth brother never taught you that a man must endure trials before he should ever see the red? This time, it was Yi Qing who grimaced. I knew it. Grandmother would not easily part with the bracelet for Lu Yu. Lu nodded sympathetically. That is the token of the third-generation matriarch of the Yi family. What happened next? Yi Qing asked, although he hesitated. Lu stifled a laugh. Grandfather stormed into the Royal Business Club, brandishing his cane, threatening to break fifth brother's legs. It was Lu Yu who went to Nanshan, bringing grandmother down the mountain to plead for mercy. Only then did grandfather relent. However, grandmother was also persuaded by Lu Yu and bestowed the bracelet upon her. Yi Qing lamented, the die is cast. What matters is that grandfather declared the Royal Business Club rife with corruption and instructed Lu Yu to initiate reforms at the club. Fifth brother panicked. He dared not call you and came directly to me, asking you to advise your little tyrant. Lu chuckled unkindly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing grew anxious. His willingness to gamble stemmed from the financial backing of the stone shop and the Royal Business Club. Even if he lost, he could retreat to Jingdu. Moreover, the business club operated on an entirely different business philosophy, even if one were a Tsinghua graduate. Lacking comprehension of this model could lead to disastrous results. Yi Qing remained silent, stepping into the elevator. When the doors opened, he found a girl with a ponytail, clad in a tank top that revealed her smooth, fair shoulders and slender waist, paired with a striking red skirt, standing at his door. I apologize, miss, but we do not require any special services here. Yi Qing murmured softly behind her. Shui Xiaoyu, why are you here so early? Yi Qing recognized the doll-like girl. Her attire strikingly eye-catching. It's still early. It's only 6 o'clock. Shui Xiaoyu pouted, stamping her foot in frustration. How could you think of me in such a way? Staying at a hotel is a common occurrence. Yi Qing chuckled. It's either notes slipped under the door or phone calls. Otherwise, one shows up uninvited early in the morning. Who wouldn't think otherwise? You are quite adept at justifying yourself. I forgive you. Shui Xiaoyu tossed her head back with flair, casting him a sidelong glance. Aren't you going to invite me in? Shui Xiaoyu blushed, indignantly exclaiming, how can you be so lewd? Can't you assign me a different identity? In the company of men, only these two identities can avoid raising suspicion. Isn't it the same for Xiao Si and Xiao Wu? Shui Xiaoyu shot him a glare. In any case, I refuse to be your mistress. Think of another identity. You have no chance at being a mistress. Yi Qing laughed heartily. Feel free to sit. I will check if the mistress has risen. You truly have a mistress. Shui Xiaoyu was taken aback. Yi Qing pushed open the door, only to find Shen Junyi reclining on the cushions, holding her phone and engaged in a video call. He hurriedly shut the door. Who is it? Shen Junyi made a gesture resembling a small Buddha, and from within, Lu Yu inquired, Shen Xiao-san, have you and sixth brother gotten together yet? Yi Qing was instantly engulfed in a wave of black lines. Chapter 84. The Proximity of the Water's Edge. Shen Junyi's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she hastily scolded. Lu Yu, you are a grown woman now. How can you speak so indiscreetly? Shen Junyi handed her phone to Yi Qing. wrapping herself in the blanket and covering her head. "Lu Yu, are you there?" she asked, awkwardly smiling. Yi Qing gazed at the phone screen, where the young girl nestled in her bedding displayed her delicate collarbone and graceful waist. Usually, she would scream and turn off the phone. But today she boldly swayed her body and playfully asked, "Who has the better figure, me or Shun Xiaosan? Did you miss me?" Lu Yu's voice softened as she pitifully inquired. "It's only been 3 days, you err." Yi Qing chuckled, "But I think of you every day. What do you miss about me?" Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. "You've upgraded from Xiaoqi to my fiancé. What else can I miss?" Yi Qing felt a pang in his heart. "I'm sorry for making you sad. My heart is shattered. I cried all night yesterday." Lu Yu's eyes turned red. "Sixth brother, you owe me a lifetime." "All right, I owe you for this lifetime," Yi Qing replied solemnly, feeling a bit melancholic. "Never mind, I won't hold it against you." Lu Yu wiped away her tears and added, "When you left Jingdu, I was still your Xiaoqi, and I had no say in that. But now, you are under my jurisdiction, and Shun Xiaosan is under her control as well." Yi Qing quickly smiled. "From now on, I will be under both of your management. Is that acceptable?" Your sister Shun has been moved to tears. "However, don't call Shun Xiaosan anymore. It sounds too harsh. She is older than us. Let us call her Junyu Jie. I call her Shun Xiaosan to remind her to keep you in check, lest you attract more Xiaoxi and Xiaowu." Lu Yu huffed. Yi Qing playfully pulled Shun Junyi from the covers, revealing her tear-streaked face. "Junyu Jie, don't cry. I'm just frustrated." Lu Yu choked back her sobs. "After raising pigs for over 20 years, I couldn't bear to slaughter them. Just releasing them for a moment, and you've already taken the lead." Suddenly, Shun Junyi, with tears glistening on her face, burst into laughter. Yi Qing, however, was at a loss for words. "All these years, you've considered me a pig." Lu Yu laughed through her tears, playfully sticking out her tongue. "That's not the point. I can choose to forget." "Sixth brother, have you finalized the raw stones? There are only a few dozen pieces left, and even if we sell them sparingly, it won't last long. I've secured them. They should arrive in Jingdu within a week, and they will contact you directly." Yi Qing confirmed with a nod. "In total, there are over 200 pieces. Those marked with a circle will go to the small warehouse, while those marked with a 1 will be sold directly in the shop. You understand?" Lu Yu's eyes lit up with understanding as she beamed. "What about the materials for the Wanggong Club?" Yi Qing pondered for a moment before asking earnestly, "How do you plan to reform the Wanggong Club?" Lu Yu's eyes widened, and she grit her teeth. "Did fifth brother complain to you?" Yi Qing responded with a grin. "No, it was manager Ma, worried about losing his job, who called me. Finally, fifth brother has a conscience." Lu Yu scoffed. "Grandfather instructed fifth brother to hand over the management of Wanggong Club to me. I was initially eager to make significant changes, but after studying the management model for a day, I realized nothing could be altered. Even the position of general manager cannot be easily changed." Yi Qing smiled with satisfaction, while Shun Junyi expressed surprise. "What do you mean?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. "The Wanggong Club is a business center themed around beautiful scenery, exquisite cuisine, and charming people, combined with high-end business. Moreover, this is difficult to replicate. Finding such a large space near the expensive Jingdu is virtually impossible. The dishes themed around Honglu's ingredients are unique and attract a plethora of food enthusiasts from government departments, celebrities, and a multitude of wealthy heirs. However, the true profitability of the club lies in business dealings. I've reviewed all the data. The annual fee for gold card members is 50 million. Yet, even if they visit every day and experience all the services, they wouldn't spend more than 30 million a year, leaving the remaining 20 million for the club." Insightful. Yi Qing rarely praised, extending his thumb. "Of course," Lu Yu replied proudly, raising her chin. "Let us not forget who I am, a Tsinghua University graduate." Shun Junyi, however, appeared skeptical. "Do these wealthy individuals willingly allow themselves to be exploited?" Lu Yu replied earnestly, "No one who becomes wealthy is foolish. Closing a business deal at the club means profits in the billions, so they wouldn't mind a few million. On the contrary, they should be grateful for the opportunity the club provides. Those in control of critical departments are not easily encountered. Additionally, the bronze card is only 1 million. If we recruit 100 new members in a year, how much does that amount to? It requires effort to investigate their wealth and any negative records. However, upgrading from bronze to silver card costs 10 million, and moving from silver to gold card requires 50 million. When it comes time for upgrades, they plead to be accepted. It's far more profitable than selling raw stones. Once a gold card member secures a business deal here, it's akin to cutting into a king green jade. Everyone will know about it. Thus, many wealthy individuals go to great lengths to enter this circle. However, the Wanggong Club does not allow just anyone with money to join. Each year, only 50 bronze cards are issued, 20 can upgrade to silver, and only 10 can ascend to gold. This ensures fresh blood while maintaining exclusivity. The more gold card members there are, The more these tycoons will find it bothersome and forgetful. A smaller number ensures familiarity and business opportunities. Why is that? Shen Junyi was puzzled. Quite simply, anyone who can afford 50 million for a gold card is a true success. Moreover, before upgrading, the club assesses their character, connections, finances, and qualifications. If they do not meet the club standards, they will not be upgraded. Yi Qing chuckled with satisfaction. Just think about it. Between strangers and acquaintances, who do these tycoons choose? Only gold card members can enjoy the first opportunities. Chapter 85. The Trial of Yi Family's Elder. The gold card serves as a stepping stone. Once a prominent figure takes notice, one can secure lucrative projects. The silver card provides hope, while the bronze card members are the reserve force. Shen Junyi nodded in agreement. Lu Yu bit her lip. I want to integrate into this circle, but it will require considerable time, especially since I cannot command the presence. They fear fifth brother, but not me, and I truly cannot bring myself to discipline those childhood friends. Are you giving up? Yi Qing probed. Yes. Lu Yu nodded firmly. Yi Qing finally felt relieved, smiling. Congratulations, you have passed grandfather's trial. Humph. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed mischievously. I knew that old man had ulterior motives. One must eat as much as one can carry. Yi Qing chuckled. As the matriarch of the Yi family, while competence is essential, self-awareness is paramount. Know the extent of what you can manage, and don't overreach, for that could jeopardize the family's livelihood. Next time I go to Nanshan, I'll pull that old man's beard. Lu Yu declared fiercely. Let him set a trap for me that I cannot control. Yi Qing laughed heartily. Grandma personally gifted you the bracelet. Lu Yu immediately became alert. How did you know? That old man, indeed, repays every favor. He won't suffer any losses. Lu Yu gritted her teeth in frustration. All right, let us consider this matter settled. Yi Qing quickly smiled. You and I have worked hard for years to achieve this outcome, and receiving their blessings is the greatest fortune. Lu Yu also felt a sense of relief. In our circle, marriage is not a matter of personal choice. Escaping this disaster is a sign that heaven is on our side. It's fifth brother helping. Yi Qing corrected with a chuckle. Hurry and clarify things with him. Fifth brother is timid. I'll give him a good beating first. Lu Yu proudly waved her fist. Previously, I wouldn't have intervened. That was Shao Qi against Lao Wu, sibling rivalry. But now it's the sister-in-law confronting the elder. Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Yi Qing laughed. Lu Yu's beautiful face suddenly turned somber. Sixth brother, what about Junyijia? You should first speak with grandma, as long as she agrees. Grandfather will not pose much of a problem. Yi Qing furrowed his brows and spoke gravely. It is, rather, your grandfather and grandmother who require your assistance. Lu Yu, baffled, replied. Sixth brother, how can you be so unreasonable? You want me to help with such matters? I am left with no options. Yi Qing cast a glance at the eavesdropping Shen Junyi and emphasized. Can you bear to see Sister Junyi suffer? I am not the one suffering. Lu Yu glared at him, tears welling in her eyes, and protested. You are permitted to take a mistress, and I even help you bring her into the household. Sixth brother, I fear I am the only wife in the world who would endure this. Yi Qing, undeterred, chuckled. A heroine from Jingdu must possess a grand spirit and care for the world. Lu Yu pouted, tears cascading down. My heart only holds you. I cannot accommodate the world. Yi Qing felt a pang in his heart and gently reassured her. You err. Do not cry. I can find a solution myself. Lu Yu wiped her tears and shot him a derisive glance, retorting, what good plan can you devise? Yi Qing frowned. His expression troubled. Even if I cannot think of one, I must try. The situation between Junyi and me is unique. Giving up is absolutely not an option. Shen Junyi, with tear-filled eyes, glanced at him and comforted. If you cannot think of a solution, then do not. I can remain in Rueli instead of going to Jingdu. Lu Yu looked at her and suddenly inquired. Sixth brother, tell me honestly, are you formidable? What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Qing replied, irritated. If you do not inform me, how can I think of a solution? Lu Yu huffed coldly. Such matters cannot be posed to me, lest it seem I am boasting. Asked Junyi. Yi Qing directly handed his phone to Shen Junyi. Let sixth brother step out. We need to converse. Lu Yu called out. Yi Qing promptly exited. Observing Shui Xiaoyu seated on the sofa, leisurely enjoying snacks, and inquired with a smile. Are you hungry? Did you skip breakfast? Shui Xiaoyu shot him a glance of disdain. When will your mistress emerge? I am quite anxious. Yi Qing, not one to back down, looked at her with interest. Have you decided whether to be the fourth or fifth mistress? Do not take advantage of me. I am not easy to provoke. Shui Xiaoyu retorted, throwing a cushion at him. Switch identities, will you? If my parents knew I was your fourth mistress, they would surely be furious. In the pursuit of our objectives, it is merely a pretense. Yi Qing chuckled. Even if you wished it, I would not consent. Is it amusing to tease me? Shui Xiaoyu snickered coldly. The door was not tightly shut earlier. I heard everything. Should I go in and inform the one on the phone that you not only have a mistress, but also a fourth? Well then, Yi Qing raised his thumb in approval. A Kunming dog, sharp of ear. You are the dog. Shui Xiaoyu hurled another cushion at him. So, will you switch or not? Bodyguard. Yi Qing stated with seriousness. My current identity is that of a wealthy gambling stone expert. Aside from mistresses, I can only have a bodyguard. Suddenly, Yi Qing leaned closer, wrapping an arm around her slim waist and rolling up her pant leg. What are you doing? Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed, swiftly reaching for her calf. Yet Yi Qing was quicker, retrieving a handgun strapped to his leg. He released Shui Xiaoyu and regarded her with a stern gaze. It's police issued. If discovered, you will meet a swift demise. Shui Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. Without the gun by my side, I feel insecure. The problem is, if you desire to die, do not implicate me. Yi Qing replied with a bitter smile. The horse traders in this country are legitimate businessmen. Once they cross the river, they become outlaws, capable of anything. Furthermore, you must understand, we are seeking clues, not bringing them to justice. That is Zhao Lei's responsibility. Never assume that because you possess good skills, you can act recklessly. Even fierce tigers cannot contend with a pack of wolves. You were so ruthless when you struck, Shui Xiaoyu observed curiously. 3 were left unconscious. 1 with over 30 broken bones, the rest not a single one intact. Why then, in times of trouble, do you exhibit such timidity? Am I timid? I am merely cautious. Yi Qing shot her a disdainful glance and emphasized, if you do not obey, I will have Zhao Lei replace you. Chapter 86, Specially Tormenting the Single Dogs. Shui Xiaoyu wore a look of grievance, unwillingly stating, is it not acceptable for me to heed your advice? Within the room, Lu Yu pressed further. Sister Junyi, is 6th brother formidable? Shin Junyi, blushing, retorted, you will find out for yourself in the future. Why must you ask me? Great. My good intentions have been taken for granted. Lu Yu glared at her, threatening, if you cannot think of a solution later, do not blame me. Formidable, very formidable. Is that satisfactory? Shin Junyi blushed, unable to meet her gaze. To what extent is he formidable? Lu Yu, equally bashful, struggled to contain her curiosity. Are you finished? Shin Junyi felt on the verge of tears. Do not feign innocence. When you acted first, did you consider the consequences? Lu Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, but her curiosity persisted. Pouting disdainfully, speak or I will hang up. Do not regret it. I can hardly walk these days. Shin Junyi bit her lip in embarrassment. So formidable. Lu Yu exclaimed. Is it not said online that it takes at most a few minutes? How long did 6th brother take? Speak your method. Shin Junyi, feeling mortified, nearly dropped her phone. If we both became pregnant, neither family could do anything about us. Lu Yu's voice was barely audible, her head lowered, filled with grievance. I was forced to this by both of you. Good sister, though this method is rather unsavory, I thank you. Shin Junyi's eyes glistened. I have never encountered such a generous girl. For your sake, I willingly comply. In the future, when 6th brother bullies me, you must assist me. Lu Yu's voice trembled with emotion. Does he dare to bully you? Shin Junyi, both amused and exasperated, teased. Unless you are alone together, then he will bully you. And you will be reluctant to call for my help. Lu Yu, flustered, exclaimed. Shin Shaosan, keep an eye on 6th brother. Do not let him dally with others, or I will hold you accountable. Before Shin Junyi could respond, she hung up. Shin Junyi stared at the phone screen for a moment, then tossed the phone onto the bed in frustration. If you cannot keep an eye on him, how can you expect me to do so? She lazily gathered her hair into a bun, yet could not replicate Lu Yu's heroic presence. With a sigh, she let her hair fall loose, adjusted her white dress, and stepped outside. Suddenly encountering Shui Xiaoyu, she exclaimed, why did you let her in? How are you here? Shui Xiaoyu was equally astonished, expecting the mistress in the room to be the stunning vixen, yet finding instead the sharp-tongued beauty lawyer. Yi Qing could not help but laugh. Indeed, it is said that like attracts like. He had just teased Shui Xiaoyu as a Kunming dog, and now Shin Junyi treated her as one too. Shui Xiaoyu, both angry and embarrassed, shot a glare at Yi Qing. You two do not know how to speak properly. Shin Junyi looked at her in astonishment. Who should I be? Allow me to formally introduce Shin Junyi, my fiancée. Yi Qing moved beside Shin Junyi, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, and turned to Shui Xiaoyu. You have met this beauty, but from today onward, she is no longer a police officer, but your bodyguard. Henceforth, all tasks such as making the bed, tidying clothes, and carrying luggage will be entrusted to her. Do not assign random tasks. Shui Xiaoyu shot him a playful glare, indignantly replying, I am a bodyguard, not your maid. The mention of fiancé made Shin Junyi's heart feel sweet as honey, her smile radiant. She solemnly addressed Shui Xiaoyu. Yi Qing has informed me that you are here on a mission. However, regardless of your objective, you must ensure he remains unharmed. Harmed him? Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief. Your man is a violent lunatic. If he does not harm others, It is a blessing from his ancestors. Mind your language. All that Yi Qing does is legitimate self-defense within the bounds of the law. Shen Junyi's smile vanished, her tone turning cold. As a citizen, he has the obligation to cooperate with law enforcement, but he also possesses the right to refuse. If you cannot guarantee his safety, I do not wish for you to remain. Shui Xiaoyu hesitated as she glanced at Yi Qing. It's not as serious as you think. Yi Qing chuckled, embracing Shen Junyi. Moreover, this is the will of the fourth brother. Lu and I have no choice but to comply. Shen Junyi, filled with concern, nodded. I'll go freshen up first, and we can talk later. As Shui Xiaoyu watched her enter the bathroom, she turned to Yi Qing and remarked, somewhat enviously, you're just flaunting affection, tormenting single souls. Yi Qing shot her a playful glare and teased, and yet you claim you aren't one of them. Shui Xiaoyu took a seat on the sofa beside him and retorted, even though single souls are still dogs, they aren't that kind of dog. Yi Qing grinned mischievously, saying, one cannot write the character for dog in two different ways. You are still a dog. Shui Xiaoyu, gritting her teeth in frustration, curiously inquired, how did you manage to win over a beautiful lawyer? What do you mean win over? We are in a free relationship. Yi Qing exclaimed, which law states that a lawyer cannot fall in love? I distinctly heard you refer to her as a mistress. Shui Xiaoyu pouted adorably. Indeed, having remained single for so many years, your intelligence and emotional quotient are both concerning. Yi Qing lamented. I should call Zhao Lei and have him replace you. Why should he replace me? Besides, where else could you find a beautiful bodyguard like me? Shui Xiaoyu replied angrily. In times of danger, who knows if it's you protecting me or me protecting you? Plus, with your thoughtless chatter, my safety has plummeted to zero. Yi Qing looked at her disdainfully and promptly took out his phone. Shui Xiaoyu lunged forward, seizing the phone with both hands, pleading, please don't call. I worked hard to secure this assignment. I can't give it up. Yi Qing, holding her warmly, shivered slightly. My fiancé is still inside. You're making it difficult. Give me your phone, or I will scream harassment. Shui Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled mischievously, and a sly smile appeared on her lips. All right, I want to call. But you must get up first. Yi Qing playfully slapped her on the backside. Shui Xiaoyu shivered, her cheeks flushed, and she whispered angrily. You dare to assault a police officer? Yi Qing chuckled as he helped her up. You threw yourself at me, and let me clarify, I am not an indiscriminate man. Just afraid that when you are indiscriminate, you're not even human. Shui Xiaoyu glared at him. Don't you guys flirt with beautiful women at first sight? That's the high-ranking officials, not me. Yi Qing, he replied, casting her a teasing glance. Besides, I wouldn't lower my standards to flirt with someone as young as you. Who says I'm young? Shui Xiaoyu protested. Embodying the common flaw of beautiful women who cannot tolerate any slight against their figure as she stood and swayed her graceful form. Chapter 87. The Pafuna Witness. Yi Qing held her handgun in one hand and walked over, patting her shoulder. Kid, your pectoral muscles could use some bulk. You're lacking in nourishment. Shui Xiaoyu was taken aback, but before she could respond, Yi Qing swiftly entered the bedroom, opened the suitcase, placed the handgun inside, and took out a piece of glass jade and 4 blocks of raw jade. Blushing, Shui Xiaoyu stood at the door, worriedly saying, please don't lose them. I would be penalized. If Junyi sees this, she will kick you out without a second thought. Yi Qing disdainfully glanced at her. Besides, you're quite foolish. Carrying a gun and wearing police gear, as if you want everyone to know you're a cop. Shui Xiaoyu frowned, looking pitiful. I just feel unsafe. Yi Qing nodded. I'll take care of this gun for now, and I'll return it when we regroup. Once we arrive in Ruel, my people will come to assist. I'll have them bring you a Pafuna witness, a gun that suits you perfectly. Really? Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully. You can really get a Pafuna witness? That's a world-renowned firearm. The Pafuna witness is a very compact semi-automatic pistol, effortless for women to handle. It boasts unique decorations and various color options, including blue, pink, purple, and black. The frame is of a unified color, adorned with irregular silver speckles, creating an interesting and unique appearance. The Pafuna Witness is not only visually appealing but also crafted from lightweight polymer, making it easy to conceal and carry. The most attractive feature for women is its lack of recoil. Shui Xiaoyu had long yearned for a Pafuna Witness, but alas, it is not available domestically, and they are prohibited from carrying one. Acquiring a Pafuna Witness posed no challenge for Yi Qing. The armory at the Wanggong Club had a stock specifically for beautiful celebrities and models, allowing them to switch their firearms. Of course, have you seen Luli's credentials? What gun can he not procure? Yi Qing warned. Remember, from today onward, you are Junyi's bodyguard, no longer a police officer. Forget everything you learned in the academy. Furthermore, this outfit is not suitable. You must change. By the way, how much budget did Zhao Lei allocate for you? Budget? None. Shui Xiaoyu grimaced. The boss said I could just enjoy the food and drinks with you. No need to spend any money. Yi Qing's lips twitched. Moreover, what is wrong with my outfit? Shui Xiaoyu glanced at her attire. a tank top exposing her fair shoulders, a rounded belly button, and a red skirt that accentuated her long, graceful figure, complemented by a pair of sneakers, embodying a truly unbeatable beauty. Way too shabby. Yi Qing relentlessly criticized her, stating seriously, "Have you ever seen a billionaire's bodyguard dressed in cheap, market-bought clothes? Your entire outfit can't even total 3,000. This time it was Shui Xiaoyu's turn to grimace. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. "Your father has a fortune of 2 billion, and yet you can't buy something decent? Since graduating, I haven't asked my family for money." Shui Xiaoyu lamented. Who knew being a bodyguard required wearing good clothes? 3,000 for an outfit is already expensive. That's why you're not fit to be a mistress. Yi Qing scoffed. A beautiful woman needs to look radiant. Otherwise, how can they attract wealthy suitors? Does it concern you? Being your bodyguard, I must have some understanding of your personal life. Shui Xiaoyu sensed that this topic displeased Yi Qing. But teasing him also brought her amusement, so she flashed an innocent smile. Otherwise, if someone asks and I don't know, don't blame me for revealing secrets. Who would be so idle as to ask you that? Yi Qing shot her a fierce glare. Moreover, as a bodyguard, you have a confidentiality obligation regarding all of your employer's private matters. However, if someone asks you, I can teach you a phrase that will surely satisfy them. What? I absolutely want to say it. You were going to tell me. Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Why are you suddenly silent? Didn't I just tell you? Yi Qing retorted. I want to say it under any circumstances. Shui Xiaoyu repeated. I absolutely want to say it, suddenly realizing and angrily shouting. Are you trying to get me killed? Why not go in to talk? One person standing outside and another inside is quite inconvenient. The quilt hasn't even been folded yet. Everything is ready. Shen Junyi's voice suddenly rang out behind Shui Xiaoyu, startling her. I'm not interested now. But who knows about the future? Shen Junyi sighed softly. However, let me tell you, this man can charm any woman. His love is profound, and you truly cannot bear it. Junyi, how can you make me sound like a heartbreaker? Yi Qing protested with dissatisfaction. You are not a heartbreaker, but you always maintain a guard against women. Shen Junyi playfully glared at him. Yet you will steal hearts. Any woman who spends time with you will find her heart taken. Let us stop this topic. Once we're ready, we can leave. Yi Qing smiled at her charming face, lightly applying blush and a hint of lip gloss, her skin as smooth and radiant as a peeled egg. Your skin is looking better and better. Shen Junyi blushed and playfully pushed him away. Though Shui Xiaoyu couldn't discern the teasing in Yi Qing's words, she understood that it was inevitable. Beauty is a natural gift. Shui Xiaoyu lacked the awareness to handle the suitcase. And Yi Qing certainly did not dare to entrust the precious high-quality Huangyang greenstone and Hojiang raw stone worth 80 million to him. Fortunately, Lulu had been attentive to the movements in the room. Upon hearing the door open, he emerged and took the suitcase, following closely behind Yi Qing. Shui Xiaoyu glared at Yi Qing, who was embracing Shen Junyi, and entered the elevator without a word. Internally cursing, she thought, what a lack of decorum. Doesn't he know that ladies should go first? You're here to be a bodyguard. You should have stepped forward to press the button. Lulu casually remarked as he passed by Shui Xiaoyu and entered the elevator. Gritting her teeth, Shui Xiaoyu followed suit. Lulu drove an Audi, first stopping at the bank to open a safe and store the suitcase before seeking out a noodle shop for a meal of crossing the bridge rice noodles. Satisfied, Shui Xiaoyu set down her chopsticks and inquired, where to next? Master Qing's shop is located in Yushixing. Shui Xiaoyu stood up, declaring, I will take you there. But at this hour, it's likely not yet open. Chapter 88, The Arrival of Misfortune. Can't he open his shop earlier to conduct business? Shen Junyi, trailing behind Yi Qing, asked in surprise. Tengchong Yushixing, also known as Stone Gambling Street, holds large markets on the 5th and 10th days of the lunar month. Today is not a market day, so the carving shops tend to open later. Shui Xiaoyu tempted. However, stone gambling shops open quite early. Why not go there first? Seeing Yi Qing's lack of enthusiasm, Shen Junyi smiled and asked, what's wrong? Tired? Not tired, just uninterested. Yi Qing replied, moving ahead with a smile. All stone gambling shops are the same. The raw stones displayed outside cater to tourists, while the truly valuable materials are locked away in safes. Without acquaintances, it's futile to visit. Aren't they losing out on potential profits? Shui Xiaoyu asked in astonishment. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile, explaining, they wouldn't display raw stones worth millions without knowing your financial capacity. Shui Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. In the raw stone business, $1 million is considered poor, as good raw stones are exceedingly expensive and beyond the reach of the less affluent. Compared to Jie Gao and DeLong, Tengchong's Yushixing is significantly smaller. Yet many stone gambling shops are open, filled with numerous raw materials both inside and out. Yi Qing merely glanced and moved on, showing no interest in purchasing. Despite being mentally prepared, after visiting several shops filled with new materials, he felt a tinge of disappointment. After wandering through a few more shops, They encountered slightly better quality raw materials, but there were always people inspecting them. Yi Qing observed silently and stood up to leave. Shen Junyi, following closely, began to grasp the rules of the trade. One must never compete for materials. Even if two parties desire the same raw stone, one cannot bid unless the other backs down. Otherwise, it shows a lack of understanding of the rules, and no matter how high the price, the owner would refuse to do business. These are the customs that everyone must adhere to. Although gambling stones is indeed a gamble, it is the very nature of gambling that necessitates stricter regulations. Those who disregard the rules are seen as easy prey by shop owners. If they don't drive you away, they consider it a loss. However, they dare not offend knowledgeable gamblers, as losing such potential big clients would mean they would never return. Not finding even a single desirable stone, Shui Xiaoyu had hoped to witness how Yi Qing, a master of stone gambling, approached the craft, yet unexpectedly, after visiting over a dozen shops, they found nothing appealing. Yi Qing remained unperturbed, chuckling. This is akin to finding a partner. It requires fate. Shui Xiaoyu, unwilling to concede, countered, but others are already gambling. And some are cutting stones that yield good results while others do not. What constitutes a gain, and what constitutes a loss? Yi Qing scoffed. Buying a stone for 5,000 and cutting it to sell for 6,000 is considered a gain. Conversely, purchasing a raw stone for 10 million and ending up with worthless material is a loss. Can they be compared? After a considerable distance, Yi Qing spotted a bustling shop. He hastily approached. This shop had been plagued by misfortune today, having cut 3 stones to no avail. One wonders if the owner can manage a successful cut. Spending $1 million on a raw stone certainly indicates substantial wealth. If they dare to publicly cut stones, they must possess confidence. Let us hope it doesn't fail. If it does, we'll have to switch to another shop. This one is too unlucky. Indeed, Shui Xiaoyu instinctively wanted to leave. Gamblers are superstitious, fearing that witnessing misfortune would bring bad luck to themselves. However, Yi Qing seemed intrigued and walked directly inside. They were currently in the process of cutting a stone, and the whispers of the crowd revealed that an elderly Guang merchant had purchased $1 million all-gamble material, which was now being cut on site. The gamblers in the shop gradually trickled out, seeking fortune elsewhere, allowing Yi Qing and his companions to easily position themselves at the front. Shen Junyi carefully squatted beside Yi Qing, holding up her skirt. Yet Shui Xiaoyu couldn't help but tug at Yi Qing's sleeve, whispering in his ear, "Let us leave. Perhaps we'll find a good stone at another shop. Don't rush." Yi Qing urged her to kneel down, whispering, "This shop has already suffered several failures. If they don't manage a successful cut, they may not have business for a month. If someone buys a stone now, the owner will surely present a good one." There is such reasoning. Observing closely, the ones with the most distressed expressions are indeed the owner of the raw stone and the shop owner. As Yi Qing spoke, his gaze swept over the raw materials on the cutting machine, weighing dozens of kilograms, with a noticeably green surface and decent quality, which justified its $1 million price tag. Beside the cutting machine stood a short, portly merchant, his face dark with concern as he scrutinized the raw material. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a fluctuating expression, frequently glancing at the dwindling gamblers, gritting his teeth in anguish. At his feet lay several small stones that had been opened, weighing only a few kilograms, resulting in worthless material. It seemed that after cutting, the stones were discarded and the patrons left immediately. The raw material had not been directly cut, but was being prepared for a window. Observing the cutting technician's movements, Yi Qing could not help but sigh. The speed of the grinding head was uneven, and his hands trembled. Is this fellow here for a joke? Doesn't he fear damaging the stone? Choosing to avoid unnecessary involvement, Yi Qing patiently remained a spectator. The stone was quickly polished, and within minutes, a small window was opened. The elderly Guang merchant, his hands trembling, washed away the stone dust with a hose, then retrieved a bright flashlight to illuminate the interior, revealing a stunning green hue that captivated the eye. It was indeed a successful cut. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the elderly Guang merchant stood up, visibly relieved as he exhaled deeply. From the window, the green color and water quality appeared promising. It was undoubtedly a successful gamble. Seeing the window, the jade buyers surrounding him immediately began bidding. 150,000. I'll take on the rest of the risk. Brother, sell it. The risk on this piece is still considerable. I'll offer 200,000. Don't hesitate. Sell it already. As bids soared, the elderly Guang merchant reveled in the attention. Each bid was an affirmation of his stone gambling skills. Yet his expression remained unfazed by the increasingly high offers surrounding him. So, it has indeed yielded success. Shui Xiaoyu inquired softly. Shu, don't speak. Yi Qing shot her a stern look, instructing, when others are cutting stones, one must learn to be silent. A loose tongue invites trouble. Shen Junyi quietly asked, is it more profitable to sell this piece as a window or to fully open it? If it were mine, I'd sell it as a window. Turning $1 million piece immediately nets a profit of 100,000. Why not? Yi Qing chuckled, remarking, small gambles are enjoyable, but large gambles can be detrimental. Chapter 89. The madman sells, the madman buys, and the madman awaits. Shen Junyi smiled faintly, too lazy to inquire further. She had come to understand Yi Qing's manner of speaking. One must ponder deeply, for his words implied skepticism regarding the piece. Yi Qing's voice was loud enough for the elderly Guang merchant to hear, who smiled and replied, I appreciate your good intentions, brother, but I simply cannot bring myself to part with it without fully opening it. Upon hearing the commotion, the surrounding crowd ceased their bidding, their faces alight with anticipation. The material from the open stone was still a gamble. It would be more prudent to purchase a known quality. As the analysis continued, the value of the stone remained a mystery, a pity indeed. The seasoned merchant, Lao Guang, possessed both wealth and audacity. If he revealed a high-quality gem, he would offer a handsome price. Many in the crowd raised their thumbs in approval, acknowledging that only the bold would dare such a venture. Gamblers in stones understand the adage. Even the most skilled cannot discern the true nature of a gem hidden beneath the surface. What if the next cut resulted in ruin? Moreover, this shop had recently been plagued by ill fortune. The atmosphere was electric, even stirring unease in Shui Xiaoyu, who was unfamiliar with the world of stone gambling. This was the allure of the gamble, the mad selling and buying, with more madness waiting in the wings. Lao Guang clasped his fists in greeting and approached the raw stone, examining it closely. Although the stone was to be cut, the position of the incision held great significance. A miscalculated slice could obliterate any chance of profit. Words of caution fell on deaf ears. At this moment, speech was considered bad luck. Those with mild tempers cast stern glances, while the hot-headed could resort to violence. As Lao Guang scrutinized the stone, the crowd held its breath. And after what felt like an eternity, he finally traced a line on the stone. With the stroke of his pen, a collective sigh of relief washed over the onlookers, who had been holding their breaths. Caught in the oppressive atmosphere of stone gambling, Yi Qing had grown accustomed, yet Shui Xiaoyu found it increasingly unbearable. The madman sold, the madman bought, and yet more were waiting. You will gradually acclimate. Yi Qing chuckled, observing her pale face, and advised her to take a deep breath and ride the waves of emotion. Shui Xiaoyu, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, shot him a reproachful glance. Your fiancé, he is right beside you. If I were not here, would you too indulge freely? Shen Junyi cast a disdainful look at her and tugged at Yi Qing. Xiao Fo Yi has instructed me to keep an eye on you. Shui Xiaoyu's face turned crimson. Yi Qing laughed awkwardly. Do not mistake shadows for snakes. This girl is not to my taste. Besides, my only concern is that she may faint from the pressure, and then I would have to find an elderly gentleman to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Shui Xiaoyu delivered a playful punch to him and retorted, Go find an elderly gentleman to give you mouth-to-mouth. In Shen Junyi's eyes, their banter appeared more like flirtation. Finally, Lao Guang confirmed the incision point and straightened up, smiling as he asked, Which esteemed individual is willing to assist me in cutting this stone? At this question, silence enveloped the crowd. No one dared to step forward. With an original price of 1 million, the value had already surged to 2 million after opening. Would the cut lead to further increases or a catastrophic loss? The burden of responsibility was too great. Lao Guang, a veteran in this field, understood the crowd's hesitation. However, the stone cutters in this establishment had recently met with a series of failures, their luck having run out, and their skills were distressingly inadequate. He held great hopes for this stone and was unwilling to let anyone else take a turn. With a smile, Lao Guang reassured the onlookers, I understand your concerns. Let me state clearly, if it fails, the loss is mine. If it succeeds, I shall reward you handsomely. His words were candid, stirring interest among the crowd, yet still, no one dared to step forward. Lao Guang's expression darkened. Are you an expert in stone cutting? Shui Xiaoyu, feeling sympathetic, quietly inquired of Yi Qing. No, he replied, glaring at her. That stone's surface is loose, with only faint coloration. It's bound to fail. Who would want to associate with such ill fortune? Oh, Shui Xiaoyu murmured, falling silent, grasping that Yi Qing had discerned something critical, which was why he refused to lend a hand. They had not yet departed. Shen Junyi nudged Yi Qing and gestured discreetly to the side. Turning, Yi Qing spotted Wang Bo and Zhao Biao hastening towards them, flanked by 2 middle-aged men. Wang, the vice president, and Zheng, the director. If they intervened, the value of this stone would surely soar. Someone in the vicinity exclaimed. Vice President Wang. Yi Qing questioned skeptically. He is the vice president of the Tengchong Jade Association. Another voice chimed in. They are subordinate to the Ruili Jade Association. Yi Qing's expression darkened as he nodded. He realized that today's events would not unfold smoothly. He had hoped to capitalize on the misfortunes of the shop, but it seemed that opportunity was slipping away. I suspect that it was these two who summoned Ma Pengzi to the Wanghong raw stone yard yesterday. Xin Junyi whispered. I concur. Yi Qing nodded. It is unsatisfactory to merely confront them. We must find an opportunity to deal with them properly. May I assist you with the stone? The leading Vice President Wang inquired with a smile. I would be immensely grateful for your help. Lao Guang responded, bowing respectfully. Wang Bo asked, will you sell the revealed material? The Vice President's countenance darkened. It is too early to discuss such matters. Wang Bo awkwardly retreated, while Zhao Biao's expression turned furious. Yi Qing listened intently, discerning that the Rueli Jade Association and the Tingchong Jade Association were at odds. However, he quickly understood that Tingchong had once held the title of the premier Jade City, which had now been usurped by Rueli. Although both belonged to the same association, they were divided by geography, their internal strife known only to themselves. Wang Bo and Zhao Biao spotted Yi Qing, their expressions a mix of trepidation and dismay. They had not anticipated that their plans would backfire. Early that morning, Ma Wen had approached them, presenting photographs of the injured in the hospital. Some were in comas, others with fractures, and one had suffered paralysis. The medical expenses alone were staggering, not to mention the subsequent treatment costs. Under Ma Wen's coercion, Zhao Biao had forked over 10 million. Furthermore, Ma Wen had threatened that Ma Rue, chairman of the Ma Bang Travel Company, was en route, and that if this issue remained unresolved, he would hold Zhao Delong accountable for any negative impact on their business. Vice President Wang adjusted the position of the blade and pressed down on the handle. As the blade descended, a grating sound echoed, tightening the nerves of the onlookers. In this critical moment, no one dared to blink, fearing they would miss a pivotal moment. Lao Guang was equally tense, his face taut with anticipation. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on the stone being cut, a confident smile barely visible at the corners of his lips. Yi Qing grimaced. The most dreadful mindset in stone gambling is that of those who do not weep until they see the coffin. Yet, he had to commend Vice President Wang's cutting technique. He was indeed a seasoned expert, surpassing Wang Liang's skills. With a sharp crack, the cutting machine ceased its operation, cleaving the raw stone in two. However, what lay revealed was merely a smooth stone, seemingly mocking the dreams of the gamblers who sought overnight riches. The earlier hint of green was merely a jest from the heavens. A wave of discontent rippled through the crowd, and some turned to leave. Lao Guang's expression darkened to a point of disbelief, his lips quivering as he struggled to accept the reality. Just like that, 1 million was lost. Such a waste. With no sound to accompany the loss. This was indeed a catastrophe. Shui Xiaoyu's face also turned pale. 1 million. How many years of work would that require? One cut could render one poor or rich. Such was the nature of stone gambling. Yi Qing shook his head, forcing a bitter smile. Vice President Wang, looking grim, addressed Lao Guang. My friend, I apologize, I did my utmost. Lao Guang gazed at the remnants of the stone on the ground, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair, before finally exhaling a heavy sigh. Thank you, Vice President Wang, for your assistance. I understand the rules of stone gambling. Fortune and misfortune are dictated by fate. I can only blame my lack of luck. Lao Guang nodded and turned to leave. The crowd followed suit, some expressing relief, others sympathy, and still others excitement. Each person harboring their own sentiments. Yet it was clear that no one was willing to purchase raw stones from this establishment any longer. The desolation was not confined to Lao Guang. The shop owner too felt the weight of despair. He is more aware than anyone else that today is not a minor setback, but a series of consecutive failures. For at least half a month. He can forget about conducting any business. How did you discern that this raw stone is destined to fail? Shui Xiaoyu stood up, astonished, and gazed at Yi Qing. Vice President Wang had initially intended to turn and leave, but upon hearing this, he paused and looked at the crowd. Girls, do not speak. Yi Qing playfully admonished. My luck in stone gambling is purely based on chance, yet I understand the principle of knowing when to withdraw. This gentleman is also here for gambling stones. Upon hearing this, the shop owner seemed to grasp a lifeline, speaking more cautiously, fearing Yi Qing might also turn away. If the god of misfortune enters, who would dare to gamble in your shop? Shui Xiaoyu shot him a glare in annoyance. Children speak without restraint. Let the wind carry it away. Noticing the shop owner's expression change, Yi Qing quickly added, do not take her words to heart. However, I wouldn't mind placing a bet. Though I fear there may not be any good stones. You still dare to gamble here. Perhaps you should try another shop? Shui Xiaoyu retorted sharply, earning a chilling glance from the shop owner. If looks could kill, Shui Xiaoyu would surely be in grave danger. Do not listen to her. Yi Qing quickly interjected, oh, great owner, do not let a mere girl ruffle your feathers. Otherwise, you might lose your dignity. If you have good stones, present them. I can lend a hand. Indeed, there are good stones, though they come at a premium. The shop owner hesitated. Normally, upon seeing these for young individuals, he would dismiss them as non-valuable customers, at most presenting some kilograms of stones as a mere formality. However, today's circumstances were somewhat unique. Consecutive failures, without even a single piece of good jade unearthed, left not only the gambler's faces pale, but also his own. Let us see if we have a connection. I shall gamble. Yi Qing chuckled. I place my faith solely in my luck and am unafraid of the god of misfortune entering. However, the owner must agree beforehand. Do not cut too deeply, or I will indeed leave. Brother, you are truly fortunate, the owner exclaimed with delight. Those who are handsome often have exceptional luck when it comes to courting. They succeed without fail, and they never lose in stone gambling. Yi Qing jested. In the eyes of Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, he appeared overly proud and audacious. Yet, one could not deny that this young man not only had good fortune in gambling stones, but also enjoyed enviable romantic success. This one is another beauty, albeit of the lowly type. Wait a moment, brother, I shall fetch you some stones. The shop owner called to a stone-cutting technician, and the two turned to enter the backyard. Vice President Wang glanced at Yi Qing with a smile, observing that this young man was quite straightforward, and asked, "What is your esteemed surname?" "I am modestly surnamed Yi, with the given name Qing," Yi Qing replied with a bashful smile. "There is still ample time today. Do you not intend to explore a bit more?" Vice President Wang subtly suggested. "I am gambling on luck, not on perception." Yi Qing expressed his helplessness. "Moreover, this insufferable little girl has already pushed me to take the plunge. If I do not gamble, the owner's concern will linger for at least a month. In unfamiliar territory, one should not make enemies lightly." Vice President Wang glanced at Shui Xiaoyu, momentarily taken aback, and cautiously inquired, "Are you the little girl from the old Shui family?" Shui Xiaoyu sweetly smiled. "Uncle Wang, you recognized me." "Oh, you little rascal, recognizing Uncle Wang without greeting me, causing such embarrassment. I shall certainly seek out old Shui to settle the score." Vice President Wang chided with mock severity. "I dare not disturb Uncle Wang while he is deciphering stones." Shui Xiaoyu pouted. "I am merely being kind-hearted." Vice President Wang laughed heartily. "All right, Uncle Wang was only joking. But about your friend?" Shui Xiaoyu shot Yi Qing an annoyed look, pouting. "He is my classmate, born into wealth and has money to burn. If he loses, he deserves it." Yi Qing smiled awkwardly. "If I came to Tingchong without gambling stones, what would be the point of my visit? Anyway, I am here for just this one gamble. Winning or losing matters not." As they spoke, the shop owner and his assistant entered, carefully carrying a raw stone weighing 2 to 3 dozen kilograms and gently placing it on the ground. The implication was clear. The price would rise significantly. "And you surely understand the rules about this, right?" Yi Qing did not inquire about the price, but focused on the stone. In stone gambling, once the owner quotes a price, bargaining is part of the business. Vice President Wang also squatted beside him, observing the stone and nodding. Old Gao did not speak falsely this time. This stone is indeed public auction material. I wonder if Yi Qing can comprehend it. To a limited extent. Yi Qing replied with a subtle smile. Shui Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and was about to boast on his behalf when Xin Junyi pulled her back, urging her to be quiet. Vice President Wang, having sharp ears, looked up in surprise at Xin Junyi before chuckling. This raw stone is quite substantial, and the area of the moss flower is considerable, covering half of the stone shell. It resembles a layer of green flowers sprinkled on the stone shell. At first glance, it appears yellow-green. If I am not mistaken, once water is applied, the stone shell will reveal its green hue. Vice President Wang turned to Boss Gao. "Would you mind sprinkling a little water on it?" Boss Gao, needing Vice President Wang to convince Yi Qing to purchase this stone for good fortune, replied with a smile. "Of course, I do not mind." Vice President Wang took a bottle of mineral water and splashed it over the moss flower on the rough stone shell, and the water immediately flowed down the surface. Observing this, Yi Qing nodded in approval. This splash was undoubtedly by an expert, applied evenly and across the maximum area, ensuring every bit of moss was wetted without missing a single spot. Vice President Wang set the mineral water bottle aside and leaned in closely, prompting those around to do the same. Yi Qing also leaned in to observe the moss flower's response. A gasp arose from the crowd as the yellow-green moss flower transformed into a light green upon contact with water, resembling a layer of shimmering green light floating on the stone shell, truly captivating. "Today, I have encountered a master," Yi Qing thought to himself. Vice President Wang has remarkable eyesight, as praised by those nearby. Indeed, this is moss flower. It has been ages since I have seen a stone exhibit such a display. The crowd began to chatter. I suspected something was amiss with this moss flower. I did not expect it to be moss flower indeed. What is moss flower? Shui Xiaoyu could no longer restrain herself. Vice President Wang smiled at Yi Qing, remaining silent. Yi Qing kept his mouth shut, fixated on the stone, ignoring her. This little girl simply lacks discernment and possesses an insatiable curiosity. Shui Xiaoyu crouched beside him, giving him a hard shove and pouting. I am asking you a question. Do not tell me you do not understand. You better tell me, or I will definitely not take you to my home. Shen Junyi sighed helplessly. Having failed to intervene in time, Yi Qing glanced at her. You also hail from a family of stone gamblers and do not know what moss flower is. Shui Xiaoyu retorted. If your family had piles of stones like small mountains, would you be interested in them? So why are you interested now? Yi Qing inquired, intrigued. Shui Xiaoyu replied matter-of-factly. You are foolish. I am not interested in stones, but I am interested in jade. If you understand, please enlighten me. I wish to broaden my horizons. Vice President Wang did not believe Yi Qing could gamble stones. Generally, stone gambling experts have spent years or even decades honing their perception through experience. Yi Qing appeared too young to be a master. Moreover, considering Shui Xiaoyu's influence, he did not wish Yi Qing to continue gambling in this shop. Even if Boss Gao presented genuinely good public auction material, misfortune is something one cannot escape. Yi Qing chuckled. The vice president has good intentions. I am grateful, but I must repay this girl's debt. Otherwise, I will not pass this hurdle with the owner. Vice President Wang nodded with a smile. From his words, it was evident that Yi Qing was a person who understood the rules. In the business of stone gambling, one should not speak unless one intends to buy, much less utter curses about misfortune. Shui Xiaoyu had violated both of these rules, and Yi Qing had to make amends. However, one should choose a less expensive piece of stone to make a token gesture. There is no need to fiercely contest this particular stone. 50,000 euros. At the current exchange rate, amounts to about 450,000 yuan. Even if Boss Gao does not increase the price tenfold, 3 to 4 times is certain. If one is to acquire this stone, it would likely cost at least 2 million yuan. Blocking someone's path to wealth is akin to killing their parent. In the future, if one does not understand something, it is best to inquire later, but never speak carelessly in front of others. Yi Qing cautioned Shui Xiaoyu, and upon seeing her nod, continued. Songhua is one of the codes for gambling stones. It serves as a critical criterion for determining whether a stone possesses color. Shui Xiaoyu, having heard no further elaboration, playfully rolled her eyes. Don't brush me off. Can't you be more detailed? Didn't your father teach you any manners? Yi Qing shot her a glare, but upon noticing Shen Junyi's curious expression, he chuckled. All right, I won't stoop to your level this time. Different treatments. Shui Xiaoyu huffed lightly. She is my fiancée, Yi, and you are merely my classmate. Can it be the same? Yi Qing's lips twitched, and he swiftly changed the subject. Songhua refers to a special manifestation where the internal or shallow green of the raw stone seeps outward. By observing the depth of the Songhua's color, its quantity, and changes in form, one can infer the distribution and variation of jade color within the raw stone. The more abundant and regularly shaped the Songhua on the stone's surface, the greater the likelihood of valuable jade inside. Conversely, if the Songhua is sparse and irregularly distributed, such stones should not be gambled upon. So, this stone has dense Songhua, a regular distribution, and a pleasing color. Doesn't that mean it can be gambled on? Shui Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. Songhua is merely one aspect of the raw stone's code. You must learn to make comprehensive judgments. Yi Qing whispered. What are the differences between Gao Yao Songhua and Xiao Mian Songhua? Shui Xiaoyu pressed on relentlessly. There are several types of Songhua, with the most common being needle Songhua, which appears like needle tips protruding from the surface of the raw stone. Then there is belt Songhua, resembling a belt wrapped around the stone, long and short, with irregular shapes. As for Gao Yao Songhua, it looks like a medicinal plaster affixed to the stone, giving the impression of a large area of green. However, this type of Songhua has a very low probability of containing jade. Therefore, one must not be misled by appearances unless the raw stone exhibits exceptional qualities. In such cases, one gambles on quality rather than color. Conversely, Xiao Mian Songhua is distinct. It resembles a light yellow-green powder sprinkled on the raw stone, and when sprayed with water, the Songhua appears fresh and vibrant, indicating the presence of fine jade inside. If the Songhua forms clumps, exhibiting fine quality and rich color, it suggests that the raw stone has a significant area of green. Yi Qing finished with a grin, and Vice President Wang gave him a thumbs up. I underestimated you. A true expert. I've learned a bit, but it's enough to impress Xiaoyu. Yi Qing humbly smiled. If Vice President Wang is interested in this stone, I will let you have it. Vice President Wang chuckled. I appreciate the sentiment, but I sell jade ornaments, not gamble on stones. Coughing slightly, Yi Qing nearly choked on his own saliva. He had said so much to encourage others to buy the stone, hoping to slip away unnoticed, but unexpectedly encountered a master who did not gamble on stones. What do you mean by impress me? You don't plan to gamble, do you? Shui Xiaoyu expressed her disappointment. Yet, Vice President Wang laughed and said, since Yi Qing has made his assessment, why don't you share your thoughts on whether this raw stone is worth gambling on? Playing the fool in front of the experts makes me fear embarrassment. Yi Qing felt quite helpless as he had not yet passed the hot potato. However, Vice President Wang did not intend to let him off the hook. Gambling experts are rare, and opportunities for mutual learning are even fewer. I am all ears. Yi Qing glanced at Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, noticing Zhao Biao was eager to engage, prompting him to form an idea. If the elder is not afraid of being misled, then I shall speak, and the elder may listen. Vice President Wang nodded with a smile, gaining a deeper understanding of Yi Qing, who, despite appearing frivolous, treated others with respect. He was certainly not the rich second generation that Shui Xiaoyu had described, but rather a scion of a prominent family. Yi Qing pointed to the songhua on the stone's surface. Look here, there is a fine snake pattern hidden beneath the songhua. The presence of a snake indicates good quality. It possesses both type and color, raising the chances of a favorable outcome to 30%. Observing the songhua's manifestation, under the water spray, the color appears light green. Although it is subtle, it contains depth, rich yet not garish. If jade exists within, the color should not be poor. This is merely my bold assertion. Let the elder take heed. Chapter 92, Borrowing Luck. Yi Qing's meticulous analysis drew admiration from the crowd. Zhao Biao's gaze flickered with envy. Vice President Wang felt reassured. Although Yi Qing claimed to rely on luck, he was clearly playing with skill. The hidden snake within the songhua was something most would overlook. Yi Qing scanned the onlookers, his analysis capable of swaying hearts. Yet none stepped forward to inquire about the price, as if allowing immense wealth to slip by unnoticed. Do not dwell on it. Although Xiaoyu speaks without restraint, today, if this stone does not yield a significant return, no one here dares to gamble. Vice President Wang jested. Since you are proficient in gambling stones, you ought to assist Boss Gao in overcoming this hurdle. Yi Qing's lip twitched. This stone could be gambled on type, water, or color, but it could not be gambled on cracks. Beneath the songhua, on one side, there was a fissure thinner than a hair, which threatened the jade inside. Should the fissure worsen and develop into a crevice, it would be disastrous. Not only would the bracelet be lost, but the stone itself would be worthless. Gambling on cracks is a crucial aspect of stone gambling. Natural jadeite never lacks cracks, and they are classified into two types, large cracks and small crevices. There is a saying in gambling, prefer large cracks over small crevices. Large cracks merely hinder the spread of quality and color, yet uncracked areas may still yield good material. However, crevices are more treacherous, often leading to catastrophic spider cracks, thereby significantly diminishing the stone's gambling potential in Yi Qing's mind. Brother, if you truly dare to gamble, I can offer a lower price. Boss Gao, seeing him hesitate, grew anxious. How much? 240,000. This price is absolutely reasonable, Boss Gao insisted. This is public auction material. If it weren't for this situation, I wouldn't sell it even for a higher price. 40,000. This stone is worth only that much in my eyes. Yi Qing had already assessed the jade's value through the snake, songhua, and crevice. If not for this crevice, the stone would be worth 1 million, but one crack ruins everything. Brother, are you joking? Boss Gao's face flushed with anger. I am serious. This stone truly isn't worth that much. Yi Qing asserted. 200,000. That's my lowest offer. Boss Gao's face contorted. Not here to break the stone. Yi Qing pondered and stated seriously, if you agree, I will accept this price. Boss Gao was on the verge of tears. If we don't break the stone here, why would I bring this material out? Am I unaware that public auction prices are soaring? I just want to borrow your luck to dispel my misfortune. If we break the stone in the shop, it's 180,000. Huh. Boss Gao wants to borrow luck. That price has risen. Yi Qing chuckled. 100,000. Boss Gao knew that borrowing luck was not an easy task. This young man had analyzed all the advantages of the stone, yet no one dared to offer a price. One reason was the understanding of the rules. He did not give up on the previous bid. Most importantly, these gamblers were frightened. Gamblers are superstitious and fear misfortune, which is a sign of losing everything. If someone offers 100,000 more, I will let it go. Yi Qing stood up and surveyed the crowd. The onlookers hesitated, stepping back in unison, remaining silent. Under normal circumstances, encountering this stone would have prompted immediate purchases, but today, the misfortune in this shop was overwhelmingly heavy. 100,000 was not a trivial amount. Vice President Wang also regarded the stone favorably and pondered. Boss Gao, Yi Qing, let me mediate. 120,000. Let Yi Qing take a risk, and you can also turn your luck around. Tomorrow is a big market day. If news spreads of a collapse, no one will come to gamble here, and the loss will be far more than 1 or 200,000. Boss Gao lamented. I feel like I'm bleeding profusely. I am also a fat sheep. Yi Qing squatted down, tapping the songhua. Take a look. Vice President Wang was suddenly taken aback. He retrieved a magnifying glass and a powerful flashlight from his pocket. Upon inspection, his expression shifted dramatically as he hesitated, saying, Boss Gao, this stone is truly not worth 180,000. Boss Gao crouched down, scrutinizing it closely, and gritted his teeth, declaring, 120,000. I will heed the president's advice. Fine, I've already discarded 1,000,000. What's an additional 20,000? Yi Qing waved his hand as Lu Lu approached with an expressionless demeanor, stating, account number, I will transfer the funds. Boss Gao recited a series of numbers, and without uttering a word, Lu Lu proceeded with the transfer. Moments later, the notification of the successful transaction chimed. The deal is done. No contract needed, right? Vice President Wang inquired with a smile. No need. We are all men of principle. Yi Qing replied with a smile, returning to examine the rough stone. This time, he directed the light onto the cracks, focusing intently on them. At that moment, Yi Qing sensed the air around him distorting, as if it had taken on a tangible form, imparting an indescribable oddity. The entire rough stone materialized vividly in his vision. The skin was tightly compacted and delicate, and although the white python was slender, it intricately connected the area of the buckwheat flower, extending outward. The absence of color triggered rapid calculations in his mind, and an inexplicable thought arose within him. In the sections devoid of the buckwheat flower, the stone's shell remained firm, with uniformly sized granules. Tapping the stone shell on either side of the crack with the flashlight produced similar sounds, indicating a substantial jade content within. The cracks obstructed the spread of color, but did not sever the quality of the stone. Yi Qing formed a rough judgment. Illuminating the fog revealed a layer of white mist, beneath which the jade was likely to solidify like glue, suggesting a solid foundation. Even if it wasn't of glass quality, it was certainly high ice. Furthermore, with one side exhibiting green, even if it was not entirely green, a single bracelet could be worth 1,000,000. Based on Yi Qing's estimates, at least 3 bracelets could be produced. If the quality were even better, the price could double. Should the green be free of impurities, the value could multiply tenfold. This amounted to a potential worth of 10,000,000. Yet Yi Qing felt no joy, remaining contemplative instead. His gaze could not penetrate the fine crack, which was simply too delicate, and the light provided insufficient feedback. The only solution was to open a window to observe the interior. Open a window? Vice President Wang ventured, recognizing it as the optimal choice. When probing was futile and the concern of the crack compromising the jade was present, the purpose of opening a window was to transfer the risk to another party. Yi Qing nodded, hefting the stone and proceeding to the cutting machine. He picked up the polishing machine, inspected the grinding head, and promptly replaced it with a diamond grinding head. Without a word, he began to drill into the side of the buckwheat flower area, near the crack. The piercing sound echoed sharply, drawing the attention of passers-by, and soon nearly 20 individuals stood inside the shop, silent and holding their breath, eagerly awaiting the window's emergence. Chapter 93, A Green Knot of This World. Upon witnessing Yi Qing's method of opening the window, a glint of surprise flickered in Vice President Wang's eyes. Typically, opening a window involves polishing a palm-sized section along the buckwheat flower area, resulting in a tenfold increase in the rough stone's value. However, Yi Qing was drilling, carefully avoiding damage to the skin while penetrating the stone's interior. Are you using the Xianren knife spider technique? Vice President Wang cautiously inquired. Yi Qing smiled wryly and nodded. Reluctant for others to know this method, within the entire gambling stone community, only his master and he possessed such a skill. If Vice President Wang, a seasoned veteran, discerned the technique, he might deduce Yi Qing's lineage. Yet, for this rough stone, he could conceive no alternative approach. Yi Qing worked swiftly, and by the time he withdrew the grinding head, Vice President Wang had already doused the stone with water. The flowing water washed away the stone dust, revealing a sudden flash of green before his eyes. It's green. Vice President Wang trembled with excitement. The emergence of green signified Yi Qing's victory in the gamble, doubling the price. This stone had now transformed into a value of 240,000. He no longer bore any burden in his heart. Truthfully, Vice President Wang felt considerable pressure today. He had volunteered to assist Lao Guang in resolving the stone, only to uncover something worthless. Due to Shui Xiaoyu, he had to intervene, persuading Yi Qing to purchase the stone. Should it have been a failure, he would not only disappoint an old friend, but also tarnish his own reputation. It's green. It's truly green. Boss Gao rejoiced, dancing with glee. The appearance of green indicated that misfortune had passed. This young man possessed incredible luck, managing to unearth green even in the presence of ill fortune. A cheer erupted among the crowd. Although the stone was not his and the money would not benefit him, witnessing the emergence of green felt akin to sharing in another's fortune. 200,000. Little brother, stop polishing. I am willing to assume all risks. Lao Guang, the merchant, unexpectedly re-entered, calling out loudly. 220,000. Let me bear the risk. Another jeweler who had remained shouted. 240,000. No one contest with me. Boss Gao declared, I intend to place this material in my shop to ward off ill fortune. Shall we sell it? Vice President Wang, intrigued, quietly inquired of Yi Qing. Let us wait and see. Yi Qing pressed the powerful flashlight against the midpoint of the window, and instantly, 8 slender green lines spread from the window to the stone shell's exterior. This technique is extraordinary. Vice President Wang marveled, shaking his head in admiration. However, Yi Qing's expression revealed no pride. He had clearly perceived that flash of green, reminiscent of tender shoots in early spring, yet devoid of yellow, replaced instead by a vibrant emerald hue. This new green seemed otherworldly, a manifestation of nature's artistry. Upon seeing the green, Yi Qing felt an undeniable attraction. It radiated a soft, lethal allure. So beautiful, Yi Qing mused inwardly. The green formed a color band that spanned the entirety of the jade. Would its value triple? However, as the light continued to penetrate downward, his hopes were swiftly dashed. The minor fissures transformed into significant cracks, cleaving the green in half, reducing the originally anticipated 3 bracelets to merely 2. Even with just 2, their worth remained considerable. The rapid calculations in his mind provided a rough understanding of the jade's distribution. It measured at least 20 centimeters in length, with the thinnest section approximately 5 centimeters, while the thickest reached around 10 centimeters. Unfortunately, several cracks marred the jade, rendering it nearly worthless. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Yi Qing quickly diverted his gaze, tightly closing his eyes, which alleviated the sensation slightly. Nevertheless, his complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. What's wrong? Shen Junyi and Shui Xiaoyu simultaneously crouched beside him, supporting his arms. It's quite normal. Many who examine stones experience this condition. Vice President Wang smiled gently, explaining. Rapid cognitive processing exhausts physical energy. A brief rest will suffice. As he spoke, he moved to the opposite side to give space to the 2 women. Shen Junyi, unperturbed, wiped Yi Qing's forehead with her sleeve, asking suspiciously, is this common? Do you know why so many flock to the Yangon public auction? Vice President Wang chuckled. It's because no matter how skilled one is, they lack the stamina to examine tens of thousands of stones. The only solution is to leverage the advantage of numbers, filtering through layers before inviting experts to assess the most promising stones. The Jade King operates similarly. Shui Xiaoyu relaxed, reassured by Yi Qing's well-being. Yet, she did not withdraw her arm, allowing it to rest lightly against her heart. Every gambling stone expert has a team. Vice President Wang continued. The Jade King also has individuals who assist him in reviewing materials, selecting the most promising stones before consulting him on whether to gamble or not. Isn't that a scam? Shui Xiaoyu scoffed. But it also provides others with a chance to strike it rich. Vice President Wang remarked. However, Lao Guang is rather stingy. The public auction only permits experts from his own circle to gamble, excluding others from entry. A few individuals conversed in hushed tones, their whispers palpable in the stillness, all eagerly awaiting Yi Qing's recovery to make a decision on whether to sell or not. After a brief respite, the coolness emanating from the longsure variety of Pai Xiu had dispelled the dizziness clouding his mind, and his strength had been restored. Yet, he kept his eyes closed, contemplating the hidden jade within the stone, which held a value exceeding 50 million. However, a single crack could ruin everything, and the optimal solution would be to find a naive buyer. Yet, Lao Guang and Boss Gao had no enmity with him, making them less than ideal choices. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by 2 anxious faces, and with a dry laugh, he reassured them, saying, I am fine, just a bit mentally fatigued. Shall we sell the stone? Boss Gao cautiously inquired. I came to the Jade City today to request Master Qing's assistance in crafting some jade jewelry. Yi Qing replied with a smile, preemptively stating, we cannot afford to waste too much time, or Master Qing might become impatient and refuse to lend his hand. However, since the window has yet to be revealed, you cannot discern the clarity and hence cannot make a decision. I shall first clean the stone. A mysterious smile flickered at the corner of Vice President Wang's lips. This young man was indeed extraordinary. The so-called dizziness typically arises from rapid brain activity that outstrips nutritional supply. Another reason could be that disappointment outweighs expectation. This young man must have discerned something. Vice President Wang also illuminated the small window, only to glimpse a stunning shade of green within, breathtakingly beautiful, with a clarity of 3 points, devoid of impurities or flaws. But beyond that, it was obscured. Even the finest jade, coupled with the keenest eyes, could only reveal 3 points of clarity. In the realm of stone gambling, water is a specialized term, denoting the transparency of a piece of jade known as shui tu. Those in the circle are aware that the quality of jade water correlates with its texture or internal structure. If a piece of jade has minimal impurities and high purity, it reflects high transparency, thus termed as having good shui tu. Observing such jade, one would find it glistening and translucent, as if imbued with a watery essence. its emerald hue seemingly ready to drip. Conversely, jade with poor transparency appears dull, lifeless, and devoid of charm, indicating inferior shui tu. When examining under normal light with a flashlight, the extent to which light penetrates the jade serves as the standard for assessing shui tu, classified as 1 point, 2 points, or 3 points. 1 point indicates visibility of 3 millimeters within the jade using a strong flashlight. 2 points correspond to 6 millimeters, and 3 points to 9 millimeters. Achieving 3 points signifies the jade is of the old pit glass variety. The jade revealed through the window of this rough stone is of high ice quality, akin to the purest mineral water frozen into ice, appearing murky and white. Even experts can only discern 2 points of clarity, and beyond that, it is purely a gamble. Yi Qing's implication was clear. He was contemplating a sale, but had not yet unveiled the stone's maximum value. Yet, what exactly had he perceived? Could that barely noticeable crack truly ruin the integrity of the material? With an adept technique for opening windows and a crafty mindset, this seemingly harmless young man was akin to a fox. Vice President Wang's wariness of him surged to an inconceivable level. Just as doubts began to swirl, Yi Qing clutched the rough stone and strode directly towards the cutting machine, prompting a stir among the onlookers. This was a bold move. Was he truly going to cut the stone? After a brief moment of hesitation, the crowd surged around him. The luck of the shop had already been dismal today, and everyone was eager to see if this young man, defying the odds, could turn Boss Gao's fortunes around. Vice President Wang approached, perplexed, and asked, "Are you really going to cut it? To separate the jade from the stone, and then decide what to do next?" Yi Qing replied affirmatively, pressing the button. The machine whirred to life, its blades swiftly penetrating the rough stone, while Vice President Wang assisted in cooling it down with water. Debris and slurry flying in all directions. Wang's gaze remained fixated on the rough stone, filled with doubt. What was this young man truly up to? Had he misjudged the situation, believing that the crack had not compromised the stone? Yet, Yi Qing's cutting technique was masterful, clearly that of an expert, though the chosen cutting areas seemed amiss. Typically, one would cut along cracks or flaws to maximize the jade's potential. The price disparity between jade with green and without can be vast. Jade with streaks of green and fully green is worlds apart. The purpose of cutting along flaws is to isolate the green from the non-green sections. However, discerning where the jade lies within the stone's exterior is nearly unfathomable. What gave this young man such confidence? Did he possess a form of X-ray vision? Previously, Lao Guang's cutting had been audacious enough, but this young man's actions were even more reckless. One could hardly fathom such folly. I share your sentiment. Even the most skilled cannot discern every nuance of jade. Even if a large window is opened, there is no guarantee it won't yield mere green. As long as the green does not penetrate, the stone will collapse. This young man might be a novice, having experienced a few lucky gambles, leading him to believe himself invincible, unaware of the depths of this field. I suspect this fellow is merely charming the ladies, as evidenced by the 2 stunning girls by his side. As for gambling with stones, he's a fool. Most likely, another chimed in. Otherwise, how could he dare to act so recklessly? Let him be mad. We shall observe. A madman performing and a crowd of fools watching is quite the spectacle. Such words were met with a chuckle. Shen Junyi smiled, but remained silent, while Shui Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. The news of this event spread like wildfire, attracting even more visitors. Sister Junyi, they don't seem optimistic. Shui Xiaoyu inquired cautiously. When Yi Qing gambles with stones, he never heeds others' opinions. Shen Junyi replied with a smile. I have faith in him. In truth, Shen Junyi also found Yi Qing's audacity remarkable, yet he had repeatedly shown her what constitutes a miracle. With a sharp sound, the rough stone was cleaved in two, and Vice President Wang, quick-witted, immediately doused it with water. Mud and stone debris cascaded down, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Both pieces of rough stone revealed no trace of green. However, Yi Qing's next move left them utterly baffled. He kicked aside one half of the rough stone and seized the polishing machine, the abrasive sound once again filling the air. Witnessing this scene reignited the enthusiasm of the onlookers. Strange occurrences abound each year, but today seemed particularly rife with them. Could a cut stone still yield green? As they observed Yi Qing's actions, Zhao Biao's eyes sparkled with schadenfreude, mixed with unabashed disdain. Yet, Vice President Wang looked on with curiosity. Yi Qing had claimed he would separate the jade from the stone, and indeed, his cut was executed with finesse, severing the rough stone without harming the jade within. Moreover, Vice President Wang recognized that for Yi Qing, 120,000 was not a significant sum. Yet watching a young man so audaciously engage caused his own blood to surge. It had been years since he had felt such exhilaration. The older one gets, the more cautious one becomes. In youth, fear was a foreign concept, and cutting stones was a swift and decisive endeavor. However, in middle age, one learns to exercise restraint. opting to sell jade jewelry rather than gamble with stones, fearing a total loss. Boss Gao and Lao Guang, their eyes unblinking, watched Yi Qing cut the stone, their faces reflecting more astonishment than doubt. Observing Vice President Wang's cutting technique left them in awe. Yi Qing was utterly focused, his hands steady as if forged from iron. Opening a window was an art, and crafting a window resembling a beautiful willow leaf was a pinnacle of skill. Only such a window could deceive all eyes, revealing the jade's most exquisite hues while concealing any flaws. As Yi Qing gradually expanded the window, the grinding head emitted a piercing sound, and the crowd fixated on the grinding head and the window Yi Qing was creating, stunned to discover that the grinding head carved an elegant arc, reminiscent of a beautiful willow leaf, without a trace of excess. Chapter 95. The fish hook is baited, awaiting the fish to bite. What a terrifying force! Such exquisite craftsmanship in stone rubbing. As the onlookers marveled, Yi Qing hastened his movements. With a swift retraction of his hand, the grinding head traced a magnificent arc upon the raw stone. The unsightly original stone revealed a jade-like green, akin to the delicate brow of an unparalleled beauty. The appealing emerald green was even more enchanting, as if one were gazing into a pool of spring water without the need for illumination. All present regarded Yi Qing with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Could this lad truly be human? He had accurately anticipated the jade's trajectory. Vice President Wang, having quenched his thirst, was about to speak when he noticed Yi Qing had shifted position, continuing his work on the stone. This time, the drill bit pressed directly downwards, penetrating the original stone, yet the window was merely the size of a thumb. There was no green, but the old Guang merchant hesitated. What's the matter? The drill was laboriously cutting into the stone, indicating that the jade within must possess sufficient quality, otherwise such effort would be unnecessary. The old Guang merchant exclaimed in astonishment. As Yi Qing lifted his arm, the sound of the stone rubbing machine came to an abrupt halt. He sat down on a nearby stone to rest, while a throng of jewel merchants surged forward, each brandishing powerful flashlights to inspect the jade's interior. 3 windows were opened on 3 sides, and the size of the jade was already estimable. 2 sides exhibited green hues, pleasing to the eye, while one side displayed a colorless icy texture. Brother, will that side not be opened? The old Guang merchant asked anxiously. No more openings, it's too exhausting. Yi Qing wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. I have a general understanding of the material. My purpose in cutting the stone is merely to facilitate its transport, not for sale. The old Guang merchant was taken aback. If I were to sell, how much would you offer? Yi Qing glanced at the eager Wang Bo and Zhao Biao by his side. 20 million. The old Guang merchant casually quoted a price, leaving a group of small jewel merchants speechless in astonishment. There was no denying that old Guang was wealthy. And not just merely wealthy, but extravagantly so. If you open another window, even if it's without green, as long as the quality remains, I'll offer 30 million. Zhao Biao exclaimed, growing anxious. Chen Lu, the heiress of Tian Lu jewelry? The old Guang merchant asked in surprise. Do you know her? We are somewhat acquainted. We've dined together a few times. Yi Qing stood up. Lu, pack up, we must leave. Master Qin awaits us. And it would be impolite to keep the elder waiting. Lulu nodded, handing the plastic bag to Shun Junyi before walking over to pick up half of the original stone. 30 million. I'll offer 30 million. Zhao Biao shouted urgently. There are risks in stone cutting. I will bear the rest. Yi Qing smiled and replied. When have you ever seen me cut a stone that carries risks? Zhao Biao was taken aback. This stone was essentially clear material. With patience, the jade within could be revealed. I cannot wait any longer. I shall not rub it. Yi Qing scoffed. If you're looking to take advantage, this is not the way. 40 million. I will transfer the funds immediately. Zhao Biao gritted his teeth. Even if you take this jade to Rue Li, it won't reach Chen Lu's hands. 45 million. The task of rubbing the stone will be left to you. Upon Yi Qing's words, Lu halted, revealing the willow leaf-like window. May I take another look? Wang Bo inquired tentatively. I deal in fair trade. You may look as you wish, but not for too long. Yi Qing glanced at his phone. You have a maximum of half an hour. Upon hearing this, everyone chuckled. It was absurd to think that a stone with 3 windows needed half an hour for inspection. Yet, it also demonstrated Yi Qing's uprightness, allowing others to judge for themselves. Lu placed the stone on the ground, while Wang Bo and Zhao Biao each took a powerful flashlight to inspect the windows. Shen Junyi stood behind Yi Qing, helping to massage his shoulders. Shui Xiaoyu approached him, just as she was about to speak when Yi Qing unexpectedly pinched her calf forcefully. Junyi Jia, look at him. Shui Xiaoyu's face turned as red as if it were about to bleed. Yi Qing, unfazed, placed his hand beneath his nose and inhaled deeply. What a delightful scent. This interruption caused Shui Xiaoyu to forget her earlier query, feeling flustered as she stepped away, wary of Yi Qing's wandering hands. Vice President Wang squatted nearby, a smile on his face as he watched. He had seen such antics before. The bait was set, and now they awaited the catch. But the rules of stone gambling dictated that one should not speak of what they discern, otherwise, enmity would ensue. No wonder Qing had previously remarked that obstructing one's financial path was akin to killing their parents. That was a lesson meant for himself. Had Qing not pointed out that crack, it could be said that none in the shop would have seen the underlying intricacies. This lad had won his bets on quality and color, but was willing to offer others the chance to gamble on cracks. Wang Bo and Zhao Biao inspected for a long while the small jewel merchants took turns to gaze in admiration. The old Guang merchant stood aside, attempting to shine his light on the stone, but found it impossible to squeeze in. The atmosphere was exclusive, such occurrences were common, and Wang Bo and Zhao Biao appeared determined to prevent Qing from selling the stone to either of them or Chen Lu. After a full 20 minutes, Wang Bo finally nodded in satisfaction. I will transfer the funds. Zhao Biao, however, seized his arm. Wait, this isn't clear material. It's a gamble. This time, let us pool our resources and take a chance together. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo was greatly tempted. The stone, measuring 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide, had 5 or 6 bracelet positions. Even if it wasn't entirely green, a hint of emerald could yield a bracelet worth over $1 million. If the green were more pronounced, it could be valued at several million. Should it be entirely green, a high-grade icy jade bracelet could fetch tens of millions. There was no need for more. 3 pieces would suffice. Adding another 20 or 30 pieces, even those without green would still command 50,000. The greatest value, however, lay in the stone's potential. Releasing it in May or June could triple its price, exceeding 100 million. Let us pool our resources and transfer the funds separately, Wang Bo suggested with a grin. A 3-party transaction? Qing was taken aback. This requires a contract. Without a contract, if one party reneges, whom shall I hold accountable? Wang Bo chuckled. Didn't you bring a lawyer? Just print 3 copies. All right, you've accounted for everything. I'm impressed by both of you. Qing, feeling helpless, turned to issue a few instructions to Shen Junyi. Shen Junyi nodded with a smile, walking to the computer at the counter to quickly print 3 contracts. Qing glanced over them, writing one opened original stone in the materials section and signing his name. Wang Bo reviewed it as well, promptly transferring the funds. As soon as the bank notification arrived, Lulu nodded towards Qing, who clasped his fists in farewell, turning to leave with the plastic bag in hand. Voices of inquiry arose from the shop. Rubbing stones? Zhao Biao affirmed. Indeed, this is a significant opportunity for profit. In Chapter 96, the deal is sealed. Shui Xiaoyu followed closely behind Qing, still feeling annoyed that she had unwittingly fallen victim to his antics. How can you act this way? She grumbled. What way? Qing asked, bewildered. You can't just say things outright. You must sneak around. Uffed. Qing scoffed, glancing at her disdainfully. Tell me, which part of you can I touch openly? Shui Xiaoyu, infuriated, ground her teeth in frustration, wishing she could kick him away. You nearly ruined my big plan, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Qing snorted dismissively, retorting, Junyi Jia has warned you several times to keep quiet. You refuse to listen. So who can you blame? What? Shui Xiaoyu stared at him in shock. That piece of material. Qing touched his nose, grinning mischievously. The benefits I reap are not so easily acquired, especially since they harbor animosity towards me. Who else should I swindle? 45 million is enough to drive someone to the brink. Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed indignantly. They won't jump. Their fortunes are substantial. Qing's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he ominously stated. However, should there be another chance, the outcome may be different. He turned to Shui Xiaoyu. This is your final warning. If you speak without thinking again, you shall be dismissed. Junyi Jia, look how fierce he is. Shui Xiaoyu's eyes reddened, tears welling in her gaze. Shen Junyi smiled as she embraced her shoulder, whispering, this is not hostility. It is merely a matter of principle. I have already informed you that you should refrain from speaking during Qing's stone gambling. Today, he has shown you considerable leniency. Even Sister Amin has once faced his ire and found herself unable to lift her head. I suffered greatly and was in the wrong. Shui Xiaoyu retorted, feeling wronged. Who told you to approach him? Shen Junyi's expression darkened instantly. Did I not warn you? His affections are too profound. You cannot bear the weight of them. Shui Xiaoyu glanced at her furtively. Sister Junyi, I truly had no such intentions. Shen Junyi snorted coldly. One should rectify their faults. If there are none, they should strive for improvement. Qing approached and wrapped his arms around Shen Junyi's slim waist. Observing Shui Xiaoyu's pitiful demeanor softened his heart slightly as he chuckled. Have you considered this? If you had not spoken out of turn, would I have purchased that stone? I admit my predicament when I resell it. If you still wish to speak, are you not courting rebuke? I had no idea you did not have confidence in that stone. Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed, filled with indignation. Moreover, you sold it for such a hefty sum. Yi Qing replied with a grin, being able to profit is my skill. In the world of stone gambling, it is permitted. Did you not notice that Vice President Wang remained silent? If I had violated any rules, he would have intervened long ago. Yet at that moment, a single word from you could have rendered that stone unsellable. 120,000 is no small sum. You should either pay me or seek reimbursement from Zhao Lei. Shui Xiaoyu felt a chill at the mention of money, having just started her career. Her savings were barely over 10,000, making it impossible to compare with these extravagant merchants unless she summoned the courage to ask her family for assistance. Yet, the proud young lady pouted defiantly. That raw stone truly holds no value. You will understand soon enough. Yi Qing replied mysteriously, slowing his pace to observe the raw stones outside the shop. Shen Junyi, both amused and exasperated, lightly punched him. What are you doing? Sending others to the rooftop to await their turn while you stand below watching the spectacle? Do you not fear being splattered with blood? Mitigating risk is my foresight. But ultimately, seeing is believing. Yi Qing laughed heartily. That is commercial fraud. Shui Xiaoyu cried indignantly, waving her small fists. Yi Qing turned to her with a curious gaze. Your father is a raw stone merchant. Does he not guarantee that every stone he sells contains jade? According to your reasoning, he would be the greatest fraudster. Why not apprehend him? You are being unreasonable. Shui Xiaoyu's voice became faint. It is you who is being unreasonable, not I. Yi Qing drawled. Every circle has its own rules. The stone gambling community is no different, permitting others to sell windowed materials. Moreover, I have signed a contract that explicitly states it is a windowed raw stone. Whether it contains jade or its quality cannot be predicted by anyone. Those who dare to take it on must bear the risk. Shui Xiaoyu was left speechless, unable to respond. Yi Qing cast her a knowing glance. In truth, you and your companions should be thrown into Panjiayuan for a few years of training. Upon your return, you would all be seasoned veterans. What do you mean? Shen Junyi, curious, exchanged glances with Shui Xiaoyu, who stared at him wide-eyed, hardly blinking. In Panjiayuan, one can sell clear porcelain as though it were Ming or Qing dynasty, or pass off last week's bronze artifacts as belonging to the Shang or Zhou dynasties, without ever worrying about buyers coming back for refunds. Yi Qing grinned wickedly. Shen Junyi and Shui Xiaoyu were taken aback, pondering the absurdity of such claims. Why not? Shen Junyi asked incredulously. If such a case arose, I could sue him into bankruptcy. Do not think it is just you. Yi Qing scoffed. Even your master, Zhou Yonghe, would not be able to take legal action against him. How is that possible? Shui Xiaoyu asked, astonished. What is impossible about it? Yi Qing shook his head. They have long stipulated in the contract that they sell a piece of craftwork without ever specifying the era. If buyers are misled, they can only blame their own lack of discernment. The existence of such transactions was allowed by the state, leaving Shui Xiaoyu in disbelief. Upon exiting the store, the shopkeeper, preparing to greet customers, laughed heartily, jesting. Those who buy raw stones from me never share a single cent after extracting jade. What is done is done. Each bears their own risks. That is the rule. Shopkeeper, do you have any good materials? Yi Qing inquired with a smile. These materials are quite good, the shopkeeper replied, chuckling. They come from old sites. Although they are kilogram materials, they are not without jade. If a glass-type imperial green emerges, I will make a fortune. Both young women rolled their eyes, pouting in rebuttal. Yi Qing quickly stood up, grasping their wrists. Shopkeeper, please forgive my ignorance. I cannot comprehend. Gambling on stones is akin to playing the lottery. If you do not buy, you will never win the grand prize. The shopkeeper continued earnestly. Suddenly, someone called from behind. Yi Qing, stop right there. Chapter 97. If you act despicably, do not blame others for their ruthlessness. As Zhao Biao lunged at him, Lu snorted coldly and delivered a swift kick, sending Zhao Biao's hefty frame flying to the ground where he rolled several times, gasping for breath. Let us discuss matters. Do not attack from behind. Zhao Biao was nearly dazed from pain, struggling to articulate his thoughts. When the crowd focused their attention, they noticed a piece of material as tender as spring grass, its green hue strikingly vibrant, while another piece appeared as solid as ice, boasting excellent quality. Yet, both bore alarming cracks. In stone gambling, the term crack betting exists. Yi Qing smiled knowingly. You are also a director of the Jadeite Association. Do you not understand that taking on someone else's windowed material carries risks as well? After regaining his composure with Vice President Wang's assistance, Zhao Biao rose, shouting angrily. You clearly saw the cracks inside. You did this on purpose. Fatima. Vice President Wang was taken aback. Do you have proof? Zhao Biao felt a chill run down his spine. No proof means you are framing me. I never require evidence. Mere suspicion is sufficient. This time, let you bear some losses. Next time, I will send you to the rooftop to wait. Yi Qing declared with authority. Zhao Biao involuntarily shivered. He had never encountered such an audacious individual. The robbery case in Qingshui town is related to you. Vice President Wang fumed, shouting, "Do you realize this jeopardizes the livelihoods of all Tingchong merchants? They are the masterminds." Shui Xiaoyu instinctively surged forward, only to be firmly restrained by Shen Junyi, who shot her a sharp glare. The young girl then realized that her role was not that of a police officer, but rather a bodyguard. Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, witnessing the enraged Vice President Wang and the gathering Tingchong merchants, dared not utter a word and quickly pushed through the crowd to flee. Yi Qing, I truly had no idea this matter involved them. Vice President Wang expressed remorse. Thank you for your righteous words today, Vice President Wang. Yi Qing smiled. These are trivial matters. Although the police have yet to find evidence linking them to this incident, I believe that the truth will eventually surface. Vice President Wang nodded. If they are indeed responsible, I will appeal to the higher authorities to expel such troublemakers from the Jade Association. Seeing that Vice President Wang was a man of integrity, Yi Qing felt reassured. The Jade Association was currently rife with corruption. It was high time for reform. Vice President Wang, with an apologetic nod, shifted the topic. Are you all going to seek Master Qin? Indeed. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. I have a piece of material and would like to ask Master Qin to help carve a few ornaments. Let us go together. I wish to pay a visit to that stubborn old man. Vice President Wang laughed, walking alongside Yi Qing. However, if you wish to have Master Qin assist in carving jade, you must present quality materials. He will not assist otherwise. It was no wonder he was skeptical. Among the four, Lu held a handbag. Shen Junyi carried a lady's purse, neither of which could contain jade. Only Yi Qing held a black plastic bag. Yet, who would place a priceless treasure in a mere plastic bag? Yi Qing smiled, but did not dare to respond. Truly hesitant to reveal the glass-type Songxin green jade worth 70 million in such a public setting. Vice President Wang was well aware of this and did not press further. Master Qin, whose full name is Qin Changzheng, has two sons named Qin Hongjun and Qin Jianjun, both of whom have inherited his entire craft. While I cannot guarantee Master Qin's cooperation, I am friends with his sons. Uncle Wang, rest assured. The jade prepared by Yi Qing will undoubtedly entice Grandpa Qin to act. Shui Xiaoyu declared with pride. Do not think to bully me. Besides, Uncle Wang is not a stranger. Shui Xiaoyu, frightened, took a step back, realizing that if he were to slap her on the backside in public, she would be utterly humiliated. What is your relationship exactly? Vice President Wang inquired, noticing the oddity with surprise. Just classmates. I have a small shop in Kyoto, and Xiaoyu insisted on joining me, so she is now my employee, Yi Qing replied with a pained expression. However, her blunt nature is truly unsuitable for our line of work. Vice President Wang nodded in deep agreement. You all look down on me, Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed, catching on to Yi Qing's serious yet nonsensical remarks, cleverly concealing her identity as a police officer. Xiaoyu, in this business, there is a saying, it is wise to see through but not speak of it. Vice President Wang advised earnestly. As long as one does not violate the law or the rules of the Gambling Stone Circle, whatever others do is reasonable and legal. Moreover, today's incident cannot be blamed on Yi Qing. Had you not spoken out, he would not have purchased that stone. Furthermore, Yi Qing intended to leave after opening the window, but Wang Bo and Zhao Biao were worried he would sell the jade to an old Guang businessman, which led to the exorbitant price. However, gambling stones carry risks. Even half-gambling materials are still a gamble. If they fail, they can only blame heaven for not providing sustenance. After being reprimanded, Shui Xiaoyu pouted in grievance. Vice President Wang smiled apologetically. This girl has always despised evil and cannot tolerate any injustice. Instead of managing the family business, she runs off to work for you. Since you are classmates, please bear with her. Vice President Wang reassured that she would not suffer losses. Xiaoyu is clever and will mature with time. Yi Qing, with an air of maturity, added, Vice President Wang, your method of opening the window is commendable. One must see through but not speak of it. Yi Qing interjected with a smile. Good news seldom travels, but bad news spreads like wildfire. When the master falls into a trap, the disciple must seek vengeance. Vice President Wang understood. When Yuanshan purchased an exorbitantly priced raw stone, which yielded glass-type full green jade and resulted in the family's bankruptcy. This is no secret in the Gambling Stone Circle. Yi Qing also acknowledged being a disciple of Wen Yuanshan, implying that he recognized the master's misfortune and intended to retaliate. I will keep this matter to myself. What are you all talking about? I cannot comprehend. Shui Xiaoyu inquired curiously. Vice President Wang entrusted me to find an old man to sweep the streets in Kyoto as a son-in-law for you. Yi Qing teased seriously. I asked if he could be somewhat unattractive, and he said that would be acceptable. Chapter 98, Meeting Qin Mingyue again. Nonsense, Wang. Qin Mingyue, a friend of Yi Qing. Uncle would never demean me like that. Shui Xiaoyu glared at him fiercely. This is what you brought upon yourself. Yi Qing suppressed a laugh and spoke earnestly. Xiaoyu, one must learn from their mistakes. Do not stumble twice in the same pit. Otherwise, even heaven cannot save you. Vice President Wang nodded in agreement, lamenting, in the gambling stone circle, one misstep can lead to a lifetime of regret. Xiaoyu, it seems old Shue's foresight to keep you away from this circle was indeed wise. Shue Xiaoyu pouted in frustration. The jade shop owned by Qin Changzheng is named Xiao Jiaoyi Pin. It is a two-story building, decorated in an antique style. The shop is narrow but deep, clearly designed with a front store and back workshop layout. On either side of the shop are glass display cases, showcasing intricately carved jade ornaments. While several customers are trying them on with the assistance of staff, Yiqing leaned in to take a look, but turned to leave silently. Vice President Wang, amused, pulled him back. Judging by appearance can lead to errors. The gambling stone market is currently bleak, and fine jade is hard to come by. The stones cut are mostly of low quality, such as bean-type dry green and Maya type. Not to mention Master Qin. Even his two sons refuse to carve such inferior jade. The jade products in the display cases are all machine-carved and consigned by gambling stone patrons. Yiqing's expression softened somewhat, but remained skeptical. Shue Xiaoyu glanced towards the back of the shop and called out, Grandpa Qin, Xiaoyu has come to see you. Yiqing was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the beautiful woman who emerged, he was equally stunned. How could it be you? They exclaimed in unison, seeing yet another beauty. Shinjunyi felt both helpless and bitter. It appeared that the little Buddha's task was quite challenging. Vigilantly, she asked, do you two know each other? This is the lovely flight attendant from my flight to Rueli, Qin Mingyue. Yiqing responded with a smile. I was feeling unwell on the plane, and it was Qin Mingyue who kindly helped wipe my sweat, dirtying her handkerchief, which she refused to accept payment for. Mr. Yi, this is what we flight attendants are meant to do. Besides, it was just a handkerchief, not valuable at all. Although she was not in her flight attendant uniform, Qin Mingyue still maintained her graceful demeanor and gentle tone. Qin Mingyue smiled at Shue Xiaoyu. The reason she calls him Grandpa Qin is that he is indeed my grandfather. Haha, Yiqing awkwardly remarked. Knowing I would see you here, I should have brought a small gift. People from the capital are always so courteous. Qin Mingyue, however, playfully smiled. The boss did not make things difficult for you, did he? Now he has switched careers and is cutting stones for me. Remembering how he almost fought with Wang Liang over Qin Mingyue on the plane, Yiqing chuckled in amusement. It was merely a misunderstanding. Yiqing shook his head and laughed, pulling Shinjunyi over. Allow me to introduce, this is my fiancée, Shinjunyi, who has come to Rueli primarily to find her. Qin Mingyue looked at the stunning Shinjunyi, her gaze briefly clouded with a hint of disappointment, and smiled. A match made in heaven indeed. Mr. Yi is truly fortunate. Thank you. Shinjunyi replied with a charming smile. Miss Mingyue is also a great beauty and exudes elegance, making me feel somewhat inferior. This is all thanks to the airline's etiquette training. Qin Mingyue replied graciously, turning her attention to Vice President Wang. Uncle Wang, what brings you here? Yiqing wishes to request your grandfather's assistance in carving a few pieces of jewelry. I was concerned your grandfather might be too stubborn to agree, so I came along. Vice President Wang chuckled. Qin Mingyue laughed softly. Convincing my grandfather to work is no easy feat. He hasn't personally carved jade in many years. However, if Xiaoyu and I plead together, he might relent. She glanced at Yiqing. Come with me. Qin Mingyue led everyone up the stairs. Turning to whisper, Grandpa is having tea upstairs. If he does not agree, do not rush. I will find a way. Thank you. Yiqing smiled in gratitude, though his gaze was drawn to Qin Mingyue's swaying waist, especially the enchanting curve of her figure as she walked ahead, prompting him to push Shinjunyi in front of him. You and Sister Mingyue seem to be fated to meet across 1,000 miles, Shue Xiaoyu said with a grin. Yiqing slapped his forehead. Her emotional intelligence could surely keep her single for 100 years. Unexpectedly, Shinjunyi had already heightened her guard to the utmost level, seriously observing, Xiaoyu, if you do not marry in the future, do not blame others. I will definitely marry. Shue Xiaoyu replied incredulously. Even if I do marry, I will be a disaster for others. Yiqing stated earnestly. You should learn a bit from Sister Mingyue about reading the room. Your future will be limitless. Otherwise. What? Shue Xiaoyu retorted defiantly. Society will teach you how to behave. Yiqing patted her shoulder and ascended to the second floor, where a large living room greeted them, adorned with rosewood furniture that exuded a serene and comfortable ambience. The aroma of tea wafted through the air as an elderly man with silver hair sat elegantly in a luohan chair, preparing tea. Upon seeing the group, he did not rise but smiled and nodded. Old Qin, Vice President Wang approached first. Xiao Wang, how fortunate you are to find the time to visit this old man. Qin Changzheng inquired with a smile. I came to accompany my friend Yiqing, Vice President Wang replied respectfully. Yiqing, my young friend. Qin Changzheng displayed a hint of surprise. Grandfather, Qin Mingyue, kneeling beside him, glanced at Yi Qing and added, "This is the passenger I mentioned earlier. The one who fell ill on the plane. I never expected he would find his way to our home." Yi Qing stepped forward and slightly bowed, addressing him. "I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. This young man is quite impressive, and he possesses an admirable demeanor." Qin Changzheng nodded with a smile. "Can you brew tea?" "A little," Yi Qing replied, taking a seat opposite him. He picked up the Zisha teapot, gently swirled it, inhaled the fragrance, and poured a stream of tea over the tea pet in the tea sea. Aged for 20 years, this is exquisite tea. Qin Changzheng remained silent, watching Yi Qing as he filled the fragrant cup with hot water, gently swirling it before offering it to him with both hands. Qin Changzheng brought the fragrant cup to his nose, and then gazed at Yi Qing in astonishment. Such exquisite craftsmanship, and you could discern that this tea is aged silver. My father has a fondness for tea, and I have spent years collecting fine tea leaves for him. Thus I have learned a bit of tea art. Yi Qing smiled as he poured the tea into 6 small Zisha cups, perfectly measured, neither too little nor too much. Qin Mingyue cast a deep glance at him, assisting in distributing the cups to everyone. After tasting a sip herself, her eyes brightened. "This flavor is distinctly different." Yi Qing elaborated. "The water is poured slowly along the wall of the pot, allowing it to gently infuse the tea leaves without scalding them, thus releasing the rich aroma of pu'er tea." Yi Qing, grinning, lifted his teacup and savored a sip. One should not drink the tea in a single gulp. It should be experienced in 3 stages. The initial bitterness, followed by astringency, and culminating in sweetness. This mirrors the journey of life. "Xiaowang, you truly deserve the title of young friend." Qin Changzheng affirmed with a nod. "A remarkable individual indeed. A single cup of tea can reveal the essence of life." Shui Xiaoyu attempted to mimic, taking a tentative sip and grimacing. "All I taste is bitterness. You are still young, lacking the depth of experience. You simply cannot appreciate it yet." Qin Changzheng chuckled, waving his hand. "Young lady, I received a call yesterday. What is it that has you keeping this old man waiting?" Yi Qing cut out a piece of fine jadeite and asked Qin Grandpa for assistance in appraising it. Shui Xiaoyu said, beaming with pride. Yi Qing carefully extracted a glass-like, vibrant green piece from a black plastic bag and placed it on the table. Vice President Wang examined the priceless treasure on the table, then glanced at the black plastic bag, incredulous. "You truly," before he could finish, Qin Changzheng had already picked up 2 jadeite pieces, each the size of an adult's fist. Squinting at them against the light, the room fell silent as everyone awaited his verdict. After a lengthy pause, Qin Changzheng finally sighed. "Such fine material. It has been years since I have seen jadeite of this quality. Is it worthy of your investment, esteemed elder?" Yi Qing inquired tentatively. "What do you intend to carve?" Qin Changzheng asked earnestly. "You are testing me." Yi Qing chuckled. "The most beautiful part of this jadeite can only yield 3 pendants." Quite perceptive." Qin Changzheng nodded approvingly. "However, carving ordinary pieces from this glass-like jadeite would be a waste. It requires time to conceive a design worthy of a treasure to be passed down through generations. How long can you remain in Tingchou?" Yi Qing frowned. "Only 3 days or so. Time is certainly insufficient." Qin Changzheng lamented. "Let him keep the jadeite, that would suffice." Qin Mingyue interjected with a smile upon hearing her grandfather's agreement. "Young lady, this piece of jadeite is worth at least 100 million at current market rates." Qin Changzheng shook his head with a chuckle. "Even if he dares to keep it, I wouldn't dare accept it. Such an exorbitant price." Qin Mingyue pouted playfully, hesitant to continue. "If you have a design in mind, how long would the carving take?" Yi Qing pondered before asking. "Cutting with a water knife, carving with an electric chisel, and polishing manually can be done swiftly." Qin Changzheng replied gravely. "However, without a good concept, the material could be ruined. I will sketch a design for you to evaluate." Yi Qing smiled and took out a notepad and pen from Lulu's bag, leaning over the redwood tea table to begin drawing. One jade pendant resembled a full moon, with elegantly contoured leaves on the left, akin to a crescent moon, with a small boy lazily leaning against the leaves, a broad smile adorning his face. The second piece depicted a gourd entwined with a branch, adorned with 6 leaves arranged harmoniously. The third piece was a round peace token, with a branch above holding 6 leaves as if blown by the wind, and below it, a fox leaping with its front legs in the air and its back legs on the ground, its bushy tail stretched straight as if in pursuit of the floating branch. Though the sketches were simple, they captured the essence of the branches, leaves, figures, and foxes with remarkable finesse, the designs appearing as if they were born from nature itself. Even on plain paper, the potential beauty of the finished products was evident. Qin Changzheng's eyes lit up. "This is not merely a product, it is a gift." Yi Qing nodded with a smile. "This concept is truly commendable, yet it would squander the material," Qin Changzheng remarked, lifting the jadeite and weighing it thoughtfully. Extracting these 3 pieces would mean discarding the surrounding material entirely, leaving only enough for earrings. Such a cost is not worth it. Yi Qing chuckled lightly. What about a platinum base? Qin Changjing continued inquiring. With a platinum base, the piece would be thinner. This technique is from Jiang, maximizing the jadeite's value, which may appear more substantial but lacks the quality to endure through generations. Yi Qing shook his head, declining. Then the remaining material would only allow for 4 pendants. Qin Changjing lamented. I still need to carve a laughing Buddha for Shui Xiaoyu. Yi Qing added with a grin. Qin Changjing was taken aback, glancing at Shui Xiaoyu. Don't you already have one? Such extravagance. His expression twisted, reflecting disappointment. Grandpa Qin, I truly acted carelessly, fearing my father's reprimand, which is why I asked Yi Qing to share a bit of jadeite with me. Shui Xiaoyu's voice trembled as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Qin Changjing's mood lightened slightly, and he stated seriously, even without using the most exquisite part of this jadeite. Do you realize how much it would cost to carve a laughing Buddha from such material? This piece is a gift for Xiaoyu. No payment is necessary. Yi Qing hurriedly interjected, concerned that Shui Xiaoyu might cry. Even so, one must ensure clarity and integrity in dealings. Qin Changjing insisted. A laughing Buddha crafted from this material would be worth at least several million, and if auctioned, it could easily exceed 10 million. Xiaoyu certainly owes you a significant favor. Yi Qing laughed heartily. The younger generation does not suffer losses. Xiaoyu promised to persuade her father to allow me to select gambling stones. You gambled this material? Qin Changjing exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Qing humbly smiled. It was merely good fortune. Qin Lao, this is not mere luck. It is true skill. Vice President Wang chuckled. Today, my young friend demonstrated his prowess in gambling for a stone, leaving me utterly amazed. He recounted today's events in hushed tones. Not only did Qin Changjing raise his eyebrows in surprise, but even Qin Mingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment as she gazed at him. To think you are also a master at gambling stones. Qin Changjing laughed heartily. However, do you know how many years it has been since I have seen a glass like jadeite with 3 colors? It is precisely because I understand its rarity that I cannot bear to sell it. I wish to create adornments for my family. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Indeed. Qin Changjing nodded in approval. Excluding Xiaoyu's piece, what do you intend to do with the remaining 3? Could you carve a string of beads? Yi Qing's suggestion stunned everyone. Carving beads? Do you realize how much material would be wasted? Qin Changjing lamented. This is not the same as making pendants. The leftover material from pendants can be used for earrings. However, carving beads requires cutting the material into smaller pieces to shape them, leading to significant waste, a true squandering of resources. Due to certain special circumstances, I owe my grandmother a bracelet. After a lengthy search, I have yet to find a suitable material, which is why I have decided to craft her a string of beads, Yi Qing said with a cheerful smile. My grandmother cannot wear a Buddha. Could we perhaps substitute it with a gourd? Yi Qing asked earnestly. Qin Changjing was taken aback. She cannot wear a Buddha? Being a soldier. Well, one could consider her an old revolutionary. Yi Qing replied with a shy smile. Coming from a military family. How did you learn to gamble on stones? Qin Changjing was even more astonished. Yi Qing chuckled. My predecessors have a name that resonates with the spirit of the times. They chose to carve jade. I too have followed suit. My family does not require me to do anything, yet I have an inherent penchant for adventure. By a stroke of luck, I became an apprentice to my master and embarked on this path. Respecting one's teacher, Qin Changjing looked at him with a peculiar expression. Carving jade is indeed an extension of the stone gambling industry. In his youth, he also enjoyed gambling on stones, knowing that jade carving masters often have a lineage. Due to certain matters, my master's health has been ailing, Yi Qing said with a bittersweet smile. Until the circumstances are clarified, I cannot disclose the name. I hope for your understanding. Qin Changjing glanced at Vice President Wang, who nodded slightly, and thus refrained from further inquiries. He turned to Qin Mingyue. Bring your father and uncle up. Qin Mingyue acknowledged and went downstairs. Now that we have the blueprints, I wonder how long it will take. Yi Qing inquired eagerly. With 4 plaques, I will personally handle the round moon and willow leaf plaques, while the Red Army will take care of the laughing Buddha and the safe buckle, and the army establishment buckle beads. It should take approximately 2 hours. So fast. Yi Qing was somewhat astonished. Do you not trust my craftsmanship? Qin Changjing asked with a grin. Yi Qing cast a glance at the laughing Buddha placed on the table by Shui Xiaoyu. Your skills are impeccable, esteemed elder. I am in complete admiration. Yet I do not know how much you would charge. Perhaps 5 million? Qin Changjing mused before laughing. Shui Xiaoyu nearly jumped up, playfully protesting. Grandfather Qin, you are being unreasonable. Xiaoyu, do not cause trouble. The price set by the elder is fair. Yi Qing hurriedly interjected. Only those who truly understand the art of jade polishing can be considered true masters. It requires years of experience to dare to make such a guarantee. What is jade polishing? Shui Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Yi Qing glanced at Qin Changzheng, noting his silent smile, and explained, carving such exquisite jadeite necessitates the three major processes of water adjustment, color adjustment, and light adjustment. However, these four plaques were selected from the most perfect sections of the jadeite, and no expense was spared. Thus, water and color adjustments are unnecessary. Qin Changzheng clapped in admiration. Precisely. The thinner a jade plaque is, the better its quality. However, that is merely a merchant's pursuit of profit. Thickness is where true value lies. This piece of jadeite is genuinely old pit glass type, sufficiently aged, with 3 parts water, and its color has reached a radiant intensity. The only shortcoming is that the green has a hint of yellow, making it somewhat delicate and less than perfect. However, after light adjustment, it reaches a level of brilliance without being gaudy, truly representing the upper 3 colors. What are the upper 3 colors? Shen Junyi inquired with a smile. Yi Qing cast a knowing glance at Shen Junyi. In the realm of jadeite, green is supreme, with imperial green, emerald green, and jade green representing the top 3 grades. Deep green is not gaudy, while the middle 3 grades include yellowish green, apple green, and onion green, which possess a brightness that can be captivating. Yet, for women from prestigious families, such allure is excessive. Shen Junyi's cheeks flushed slightly, fully aware of what Yi Qing meant by excessive allure, which is absolutely prohibited in noble circles. Thus, Qin Changzheng specifically adjusted the light to achieve brilliance without gaudiness. At that moment, Qin Hongjun and Qin Jianjun, accompanied by Qin Mingyue, walked in. They were 2 middle-aged men in their 40s who greeted everyone with smiles, but upon seeing the glass-type onion green, they could no longer engage in pleasantries and focused intently on their observations. Qin Changzheng had already opened a partition on the 2nd floor, revealing a spacious studio of at least 100 square meters. The Qin brothers examined the jadeite and blueprints before hurriedly entering the workshop to operate the water cutting machine. The greatest advantage of the water cutter is that it does not generate high heat during the cutting process, preventing the jadeite from changing color. However, the cost is exorbitant, as such a machine can exceed 10 million, which most studios cannot afford. Yi Qing entered with a plastic bag, glancing at the tools, which were impressively complete. Vice President Wang followed closely, joking. What? Are you not at ease with Elder Qin? No. I merely wish to borrow the polishing machine to polish a few stones. Yi Qing replied with a cheerful grin. Elder Qin, I hope you do not mind. What sort of stones? Let me have a look. Qin Changzheng asked curiously. Yi Qing placed 4 stones on the workbench with a smile. Qin Changzheng and Vice President Wang gasped in unison. Hojiang. How could this be Hojiang? Such material has not been seen in over 20 years. By chance, I acquired these few pieces and wish to polish them to see what lies within. If they are good, I shall carve them into ornaments, Yi Qing said with a smile. What a bold undertaking. I am ashamed in comparison. Vice President Wang chuckled, saying, after years in the jadeite ornament business, I would never dare to spend over 100 million to make jewelry for my family. Chapter 101, Glass-type Red Spring. Such exquisite jadeite, no one dares to guarantee they will encounter another after missing this opportunity. Yi Qing smiled. However, family is unique. The finest things should naturally be given to them. Qin Changzheng nodded slightly, recognizing that this young man is a master of stone gambling but not a reckless gambler, which is commendable. He led Yi Qing to a nearby workstation, where a polishing machine was set up. Let us use this tool. I am eager to see what surprises these 4 pieces of Hojiang rough stones will bring. The act of cutting stones, whether one is own or not, always brings an irresistible urgency. Yi Qing activated the polishing machine, taking a piece of garlic skin Hojiang material weighing around 7 to 8 taels. The skin was tight, the granules uniform, and the needle-like spots prickly to the touch. The blade spun rapidly, yet Yi Qing's hands remained steady, skillfully rotating the Hojiang stone in his palm, delicately removing a thin layer of stone skin without harming the jade flesh within. A master. Qin Changzheng genuinely praised him, though small. The Hojiang stone has a thin skin and a large core, and one misstep could damage the jade flesh, leading to regret. Gambling stones, cutting stones, polishing stones, these are all skills honed by masters. Vice President Wang shook his head with a wry smile. I truly do not understand how his master taught him. There are no shortcuts in cutting and polishing stones. It all relies on rigorous practice. Qin Changzheng shot him a glance. This young man has likely cut through thousands of stones to possess such steady hands. The small Hojiang stone was quickly polished down to the size of an egg, revealing a high ice black jade, dark and pleasing to the eye. Yet, Yi Qing frowned, remaining silent as he examined it. Vice President Wang asked in surprise, this is also a high-grade jadeite. Are you not satisfied? Yi Qing sighed and shook his head. I wish to create pendants for my mother and mother-in-law, Black jade is not suitable. Do not be too greedy. Even divine beings cannot discern a piece of jade before the stone skin is removed. Qin Changzheng laughed heartily. If you do not mind, we could also try our luck, as there are still 3 pieces remaining. Please. Yi Qing gestured in a courteous manner, stepping back. Qin Changzheng picked up a piece of Hojiang stone with a bayberry skin, bringing it close to the blade. Just as he made a tiny incision, he washed the Hojiang stone in water and exclaimed in delight, "Red spring." Yi Qing instantly felt a jolt, stepping forward to see the jade flesh emerging within. The so-called spring refers to a violet hue, while red spring denotes a purple with a subtle hint of red. Although it cannot compare to royal purple, red purple is quite rare among purple jadites. Qin Changzheng examined it closely. The quality is excellent, also high ice. ISN T Hojiang known for its glass type. Yi Qing also noticed the quality, finding the base exceptionally good, free of impurities and cotton. Unfortunately, it is not glass type, he lamented, shaking his head. Vice President Wang chuckled at him. Glass type red purple is only 1 grade below glass type imperial green. Do not be too greedy. High ice red purple, once crafted into ornaments, would be snatched up in an instant on the market. Qin Changzheng had not heard the two speak at all. His gaze remained fixated on the opening of the window, and he raised his head with a smile, exclaiming, "The pendant is complete." The stone polished quickly, weighing around 30 to 40 grams, resembling a pigeon egg, with a rich interplay of red and purple hues that exuded opulence. Vice President Wang, unable to contain his excitement, picked up another piece of Hojiang stone and began to polish it. Yi Qing stood beside Qin Changzheng, observing the red-purple pigeon egg. Qin Changzheng remarked, "It requires minimal embellishment. We only need to adjust the water, color, and light to achieve the optimal shade of red and purple. Leave it to Qin Lao." Yi Qing smiled, saying, "We'll settle the costs later." Qin Changzheng laughed heartily. "It's not that the old man is greedy. It's just that this material deserves every bit of my craftsmanship." Soon, Vice President Wang had polished his piece of Hojiang stone as well, revealing a high ice Xinjiang green, deep and rich without being garish, yet its shape was peculiar, resembling a thumb-sized crooked green gourd. Presenting the jade to Yi Qing, he chuckled, "I have lived up to my duty. The Hojiang stone never fails to deliver." Qin Changzheng countered, "Try polishing another stone." Vice President Wang chuckled mischievously, his hands itching with eagerness. "Yi Qing, will you give this one a try?" "Perhaps it's best if Vice President Wang takes charge," Yi Qing replied, observing his anxious demeanor and gesturing for him to proceed. Meanwhile, he and Qin Changzheng began discussing what kind of ornament would suit the crooked gourd-like high ice Xinjiang green. After examining it from various angles, Qin Changzheng concluded, "Let us fashion it into a gourd pendant, smooth and translucent, symbolizing longevity and prosperity." Yi Qing could not think of an alternative design, and given the limited material, only a few grams remained after trimming the edges. He agreed, "Let us go with Qin Lao's suggestion. What about the MCU? Have you thought about what to create with it?" Having settled on 2 pendants, both promising significant value, Qin Changzheng's spirits were particularly high. "Let us craft a handpiece, keeping its original form, and carve a coiling dragon." Yi Qing's idea came to him in an instant. The MCU might not be suitable for women, but for men, it was perfect. He had an elderly gentleman at home, and neglecting to prepare a gift for him would surely invite displeasure. After half an hour, the second piece of garlic skin rough stone was polished, revealing a piece of ice spinach green, shaped like a ferocious tiger. "No need to ponder. Let us carve it into a tiger figurine." Qin Changzheng chuckled, "It will be perfect for the old general." It seemed they would have to try their luck again tomorrow. Yi Qing sighed. "What is wrong? Is it not enough?" Qin Changzheng and Vice President Wang looked at him incredulously. This young man was insatiably greedy. The red-purple pigeon egg was for his mother, the green gourd for his mother-in-law, the MCU egg for his grandfather, and the tiger figurine for the grandfather of the Liu family. The bracelet for his grandmother was complete, but he still needed something for his grandmother from the Liu family. Yi Qing frowned. "What should I gift her?" Qin Changzheng and Vice President Wang exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Such rarities, which ordinary people might never encounter in a lifetime, were in his possession, yet he remained unsatisfied. Vice President Wang smiled awkwardly. "Yi Qing, could you spare me one of those 3 pieces? Name your price." Before Yi Qing could respond, Qin Changzheng burst into laughter, patting him on the shoulder, teasing, "You might as well give up. Did you not notice what the 3 pieces have in common? Leaves." Vice President Wang suddenly understood, looking at him with a peculiar expression, "At such a young age, you are quite fortunate in love. To be young is to be flirtatious." Qin Changzheng winked, chuckling. "An explanation is merely a disguise." Vice President Wang jested. "No matter how you justify it, those 3 pieces are all carved with leaves. You cannot deny it. Then let us not explain. Think what you wish." Yi Qing reflected for a moment, realizing he could not provide a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 102. The Coiling Dragon Around the Cloud Pillar. The round moon willow leaf pendant was for Lu Yu, the intertwined gourd was for Shen Junyi, and the safety token was intended for the white fox. Tomorrow is the market day. Many old Mian will come across the river to sell stones. You might just get lucky and find a stone that satisfies you, solving your problem in one go. Qin Chongjing admired his filial piety. The jade he had crafted for his family had already exceeded 150 million, a sum not everyone could part with. However, you should prepare ample cash. The old Mian do not accept transfers or checks, Vice President Wang advised. Qin Chongjing turned to see Qin Hanjun had already used a water knife to cut the 4 pieces of material and was now slicing the remaining material into smaller blocks. One task should not burden 2 masters. Qin Chongjing chuckled. You will design the drawings for these 2 hand pieces. I will handle the pendants and strive to make them perfect. Yi Qing, understanding the gravity of the task, took the 2 pieces of high-iced jade to the living room. With a silver-white pen in hand, he began to draw a coiling dragon on the MCU while being observed by the women. The dragon's head was perfectly positioned at the top of the MCU, forming the shape of a coiling dragon around a cloud pillar. The ice spinach green depicted a reclining tiger, peacefully snoring. Yet its forelegs were sprawled while its hind legs were tense, seemingly ready to pounce at any moment, letting out a roar that would shake the mountains. Though the strokes were few, they vividly captured the ferocity of the dragon and the strength of the tiger, evoking a profound sense of awe. Qin Chongjing gazed at the completed jade pieces, his expression turning serious. What is the significance? Vice President Wang inquired curiously. Qin Chongjing exhaled slowly. The coiling dragon symbolizes a dragon that remains grounded, also known as a group dragon. It is the fiercest beast on earth, and in ancient times, such motifs could only adorn the robes of princes or high-ranking officials. The reclining tiger, also known as the mountain tiger, preys on humans, lying in wait, poised to strike. This design is typically used for tiger talismans. It seems this young man does not hail from an ordinary military family. Yi Qing shook his head and laughed. Your insight is astute. Both of my elders have served in the military, but now they are no different from ordinary seniors, quietly enjoying their retirement and watching over their grandchildren. Qin Chongjing nodded with a smile, recognizing the young man's humility and depth. However, there is only one prominent family with the surname Yi in the capital. Since he was unwilling to disclose it, there was no need to expose him. Well then, the designs are complete, and it is no longer your concern. Trust in my expertise and go out to play. Yi Qing understood that every craftsman cherishes his skill. Realizing this was a gentle dismissal, he smiled and nodded. I entrust it to you, senior. Turning, he led the group downstairs. Shen Junyi linked her arm through his, playfully asking, where are we off to? Yi Qing glanced down at his phone, smiling as he read the text. We'll be staying in Tengchong for a few more days. You've packed too few clothes, and Xiaoyu hasn't even prepared her luggage. Let us first go buy you some outfits. He looked up at Qin Minghua. Could I trouble you to allow me a small act of gratitude? Qin Minghua, who also wished to join, hesitated. I still need to help at the store. Sister Minghua, just have the staff watch over it. Let us all go. Shui Xiaoyu pleaded. After a moment's thought, Qin Minghua agreed, giving the staff a few instructions before following the group out toward the parking lot outside the Jade City. Seeing Lulu open the door of an Audi, she exclaimed in surprise, Did you buy a car here? I did, but it's not this one, a few days ago. A tire was punctured and sent for repairs, so I'm borrowing this one from a friend. Yi Qing replied with a cheerful smile as he opened the door, letting the 3 girls sit in the back while he took the front passenger seat. To the silkworm farmer's home. There's a silkworm farmer's home here? Lulu asked. Astonished. Yes, I just found it. Yi Qing confirmed, placing his phone on the navigation stand. Lulu glanced at the screen and drove off. What on earth is a silkworm farmer's home? Shui Xiaoyu asked, curious. It's a luxury goods specialty store, Qin Minghua replied with an elegant smile. It seems Mr. Yi is planning to splurge today? Shen Junyi smiled sweetly, her gaze toward Yi Qing, filled with admiration. Calling your fiancé Yi sister is quite cruel for the single dogs. Qin Minghua joked, if I don't call you Mr. Yi, then you shouldn't refer to me as benefactor either. I am older than you. Just call me sister. When did Sister Minghua become a flight attendant? Yi Qing readily complied, promptly changing his address. At 18, I participated in the flight attendant selection right after finishing high school. Qin Minghua replied, her smile radiant. How many years have you been a flight attendant? 10 years. Qin Minghua, without a moment's hesitation, suddenly came to a realization and chided with a smile, the cunning of the capital's men knows no bounds. Are they not aware that a woman's age is her greatest secret? Upon hearing that Qin Minghua was already 28, 6 years older than Yi Qing, Shen Junyi felt her defenses dissipate, laughing, I truly did not perceive it. I thought Sister Minghua was the same age as I. Qin Minghua, playfully tossing her hair back, lamented, Compared to you young ladies, I feel like an old woman. Turning her gaze towards Shinjunyi, she added, I genuinely envy you for encountering someone you adore at such an opportune age. Shui Xiaoyu scoffed. Sister Mingyue is not old at all. Oh, Xiaoyu. 25 is a pivotal age for women. If you cannot find a suitable man by then, you might as well become a formidable warrior. Do not follow in my footsteps. Qin Mingyue said with a self-deprecating smile. Yi Qing chuckled. Sister Mingyue serves in business class, surrounded by elites. Catching a wealthy man must be an effortless task. Easy for you to say. Qin Mingyue shot him a playful glare. As flight attendants, we embody the elegance of queens and the etiquette of princesses. Yet we perform the duties of maids. Moreover, constantly flying leaves no time for home. Nowadays, men are as shrewd as monkeys. Who would be willing to marry a flighty vase? All these years, have you not encountered a suitable one? Shui Xiaoyu inquired, her eyes widening in surprise. Those who are handsome and wealthy have long been snatched by other women, Qin Mingyue replied with a smile. The rest are those others have picked through and discarded. Wealthy men are often older, while young ones lack funds. The most dreaded are the charming, attentive, and romantic young men who will squander your money and then run off with a wealthy woman, leaving you with nothing. Shinjunyi and Shui Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Qin Mingyue said earnestly, do not laugh. I speak the truth. The life of a flight attendant may seem glamorous, but the hardships are known only to oneself. At my age, I am nearing the end of my flying days, with a horde of young ladies waiting to take my place. If I cannot catch a wealthy man, I may as well become a diligent worker, enduring until I transform into a formidable warrior. Chapter 103. Qin Mingyue's entrepreneurial plan. Little girl, understanding is one thing, but speaking it out loud is another. Qin Mingyue playfully scolded, then sighed lightly. This is merely one reason. A woman must either have love or wealth. It is imperative to possess one or the other. I intend to start my own business after I stop flying. If I cannot find love, I shall become a wealthy woman. Yi Qing inquired with a smile, what entrepreneurial plans do you have? Instead of answering, Yi Qing countered, you fly to Jingdu. Have you not considered starting a business there? Qin Mingyue replied with a touch of pride. The gambling stone market in Jingdu is too small, yet the expenses are exorbitant. It is not suitable for entrepreneurship. It seems Sister Mingyue has conducted market research, she said confidently. Yi Qing smiled. I presume Qin Lao did not agree? Qin Mingyue was taken aback. How do you know? Because your market research is not comprehensive. Yi Qing said seriously. DeLong's jade processing business has already been monopolized by the Jade Association shops. Joining them is akin to competing in a den of wolves. But with the skills of my grandfather and his peers. Indeed, Yi Qing nodded. Their craftsmanship is masterful. But what you do not realize is that mid-range jade processing relies heavily on machinery, lacking artistry and profit. A machine can carve a bracelet for merely 300 yuan, and the brand adds another 200. Mid-range jade has slightly better pricing, but it is still limited. Even the shops under the Jade Association are struggling. The true profit in this industry comes from high-end jade. Jiang is where the jade masters converge, and the entire high-end jade processing market is monopolized by them. Even if Qin Lao moves his shop to DeLong, he cannot secure high-end processing business. Shinjunyi was astonished, asking, this time, the Rue Li Jade Association aims to monopolize the gambling stone market? That is a possibility. Yi Qing pondered, if Chun Lu speaks the truth. The Jade Association does not want them to open a gambling stone public auction again. Rue Li monopolizes the gambling stones, while Lao Guang dominates processing, each reaping their own benefits. Qin Mingyue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What you say is true. Currently, merchants under the Jade Association have begun acquiring high-end jade at any cost. Yi Qing shook his head, however. Their jade processing skills do not reach the level of the masters in Jiang. The craftsmanship accounts for 30% of the price of a high-end jade item. Thus, they continuously inflate the prices of high-end jade, waiting for the right moment to sell it at a premium to Lao Guang. They will then take the profits from Lao Guang to sweep through the public auction in Yangon. This plan is exceedingly ambitious. Shinjunyi silently nodded, realizing why her father had become a thorn in the side of the Jade Association. Qin Mingyue's ambitious entrepreneurial plan was entirely dismissed, and she lamented. It seems I can find neither love nor become a wealthy woman. Actually, I do have a collaborative opportunity. Yi Qing said earnestly. I plan to open a gambling stone shop at the Jingdu Wanggong Business Club, specifically for those affluent individuals to gamble on stones. Wait, did you just say the Jingdu Wanggong Business Club? Qin Mingyue exclaimed. Indeed. Qin Mingyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she pressed on. You are Yi Qing, who opened a stone shop in Panjiayuan, and Yi Huan, the esteemed Ye's brother, is your sibling. You are revered as the young master of the Yi family in Jingdu. Sister Mingyue did not know this beforehand. The elite gather there, particularly for the exquisite cuisine that is beyond earthly delights. It is a pity I have spent 10 years seeking a wealthy man, only to have missed the opportunity to cross paths with you, a true noble. Everyone burst into laughter. Yi Qing sighed. Sister Mingyue is not trying to pursue me, is she? Qin Mingyue took a deep breath to calm herself and teased. The age gap is too great. Besides, even if I had such thoughts, you are already taken, and not just by one person. I have no desire to be a mistress. Shen Jinyi felt a bit embarrassed and shyly clutched her arm. Sister Mingyue, you are digressing. Qin Mingyue steadied her racing heart and asked with composure, how do you plan to collaborate? Once the gambling stone shop at the Jingdu Business Club opens, it will surely yield a substantial amount of jade, and high-end jade will be no exception. Yi Qing contemplated, if we have the expertise of jade masters involved, these wealthy individuals need not send their jade to Jiang for processing. They could simply hand it over to you. Qin Mingyue's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting we open a jade processing workshop at the Wanggong Business Club? Yes. Moreover, the jade I acquire through gambling will also be sent to you for processing into accessories, followed by holding high-end jade accessory auctions at the Wanggong Business Club. Yi Qing smiled. This would mean providing a complete service of gambling, processing, and auctioning at the Wanggong Business Club. You are establishing a jade empire of your own. Qin Mingyue's eyes sparkled brighter. It essentially amounts to opening a miniature public auction in Jingdu. Astute. Yi Qing praised. Suddenly hearing this plan, Shen Junyi was taken aback, finally saying, what Baihu said is correct. The wolves come to Jingdu to hunt. Qin Mingyue anxiously pondered. What is the feasibility of this plan? Currently, the urgent matter is to establish channels for acquiring raw stones. Yi Qing smiled. I have already reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with Wang Hong, and if I can secure a partnership with Xiaoyu's father as well, we can ensure a continuous supply of raw stones for the stone shop. My target for high-end raw stone procurement includes the public auction, Huajin, and Laoqingxin. If Baihu's channels are reliable, there is a 90% chance this will succeed. Masters are difficult to recruit. The jewelry merchants in Laoguang are quite cunning. Nearly all their jade masters and stone consultants are bound by lifetime contracts. Yi Qing mused with a wry smile. Chen Lu's desperate attempts to recruit you were to bind you to her chariot for life. Shen Junyi gritted her teeth in frustration. I considered her a good sister, yet she harbored such intentions. Chapter 104. The Schemes of the Little Buddha. Qin Mingyue scoffed. The merchants of Laoguang once offered substantial sums to recruit my grandfather, but he declined. Qin Lao, a master craftsman with lofty aspirations, was reluctant to engage in discussions of profit with merchants, even less inclined to be tethered to the chariot of Laoguang, especially considering such bindings spanned generations. Yi Qing cast a profound gaze in her direction and remarked, however, I harbor no such intentions. Once those affluent individuals unearth high-grade jadeite, they will undoubtedly refrain from selling it. Instead, they will transform it into ornaments for personal adornment and collection, which represents your most significant profit margin. The high-grade jadeite necessary for auctioning these ornaments can only be procured through my own ventures. Hence, our collaboration is one of commission processing. What must we do then? Qin Mingyue inquired in surprise. I can provide accommodation, venue, and jade carving tools. Yi Qing chuckled. You merely need to bring your skills along. The question is, what do I require of myself? The ambitions that Qin Mingyue had just begun to cultivate were promptly extinguished. Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed fiercely, how stingy of you, merely offering 1/10,000th. Yi Qing smiled and chose to ignore her. Qin Mingyue quickly interjected, do not speak out of turn. You must understand that the auction price of every high-grade jadeite ornament is in the millions, not to mention a base salary of millions. As a flight attendant, I only earn 30,000 a month, and with bonuses and commissions, my yearly income barely reaches 400,000. I consider myself a true white-collar worker. What can I assist you with? Shen Junyi asked, her brow furrowed and her tone laced with bitterness. But women ought to possess their own careers. Moreover, I have some leverage in front of Xiao Fo Yi concerning your enterprise, Shen Junyi remarked with a bitter smile. Once this empire takes shape, a separate company will be registered. Yi Qing laughed heartily. Whether it be the Wang Palace Club or the Gambling Stone Company, both require legal counsel. If you do not mind the toil, you could take over that segment. Shen Junyi expressed her astonishment. Wang Palace Club, will fifth brother agree? Do you know why Lu Yi wishes to take charge of the Wang Palace Business Club? It is not due to her lack of desire, but rather her lack of authority. Do not keep me in suspense, just say it. Shen Junyi demanded, irritated. Yi Qing grinned mischievously. Because it explicitly states on the shareholders' contract that I possess 40% of the shares. Shen Junyi felt a wave of dizziness. Why didn't she inform me? Yi Qing chuckled wickedly. Shen Junyi, incensed, ground her teeth and stomped her foot. So Xiao Fo Yi is wary of me. Qin Mingyue, filled with curiosity, asked, wait. Who is Xiao Fo Yi? The owner of Yuan Yu Lu Yi, Shen Junyi retorted, the matriarch of the Yi family, my immediate superior. Shui Xiaoyu gazed at Qin Junyi in shock. So you are indeed a mistress. If you cannot speak properly, then be silent. Yi Qing rebuked. Sister Junyi may not manage the household, but she is still the lawfully wedded wife. Shui Xiaoyu was about to retort when she noticed several individuals glaring at her menacingly, causing her to feel a pang of guilt, and she weakly added, the regulations only allow one marriage. Qin Junyi responded with calmness. Xiao Fo Yi stated that she has raised pigs for 20 years and could not bear to slaughter them, only for me to strike first at Rueli. In fact, I was with Yi Qing before her. I simply chose not to compete, as I could not win. Pigs, huh? Shui Xiaoyu smiled mischievously at Yi Qing. Qin Mingyue understood and lamented. So Yi Qing was still single on the plane. I regret not making a move sooner. If I had acted then, there would have been no issues for you. Best to keep your distance from him. Qin Junyi retorted defiantly. I may be easy to bully, but Xiao Fo Yi is not to be trifled with. Sister Lu Yu has defeated all opponents in the city. Even fifth brother keeps his distance from her. Lu, who had remained silent, finally spoke softly. She is indeed formidable. How impressive! Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed, astonished. Not only is her martial prowess exceptional, but she is also a distinguished graduate of Tsinghua University. Qin Junyi sighed. She has transformed Yi Qing's stone studio into a money-making beast, earning wealth by the day. Yi Qing, my brother, may I interview you? Qin Mingyue asked sweetly, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Currently, Tengchong, Jigao, and DeLong's gambling stone markets are all declining. Why does your stone studio thrive? Yi Qing chuckled. It is quite simple. Kyoto is the heart of Huaxia, filled with numerous historical sites. Panjiayuan is a renowned antique market, attracting over 100,000 visitors daily. Compared to Tengchong, DeLong, and Jigao combined, the foot traffic here is immense. As people have grown wealthier, spending a few thousand on gambling stones to relish the thrill is within reach for everyone. Hence, the low-end gambling stone market remains unsaturated. Then why do you intend to establish a high-end gambling stone shop? Qin Mingyue pressed on. Kyoto is also a gathering place for the wealthy. However, expecting them to travel to Yangon for public auctions is impractical. Their busy schedules do not permit such time, and their pursuit of gambling stones is for the thrill, not instant wealth, Yi Qing explained gradually. Currently, the gambling stones in Tengchong, DeLong, and Jigao are merely new materials. Even if there are public auction materials, they are not easily encountered. Those who are inexperienced in gambling stones will be fleeced here. If a high-end gambling stone shop were to emerge in Kyoto, auctioning only public auction materials, while it cannot guarantee every stone will yield jadeite, the odds of finding one would be significantly higher than searching for a needle in a haystack. Yi Qing exhaled, his gaze distant as if envisioning a torrent of wealth rolling in. These individuals are winners in life. They have savored all pleasures. Now, they seek to expand their commercial empires and indulge in thrilling experiences. I am fortunate enough to provide them with such an opportunity. Shui Xiaoyu scoffed. Why not say you are capitalizing on their mindset to profit? This is inherently a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yi Qing smiled. There is nothing wrong with me earning a bit of money. Shui Xiaoyu, intrigued, asked, you are already wealthy. Why exhaust yourself to earn more? Just then, an Audi turned into a parking lot, and Yi Qing pointed at a sign for a silkworm breeding family, chuckling, once you step inside, you will understand what it means to be short on funds. Chapter 105. The beauty is also fierce. As the group disembarked, they approached a grand glass storefront where two bodyguards in black stood at the entrance, extending their hands to block the way. Sorry, but our young lady has reserved the entire venue today. Reserved? Yi Qing's eyebrows raised in disbelief. Who possesses such wealth to rent out the silkworm breeding family's establishment? The chairman of the Ma Bang Travel Company. One of the black-clad bodyguards replied coldly. Indeed, it has been reserved. Yi Qing's voice suddenly rose in astonishment. A staff member clad in a red qipao hurriedly emerged, and upon seeing the group being halted by the bodyguards, she smiled sweetly. Who claims this place is reserved? It is I. The bodyguard shot her a glance. What of it? The qipao-clad beauty produced a walkie-talkie and announced, cancel Chairman Ma's membership and have her leave. You dare. The bodyguard stepped forward, attempting to seize the walkie-talkie from her grasp. Suddenly, a snow-white leg shot out from the qipao, and the sharp heel struck the bodyguard's abdomen, creating a deep gash from which blood gushed forth. The other bodyguard lunged forward, aiming a kick at the qipao-clad beauty's single leg. With a sickening crunch, even the women behind Yi Qing heard the sound of bones breaking, as the fallen high heel mercilessly pierced his calf, creating another wound. How vicious! How domineering! I love it. Shui Xiaoyu clapped her hands in delight at the unfolding spectacle. Amidst the cries of pain, a woman dressed in a black dress hurriedly emerged, her anger flaring upon seeing the two fallen bodyguards. What are you doing? Apologies, but your membership has been revoked. If you have grievances regarding the services of the silkworm breeding family, You may file a complaint with the business bureau. A voice, clear yet tinged with indifference, echoed from behind her. By what right do you cancel my membership? The woman in black turned sharply, her voice cold as the winter wind. Ma Rui. Shui Xiaoyu subtly tugged at Yi Qing's sleeve, whispering, this woman in black is Ma Rui? I am in Ruashi. If Chairman Ma is dissatisfied, she may file a complaint with the headquarters of the silkworm breeding family. And Ruashi smiled brightly, observing Ma Rui's struggle to contain her fury. You must provide a reason, Ma Rui demanded, her face taut and her voice chillingly frigid. Every guest visiting the silkworm-rearing household is treated as an esteemed visitor, and for decades, no one has dared to claim ownership of such a place. And Ruashi wore a sardonic smile as she jested. If Chairman Ma truly possesses such financial prowess, perhaps he should demonstrate it and allow the silkworm-rearing household to set a precedent. Ma Rui's expression darkened immediately, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at Yi Qing and the others, exclaiming, you would abandon a major client for a few rustic bumpkins? Xin Junyi was about to retort, but was pulled back by Yi Qing, who wrapped an arm around her waist. What's wrong? This isn't like you. Taking insults without a word, she exclaimed in surprise. Just observing, Yi Qing replied with a smile. Even a beggar, upon entering the silkworm-rearing household, is a distinguished guest. And Ruashi stated with poise, moreover, Chairman Ma's bodyguards rudely obstructing guests is a provocation towards the silkworm-rearing household. Those lacking in decorum are unworthy of being members here. Ma Rui, seething with rage, demanded, what about those who harmed me? Ma Qianli, the head of the Ma gang, is a man of his word in Rui Li. Yet, the disdainful demeanor of Enrua, she seemed to irk him. His face darkened, and without a word, he turned and left, followed by two bodyguards clad in black. Enrua, she watched the trio depart with a smile, then gestured to the shop assistant in a cheongsam, inviting them inside. As Yi Qing and the others hurried in, Qin Mingyu whispered, the Ma gang is powerful. Isn't she worried about attracting trouble to this establishment? The silkworm-rearing household is not to be trifled with. Yi Qing smiled slightly, turned to Enruashi, and clasped his hands in greeting. Sisterin, it's been a while, how have you been? Enruashi looked at Yi Qing with suspicion, her gaze drifting to his attire before glancing back at Lu Lu for a moment. Her face blossomed like spring flowers. So it is the young master of the Yi family who has arrived. Yi Qing shook his head with a wry smile. Sisterin, you are not being fair. You clearly recognized me long ago yet pretended not to. A soft laugh escaped in Ruashi as she playfully rolled her eyes. Oh dear, you are mistaken. I truly did not recognize you at first. I only accompanied the chairman to the Royal Palace Club a year ago and had the fortune to see you then. But my memory has long since faded. It was only upon seeing your attire that I recalled you. I apologize for my poor memory. Please do not be upset. I could hardly be angry. How does the right-hand person of Lu Gu end up in such a small place like Tingchong? And Ruashi responded with a playful smile. Please, young master, and all the lovely ladies, let us converse in the VIP room. She stepped aside, leading the way. Yi Qing walked beside her, curious. What is Lu Gu up to? If you wish to know, ask the chairman yourself. Just don't cause trouble for me. And Ruashi feigned fear. Stop pretending. You must have some influence over Lu Gu, Yi Qing teased. I wonder if I should anticipate the day you call me sister-in-law during a wedding celebration. And Ruashi lightly scolded. Knowing you might have to call me sister-in-law yet still watching me being bullied. All I saw was the silkworm workers under your sister-in-law taking a few shots at the bodyguards. Yi Qing remarked. That young master is not being fair either. And Ruashi shot him a glance. Please do not tell the chairman about today, otherwise he will blame me for causing trouble. Just a mere Ma gang. Lu Gu would not concern himself with them at all. Yi Qing shifted the conversation, grinning. Sisterin, if Lu Gu is truly settled down, should I find a beauty to help you test the waters? And Ruashi feigned distress. Young master, do not jest. I have served as the chairman's secretary for 10 years, working tirelessly, and now that I am on the verge of success, if you meddle, I might find it difficult to marry into the Lu family. After all, the Yi family is prosperous. I cannot afford to lose out. Chapter 106. The unassailable dogleg of the Beijing elite. And Ruashi's cheeks flushed crimson, glaring at him in embarrassment as she turned to the women behind him, elongating her tone. In times of trouble, do not panic. Simply take out your phones and post on social media to celebrate that the young master has finally lost interest in men. Yi Qing's expression darkened immediately. Nonsense. When did I ever like men? And Ruashi pouted, expressing disdain. The young master is notoriously aloof towards women in the capital. I never expected you to be so captivated by the allure of this place. Qin Mingyu and Shui Xiaoyu blushed furiously. Please do not speak carelessly. You might tarnish the girls' reputations. Yi Qing hurriedly introduced. This is Qin Mingyu, and this is Shui Xiaoyu. They are business partners. This one, however, is my girlfriend. Shinjun Yi. And Ruoshi nodded at Qin Mingyu and Xue Xiaoyu before scrutinizing Shinjun Yi for a moment. She smiled and nodded. I must say, the young master has exquisite taste. Even I find myself moved upon seeing her. She approached Shinjun Yi, taking her hand and letting out a soft sigh. She is just like the younger me. I wonder how many trials she must endure to find happiness. Bah, how could I be like Lu Gu? Allowing my woman to suffer? And Ruoshi teased. There has been quite a stir in the capital. Yesterday the chairman shared the story as a joke. Lu Gu has come to Tengchong as well. He calls every day? And Ruoshi shook her phone, grinning. Do not change the subject. Lu Yu is not someone to be trifled with. Sister Jun Yi and Lu Yu have already met via video. Yi Qing chuckled. Such threats do not work on me. And Ruoshi exclaimed in surprise, her beautiful eyes widening. The young master has surpassed Lu Gu. As they laughed and entered the VIP room, everyone took their seats. And Ruoshi served fragrant tea and then smiled to inquire, what brings the young master to Tengchong? Stocking supplies. Yi Qing replied matter-of-factly. Shirtu Zhai is running out of stock. Lu Yu has pressed me multiple times. And Ruoshi's eyes lit up suddenly. I almost forgot. The young master is the proprietor of Shirtu Zhai. It seems my matters may also find resolution. What matters? Yi Qing asked in surprise. Years ago, I owed Lu Gu a significant favor. I have no idea how he has been scolding me behind my back these years. If I can assist this time, it will settle a lingering concern. And Ruoshi chided playfully. Do you not feel guilty for saying such things? I can attest that Lu Gu has never criticized you behind your back. Rather, he praises you for daring to swallow an elephant whole at the age of 15. Successfully acquiring a 100 billion yuan tourist resort and managing it splendidly, a true marvel in the inner circles. Only then did Shinjun Yi realize that Yi Qing had taken the Royal Palace Business Club from Lu Gu all those years ago. Yi Qing smiled bitterly. Lu Gu has a knack for flattery. And Ruoshi feigned innocence. Please do me a favor. You haven't even told me what you want me to do. Yi Qing smirked. Are you expecting me to hide it from Lu Gu and find you a strong man? Ugh, the Beijing elite can't be taken lightly. And Ruoshi's face turned beet red, and she huffed. Originally, Lu Gu and I planned it well. Once the old man turns 80, we would present him with a gift to make him happy, then seek his blessing to settle our affairs. However, after the new year, I came to Tengchong and have yet to find suitable jade. I even sent people to Delong and Jiegao, but nothing caught my fancy. Young master, this concerns my lifelong happiness. You cannot stand idly by. Shinjun Yi chuckled softly. You and Lu Gu share the same intention. And Ruoshi burst into laughter. A pair of rascals, both attempting to bribe the old man for a roundabout solution. Yi Qing joined in. What can we do? The old man is the cornerstone of the family. Once he speaks, no one dares to oppose him. And Ruoshi playfully extended 2 fingers, grinning. So? Lu Gu and I are much stronger than you. We only need to persuade one person, while you have to convince 2. Huh, he is harder to deal with than I am. Yi Qing scoffed. Do not forget, Lu Gu is the eldest in the family. He did not follow the path his grandfather intended and instead ventured into business. If his business had not flourished, his grandfather would have long since broken his legs. I am merely a 6th grader at home, not required to bear such burdens. What is wrong with engaging in business? It is certainly far more comfortable than bowing before the whims of others. And Ruoshi, dismissively, remarked. Furthermore, he does not desire a career in politics. If he were to force himself down that path, he would undoubtedly falter. This principle holds true, as the family does require financial support. Yi Qing chuckled, saying, if it were not for your remarkable achievements, the elder of the Lu family would not have relented. And Ruoshi, with a pained expression, lamented, after 10 arduous years, the Monkey King has finally reached the spiritual mountain to pay homage to the true Buddha. But he lacks a token to gain entry to the Grand Thundersound Temple. My hair has turned white from worry. Young master, you must assist me. When a sister is in distress, a brother must surely draw his sword to aid her. Yi Qing, with a serious demeanor, inquired. However, what are you planning to offer? And Ruoshi, relieved by his lack of refusal, beamed. Who does not know that the young master of the Yi family is well acquainted with the preferences of various esteemed elders? My sister seeks nothing more than to present something worthy, ensuring that the elder of the Lu family finds no fault. It would be even better if he takes a liking to it. Ahem. Yi Qing coughed repeatedly, gritting his teeth. Sister, you are putting me in a difficult position. I will first assist a few of my younger sisters in selecting suitable clothing, while the challenging task will be left to you, young master. If they cannot gain entry into the Lu family, they may come to the Yi family as concubines. And Ruoshi laughed as she took hold of Shinjun, calling out to Qin Mingyu and Xue Xiaoyu, before turning and departing. How unkind. Yi Qing's face immediately morphed into a picture of despair. Lu, standing nearby, also shook his head with a wry smile. Only the magnificent and could so deftly redirect blame. The silk-rearing families are strictly for women. However, Shinjun had little interest in clothing, whispering to Enruashi, "Sister, are you not afraid of Lu Gu becoming jealous with such banter with Yiqing?" Enruashi smiled and glanced at her. "I believe it is Lu Gu who is not jealous. Rather, it is you who feels that way." Shinjun lightly bit her cherry lips, awkwardly smiling. "I am simply unaccustomed to your manner of speaking. In Kyoto, there are 3 types of people one cannot provoke: the seasoned city dwellers, the sharp-tongued, and the obsequious sycophants." And Ruashi, with a bright smile, stated, "The seasoned city dwellers rank first, referring to the astute young individuals who navigate social affairs with finesse. The young master, hailing from a prestigious family, has long mingled in Panjia Yuan and has become quite the clever individual. If I were to approach him with rigid formality, he would surely find a way to evade the situation should it become troublesome. Only by depending on him can I achieve my desires. Do you truly believe that if I fail to accomplish my goals, I would go to him as a concubine? Even if I were willing, I could not even enter the Yi family's door. Moreover, in Kyoto, one must endure any turmoil caused by a younger brother-in-law. If I were to show fear, who knows how chaotic it would become on the wedding night. I must first establish my authority, making it clear that I am not someone to be trifled with."